Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. There were only two types of hotels, one of them towered over the city, being 5-star hotels. The other, not 5-star hotels, were modest houses, and all the rest were third-rate. The sun shone on the Jewelria Hotel, which was ranked 100th among the hotels in the country. The cooks were working in the spacious kitchen. The protagonist was busy with his work, looking tense. There were sliced onions and carrots on the plates. Sighing heavily, Sung-hoon wiped the sweat from his forehead. When someone called out to him, he looked back. Wiping his hands on a rag, the man asked him to go to the upcoming cooking seminar in his place and mark him as absent. When he objected, the cook asked why the seniors had to go to these seminars when the juniors were supposed to do it, and the boy scratched his head in embarrassment and agreed. Looking down, the young man thought that he had joined the hotel 4 years ago, but he couldn't believe that he was still being treated as a junior. One of the chefs asked if the trash can had been emptied while holding a bowl of food. The trainee replied that he hadn't done it yet, to which he was ordered to clean the can. The protagonist squatted down and opened the bucket. On the floor stood a tank that every hotel had in which stored oil, officially called a grease trap, but in the kitchen it was simply called a trash can. Sung-hoon lifted the heavy tank. He looked up when someone accused his colleague of burning everything. Waving his hand, the chef asked his subordinate to stop making such basic mistakes. The boy bowed and apologized. Jin-seok, who was frowning in displeasure at that moment, was the head chef who managed a team of 17 chefs. Looking at him, the boy thought that the captain was always angry when he saw his juniors cooking, but he always said the right thing. The man gave him a stern look. The boy quickly turned away when he noticed him. After putting down the trash can, the intern decided that someday he would definitely be recognized. He looked up in confusion when someone asked why they brought it there. The disgruntled cleaner, placing her hands on her hips, said that she had just thrown it away. The protagonist apologized to her and explained that his senior had asked him to do it. The woman looked down and asked how long they would treat him as a junior and did they really not need new cooks. Sung-hoon scratched his head and replied that for that to happen, the seniors would have to resign. Only then would he, an assistant, have such an opportunity. The guy said that he had been washing dishes for 3 years, so now it was better. The cleaner, with a pitiful frown, said that he needed to move up the career ladder faster. When he was asked to leave the trash can, the young man raised his hand and asked if everything would be okay. The woman replied that she would come here later and asked him to get back to his work. There was a water cooler next to the cabinet. The intern adjusted his tie. Picking up his phone, he decided to find out when the seminar would be. The protagonist realized that he was late, his mouth hanging open in shock. Sung-hoon quickly ran forward. The sun was shining over the huge building. Entering the hall, the guy tried to catch his breath. There were many people sitting in front of him. All the seats were occupied. Looking at the table, the young man realized that he needed to register first. Someone noticed him from behind. Approaching him, the stranger called him by name. It turned out that this was his old friend. Chonti waved his hand and said that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. This man had once won first place in a mass catering competition for soldiers and received a huge check. The guys became friends because they were in the same room for 8 weeks. One day, sitting on the floor, they discussed the topic of mass catering. Gritting his teeth, the trainee remembered that the commander of the Transport Support Battalion always stopped him in his endeavors because mass cooking meant that the dishes had to be easy to make and cheap. Smiling, the protagonist threw these memories away and sighed. After shaking hands with his old friend, he realized that his colleague had also become a chef. The man told him that he worked at the Hilton Hotel. Hearing this, Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows in surprise and congratulated him. Jeongti replied that it was nothing special and asked where his friend worked. The guy scratched his cheek in embarrassment and replied that he worked at a small hotel called Jewelria. The man, with his mouth open, asked if it was some foreign hotel. The young man said that their CEO was Korean, who ran a medium-sized convenience store and other things. The chef suggested that he leave because there was nothing to learn there. Looking down, the trainee explained that he was still on probation. He looked up when his friend said that he needed to contact him. Handing him a business card, Yoonti suggested that they call each other sometime because he had connections that could help. The protagonist took the business card. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon thanked his friend. Looking around, the man suggested that they go to the seminar. The guy said that there were no more seats. There were 2 empty seats in one of the rows. The chef said that his top chefs couldn't make it today, so they could sit there. The young man scratched the back of his head and laughed when his friend asked if he really wanted to just register and go home. People gathered in a large auditorium. Someone started checking the microphone. The speaker opened his mouth wide and said that they would like to inform everyone who would be attending the seminar. The intern looked around. The man at the podium said that the seminar would start in 5 minutes and asked everyone to gather by then. Pointing to the side, the protagonist said that he needed to go to the restroom. Jeongti promised to see him again. Sung-hoon was washing his hands in the sink. Someone's silhouette appeared in the reflection of the mirror. The guy looked up. He flinched when the man behind him said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The water from the tap was washing his hands. The stranger was standing next to him. Looking in the mirror, the young man noticed his reflection. Looking at him, the man called him by name. There was a malicious grin on his face. 8 years ago, there was a pagoda in front of the Myeongdong Hotel. The intern was chopping onions on a cutting board. Crossing his arms over his chest, the cook asked if this was the one Jayabai brought. The answer was affirmative. Ilyu grinned and offered to train him. His colleague asked if it was worth it since he would have to leave for work soon. The man raised his hand and said that was exactly why they needed to train him. His colleague said that it would be bad if he was caught. The cook told him not to worry and promised to prepare everything before leaving. The protagonist smiled. Night had fallen, the stars were shining above the hotel. There was a mountain of onions on the table. Sun-hoon smiled widely and asked what he needed to do. Ilyu frowned in displeasure and ordered him to chop all of these onions before breakfast tomorrow. The guy asked if he really had to work alone. Heading for the exit, the man asked if he should repeat the task. The young man raised his hand, wanting to say something, but there was a sound of a closing door. The bright sun was shining above the hotel. Someone hit the trainee in the stomach. He fell on the floor. The cook asked what he needed to do before breakfast. Pointing at the pile of onions, Ilyu asked why all the vegetables hadn't been chopped yet. Clutching his stomach, the protagonist replied that he shouldn't do it alone because such things require at least 4 people. Grabbing him by the collar, the man asked if someone was supposed to help him. Kicking his subordinate, the cook said that he could have stayed and done everything overnight. Crossing his arms over his chest, his colleague asked if the boy really thought he knew everything if he got there through connections, and ordered him to do everything right. Sun-hoon asked what exactly they didn't like. Ilyu swung his leg. The boy covered his face with his hands, and that's when his difficulties began. He was hit on the head with a shovel, punished for every little mistake. Behind him lay a pile of onions that needed chopping. Gradually, the punishments became more and more senseless. After 3 months of bullying, the young man pursed his lips and realized that he was gradually losing his enthusiasm. The intern slashed the board with a knife and decided to quit the Myeongdong Hotel, promising himself to forget about becoming a chef. Leaving his uniform on the table, the protagonist left the room, a promise he couldn't keep because his father had died. The 2 heroes stood in the restroom, looking at each other. The man grinned and asked why there was so much bile in his gaze and whether his old colleague was still pretending to be a chef. Sun-hoon pursed his lips and remained silent. His gaze was furious, and the chef assumed that his old acquaintance worked at some third-rate hotel that was unrecognizable even by name. Entering the restroom, Jeongti asked him to stop. The man asked how the Myeongdong Hotel was doing, and Ilyu looked back. A smile appeared on his face. Heading towards the exit, the chef apologized insincerely. Putting his hands on his friend's shoulders, the guy in glasses asked if everything was okay since the seminar was almost over and he still hadn't shown up. Closing his eyes, the young man replied that everything was fine and asked him not to worry about it. The man stood at the lectern. The heroes sat in the hall and listened to him. The speaker thanked them for their time and decided to move on to the main topic. The Michelin guide appeared on the screen behind him. The man said that the guide had begun to be published in Korea and said that he was very sorry that this had happened. The intern raised his eyebrows. The speaker asked why their country should be influenced by a foreign culinary magazine and not their own. Raising his hand, the speaker announced that, in connection with this event, they would begin to rate Korean hotels based on the Korean cuisine they offered. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. The audience did not understand what he was talking about because they expected some new rule to appear and that was it. Leaning over, Jeongti decided that they were not joking. Sun-hoon agreed and suggested that all the head chefs would start going crazy. Looking to the side, the guy remembered that the tourism promotion agency had already rated their hotel and realized that now even the kitchen would be rated. Looking around the room, the speaker expressed confidence that some would question the fairness of this rating system, so they would broadcast the entire process on the KBS channel. Pointing at the screen, the speaker said that the results would also be shown on KBS. Frowning, the young man thought that the rating of the hotel kitchens would be shown on television. Gritting his teeth, he realized that in other words, this was an announcement of a cooking competition. People left the audience. Holding a booklet in his hands, Jeongti explained that only the top 20 would be ranked and that it would likely only include people the judges knew because participating chefs had to have less than 10 years of experience. Closing the booklet, the man said it was hard. The intern said his friend had been in the position for 8 years but he had more experience so he could participate. Raising his eyebrows, the chef asked if his friend was going to participate. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist replied that he needed to think about it. Raising his hand, Sun-hoon realized that he couldn't participate because no one in their right mind would allow an ordinary assistant to participate. Closing his eyes, Jeongti became upset and said that he would like to cook in the same kitchen with him again. Waving his hand, the man said that he needed to report everything to the head chef. The guys said goodbye. The guy watched his friend with a smile. Suddenly, he shuddered. The phone lying on the table vibrated. The young man put the phone to his ear and heard beeps. The intern raised his eyebrows in disappointment, assuming that his colleague was busy. The voice on the other end of the line asked why they were calling him only now, and frowning, the protagonist explained that the seminar had just ended. The chef standing in the kitchen shouted that they had a huge number of tourists from China, so they were short of some ingredients. Sung-hoon raised his hand and asked why they didn't order delivery, and the man on the line said that the ingredients were his responsibility. The guy closed his eyes and sighed and said that he would be there soon. The man asked what he had told the juniors, and looking back, the chef replied that he had asked him to buy the ingredients and that the assistant would be back soon. Jin-seok crossed his arms over his chest, assuming that his subordinate had already learned about the KVS program. A smile appeared on his face. The hotel staff were working in the kitchen. Frowning in displeasure, the chef ordered them to work faster. While chopping carrots, Jong-man thought that if the younger had returned from the seminar earlier, they wouldn't have been so busy. The blonde looked up tensely. The captain looked at him when he was called. Frowning, the boy asked why he had delegated the purchase of ingredients to the younger instead of doing it himself like before. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked if he still didn't know. The boy's mouth dropped open in confusion and he replied in the negative. Jin-seok closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Turning away, the chef stated that his subordinate was still a long way off. There was a sea base lying on the cutting board. The captain scratched his chin as he looked at it. The employee looked at him and asked why he was looking at it so seriously. The man asked if he thought it was wild or farmed, and Jong-man walked over to the table and replied that it looked wild. The fish was over 50 centimeters long and maintained its color. It had a bright pink hue and blue diamonds in the lusk. Jin-seok closed his eyes and said that this was a very common method of judging, but experts classified it in a different way. The nostril of the fish was divided into 2 parts, and this should not be the case with wild fish. The chef de partie bent down and took a closer look. The head chef said that his subordinate brought them all separately. The captain smiled broadly and said that they had a large catch. The setting sun was shining over Garek Market. The protagonist approached the counter. The seller looked back when she heard his voice. The woman stood up from her chair and asked what her friend was doing there at such a time. Sung-hoon replied that he came to see her and asked if the goods for tomorrow had been delivered. On the floor were boxes of Cheongju apples and Seongju apples. The guy extended his hand towards them and asked them to wait a little. He took the apple in his hand. An image of rain falling in an apple orchard appeared in his mind. The young man handed the apple to the clerk and said that they were low on sugar. The woman asked what that meant since they were Cheongju, the most delicious apples in Korea. Pointing at the fruit, the intern explained that if you touch the apple, you can feel that it had rained heavily. Picking up the apple, the protagonist offered the clerk a taste. Taking the fruit, the clerk was surprised since she had been in this business for so many years. There was a peeled apple on the plate. The woman put one slice in her mouth. Her face grimaced at how sour the apple was. The clerk said that yesterday's apples were much better. Sung-hoon smiled and suggested that yesterday's fruits were from a different batch. Putting his hand on the crate of apples, the young man said that it was better to return them because they are better for juice, but not for restaurants. The saleswoman crossed her arms and decided that they needed to be returned as soon as possible and that she would have been in trouble without him, and asked how he knew they were sour just by touching them. The young man replied that he knew one method and touched other apples and said they were good. The intern asked the woman to send 3 boxes of these fruits to the hotel, and the saleswoman agreed while picking up her phone. Looking at the phone screen, the protagonist decided to check what else he needed to buy. There was a man standing behind the fish counter. Hearing his name called, Mansu looked around. The man asked what the customer was doing there at such a time, and Sung-hoon scratched his head and asked if sales were going well. The saleswoman answered in the affirmative and asked what was wrong. There were crabs in the aquarium, and the young man noticed that the selection was poorer than usual today. Smiling, he said he would like to buy some blue crabs. The salesman called someone on the phone. The man hung up and smiled. Pointing to the side, Mansu said that there were blue crabs in the store nearby that were caught this morning. The crabs were sitting in the water. Looking at them, the young man asked if they were definitely caught today. The seller said that they were in the sea this morning. The intern put his hand to the crab. An image of an animal sitting on the bottom of the sea appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a net covered it. The fisherman took the net out of the water. There were many crabs in the container. The people went ashore, placing the boxes on the ground. The fisherman handed one of them to the merchant. The protagonist examined the crab. Smiling contentedly, he realized that they were really fresh. Happily closing his eyes, the man said that they were not deceiving anyone. Sung-hoon asked him for a business card. The seller handed over a map of the fish store. Pointing to the side, the guy asked to deliver these crabs to the Jewelry Hotel. The sun set behind the horizon. The young man left the market. The phone vibrated in his pocket. The intern looked at it in surprise. He picked up the phone. Seeing something, the protagonist frowned tensely. A message from Seoul Hospital appeared on the screen, reminding him that his debt was 23 million won. Sung-hoon put the phone in his pocket and sighed. It was evening, and the lights were on in the Jewelria Hotel. The guy put on his uniform. He entered the kitchen. Jongmin was cooking something in a wok. Someone was boiling soup on the stove. Looking back, the line cook called out to the junior employee. Frowning in displeasure, the blonde asked him to hurry up and help him. At the request of his colleague, the young man hurried to bring him a plate of sausages. The next moment, he was already carrying a boiled duck. The man shouted that they were out of gas and needed to replace the cylinder, and the trainee ran to the warehouse. Watching him being chased back and forth, Jongman smiled. Giving him a slap on the back of the head, Hyan Man asked why his hands had stopped and asked him to hurry up. The lights went out in many of the hotel windows. The staff were cleaning the kitchen. Wiping his forehead, the protagonist thought that he finally had a chance to take a break. Looking at him, the man offered him to clean up. Dirty plates fell into the sink filled with water. The guys were washing dishes. Jongman looked at them with displeasure. Putting his hand to his head, the line cook wondered when things had turned into this and thought that he had always been in charge of cleaning and washing dishes when he was the youngest there. The man's lips turned down in disappointment. Watching Sung-hoon wash the dishes, he wondered how it was possible that the seniors were helping him clean. The man with the plates in his hands asked why they were still wet. Frowning, Jongman said that he would do it right away. The clean dishes stood on the table and sparkled. The guy was putting the plates in the cupboard. Someone asked him to come over for a second. The young man looked back. In front of him stood a very displeased line cook. The man frowned sternly and asked why his colleague, who was simply asked to check in, sat through the seminar until the very end and returned to work so late when otherwise they would not be so overloaded with work. The intern looked down and apologized. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jongman said that the seniors should help him clean because his colleague could not do his job well, and said that in the past, he himself had to stay here until midnight at night and clean alone. The line cook frowned and said that everyone should do their job and asked the employee to see what had happened because of him. Looking up, the protagonist interrupted him and asked him to speak more quietly. The man gritted his teeth and asked what it meant. He raised his hand to slap the junior. Someone grabbed his hand, stopping it. It turned out that it was Jin Seok. Jongman opened his mouth in shock. The chef furiously knitted his eyebrows and asked what was going on here and was this what he taught him. The line cook bowed and said no. The captain asked why his subordinate wanted to hit the junior. The blonde explained that the man was 4 years younger than him, so he wanted to teach him not to be so sluggish at work. The man crossed his arms and remained silent. Hearing the words of apology, Jin Seok flinched. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that the seniors wouldn't be so busy today and the cleaning would have been finished much earlier if he worked a little faster. Bowing, Sung-hoon said that it was his fault. The chef looked at him silently. Smiling sheepishly, Jongman said that it was indeed true. Sighing heavily, the captain said that he understood everything. Pointing a finger at his subordinate, the man shouted that raising a hand to his colleagues is unworthy behavior for a chef. The blonde said that he was sincerely sorry. Frowning, Jin Seok suggested that they just clean up here and call it a day. The chef reminded him that there was a cooking test tomorrow and asked the junior to come straight to work instead of going to the store to buy things. The chefs bowed and agreed. There was a work uniform hanging in the closet. The guy put on his usual clothes. He shuddered when he felt his phone vibrate. Taking it out, the young man looked at the screen. A message appeared. Jae wrote that they should meet at a cafe near the university and talk. Putting his phone in his pocket, the intern thought that this was all he needed. Putting his hand on his waist, Jongman asked where his colleague was going. With his mouth wide open, the line cook asked why the head chef cherished him so much and why he needed to come to the test tomorrow. Smiling, the protagonist wanted to say that this was not the case, but the man interrupted him and asked what was the reason why the captain allowed him not to go to the store. Bowing, Sung-hoon said that during the seminar, they said that the PIC was going to hold a program called Top Chef and that they would be participating. He added that only those with less than 10 years of experience can participate and that he would hardly be able to pass the test. Jongman smiled widely and asked why Jin Seok asked him to come to the test then. Putting his hands behind his back, the guy assumed that the head chef was going to ask him to take the colleague's job for a while. The boy said that he had urgent business and asked permission to leave. Slyly knitting his eyebrows, the line cook gave him his permission. The intern ran down the street. His face turned red. He stopped and put his hands on his knees. The protagonist looked up. In front of him was a coffee shop. Sung-hoon adjusted his jacket and sighed. The guy went inside. The cafe was crowded. Looking ahead, the boy wondered if his girlfriend had arrived. The girl was sitting at the table, looking at her phone. Suddenly, she looked up. Seeing her friend in front of her, the woman accused him of being late. The intern frowned in displeasure. Jihai looked at him with a smirk. There was a mug and a plastic cup of cola on the table. The heroes sat opposite each other in silence. Looking up, the protagonist asked what they wanted to talk to him about. The girl took the phone in her hands. She handed it to her friend and asked to look at something. Sun-hoon picked up the phone from the table. A bead of sweat ran down his tense face. On the lock screen was a photo of his girlfriend with a man hugging her. He closed his eyes and thought that he had known about this for a long time. He handed the phone back and asked if this was all they needed to talk about. The woman took her phone back. Looking down, she said that the man was also a chef. Jihai raised her eyebrows and said that her new fiancé was very different from him. The woman raised her hand and said that he had a completely different perspective. The woman picked up a mug and said that the man was a bit old but worked as a sous chef at a hotel that was in the top 20. The boy frowned angrily. His girlfriend called him a junior chef at a hotel that was barely in the top 100. Jihai raised the mug to her mouth and said that she did not want to invest in a man like him. The intern raised his eyebrows and realized that he was just an investment. Putting the mug on the table, the girl said that was all and asked if her friend had anything to say. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered negatively. Getting to his feet, the woman said that it was time for her to go. Approaching her ex, she asked him to thank her for opening his eyes to this world. The protagonist looked down. Jihai headed for the exit of the cafe. There was an untouched drink on the table, covered in condensation. Empty beer bottles lay on the floor. An empty bag of chips lay nearby. Sun-hoon was sleeping on the mattress. Suddenly, he woke up and opened his eyes wide. Putting his hand to his head, which was hurting terribly, the guy decided to check what time it was. The time appeared on the screen. It was 6:30 in the morning. The young man realized that he was an hour and a half late. Grabbing his jeans, the intern realized that he needed to run to the store for food. Suddenly, he shuddered. A memory of them standing in the kitchen flashed through his mind, with Jin-seok telling him that he didn't need to go shopping because there was a cooking test. Closing his eyes and letting out a sigh of relief, the protagonist realized that he needed to work instead of going shopping. A smile appeared on his face. Putting his hands on his hips, Sun-hoon decided to do his best. Clouds were floating above the Jewelleria Hotel. The cooks were running around the kitchen. Someone was putting plates in the cupboard. The guy turned around. The head chef was standing in front of him. At that moment, the captain turned away. People with groceries ran into the kitchen. They thought that their colleague was having a hard time being in charge of shopping all this time. Putting his hands on the table, the young man asked them to put the ingredients in the refrigerator. The cooks were standing in the kitchen. One of them yawned. Suddenly, someone opened the door. Jongmin, who was late, ran into the kitchen. Frowning, Seong-soo asked why he was late again. The line cook replied that he would change in 2 minutes. The trainee looked up. The other staff were discussing their colleague's tardiness, calling it another reason to yell at him. The man abruptly opened the door. Tying his apron, the blonde man said that he arrived at exactly 8. Seong-soo gritted his teeth in displeasure, mentally insulting him. Jin-seok brought his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. Jongmin put on his chef's hat in fear. He hurried to take his place among the cooks. Standing in front of them, the head chef announced that the Food Safety Administration had decided to select the top 20 hotel kitchens. Crossing his arms, the captain added that they would select them through a competition program called Best Chef, which would be broadcast on KBC and in which anyone with sufficient experience could participate. Sung-soo looked at his smiling colleague in surprise. The man explained that their hotel was not even in the top 50, so this was their chance to improve the hotel's reputation. The sous chef nudged his fellow kitchen chef. Hearing that he would not be able to participate in the competition, the man's mouth dropped open in surprise. Pointing at himself, Jongmin declared that he met all the requirements. Jin-seok frowned in displeasure. The line cook said that he had only been working for 6 years and was suitable for participating in the competition. Pointing at himself, the blonde man promised not to let them down and improve the hotel's reputation. Closing his eyes, the head chef replied that his subordinate was mistaken because they had not yet discussed who would be the representative of their hotel. Jongmin's eyes widened in amazement, asking who would be the representative then. The captain looked away. The protagonist flinched when he was called. The man's brows furrowed sternly, reminding him of the culinary test. The line chef looked at his colleague in shock when Jin-seok said that they would have a test, the winner of which would be the representative of the hotel. The chef was chopping onions. He had a very tense face. The blonde looked away. Looking at Sung-hoon preparing soup, the man thought that he was very lucky. Speeding up, he chopped onions and thought that he would be able to pass this test. With a stern frown, the head chef said that whoever won this cooking test would be the representative. At that moment, the chef's eyes widened in surprise. Jongmin pointed at his colleague and asked if it was obvious that there was no point in them competing, since he was the one who should participate in the competition. The guy frowned. The line chef said that his colleague was just a newbie who had never even tried cooking and was not worthy of being his opponent. The captain closed his eyes and explained that the young man had no problem with the conditions of participation and that they had equal chances, and said that he would make a decision after they completed the task. Standing in front of his subordinates, the man asked them to prepare breakfast for a group of Chinese tourists who arrived yesterday and stayed at the hotel. Their menu would be placed in the lobby. Jongmin frowned. The intern looked forward resolutely. The one whose menu sold the most would be the representative. Jinseok asked if there were any objections. The line cook smirked and answered negatively. Pointing a finger at his assistant, the head chef asked what about him. The protagonist closed his eyes. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, he answered negatively. The captain smiled. The guys shuddered. Frowning menacingly, the man said that for dinner, those tourists had chicken, duck and beer on the menu. This should be taken into account and light food should be made. The contestants had to make a light breakfast. There were bowls of chopped vegetables on the table. Throwing them into the pot, the blonde thought that he could handle it. Stirring the soup, Jongmin thought that for the past 2 years, he had only been assigned to make soup, which made him the most outstanding chef in this hotel. The line cook raised the ladle to his mouth to taste the soup. The soup was boiling in the pot. The blonde thought that it tasted very good and decided to make sandwiches as well. Looking at his competitor, the man wondered what he had been doing all this time. Peas were boiling in one pot and rice soup was heating up in another. Holding a stack of bread, Jongmin asked what kind of baby food this was. The protagonist took the boiled peas out of the water. He poured them into a bowl of cold water. Sung-hoon opened the pot to get the peas. The peas fell into the bowl. The guy poured them into a bowl and added water. There was a small amount of sugar in the spoon. The young man turned on the mixer. The device began to rotate, turning the peas into a smoothie. The lid of the mixer opened. The intern poured the smoothie into a glass of ice. After looking at it, the chef decided to move on to the rice soup. Steam rose above the pan. The protagonist picked up a full ladle of soup. He had a full plate in his hands. After peppering the soup, Sung-hoon decided to add some more salt and green onions. On the table there was a glass of smoothie and a bowl of soup. Approaching the competitor, the line cook asked what that piquant smell was and whether it matched the hotel. Closing his eyes, he asked to look at his menu. On the table there was cheese soup and a plate of sandwiches. Pointing at himself, the blonde man declared that his menu would sell better than this poor man's food and thought that his colleague was wasting his chance that Jinseok had given him. Looking around, the man thought that the head chef had decided to help him out by making breakfast the test menu. Putting his hand on his belt, Hyunmin asked what it looked like. The captain asked what he needed to look at. Looking at the rice soup and pea soup, the chef de partie asked if there would be people in the hotel who would like it and if such a menu would kill anyone. Raising his eyebrows, the man realized that his colleague had never seen these dishes before and asked what he thought of them. There was ice in the pea smoothie. Hyunmin asked what kind of hotel would even offer this for breakfast, since it was impossible to imagine even as a dessert. Jinseok said that he thought he had the experience of a man who had worked in the kitchen for 25 years. The chef de partie opened his mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. There were dishes from 2 menus on the table. Next to them were stickers with letters and arrows. The head chef, crossing his arms over his chest, reminded that the one whose menu collected more orders would be the hotel's representative in the competition. Chinese tourists entered the hotel cafe. They looked at the menu options in surprise. Hearing that they ordered 1 menu A and 4 menu B, Jongmin clenched his fist in joy. People continued to order menu B. The line cook constantly poured soup into the bowls and made sandwiches. He smiled, thinking that everything was happening as expected. The Chinese man leaned over the bowl of soup. No matter what country they were from, tourists would always choose soup and sandwiches. Looking at his competitor, the blonde man thought that he would never be able to win with a menu that was ordered only once. The people went to the menu. The man asked what they would like to eat. His friend said that he drank too much yesterday, so he should eat something light and healthy for the body. They stopped in front of the counter with 2 menus. The protagonist closed his eyes and wondered if his menu was too bold. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Seong-soo praised him and said that this menu did not suit their hotel. Looking down, Sung-hoon agreed with him. Hearing that someone ordered 10 menus, the heroes' mouths opened in shock. They looked ahead in surprise. Another 10 orders came in. The guy raised his eyebrows in confusion. Jinseok smirked and thought that the show had begun. Imagining drunk people entering the cafe, the head chef thought that now 80% of the guests are Chinese who work for Hansen Company and came on vacation. This is their first visit to Korea. There were 2 types of menus on the table. Most likely, the Chinese would choose the dishes that suit them best, not the ones that are hard to chew. The young man poured soup into a bowl. He prepared this menu with people in mind. There was a bowl of hot soup and soy milk on the tray. The Chinese happily ate their breakfast. Holding a smoothie in his hands, the man smiled. Sung-soo and Hyunmin widened their eyes in shock when they heard that many people ordered menu A. Someone asked if there were any dishes left on the menu. The intern smiled and said that they would be ready soon. At this time, Jongmin frowned tensely. The line cook thought that this was simply impossible. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. The cook stood in the kitchen in front of their boss. Holding a paper in his hands, Jinseok decided to announce the results. The protagonist was happy while his competitor looked uncertain. Gritting his teeth, the blonde man couldn't believe that his soup and sandwiches were losing to the rice porridge with pea drink. The head chef frowned and decided to read out the results. A hotel employee burst into the kitchen and interrupted him and said that the CEO wanted to see him. The captain looked around and asked if it was really that urgent. There were people standing in the hotel lobby. The men shook hands. One of them got into the car and they said goodbye. The CEO walked back into the hotel. Jinseok approached him and asked why he was called. The man put his hand on his shoulder. Smiling widely, the CEO praised him for his excellent work. The hotel employee said that the company chairman Han Sen was in a great mood thanks to today's breakfast. The head chef smiled. The man raised his eyebrows and explained that the Chinese had been to some Korean hotels before, but none of them served authentic Chinese cuisine, so the company chairman had booked a room in this hotel for 6,000 guests for 2 months. Jinseok looked down happily. Walking down the hotel corridor, he thought that his subordinate was a very good person, and his guess was correct. Hearing the vibration, the head chef looked in his pocket. The captain looked at the phone screen and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. The man put the phone to his ear. Smiling, the director of the KBC show greeted him. Frowning, Jinseok said that it was an honor for him. Hyunsoo explained that he was calling about the program Top Chef and that there were several changes to their program. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the head chef asked what the changes were. The producer said that they changed the rules and now 2 people can participate in the show. The captain thoughtfully put his hand on his belt. Looking ahead, he clarified if they needed to send 2 chefs. The director explained that there would be both team and individual tasks, and for everything to go well, they needed to send 2 people at once. Smiling widely, Hyunsoo asked if they knew what they would lose if they did not participate in the show. The man frowned in displeasure. After some time, he stood in front of his subordinates. Jinseok crossed his arms and explained that he had to take a break and would announce the results shortly. Looking at his colleagues, the head chef explained that today's competition was their first since they started working there and asked how they felt. With an angry frown, Jongmin said that his dishes were perfect and suggested that the guests did not choose his menu because they were simple country bumpkins who are not used to living in a hotel. Seong-soo clenched his teeth in anger. The sous chef grabbed his subordinate by the collar. Waving him off, the line cook asked if that was not the case and stated that the company's executives chose his menu and the workers chose the competitor's menu. The protagonist looked down. Clenching his fist, the man stated that the contestant still did not understand what he did wrong. Jinseok stepped between them and asked them to calm down and said that this was not about who was worse, but who was better. The head chef asked his colleague to behave properly and not to grab others by the collar. Seong-soo looked down and apologized. Turning to his junior, the captain asked what he thought. Keeping a calm expression, Sung-hoon said that Koreans always order ramen or kichae when visiting other countries, so he wanted to cook a breakfast that Chinese guests might like. The guy added that it probably created a bad impression because of cooking such an informal meal and apologized. The man smiled. Closing his eyes, Jinseok said that if it was about the elegance of the hotel, then Jongmin's menu was the right choice, and if you think about the guests, then his menu is also good. The head chef added that the first participant did not even think about what the guests needed because he only cared about maintaining the standard. The line chef gritted his teeth in displeasure. The captain explained that his competitor's menu was great, but the Chinese don't like cold food, so putting ice cubes in soy milk was a bad idea, and the intern raised his eyebrows in surprise. Closing his eyes, the man explained that the representative was originally supposed to be the one with more orders, but he had just received a call from the channel saying that each hotel could now send 2 representatives. The participants in the cooking test gaped in amazement. Smiling widely, Jinseok said that they would now be on the same team and wished them to return with the best result for their hotel. The sun was shining on the resort hotel. The chefs had gathered in the hall. The film crew was nearby. The protagonist frowned tensely, thinking that there were too many people here. Sung-hoon looked away. Jongmin bowed, attracting the attention of the chefs from the other hotels. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy thought that this was a good opportunity to become part of the program and asked what kind of tasks there would be. 2 people approached him. Jihai noticed her ex with a surprised frown. Hyamin was standing next to her. The young man looked at them. The heroes looked at each other tensely. Frowning, the intern realized that his friend was also participating in this program as a representative of the hotel. The sous chef, with his mouth open, asked what the assistant was doing here, who was still on probation. The girl asked him not to worry about it. The man said that he did not want to see him here. The main character turned away. The woman asked her fiancé not to embarrass her and talked to her off to the side. The man in the chef's hat waved his hand. Smiling widely, Youngtae was glad that his friend was here too. Shaking his friend's hand, the chef asked how he managed to participate in the show. Sung-hoon replied that the rules suddenly changed and he was able to join. Raising his eyebrows, the man remembered that now 2 people from the hotel can participate in the show. He waved his hand and said that the competition was about to start and decided to do everything in their power. Approaching his colleague, Jongmin asked if it was the chef from the Hilton Hotel. The guy confirmed it. The lights were on in the room. Suddenly, the lamps went out. Looking up, the line cook asked why they turned off the lights. The young man assumed that filming was about to begin. A spotlight came on under the ceiling. In the other corner of the room, exactly the same spotlight came on. The light fell on the large doors. Opening them, the man entered the room. The intern's mouth fell open in surprise. Raising his hand, Myung-sun thanked everyone for coming. It was the chef who worked at the Hebris restaurant in Manhattan, a 3-star Michelin hotel. The woman came out to the journalists and was surprised that there were so many young guys here. Smiling, Yoonjun hoped that everyone would be healthy. She had 40 years of experience. The man put his hand on the wall and said that it was getting hot in here. Jisung raised his eyebrows and greeted everyone and hoped that all the contestants would show their best skills. This man had 30 years of experience and was the head chef of the Hilton Hotel. Jongmin's mouth dropped open in shock. The protagonist thought that this was the first Korean to win first place in a foreign hotel. The judge smiled and said that by the end of the day, more than half of the contestants would go home. The man waved his hand and asked how anyone could come here with the intention of going home, and decided that everyone came here with the desire to be the best. The black TV screen sparkled. This was one of the prizes that the winner would receive. The other prize was a free interior design from Anson Enterprise. The kitchen had all the necessary cooking equipment. Myung-sun closed his eyes and said that there was something else waiting for them. Pointing to the screen, the man said that the winner would receive 100 million won. Sun-hoon's mouth dropped open in surprise. He imagined money raining down on him from the sky. Raising his hand, the judge announced that the first task was behind him. People walked into another room. On the table were plates with various foods. Next to each plate was a number. Looking at them, the boy wondered what all of this was. Crossing his arms, Myung-sung stated that buying ingredients is the basis for a chef. There are times when a chef buys the ingredients themselves, or buys them through suppliers, or leaves it to the juniors. Looking at the contestants, the man explained that even chefs with less than 10 years of experience can judge the level of a hotel just by looking at the ingredients used. The young man looked ahead silently. The first task is to guess the names of the ingredients. Pointing to the table, Jisung said that the contestants need to sit at the table and write down the names of 50 ingredients according to the number on the plate. The trainee frowned. The judge said that they could touch them, but they could not cut them or eat them, and they had 15 minutes to complete the task. On command, the protagonist walked forward. Looking at the ingredients, the man asked what they were. His girlfriend said that she had never seen anything like that before. Sung-hoon picked up the fruit. Looking at it, he thought it was strange. The man wrote down on the paper. Frowning tensely, Jongmin tried to understand that he was number 42 and was outraged that there were so many types of fish. Gritting his teeth, the line cook thought that he was in charge of soups, so he knew all kinds of vegetables, but he knew nothing about fruits and fish, which he had never even touched. The man looked up. Looking at his competitor, the blonde man wondered if he really knew everything, since he was writing so quickly. Looking at his paper, Jongmin wondered if he should cheat a little. The cameraman approached them and started filming their tests. The line cook thought there were too many cameras. He looked at the screen and realized he was running out of time. The guy brought his pen to the paper and stopped. The young man frowned. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. The trainee thought he recognized most of the ingredients, but 2 products were unusual. The strange fruits were deliberately placed next to each other. Wiping his forehead, the protagonist remembered reading about these ingredients and that they were tropical fruits. The pen stopped at the paper. Sung-hoon clenched his fist. Jisung crossed his arms and shouted that time was up and asked the contestants to give them their work. Jae put her eyes. Hyemin pursed his lips in displeasure. Yoontae smiled. Jongmin put his hands to his head in fear. The man handed the judges a paper. Looking away, Yoonjun asked if they were going to determine the ranking after combining the scores of the chefs from one hotel. The man smiled and confirmed it. Putting his hands behind his back, Hyun-soo said that this and the next task would be done quickly, so they would do it in groups. Looking at him, the woman said that it was a great idea and asked if they had too many contestants. The show director asked her to take a rest while they checked the work. Waving his hand, Myung-sung said that they would announce the results, which would be shown on the monitor, except for first place. Jongmin frowned. His name was on the list. The paper said that he had 28 points out of 50. The line cook clutched his head and realized that he was doomed because he was ranked 148th. The couple from the Prisia Hotel stood behind him. Jae smiled. She had 41 points. Hyemin smirked. He had 43 points. The blonde man looked at them with displeasure, wondering why they were acting like lovers during a competition. The girl looked away. The main character was standing at the end of the room. He was looking at the list. The woman mentally asked him to stop looking for his name and expressed her confidence that he was in last place. She looked ahead. The boy's name was on the list of participants. Seeing his result, Jihai's eyes widened in shock. He had 48 points out of 50. Jongmin's mouth dropped open in amazement, not understanding how this was possible. The girl frowned in confusion. Looking at her ex, the woman thought that she had started cooking much earlier than him and wondered how he managed to get so many points. Sun-hoon closed his eyes. The contestants were confused about who he was and what kind of hotel jewelry it was. Smiling, Myung-sun prepared to announce first place. Yoon-tae looked forward as he was announced as the first place winner. Raising her eyebrows, Yoon-jin called the Hilton Hotel special for having an employee who managed to get 49 points. Jisung stated that it was just average and was upset that his student did not get the maximum points. Holding a gold coin in his hands, the judge announced that the winner of this task would not participate in the next round. The man pinned a badge to the chef's shirt. Under the badge was a name tag. Looking around, Myung-sung asked what they should do with the rest of the contestants. Closing his eyes, the Hilton Hotel chef explained that the task was to evaluate them individually. The contestants gaped in shock when they heard that the judges would be adding up the scores of 2 contestants from each hotel, and those who scored less than 75 would be sent back. Jisung, with his mouth wide open, praised those who were eliminated for their efforts. The man folded the pile of papers together. Looking through the exam papers, the girl thought that there was a question that was difficult for her to answer. She picked up the main character's work. On the sheet, numbers were crossed out with the captions dragon fruit and rambutan. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl thought that the correct answers were longan and sapodilla. Taking the phone in her hand, the stranger decided that this simply could not be true. The screen showed those same tropical fruits and their names. Looking at the paper again, the girl realized that this was the correct answer, but the contestant used Thai words, so his answers were marked incorrect. Sitting on the couch, the girl was glad that he managed to pass this test. Putting his hand on his chest, Jongmin realized that he was able to move on only because of his colleague. The man frowned. Looking at his competitor, the line cook asked if he had cheated. The protagonist replied that he would not do such a thing. Leaning towards him, the blonde suggested that Yoon-tae helped him pass the test. Hearing a negative answer, the cook suggested that they return to the resort hotel since they were finished. The sunset sky hung over the city. Night had fallen. Sung-hoon was standing on the balcony. In his hands was a can of soda. Sitting behind him, Jongmin asked if they had broken up, since the girl who looked like his girlfriend was with another man. The guy narrowed his eyes in displeasure. He took a sip from the can. Frowning, the line cook was indignant that the junior was ignoring him and drinking without even answering. Holding the can up in front of him, the blonde man said that the man holding hands with Jihai seemed indecent to him. Taking a sip and remembering the couple, the man said that he knew the man well because they went to school together and called him someone who seduces many girls. He assumed that she simply found a replacement for her ex, but this was a mistake. The young man was looking down from the balcony. The intern said that this was natural. Jongmin looked at him in surprise. Holding a can of soda, the protagonist said that dating her was his choice, but they broke up because she was tired of him, but he had no grudges or hidden feelings. Remembering how the girl and her new fiancé stood behind him, Sung-hoon thought that they had underestimated them throughout the competition. Then the woman smirked. Hyman slyly knitted his eyebrows. The guy squeezed the aluminum can in his hand. Frowning, he decided that he couldn't forgive them for this. The sun rose over the city. The line cook was sleeping on the bed. The young man was sitting and reading a book. The intern squinted. He had a notebook with notes in his hands. The cook closed his eyes. 7 years ago, the sun's rays illuminated the hospital. Adjusting his glasses, the doctor said that he was very sorry to have to say this. Standing in front of the protagonist's family, the doctor explained that the cancer had spread to other organs, so recovery was impossible. Sung-hoon frowned in disappointment. His mother began to cry. The girl covered her face with her hands. Dong-seok looked down. Folding his hands with an IV attached, the man with cancer asked how much time he had left. The doctor replied that he had 6 months. The man squinted. He looked up. The boy looked at his dying father. An airplane was flying in the sky. The boy was walking down the street with his father. The future cook wrote down everything he said about fruits in a notebook. They tasted the dish in a cafe. The protagonist picked up a bell pepper at the market. The sun went down. The heroes watched the sunset. They held hands. An incredibly beautiful orange sky hung above them. Dong-seok was lying on a hospital bed. His wife and daughter were crying, begging him not to die. With dry lips, the man called his son. He handed him a notebook with a trembling hand. Crying Sun-hoon took it. The father said that he had been collecting these recipes all his life and asked his son to use them wisely. Smiling, the cancer patient asked him to become a great chef. The family bent over the body of the deceased Dong-seok. The guy was holding a notebook in his hands. The young man tied an apron behind his back. There was a name tag hanging on his shirt. The intern looked at himself in the mirror. Jongman continued to sleep, drooling. The lights in the hotel were turned off. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the speakers under the ceiling. Opening his eyes, the line cook asked what happened. The voice said that the time of the new round had changed to 5:15 minutes. The protagonist furrowed his brows in determination. The voice asked everyone to go down to the first floor within 5 minutes. The blonde wiped his drool and asked why it was necessary to do this now. Sung-hoon put on his chef's hat. Opening the door, he decided to go down first and asked his partner to hurry up because there were only 5 minutes left. The man put on his robe. The judges were sitting at the table surrounded by cameramen. Yoonjin frowned. Jisung put his hands on the table. Suddenly, something made his mouth open in surprise. The guy came down from the second floor. The young man approached the judge's table. The man furrowed his brows sternly. Handing the participant a number, the Hilton Hotel chef asked him to take it and sit on the left. Looking at the number, the trainee thought that it helped that he usually had to wake up very early to buy ingredients. Hearing someone's excited voice, the protagonist looked back. Approaching him, Jeongdi asked if his friend was going to displace him from the first place. Sung-hoon replied that he simply could not sleep. Sitting on the sofa, the chef said that his friend worked hard guessing the ingredients and explained that it was an easy task for him because his hotel has most of these ingredients. The guy assumed that his old acquaintance was bragging because he was jealous. People walked down the stairs quickly. The girls were dressing in a hurry. The man, with his mouth wide open, asked them to stop. Crossing his arms, Myung-sung declared that their uniforms must be worn properly because anyone who is not perfect will not be able to pass the test. Pointing at the mirror, the judge asked them to come back after they had adjusted their uniforms. Smiling, Yoonjin assumed that it was time. Jisung looked at his wristwatch. The hands showed 15 minutes past 5. Standing up from the table, the judge declared that that was all for now. The chefs looked at him. Many of those who had not had time to prepare were barred from entering the room. Frowning sternly, the man explained that the number of those who would pass this surprise test was exactly 7. These 7 would be allowed to be the first to present their cuisine to the jury. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise. Sung-hoon felt awkward when they started talking about him. His friend smiled, congratulating him. Jisung crossed his arms over his chest, saying that was all. Another chef took off his hat in disappointment, cursing. The man looked at him silently. He put his hand in his pocket, asking again. Suddenly, he pointed at the cameraman, calling him over. He looks at the screen, listening to the chef's words. Then Jisung glares at the guy. Both chefs tense up. A badge of one of them is visible. The man covers his eyes and addresses them. He immediately takes away their badges, stunning them. Jisung throws the badges, saying that they are eliminated from the show. The badges fall to the floor. The chefs, dumbfounded, ask questions and apologize. To this, the man raises his foot. Then he steps on the badges, breaking them. After this, the chefs are scared. Adjusting his tie, Jisung praises them. He leaves, leaving them in despair. The cameraman crosses his arms over his chest, deciding to save this scene. He smiles, wanting more incidents like this. It turns out that their ratings will skyrocket then. The kitchen is shown. A crowd of chefs has gathered, and it is announced that they can cook here. The man in glasses holds a sheet in his hand, talking about the time the dish will be presented. Sung-hoon and his friend smile. Suddenly, the young man tenses up, deciding to take the chance after all. Here he is thinking. He closes his eyes in thought. The jury appears. The cameraman looks at the sheet, talking to them. Suddenly, the woman notices something. The man is happy with Sung-hoon's results. Jisung is thoughtfully looking at the sheet. A photo of the young man is shown. The man frowns, thinking that he has seen his name somewhere. The cameraman is addressed through an earpiece, and everyone is getting ready for the scene. Jisung sits with his arms crossed when the start is announced. Closed doors are shown. Here Sung-hoon comes out with a dish. He stands in front of the jury. It seems that the young man is calm because he is smiling. Jisung disinterestedly asks him to introduce himself. With his hands behind his back, he introduces himself. Another man smiles, asking for his dish. Immediately, the young man reaches for the lid. The dish opens. It turns out there are 3 pieces of meat. Jisung is serious and asks the reason for choosing this dish. Sung-hoon explains his decision with an awkward smile. The man then thinks about it. Suddenly, the boy becomes serious, confirming that he is now the assistant chef. He is surprised by Jisung's next words. His face darkens, and many thoughts are spinning in his head. The man sits with his arms crossed, while another judge examines the dish. The man in the gray suit smiles, noticing that the boy mentioned a book. Sung-hoon frowns at this, thinking that his dish is getting cold. He then firmly declares to himself that he will make them try the food. The woman is surprised by his remark, asking if he learned anything. Suddenly, the boy confidently declares that he learned everything from the manhwa. The judge raises an eyebrow, grinning. Jisung is amazed at this. The woman clutches her head in despair. The man tensely offers everyone to try the food. The boy's dish is shown. The judges gather around him, holding chopsticks. Sung-hoon watches tensely. Jisung makes an emotionless comment on the food. He picks up a piece with his chopsticks. The man takes a small bite. He chews with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Jisung opens his eyes. The piece of meat approaches the sauce. It is dipped. The man takes a small bite. The woman chews. Jisung does the same. Now, his eyes widen. The boy sits down, taking out dessert. It turns out to be in 3 cups. The man willingly takes one of them. Jisung drinks it gradually. Sung-hoon watches tensely. The man smiles. Everyone sits contentedly. Jisung crosses his arms, asking if this was his idea. Embarrassed, the boy says he saw it in a manhwa. He bows when he is allowed to go. Jisung looks at him thoughtfully. The director smiles, telling the cameraman not to film the participants one by one. Suddenly, the man becomes furious. Curly raises an eyebrow. Jisung crosses his arms and asks the woman for her opinion. She looks away, commenting on the situation. The man, however, is thoughtful and speculative. A piece of meat is revealed and an analysis of the dish is made. Jisung raises his head, asking the director a question. He frowns, stating that he felt a rich flavor. Suddenly, the man looks down, thinking. He remembers the piece of meat that was delicious. Jisung looks at his neighbor, who states that it is kiwi. Len Juri raises a finger, expressing his thought. Kiwis are revealed. The man smiles, expressing his surprise. Jisung silently lowers his head, closing his eyes. He looks away, claiming that he has changed his mind. Looking at the director, he states his idea. Curly hesitates after that. The man only looks away, asking about the second task. Smiling, the man in the gray suit states that he has strange expectations thanks to Sung-hoon. The woman raises an eyebrow, agreeing. Jisung just looks away, deciding that this is how it should be. The director tenses up. The cook walks down the hallway. He thinks awkwardly. Here, the young man smiles, saying that he was excited. It shows what happened 2 hours ago. He puts his hand on the meat, closing his eyes. Suddenly, a field with cows is shown. Smiling, the young man decides that there is no problem with the meat. He notices mushrooms in the back. Then Sung-hoon approaches them, wondering whether to add them to the dish. Here, the young man closes his eyes, thinking. Pine branches appear. Opening one eye, he is perplexed. Suddenly, he starts sorting through the mushrooms, being sure that they are royal cherries. Sung-hoon examines them. It turns out that one mushroom is different and it is matsutake. The young man picks it up, thinking. Suddenly, he frowns with determination, ready to use the mushroom for the dish. He starts cooking. Now Sung-hoon is already taking off his shoes. He takes off his cap, sighing. The young man opens his eyes when he is addressed. An angry guy stands in front of him, cursing. To this, Sung-hoon calmly tells him that he cooked everything well. The cook purses his lips in displeasure. He tenses up. Suddenly, memories of Sung-hoon from yesterday appear. The young man passes by, deciding to take a break. The cook looks down in confusion. It turns out that he has received a message. While Sung-hoon is undressing, he is being called. Then he tenses up when he is told that they want to see him. He turns his head in surprise. The guy looks at his phone, having many questions. The young man frowns, believing that those who fail will be given a second chance. He puts his hand on the guy's shoulder, supporting him. To this, the cook smiles, agreeing. Sung-hoon gives him a thumbs up, and he is embarrassed. Suddenly, his phone starts vibrating. He looks questioningly at his pocket. Taking out his gadget, the young man thinks about postponing the second task. Then he sees a message about an interview. Sung-hoon calmly answers. He puts the phone away, deciding to rest before the interview. The guy looks at him awkwardly. A building with lights on appears. Sung-hoon goes down the stairs. He turns around, noticing a girl. It turns out that it is Mina, the scriptwriter who wrote to him. The young man bows, greeting. They find themselves in a cafeteria. Sung-hoon looks tense. He nervously looks away. Smiling, Mina asks if her interlocutor is nervous. To this, the young man awkwardly says that this is his first interview. The girl kindly asks if he worked in the hotel kitchen for 4 years. Looking away, the young man confirms this. At this point, Mina begins to be perplexed. She smirks, deciding to ask something more difficult. While Sung-hoon continues to be nervous, a question is asked about whether he felt offended. Smiling awkwardly, the young man shares his feelings. Suddenly, Mina is confused again. She holds a piece of paper in her hands, talking about the chef's dish. Here, the young man smiles, talking about tteokgulbi. Listening attentively, the girl asks why he did not tell the judges about what he just said. Sung-hoon looks away, saying that he just wanted them to try his dish. Mina smiles sweetly at him, and it turns out that he saved part of his explanation. Now she professionally asks if the chef lied about the manhwa. Sung-hoon is embarrassed, asking what she thinks. The girl only closes her eyes, realizing that her interlocutor does not know how to lie. Smiling, she asks the last question. The young man thoughtfully lowers his gaze. His hands are shaking. Then, smirking, he decisively declares that he will definitely be first. The girl is surprised by this. She straightens the sheets, ending the interview. The young men bow to each other. Sung-hoon leaves, climbing the stairs. Watching him go, Mina asks the cameraman for his opinion. He He looks away, noticing that this is just determination. Looking at one point, the girl thinks that this is something else. She remembers the boy's face at that moment. The cameraman feels awkward and confused. Mina smiles, believing that the boy has a reason for such statements. He holds onto the railing, moving away. At this point, Mina resolutely frowns, deciding to expose him. The cameraman turns his attention to her, looking questioningly. It turns out that she is simply talking to herself. There stands the boy with his dish. He tries to calm down, closing his eyes. The waiting jury members appear. The woman adjusts her glasses, noticing that the chef is also from Jewelria. Jisung turns to the director, asking if this is the last participant. He calmly expresses a desire to finish with him quickly. After that, the director calls the chef through the earpiece. The doors swing open. Suddenly, the woman is taken aback. The guy resolutely moves forward. The wheels of the tray are spinning vigorously. He stands in front of the judges. The man laughs awkwardly. The chef confidently opens the lid, deciding to show them the dish. The food is already visible. It turns out to be BBQ pork ribs with grilled shrimp. Jisung crosses his arms over his chest, examining the dish. Hyunsu BBQ pork ribs with grilled shrimp was served. Myungsung, trying to hide his disappointment, said that the dish was amazing, but in fact, he was sad that it was another meat-based dish. Jisung suddenly called out to Hyunsu. After asking the man if the rest of the participants would see the score, Hyunsu replied by saying that only 7 people who took the test were sent at the same time, so they would see them during the broadcast. Frowning, Jisung suggested not to be too strict in this case. Jongmin, who served the barbecue, chuckled, introducing himself as a chef with 6 years of experience and in charge of soups. Jisung frowned, asking if he thought that being in charge of soups for 6 years was a long time. Youngmin replied saying that their seniors always surpassed him, which made it difficult to advance. Myungsung smiled and asked him to tell them about his dish. The guy frowned and asked himself if he could tell them about manhwas like Sunghoon. Having decided, he slightly surprised Myungsung by telling him that his dish was made from a comic book series. Yoonjun stood up saying that they do not care about the story because the most important thing is the taste. Youngmin grinned, watching the judges move. They began to put on gloves, after which Jisung took one of the ribs in his hands and immediately bit off a piece. The taste of the meat surprised him a little. Myungsung, unlike him, took a shrimp, and in a second, he separated the head of the shrimp, after which he bit into the flesh of the shrimp. But after trying it, Myungsung became dissatisfied. At this time, Yoonjun was separating the ribs, and when she saw the internal state of the meat, the woman sighed tiredly. Jeongmin, seeing this, frowned, not understanding why no one was eating. And when Jisung was already wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, the guy suddenly shouted, saying that he had prepared an addition to the dish. The dissatisfied judge asked what it was. Smiling broadly, Jeongmin said that he had prepared a remake of a military song from a real person. And when he began to sing, it shocked the judges. The guy, instead of singing normally, screamed like a savage, which greatly angered Yoonjun, and so she ordered him to shut up. Without holding back her anger, the woman said that the guy was really annoying her. Jisung, deciding to interrupt his partner, called out to Jeongmin. And a moment later, he frowned angrily, asked the guy what he was allowing himself to do. The guy was scared when the judge called him an idiot who did not know the basics of cooking. Then he pointed to the dish and asked the guy if he had tried his dish. Jisung then pointed at the member, saying that his dish was terrible. He cooked it for so long as if he was playing with the food. Did he extract the blood from the back ribs? Jeongmin worriedly said that he didn't have time because it took 20 minutes just to boil the back ribs. The guy couldn't help but look at his dish when Jisung said that there would still be blood left, and if he had eyes, he'd better look and see something reddish in the ribs. Unhappy Yoonjun said that he also didn't get rid of the smell and just poured wine into the rice after boiling it. Myungsung frowned and said that he simply couldn't be a chef with 6 years of experience, and in general, if he had boiled it with spices like bay leaf, garlic, and pepper instead of soju, the disgusting smell would have disappeared. Jeongmin became nervous, but didn't say a word. Looking at the shrimp, Manson said that it was undercooked because it should have just been cooked with salt. Angrily, the judge told the contestant that before thinking about adding fried shrimp to pork ribs, he should have thought about compatibility by removing them from the grill and adding oil. Youngmin was horrified looking at his dish. Jisung pointed at the guy and told him to eat it all tonight, not to leave anything, and to realize his mistakes while eating this horror. The guy bowed his head, saying that he would do so. Then he took the cart and headed for the exit. Jisung frowned, saying that something was wrong with this hotel, because a guy with 6 years of experience is much worse than someone with 4 years of experience. Manson agreed with him. Yoonjun angrily said that it would also be hard for the hotel to endure because the hard work of the head chef is no joke. Jisung interrupted the woman, saying that not only the head chef's job was hard, the person supervising him was probably hurt too. But the man gritted his teeth, realizing that he had expected too much from a 4-star hotel. At this time, Sunghoon was reading his book. He soon closed it looking at the person who came. It turned out to be a disappointed Jiangman. But when the protagonist asked how it went, the guy said nothing, barely containing his disappointment and sadness. Passing by the protagonist, the guy said that he was thinking about home. Afterwards, he offered the protagonist something to eat, but he refused. Sung-hoon, not noticing the sad expression on his face, told his partner to rest because tomorrow it would all start again. The events take us to the next day. The protagonist was adjusting his uniform. Then he looked back at Jiangman, asking him if he was okay. Jiangman looked at the protagonist and said that he could not sleep. Sung-hoon surprised the guy by saying that there was an energy drink in the fridge that he could drink because since the program was starting again, he needed to get ready. Soon the protagonist found himself in front of the gate, which soon swung open. Inside, many kitchen appliances and devices were installed. The newest items were displayed on the tables. All the cooks were amazed at what they saw, comparing the hall with a banquet. Mensen, who was standing nearby, greeted everyone. The man waved his hands and said that they would complete the second task here. The protagonist became serious after hearing this. Mensen extended his finger, saying that their task would be to cook nanmen in a team. The judge sat at a distance, watching the participants, to whom Mensen, with a smile on his face, announced the essence of the task. Hyun-soo came up and corrected the man's speech. He, not paying attention to this, pointed to the side, telling the participants to look there. Pointing to a small kitchen, the judge began to advertise their sponsor. Hyun-soo, who was standing to the side, was a little surprised by such an eloquent advertisement. At this time, Myung-sung pointed at Han-sung and began to introduce him as the special guest. Director Han-sung raised his hand to greet the contestants. Turning to the old man, the man asked him to explain the rules of this challenge. The contestants tensed up when the old man told them that they had to make a bowl of nanmen and present it to the judges within 30 minutes. They would be judged in 4 teams, one of which would be eliminated. Han-sung smiled and said that the type of nanmen he presented did not matter, but there was one condition: their noodles had to be handmade. Sung-hoon tensed up. The task required a lot of attention, because first they had to choose whether to focus on the noodles or the broth, then they had to decide which type of nanmen to make. Myung-sung smiled and said that the rules had been explained. The refrigerators were full of ingredients on the left side, and on the right was the entrance door, which they could use without any problem. The protagonist looked at the table full of grain flour, which would serve as the main ingredient for the noodles. The judge raised his hand and announced the beginning. The protagonist thought about it, deciding to concentrate on the noodles. Chanmin called out to the protagonist, offering to make regular naengmyeon with buckwheat noodles, so he needed to make broth. Approaching the guy, the protagonist asked what kind of naengmyeon they would make. The guy got angry and yelled at the protagonist, saying that there was no need to ask such useless things, because if he said to make broth, it would be naengmyeon with water. The protagonist did not argue, simply agreeing, realizing that Chanmin only knew naengmyeon with or without soup. Opening the refrigerator, the protagonist decided to use makgeukse since they used buckwheat flour for the noodles. Having taken out the ingredient, the protagonist realized that the organizers already knew that they would not have time to make dongchimi. Judging by its presence in the refrigerator, now he only had to choose the ingredients. Reaching out his hand, Sung-hoon decided to take the brisket, which was of the highest class. Taking the meat in his hand, the protagonist began to examine the things and took garlic, green onions, and onions. After that, he frowned, thinking that he had never used this in njmen. At this time, Chanmin was preparing the dough. He involuntarily glanced at the protagonist and suddenly shouted, telling him to quickly prepare the broth. Gritting his teeth, he told himself that he could not be confused again in front of the guy because he had already made a mistake yesterday. But the dough in his hand did not fold in front of the guy. At this time, Sung-hoon began to cut the meat. He frowned mentally, saying that since they didn't have much time left, he would cut the meat into smaller pieces for the broth, and once the meat was cooked, he could use it for the garnish and the soup would be ready. Soon, he added the prepared ingredients to the pot. After that, he immediately added water and started to boil it. Looking at the nervous Jiangman, he realized that he would use all this time to cook the noodles, so he also needed to prepare the garnish. Soon, the guy prepared a small pot to boil the eggs in water with salt and vinegar. Then he took out the danmichi and cut off the root, and he decided to turn the radish into a good decoration for the dish. The protagonist looked at the pot and smiled. The water began to boil, so he could take out the eggs after 10 minutes, and when there were about 5 minutes left, he could start cooling the broth. But remembering the noodles, the guy frowned. He turned to the nervous Jiangman and asked if the noodles would be ready in time, who replied telling him not to worry and to continue making the broth. But in reality, the dough was tearing so easily in his hand that making noodles was a dream come true. Sung-hoon suddenly appeared behind him. Frowning, the protagonist asked Jiangman if he had used buckwheat flour for the dough. Jiangman, puzzled, asked if buckwheat noodles were made from buckwheat flour. Worried, the protagonist said that it was usually combined with starch, and if he used only flour, it would be difficult to make noodles from the dough without a machine because there was not enough gluten in the mixture. Tearing the dough, the angry chef asked if he should have started over. Pushing Jongmin aside, the protagonist said that he would fix it himself because they did not have time for noodles. The chef, surprised, asked what he should have done. Sung-hoon looked at him and asked him to bring him a bag of ice and turn off the stove when the broth and eggs were cooked. Gritting his teeth in anger, the protagonist said that he would leave the rest for him. Jongmin, slightly frightened, decided to obey. Looking for starch among the flour, the protagonist cursed in his mind. He just took the starch, wary of Jongmin's ignorance. Soon he took out potato starch, which he immediately poured into the dough. Putting on gloves, the protagonist was worried the noodles would be overcooked if he started right now. When Jongmin brought ice, they only had 10 minutes left. When the protagonist began to roll out the dough, the time was reduced to 8 minutes, and only when there were 5 minutes left, the broth was poured onto the noodles, which Sung-hoon immediately began to move. 2 minutes before the end, he placed the pan in the ice, and at the last minute, they peeled the noodles. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. Nyungsun stretched out his hand, announcing the end of time. Soon, several types of Ningmen were placed in front of the judges, in front of which stood the team members. Jae and Hyemin, seeing that their opponents were Sung-hoon and Youngmin, were slightly happy. The protagonist himself, at this time, was carefully looking at his Ningmen. Jisung picked up his chopsticks, deciding to start the tasting. He looked at the participants and announced it. The first dishes were Jae and Hyemin's. Frowning, the judge asked if they were from the Frisia Hotel team. The couple looked down when Jisung told them that they had just a typical Hamheen Ningmen taught in culinary school, using sweet potato starch for the noodles. The judges soon began to taste the dishes. Even Yoonjin tried the noodles. Jae was nervous watching this. So was her partner. Wiping his mouth, Jisung said that it was pretty ordinary. There was nothing special about the noodles and broth. The couple tensed up when the judges gave them 75 points. The next dish was Bibim Ningyeon, which the judges soon tried, and they gave 80 points to the cooking team. When Jisung looked at the next dish, he was amazed. It was Ningyeon using makguksu. Looking at the boys, the judge asked if it was makguksu. The boys smiled, saying that it was. Youngmin frowned and asked Sung-hoon if makguksu was considered Ningyeon. The protagonist whispered to him, saying that he was part of this family. Yoonjin looked at the noodles and expressed her admiration. Jisung smiled, saying that he thought the buckwheat flour itself was of the highest quality, but they cooked the noodles well. Nyungsun, without saying anything, simply tried the noodles, after which he grinned and said that this team did an excellent job. The boys bowed when the judges awarded them 90 points. Jae saw this and tensed up. They had the lowest score among the 3 teams. Frowning, she turned to Hyemin, saying that if they were expelled, their relationship would be broken. Looking at the protagonist, Hyemin told the girl not to worry because they would definitely be expelled. Jisung took the protagonist team's Pyongyang Ningmen and said that it was made from the same noodles as the previous teams, then asked Youngmin if they were from the Jewelry Hotel. Youngmin worriedly confirmed this. Jisung picked up the bowl, deciding to start tasting. A moment later, the noodles fell into his mouth. Right after him, Yoonjin also tried the noodles, and Myungsun decided to pick up the bowl and taste the broth. Sung-hoon tensed up, expecting the worst. Unexpectedly, Jisung smiled. This surprised the protagonist. The man looked at the guys and asked who cooked the noodles. The protagonist thought, mentally recalling the cooking process. But before he could answer, Youngmin raised his hand, saying that he was the one who made the noodles. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Jisung looked at him and thought. His fingers grabbed his hand. A moment later, he screamed and began to scold Youngmin. He was very scared when he heard the judges scream. The man angrily began to list the shortcomings of the noodles. Youngmin became very nervous listening to the screams. A second later, he pointed at the protagonist, saying that he was the one who made the noodles while he was busy with the broth and side dish. The protagonist glared at his partner in anger. His pupils shrank from insane anger. Jisung pointed at the couple and asked if the noodles were actually made by Sung-hoon. The protagonist himself closed his eyes, realizing that now he could not justify himself. His fist clenched. He now just needed to stand there and remain silent, as making excuses would now be detrimental to the entire situation. If this had not been filmed, the protagonist would have hit his partner long ago. The partner, who was now smiling contentedly. Jisung called out to Sung-hoon with a frown. Bowing his head, the protagonist admitted that he was the one who cooked the noodles. The judge thought for a moment, realizing that such hotels were simply hopeless, and because of the guy's skills, he was still an apprentice chef. He had already seemed strange to him back then, when he said that he learned about cooking from some manhwa, but the guy was good at making dakgolbae. Jisung stood up, saying that he didn't even need to bother solving the assessment for this. The man began to approach the couple, getting very angry. Then he grabbed their badges, thanking them for their participation. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He didn't want to be excluded because of such nonsense. But suddenly they looked away. Even Jae and Hyemin, who were celebrating their victory, stopped dancing. Myung-sung stood up and said that everything was strange, the explanation of what he heard and the things he saw were very different. Youngman became worried when the judge began to dispute his words. Afterwards, the man told how he watched the cooking earlier. He saw how contestant Sung-hoon was making broth and contestant Youngman was kneading dough. Smiling, he asked the guy if he was wrong about something. Youngman raised his hands very nervously. Then he pointed at the protagonist saying that while he was trying his best, this guy climbed in and took hold of the dough. Picking up noodles with chopsticks, Myung-sung asked the guy if he was serious. Afterwards, he said with a smile that when he chose the type of flour, he took buckwheat flour without thinking twice, so his dough did not stick together and was easy to tear, but his time was coming to an end and Sung-hoon argued with him, starting to correct the dough. Chanmin froze in shock after hearing the judge's words. Manson smiled smugly and asked if they should watch the recording to confirm. Chanmin remembered how the entire process was recorded on camera and lowered his head. He closed his eyes and began to think about what to say. But when he couldn't think of anything, he sighed and asked for forgiveness. Then he bowed again and asked for forgiveness, and froze in that position. Jisung called out to the guy in irritation. Then he took his badge in his hand, and then he snatched it away, angrily thanking him for his participation, hinting at their loss. The boy bowed his head again, not daring to object. Jisung looked at Sung-hoon and called out to him. After calming down a bit, he asked him what he had to say about losing because of his partner's meanness. The protagonist frowned, saying that he was disappointed. The judge asked the boy why he was disappointed. Sadly, the boy said that it was because he couldn't really show how prepared he was and thus lost the opportunity to make his dream come true. Jisung, looking at the boy, said that although yesterday's dish was delicious, that was all. Youngman involuntarily turned away when the judge began listing his mistakes. Jisung pointed at the boys, saying that the quality of their hotel was terrible. Barely containing his anger, the man said that Sung-hoon would be eliminated along with Youngman for their terrible teamwork. But this time, Yoonjin stopped him, making the man look at her. The woman asked him if they needed to count their points, why was he deciding everything by himself? Jisung frowned, saying that there was no need to count anything. Picking up the bowl, Yoonjin said that the noodles were indeed not that good, but the broth was great. Myung-sung also picked up the bowl, agreeing with her, after which he drank the broth again. Putting the bowl away, Myung-sung said that this broth was simply wonderful. Yoonjin turned to Sung-hoon asking him if he used chicken and beef brisket in the broth. The protagonist answered her honestly, saying that the chicken caught his eye when he opened the refrigerator when choosing ingredients to make the broth and side dish. So he used chicken and brisket to create a traditional broth, and to get rid of the strong smell, he added all the pepper and bay leaves. Yoonjin smiled contentedly upon hearing his words, after which he tensed Jisung, saying that it was worth 5 points. Mansung smiled, expressing his agreement. He then turned to Jisoo, asking him if he still believed that there was no need to count the points. Jisung gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing his question. The man glared at Mansung, asking him since when did he dare to argue with him so boldly. Having calmed down, Jisung said that his decision remained the same. Sung-hoon, hearing this, became sad again. Jisung stood in front of him again, saying that he was eliminating him from the program. He then extended his hand, asking for his badge back. The guy closed his eyes, asking Jisung not to lose hope for their hotel since he was quite nice. His words surprised the judge. Youngman was shocked when the protagonist began to justify his actions. Jisung, who was watching all this, frowned again. Extending his hand, he told the protagonist to stop acting cool since there were still many teams behind him. Ignoring his words, the protagonist reached into his pocket, after which he took out a ticket that amazed the judge. Handing it over, Sung-hoon said that it was a ticket giving the right to make a mistake, which he received yesterday after an unexpected test. Jisung narrowed his eyes looking at the protagonist. Then he took the ticket in his hand, saying that participant Sung-hoon was exempt from expulsion. Soon, all the teams returned to their places, and only Jeongmin remained standing. Jisung, looking at him, told him to go to his room and pack his things. The guy bowed his head, expressing his understanding. The events take us to the night time, to the bus stop, where Sung-hoon bowed, seeing Jeongmin off. He waved his hand in response. The protagonist smiled, mentally telling his friend to be more honest, because if he does not get rid of this habit, karma will overtake him as it did today. At this time, Jeongmin looked at his profile, and thinking about what happened, he decided to make it private. Gritting his teeth, he involuntarily remembered how he told all the neighbors what would be on TV. The bus soon moved off. The events take us to Jisung drinking wine. He raised his glass, enjoying it, after which he sighed contentedly. Suddenly, he slammed the table, scolding Myung-sung. Now no longer holding back his anger, Jisung said that after Myung-sung frolicked everywhere with his foreign nonsense, now he decided to show himself, or rather his arrogance. The man involuntarily grabbed the bottle of wine and poured it into his glass. Gritting his teeth, the man realized that Myung-sung could cut and rephrase his words and thus use them against him. When he had already raised his glass, someone knocked on the door, and when the man looked at her, Myung-sung said that he was the one who came here. Frowning, Jisung could not understand the reason for his arrival, but he still approached the door and opened it for the guest, after which he froze, frowning at the man. The man seemed to be surrounded by an aura of malice when looking at Myung-sung. For a while, the men simply stared at each other. After a while, Myung-sung told Jisung that he came to tell him something. Turning around, the man told Myung-sung to come inside. Soon, they found themselves in the middle of the living room. Jisung closed his eyes and asked the guest what was wrong. Frowning, Myung-sung asked Jisung why he did that earlier. The way he rated today was strange. Jisung looked at him with a puzzled look after asking. Being serious, Myung-sung asked why he didn't give any points to the food from the Jewelry Hotel. Jisung looked at the other man and said that they were discussing the terrible noodles they made. Myung-sung closed his eyes. Then suddenly he shouted, saying that he was complaining about their handmade noodles, although they told them to make chilled noodles with fur to exclude those who only focused on the noodles, forgetting about the broth, and the one who agreed to do it was him. Jisung ignored the shouts and drank the wine. Then he slammed his hand on the table. Standing up, he told Manson that they should pull out the weeds beforehand, or he would forget how he was humiliated 15 years ago in America. Pointing at his interlocutor, the man told him to think about the way the guy presented his dish to them. He definitely lied to them about being the youngest in his group. Unable to contain his anger, Jisung said that they should not have given him a chance. Then he fell into a chair, asking Manson to go away if he understood everything. Manson, however, did not leave, saying that he could not understand it at all. And while Jisung poured himself some wine, the man said that a chef can be expelled only for his cooking skills, and expelling a chef because of his history is discrimination. He almost shouted his last words. Jisung closed his eyes when Manson asked him if he gave Genti a perfect score. Suddenly, the man frowned. The acquaintance sitting in front of him became serious, reminding him that they were in Korea. Manson gritted his teeth as Jisung said that Korea was different from the America he had been to. Looking at his old friend, Jisung said that it was his nature to be in Korea, and he could even influence politics with today's results. Getting angry again, the man asked Manson to make a good choice. Hearing him, he became even more wary, barely holding himself back. A moment later, he calmed down, asking Jisung if he would continue to support Genti until the end. Jisung did not answer and looked at his interlocutor. Manson slammed his hands on the table, saying that if he continued like this, he would support Sung-hoon. His words greatly surprised his friend. Smiling, Manson said that the guy was talented. He carefully did his job and tried his best to cover up for his partner's mistakes. And although they could not finish their dish, he calmly accepted this along with his partner's mistakes. Despite this, he had the confidence that Manson saw. The man closed his eyes and said that just by looking at it, he wanted to see him grow up without realizing it, so he would support him. Jisung slammed the table in anger, and shaking all over, he asked if he understood what he just said. Manson frowned and said that he understood everything and would not leave the judging of the competition in his hands. The man suddenly shouted, reminding him that in the first task, they had to name 50 ingredients, and the one who started the surprise test on the second day was also him. His words made Jisung very angry. Leaning on the table, Manson asked if he called this a fair competition. Frowning, the man told Jisung that if he tried to change his mind, he should first stop supporting the Hilton Hotel. Jisung's face turned purple with anger. Putting his hand in his pocket, Manson decided to leave. And when he turned around wanting ducks, Jisung began to shout after him. Stopping in front of the door, Manson said that he hoped that he understood his sincere intentions. Jisung gritted his teeth in anger. Feeling strong hatred, Jisung decided to take revenge. The events take us to the filming group. Mina handed Hyunsu a paper saying that it was related to the main program. Covering her eyes, the girl said that the text was related to the heroes of the program. Hyunsu thought about it when Mina suggested choosing several people as the main characters. A moment later, he told Mina that they would definitely choose those with good commercial value, and it would also be great to include individual life stories in the program. Slightly frowning, Hyunsu said that this was a method used in programs with little interest. Closing his eyes, the leader of the group said that the selection of the main characters was too important. Smiling, Mina suggested Suhoon. Putting the paper on the table, the girl said that the guy hid something during the interview, so she found out a little, and it turns out that his mother suffers from a rare disease. Hyunsu grinned and decided to add the guy to the list. Then he looked at the other members of the group, asking if they had any suggestions. Raising his hand, one of the guys suggested Jeongtae. Looking at the papers with information about the guy, Hyunsu said that he definitely had the aura of a typical elite. Looking at Mina, Hyunsu said that Suhoon and Jeongtae should be acquainted. One of the guys was the youngest chef from a hotel with difficult circumstances. The second was a chef from a first-class hotel. Hyunsu said smilingly that their image suits them. Suddenly, Hyunsu's phone rang. Taking the phone in his hands, he apologized to the group. after which he stared at the text of the message. Suddenly, he stood up saying that he had an urgent matter, so they would have to do all the work alone. Mina smiled, not very disappointed because of this. Having become serious, Hyunsu said goodbye to everyone. The girl thought about it, trying to figure out who he was supposed to meet. If she had known that they hated Jisung, she would have definitely stopped Hyunsu. The group's work continued. One of the guys smiled and decided to summarize since they had organized the scenario. At this time, Mina was looking at her phone, realizing that Sunghoon was now scheduled to go to the hospital. Suddenly, the girl shuddered. Because of the protagonist who wrote her a message, he asked to reschedule the interview. The girl, slightly surprised, asked him the reason. Having learned that the guy needed to go to the hospital, the girl was very happy about this. The girl immediately wrote to the protagonist saying that she was just about to take a day off. The protagonist sighed with relief. He almost forgot that he had to go to the hospital. Looking at his phone, he saw Mina asking for permission to film him in the hospital. The protagonist became slightly nervous. Then he asked the girl if he would be paid for this. Mina was shocked by his question. The events take us a few hours forward, to the courtyard of the house where the film crew was preparing the protagonist. Mina turned her head to look at Sunghoon. Looking closely at him, the girl involuntarily thought about how the guy asked for payment. He noticed her gaze and looked at her. Then he approached her. Approaching, the protagonist said that he wanted to talk about payment. Mina smiled and said that they would transfer the funds to him after today's broadcasts. The protagonist surprised the girl by asking if they could transfer them now. His expression became serious when he said this. Mina was puzzled. She did not understand why the guy was so obsessed with the fee. Staring at the guy, the girl realized that she felt so awkward every time they talked about something related to money, as if the guy became a different person. Turning around, Mina asked the protagonist to wait. Soon she brought an envelope with money, which he took and began to count. After that, he sighed with relief. He bowed to Mina, beginning to thank her. Soon the operator reported that it was completely ready, and then they got into the cars and went to the hospital. The protagonist, sitting in the car, looked out the window, while the operator, sitting in the back seat, filmed him. Mina, smiling, asked Sunghoon when his mother got sick. Thinking, the protagonist answered saying that 3 years had already passed. And so the journey continued under the endless questions of the girl. Soon she asked the protagonist what his mother was sick with, and he, looking at Mina, said that she had complex regional pain syndrome, a disease that causes pain to the body for no reason. The protagonist was sad, saying that his mother was usually at home, but she had recently been hospitalized, which is why he was constantly visiting her. Mina was slightly surprised to hear his words. Afterwards, she became sad, finally understanding the guy's situation. Soon, the group arrived at the hospital. Entering the hospital, the protagonist called his sister, who was leading her mother in a wheelchair. Approaching the mother, the protagonist asked if she was okay. Kensuk looked at the cameraman and asked why there were cameras here. The protagonist, hearing the question, immediately explained the situation. Mina, seeing the state of the protagonist's mother, became sad. Her numerous injuries on her face and chest. She saw the woman's broken arm. Even her legs were in terrible condition. Mina became sad and remembered the protagonist's words. The cameraman called out to the girl, asking if they needed to ask permission to film. Mina immediately greeted and asked Sunghoon's mother if it would be okay if they filmed them with her son. She smiled and agreed. Minjin looked at her brother and reminded him of the payment for his mother's treatment. So soon they found themselves in the doctor's office, who removed the bandages from the woman's hand and began to examine her. The protagonist and his sister watched all this with sadness. The cameraman lowered the camera, saying that they could end it here. The protagonist unexpectedly drove his mother to Mina, asking her to stand with her while he paid for her treatment. Having received her consent, the protagonist walked away. Kyungsuk smiled and asked the girl if Sunghoon had passed the preliminary test. Mina smiled, saying that the guy had passed the first and second tests and was moving on to the finals. Kyungsuk felt relieved and asked when she could come to the broadcast of the finals. Mina answered her, saying that it would be after the weekend on the first day of the week. However, she didn't have to come right at the beginning and watch everything. She could just see her when the results were announced. The protagonist's mother grinned and said that she still needed to go to see her son, who she was proud of. Mina couldn't say anything, smiling at the woman. At this time, the protagonist and Minjin were standing near the cash register. The cashier looked at the monitor and announced the amount of the treatment. Minjin handed over the card, saying that they would pay with this. Afterwards, the girl got a little nervous, telling her brother that she should at least pay for her mother's treatment once. Sunghoon sadly stared at his sister, who turned out to be working part-time. But the cashier suddenly returned the card, saying that the payment was declined due to insufficient funds. And while his sister was nervous, the protagonist calmly began to take out cash, which he soon took out with an envelope, after which he handed them to the cashier. His sister sadly apologized, saying that she knew he didn't have much money. The protagonist smiled, telling his sister not to worry about it. Then the protagonist handed the envelope to his sister, saying that even though it wasn't much, it should be enough for the first time. After handing over the money, Sung-hoon said that it was an advance payment that he received for the interview. Hearing his words, Mina, who was standing to the side, understood why the guy wanted to receive the payment in advance. The girl involuntarily thought about the reason for Sung-hoon's participation in the tournament and assumed that it was all because of the first place for which they give money. Soon the protagonist returned asking for forgiveness for the delay. After a while, they found themselves near the car, and then the protagonist knelt down telling his mother that he needed to leave. His mother smiled, asking him to do his best and not be nervous. Sung-hoon smiled, accepting his mother's request. The events take us to the hotel, where Hyemin was carrying glasses of wine for himself and Jae. He approached her and handed her a glass of wine, but the girl did not take the glass, saying that she was not in the mood today. Raising the glass, the guy reminded that today was their 100-day anniversary, and this was not just nonsense. Jae, however, did not pay attention to him, continuing to look into the distance. The guy was slightly surprised by this, and he hugged the girl, asking her to stop thinking so much. Hugging the girl around the waist, Hyemin suggested that they just focus on each other. Removing the guy's hand, Jae said that she did not want to drink. Smiling, Hyemin asked if it was because of yesterday's incident. The girl herself did not answer him, mentally saying that they only passed thanks to luck. They had the lowest result among the 3 teams, and if Sung-hoon had not made a mistake, she would have been expelled. The girl angrily looked at the guy, surprising him. She was angry at the thought of the Persia Hotel sous chef losing to the assistant chef. Smiling, Hyemin asked the girl why she was acting like that. She did not answer, closing her eyes. Then she turned around and left. The guy silently stared at the girl. He was shocked, not understanding the reason for such a change. The guy clenched his fist, understanding the reason. He gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that he was made a fool. His face twisted with hatred. The events take us to the next morning. On the set, the film crew was preparing the venue for the tournament. The employee bowed in greeting to Hyunsoo. He walked past him, ending up next to Mina, and sighed, sitting down on a chair. Mina looked at the guy, asking what happened to him. Smiling, she guessed out loud that it was because of yesterday's case. Hyunsoo himself couldn't help but remember his meeting with Jisung. Entering his room, Hyunsoo asked Jisung what he wanted from him at such a late hour. Jisung closed his eyes and said that he would be frank. Then he looked at Hyunsoo, demanding that he change the judges because he would not work with Myung-sung. Hyunsoo was shocked, saying that they had already been filming for a couple of days, and it was already too late. He could not kick out the other judges. Jisung frowned upon hearing his words. Hyunsoo threw up his hands, saying that the government was watching this show. Jisung bit his lower lip, barely holding back his anger. The head of the film crew was tense, watching him. Then he slightly surprised Jisung by asking him if he remembered the program they had done together before. Jisung heard him and looked away, trying to hide his shame because the store he was advertising on the show was selling imported meat and was deceiving their customers by telling them it was domestic, but during their show it was revealed that their meat was from Korea, but they were later caught. Hyunsoo raised his hand, reminding them how hard he tried to cover up what happened. In order to protect Jisung from the consequences of taking bribes from that store, he had to beg the director for help, and even then he barely managed to resolve the situation. Jisung frowned, looking at Hyunsoo. A moment later he closed his eyes, saying that he understood everything. Hyunsoo, however, did not feel any better from his words, and now he was sitting tense on the set. Looking at Mina, he asked her to contact the editing team. Then he looked at the set, saying that they would change the editing style of this show. Getting serious, Hyunsoo was going to take revenge, so he ordered not to cut the scenes of Judge Jisung cursing and just censor the foul language. Mina was wary, asking if they should do that, since the communications committee would be unhappy. Hyunsoo frowned slightly, saying that since they were supported by the government, the communications committee would not do anything. He then chuckled, deciding to make a clown out of Jisung. Jisung became a stepping stone to elevate their show. Soon, the contestants and judges were gathered. Jisung stood up and greeted the contestants. The contestants began to rejoice, since they had all made it to the finals. Among them, only Sung-hoon and Jeongtae were extremely collected. Jae and Hyemin were tense when Jisung said that not everyone who made it this far got here thanks to their skills. Being serious this time, the man said that some of them might be standing here because their colleague did well, and he was sure that there were people here who did not make it out only because they could not stand out. Suddenly, the man shouted, saying that today would be different. They judges would test their knowledge of the basics from the very beginning. Taking a piece of paper, Jisung read the first task. After reading it, he frowned, telling the contestants that they had never had to kill a living creature with their own hands to cook something. The contestants became excited when they heard his words. Suddenly, a truck drove into the yard, in which cages with chickens were loaded. The protagonist frowned. The smell was simply horrifying. Soon, the truck stopped right in front of the judges. The chickens from the cages carefully examined the people. Their smell made many hold their noses. Suddenly, Yoonjin grabbed a chicken and lifted it up, saying that their first task would be to catch a live chicken and cook it. The chicken made a loud sound. The cooks sweated in horror, many covered their noses with their hands. Yoonjun, with a wide smile, shouted loudly that the first task in the finals would be to catch a live chicken and cook it. There were many cages with birds in the truck. Manson stretched out his hand to the side and said that as soon as the task began, each participant should go to the truck and take a chicken. He looked away as Jisung told the contestants to remember something. He crossed his arms and said that the task would begin with successfully catching the chicken. There were stoves and other cooking utensils on the tables, and Jisung added that the contestants were free to use them. Jisung furrowed his brows and shouted loudly that the contestants would have 40 minutes to do everything, and announced the start of the final task. A man in white gloves reached out to the chicken. The hand grabbed the bird tightly. The other hand grabbed its legs. Yoon Sun-hee, the second chef of the Burgess Hotel, took the chicken in her hands and said that the smell was just awful. The bird's eyes were wide open. The girl was sweating, her lips tightly pressed together. She reached out her trembling hands to the chicken, asking the bird to not move. Suddenly, the chicken flapped its wings. It extended its sharp claws to the chef's hand. The girl squeezed one eye shut and screamed in fear as blood gushed out from a fresh cut on her arm. Jisung approached her and the girl informed her that a chicken had scratched her. She showed the man her cut. Jisung frowned thoughtfully. He pointed to the side and informed her that there was a medical center behind the truck where the girl would receive medical attention. The man crossed his arms and ordered the cook to return to the hotel immediately, then packed her things and left. The girl turned pale in horror as Jisung demanded that she hand over her badge. The man extended his hand forward and reminded her that the contestants had to catch a chicken in this task. The girl took the badge off her clothes, looking down sadly. She placed it in Jisung's hand. Yoonjun frowned, not understanding why the contestants were having such a hard time completing this task, and Myungsung replied that in the modern world, people don't catch chickens on their own. Jisung crossed his arms and said that the last time he caught a chicken was 10 years ago, and this would definitely be a new experience for the young chefs. Yoonjun furrowed her brows and said that in that case, there was nothing they could do about it. The man looked away and thought that he didn't hold back this time thanks to the task Yoonjun came up with. While the participants were trying to catch the birds, Jisung thought about how the goal of this challenge was to eliminate as many people as possible, so it was perfect for his purpose. The man grabbed the chicken's legs tightly, gritting his teeth from the physical exertion. Jae looked at Hyaman and said that this wasn't a team task when he said that he would be back in the kitchen with the bird soon. The girl turned to the chicken cages. She was covered in sweat and held her hands out in front of her. Jae's eyes widened in shock when someone told her to grab the chicken's legs first. She turned to the boy, who added that the bird should then be turned upside down. He grabbed the chicken by its legs. The protagonist then turned the bird over. Jae frowned, asking if Sunghoon was helping her. The protagonist, who was standing sideways to the girl, replied that she was holding up the line, so he was showing her how to do it. Sunghoon turned around and added that he didn't want to watch Jae fall behind like she did, watching the people around her make mistakes. The girl frowned indignantly. The protagonist walked over to the table. He roughly placed the chicken there. Sunghoon sweated and thought that he was able to do it so quickly because he just watched a few videos of people catching chickens, but the real problem would be killing the bird. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he would look at the chicken's memories. Sunghoon placed his hands on the bird. The chicken's eyes were wide open. The birds were walking around the enclosure where hay was scattered. The chicken suddenly froze when it heard a loud sound. A man in a blue shirt was carrying a white bird out of the enclosure. He placed his hand on the chicken's neck. Its beak opened. Sunghoon's eyes widened when he heard someone calling him loudly. Jisung crossed his arms, asking if the protagonist was tired, and he replied that he was not. The man furrowed his brows in confusion and asked if Sunghoon was meditating. The protagonist looked at him and explained that he was thinking about how to kill the chicken. Jisung, with a furious expression, asked if Sunghoon knew how to kill the bird. The protagonist furrowed his brows and thought that the man continued to nitpick at everything he did, just like the last time he was too strict. Sunghoon looked at Jisung and said that he knew how to do it and was just thinking about how to do it better. Jisung furrowed his brows in indignation and thought the protagonist was bluffing, so he was going to humiliate him and put him in his place by eliminating him. The man opened his mouth and said that he understood. Crossing his arms, he ordered Sunghoon to do everything in front of him now. The protagonist furrowed his brows and agreed. Jisung looked straight ahead, asking Sunghoon to do everything right now. The protagonist placed his hands on the bird's body, and the man told Sunghoon to show how he killed the chicken. The bird's beak was open. The man's face was contorted with rage. The protagonist looked at him and concluded that for some reason, Jisung was waiting for him to make a mistake. Sunghoon remembered the man carrying away the chicken and thought that he needed to maintain his composure, take his time, and imitate what the man in the video did. The protagonist frowned and thought that he should first turn the bird's head and cut its throat. He apologized to the chicken in his mind. Grabbing the bird's legs with his hands, he thought that he should then hold the chicken so that the blood would drip out. Sung-hoon looked at the pot and thought that if the water was already hot enough, he should turn the heat down to medium. The protagonist adjusted the temperature of the stove. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek as he thought that he should immerse the drained chicken in the water. Sung-hoon picked up a plate and thought that he should then take the bird out of the water after 10 minutes so that it would not have time to cook completely, and then put the chicken in a cutting bowl. The protagonist frowned and thought that he should now carefully pluck all the feathers and get rid of them. There was a chicken on the cutting board, and Sung-hoon thought that he should cut the leg joint to remove the feet. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought that the last thing he needed to do was gut the chicken. Sung-hoon put on transparent gloves. He brought the blade of the knife to the bird. The protagonist frowned and thought that he should cut the front of the chicken from the top of the breast to the base of the tail, then cut off the tail. Sung-hoon stuck his hands inside the bird to remove the innards. His face sweated as he thought that the gallbladder might burst, so he needed to be careful. Small feathers were flying around the chicken's body. The protagonist smiled slightly, happy that he did it. He poured water from the bottle to rinse the bird and clean up the remains after removing the innards. Sung-hoon squeezed the chicken's body with his hands. The perfect chicken carcass lay on the cutting board. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed in relief. He turned to Jisung and announced that he was done, causing the man to look shocked. Sung-hoon furrowed his brows and asked if he needed to explain how he did it step by step. Jisung furrowed his brows in shock. His face was sweating and he thought he was watching the protagonist carefully to make sure he could spot any mistakes, but he was so engrossed in watching that he didn't even realize Sung-hoon was done. There was a chicken on the cutting board and the man thought it looked perfect. Yoonjin said with a smile that she wanted to see it. The woman walked over to the table, looking at the chicken. There were gloves in the bowl and Yoonjin said that the protagonist did it the fastest among all the members. Jisung pursed his lips indignantly when the woman said that they had to let Sung-hoon go ahead since he did a great job. Myung-sung closed his eyes and agreed with this with a smile. He furrowed his brows and asked if Jisung agreed that the protagonist was an excellent butcher. The man clenched his teeth furiously, answering yes. Sung-hoon clenched his fists as Myung-sung loudly shouted that he had finished the task of cutting up the chicken and he should wait on the second floor. Jae-hai turned around with her brows furrowed in surprise. Yoon-tae thought with a smirk that this was to be expected from Sung-hoon. Hyemin's mouth dropped open in shock. He gritted his teeth as he watched the protagonist walk away. Hyemin closed one eye and thought that it didn't matter. He smirked and thought that he would just copy the man in front. Sun-hee furrowed her brows as she looked down. There was a large signboard on the building. Sun-hee initially ran a restaurant that served samgyeopsal and it wasn't difficult to run the place, but she ran it without motivation and enthusiasm. The woman looked at the monitor. When she turned 40, she discovered a new dream of becoming a chef at a hotel. Sun-hee listened attentively to the man. Ordinary people didn't have the opportunity to challenge themselves, but she was lucky. The woman was holding a frying pan. The head chef of the hotel highly praised her and agreed to train her. Sun-hee was standing at the stove. She continued to work under the head chef, and at 48 years old, this was her 5th year as a chef. The woman was plucking the feathers of a chicken. She was lucky enough to participate in the show Top Chef. Sun-hee frowned. This time she was lucky again, precisely because they were assigned to cut up meat. The young man with glasses raised his hand, saying that he was also finished, and the woman opened her mouth in fear. She looked at her chicken and thought that it hurt her when she was lagging behind, because cooking poultry was her specialty. Sun-hee frowned, looking at Hyemin, thinking that he probably copied everything she did. The woman pulled on her gloves and decided to do it quickly so as not to let the man see anything else. Hyemin furrowed his brows in shock. His sweat dropped, not understanding why Sun-hee was suddenly doing everything so quickly. There was a naked chicken on the cutting board. Hyemin gritted his teeth, thinking this was crazy. The woman cut off the legs of the bird. She cut the chicken's breast with a knife. The man gritted his teeth and thought that Sun-hee was moving so fast that he couldn't follow her. The woman furrowed her brows, looking back. Hyemin raised his hand and smirked as he asked Sun-hee to slow down so that they could do this task together. She closed her eyes and sighed. Hyemin's mouth fell open in shock as the woman addressed the judges. She raised her hand and announced that she was done. Jisung furrowed his brows. Sun-hee raised her hand, saying that she had done the task, and Hyemin's mouth dropped open in shock. He clenched his teeth tightly in rage. The man slammed his fist on the table. The woman turned around, screaming in fear. Jisung furrowed his brows and asked loudly who had just slammed the table. Hyemin scratched the back of his head and said that there was a bug on the table. He clenched his teeth furiously and thought that Sun-hee was trying to set him up. He furrowed his brows and thought that he had seen everything the woman did except for the last part, so even if he couldn't imitate her, he could peek at the others. The judges were watching the contestants. Jisung furrowed his brows and shouted that time was up and the contestants who were still working should stop and wait. The man crossed his arms and added that the judges would now begin evaluating his work. Jihai furrowed her brows. She was the last one to be evaluated by the judges. The man extended his hand forward. He was the 7th to pass the evaluation. Sunhee folded her arms. She passed the 3rd. Yoontae smiled with his hands on his waist. He was the 2nd. The first to pass the judges' evaluation was Sunghoon, wiping sweat from his forehead. Mijin was pushing her mother in a wheelchair. The girl said with a smile that the hotel was very beautiful and that the second part of the finale would be held there. The main character's mother smiled and said that Sunghoon was doing great on the show. Minjin frowned when the woman said that she could now die without regrets. They walked down the hallway, and the main character's mother said that Jihai was also participating in the competition. The woman said with a smile that Jihai was Sunghoon's girlfriend and often came to their house. She looked straight ahead and added that Jihai worked as a chef at another hotel. Minjin's mouth fell open, stunned. Jihai walked down the hallway with her arms crossed. The girl frowned when Minjin called her. The blonde opened her mouth in fear. Minjin and the protagonist's mother came closer to Jihai. The woman asked with a smile if Jihai was entering the competition with Sunghoon. The blonde's sweat dropped in excitement and thought that the protagonist had not told his mother about their breakup. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on Jihai's shoulder. Hyemin furrowed his brows and asked why the protagonist's mother was acting as if he knew Jihai. Minjin opened her mouth in shock. Jihai looked down when the girl asked what Hyemin's relationship was to her. The protagonist's mother raised her eyebrows in shock when the man yelled that he was not Jihai's close friend. He furrowed his brows and yelled loudly that they were dating. Jihai threw Hyemin's hand off her shoulder and ordered him to stop yelling. The man's mouth dropped in shock when the girl yelled that Sunghoon's mother was sick and so he shouldn't be rude to her. Jihai turned away and Hyemin realized that they were the protagonist's family. The protagonist's sister and mother froze in shock when Hyemin asked if Sunghoon asked them to talk to Jihai instead of him. Minjin furrowed her brows and shouted loudly that they were not there for Jihai, but for the protagonist. Hyemin furiously yelled that in that case, they should look for Sunghoon and not act like they knew his girlfriend. The protagonist, who was holding the cap under his hand, looked forward in surprise. Hyemin put his hands on his waist, shouting for Sunghoon's mother to not come near Jihai again. The woman turned pale and began to sweat in fear. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. He ran to his mother, pushing Hyemin away. He sat down next to her and asked Minjin what was wrong. Sunghoon looked at his sister and asked her to call an ambulance because they needed to hurry and take their mother to the hospital. Minjin ran forward. Everyone looked after her. Hyemin frowned, saying that the protagonist was here after all. Sunghoon stood motionless. The man looked at the protagonist with displeasure, who said that his sick mother would have convulsions when she was worried. The protagonist had his back to Hyemin, saying that for that reason, he couldn't just yell at her. Jihai looked down and apologized, saying that she was going to pretend that she didn't know the woman. Hyemin turned to the girl and said that it wasn't her fault. He turned around, frowning angrily. The man put his hands on his waist and added that if Sunghoon had said that he and Jihai had broken up, this wouldn't have happened. The protagonist, without turning around, replied that his mother had just gotten out of the hospital and he hadn't had a chance to tell her. Jihai frowned when Sunghoon said that they had only broken up a few days ago and he couldn't find the right moment. Hyemin raised his hand and yelled at the protagonist to stop bothering Jihai. The man's eyes widened in shock when Sunghoon said that he still didn't understand him. Holding the cap under his hand, the protagonist said that he was no longer interested in Jihai and he didn't care about anything related to her. Jihai furrowed her brows and turned away when Sunghoon added that Hyemin could ask her himself if he didn't believe her. He furrowed his brows, coming to the conclusion that it was his fault. The man glared at the protagonist who said that they should solve the problems in their relationship themselves. Sunghoon clenched his fist. He turned around. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he would not just stand there and remain silent if Hyemin dared to do this again. At this time, Mina was calmly walking up the stairs. She looked toward the hallway after hearing the protagonist explain what happened to Hyemin. She involuntarily looked out to see if the participants were arguing. She saw 3 people there. Hyemin barely contained his anger while the protagonist told him that if he dared to do it again, what he did to his family today, he would not stand by and remain silent. After that, the protagonist turned to Hyemin, making him grit his teeth and call him an idiot. Sunghoon, however, did not pay attention to this and said goodbye. But his angry interlocutor did not want to stop the quarrel and began to yell at him. Mina, who saw this, became slightly nervous. She looked at the protagonist's back, thinking about what happened. Soon, finding himself in the room, the protagonist immediately called his sister. When she picked up the phone, the guy excitedly asked her about her mother's condition. After which he froze, listening to his sister say that everything was not well with her mother, but the doctor told her that she did not need to worry too much because she would receive a prescription for an injection. The protagonist sighed in relief after hearing her words. Then Sunghoon looked at the lamp while his sister asked him about his ex and asked for clarification. The protagonist closed his eyes, asking his sister not to develop this topic. Smiling slightly, he asked Minjin to give the phone to her mother, but his sister shocked him by abruptly turning off the phone, saying that everything was fine with her mother. Looking at his phone, the protagonist became worried. Having calmed down, the protagonist decided not to worry, because his sister was next to his mother and it would be better for him to prepare for the next task. After that, he took out his recipe book, and sitting on the sofa, he began to read it. Soon, through the speaker, the judges addressed the participants who had already passed the test. The protagonist raised his head when he heard that he was asked to come to the lobby on the first floor. Closing the recipe book, he decided to go. When he got there, many were already there. Sung-hoon began to look around trying to find the judges, but they were not there. But seeing Chanti, the guy smiled and called out to him. He also smiled when he noticed his friend and said that he gave it his all. He then slightly worried the protagonist by asking if he thought they were destined to meet in the finals. Sung-hoon answered him by saying that he just hoped that they could handle the next task. Suddenly, the guy was amazed, remembering something. After which he asked his friend if there was anyone else participating from their hotel. Yoontae, puzzled, replied that there was another one, but he was eliminated after today's task. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that considering the guy had never cut up a chicken, it was understandable why he was eliminated, no matter how skilled he was in cooking. Yoontae became worried when his friend asked him how he knew how to cut up a chicken. Bowing his head, the guy began to remember the past. He remembered his mentor, how he learned to cut up a chicken under his guidance. Closing his eyes, Yoontae realized that telling Jisung how to cut up a chicken the night before the mission was announced would be stupid. So he looked at Sung-hoon again and lied to him, saying that he learned how to cut up a chicken in the army while undergoing a special program. The protagonist himself smiled when his friend asked him where he learned how to cut up a chicken. Scratching his head, he said that he did it a few times in the army because he was assigned to be an assistant cook. Young Haeon was nervous, realizing that he actually learned everything from the chicken's memories, but even if he told them, no one would believe him. Suddenly, they noticed the judges arriving. Yoontae extended his hand to his friend, asking him to give it his all. Sung-hoon extended his hand in agreement. A moment later, they shook hands. One of the judges spoke up, drawing attention to himself. Standing near the entrance, the man smiled and said that the test would take place here. The participants immediately rushed into the hall after his words. However, Sung-hoon noticed someone along the way. In the crowd, he saw two chefs who seemed familiar to him. This made him frown. They turned out to be Subok and Ilyu. Ilyu chuckled when he noticed the protagonist, after which he stopped and stared at the guy. Laughing, the two men said that it was unexpected that such a hopeless guy was here. The protagonist could barely contain his anger. These people were from the Myeongdong Hotel. He closed his eyes, deciding to ignore the men and focus on the task. Soon, the chefs lined up in rows in front of the judges. Myeongsun was slightly surprised to see that there were only 24 participants out of 200 left. He frowned slightly, realizing that he should be stricter due to the small number of participants. Extending his fingers, he informed the participants that this was a paired task. Two contestants will individually prepare dishes of their own choice, then present them to the judges, after tasting which the judges will decide who exactly to eliminate. Jin-seok, who was standing next to Myung-sung, tensed up, realizing that the contestants could kick in their opponent. Suddenly, the chef called Sung-hoon since he had finished the stage earlier than everyone else. With a smile on his face, the man asked him to step forward. The protagonist complied and stood in front of the judges. Looking at the guy, Myung-sung told him to decide who he wanted as his opponent. The protagonist frowned thinking about his opponent, and when the guy opened his lips wanting to choose an opponent, Jeongtae screamed, interrupting him. The guy raised his hand and stepped forward. The protagonist was surprised to see him. Myung-sung looked at him and asked what kind of question he had. Stepping forward, Jeongtae asked if he could compete with Sung-hoon. Myung-sung smiled, asking if there was any special reason why he wanted to do so. The guy grinned and said that he wanted to continue their competition from 8 years ago. The protagonist smiled, remembering the cooking competition he participated in 8 years ago, when Jeongtae won first place and the protagonist won second place. But the current situation is the opposite of what it was then, so Jeongtae is so determined to win. Sung-hoon turned to his friend. At this time, Jisoo was looking closely at Jeongtae. He was biting his lips, scolding Jeongtae for his choice. The man frowned. If Jeongtae could win today, in the future he could manipulate every program so that he always wins. Yoonjin smiled and told Jeongtae that he was too confident going up against an opponent who won first place. He just grinned and shouted, saying that it didn't matter. Jisoo began to get nervous looking at the woman next to him. She looked at Sung-hoon and asked him what he would do. The protagonist thought competing against Jeongtae was troublesome, even if he was thinking about having another cooking competition. The guy wavered when Manson called him. The man became serious and told the guy that he did not have to indulge in provocation, since he could choose anyone. The protagonist became serious and decisively said the opponent's name. Soon, the guy found himself in the dressing room with Hae-min. Hyman frowned and asked why he was so confident in himself since he was just an apprentice chef. The protagonist replied saying that he just wanted to know how good a person working in one of the top 20 hotels was. Hyman barely contained his anger. Then he looked at the protagonist and asked if he was from Julia, a trash hotel that only ranks 100th in the country. The protagonist frowned upon hearing his words. He only turned to the protagonist saying that he was too arrogant to be a member of such a hotel. Hyman grinned and said that he knew the guy's true reason. He only wanted to take revenge on the person who took his girlfriend. The protagonist, however, did not even look at Hyman, saying that he had already talked to him about this in the hall. His words surprised the guy a lot. Sung-hoon turned to the sous chef saying that now he just wants to check how good he is. Hyman could no longer contain his anger and wanted to scream, but the cameraman called them, and now they were forced to appear before the judges. But the guys were able to calm down and did not express their true emotions. The other participants watched them from the side. Some turned their attention to the table. Jeongtae frowned, not understanding the purpose of the black cloth. Everyone turned their attention to Jisoo, who said that the object hidden in front of him would be the theme of this competition. Frowning, he said that it was rather one of the themes. Looking at the guys, he asked them if they could figure out what ingredients were hidden there. Sung-hoon and Hyman simultaneously said that they understood what ingredients were there. Jisoo grabbed the cloth, then he threw it to the side. The theme of the competition was eggs. Pointing at them, Jisoo said that these were the eggs of the chickens they killed earlier. He then walked towards the judges saying that they had to make a memorable dish using these items as the main ingredients. Yoonjin smiled and said that they could focus on either the eggs, the chicken, or both. It was up to them to decide. They could finish their dish within the given time limit. Nyungsung smiled and said that once the competition began, they would place partitions around the cooking stations so that no one could see what they were making. Hyman and the protagonist became serious. Jisoo suddenly shouted, announcing the start of the competition. The protagonist immediately went to the refrigerator, examining the ingredients. He stood there in front of it, trying to figure out what dish he should make. Gritting his teeth, Sung-hoon decided to make a dish that the judges would never forget. After that, he immediately picked up an egg. At this time, Hyman had already collected all the ingredients and put them on the table. He picked up the onion and milk, thinking about Sung-hoon. While peeling the onion, the guy decided to show what a sous chef could do. His hands quickly chopped the onion, after which he put it in a bowl. Feeling strong hatred for the protagonist, the guy decided to cook a dish that would throw Sung-hoon out and make him leave here. Soon the guy found himself in front of the stove. He looked back holding olive oil in his hand. Hyman looked closely at Sung-hoon. He wasn't exactly sure what dish he was going to cook, but he thought that the guy would use eggs as the main ingredient. Realizing this, he poured oil into the frying pan. A creepy grin appeared on his face. All the time that he was an ordinary line cook, until he became a sous chef, eggs were the most common ingredient that Hyman used. Heating the frying pan, the guy reached for the eggs, and took one egg. Then he took a mold in his other hand, and broke the egg into it, forcing the frying egg to take the shape of a square. Now he waited until the egg was about half done. Soon he had made 4 of them. The guy sighed after finishing frying the eggs. He poured oil into the clean frying pan again, and looked at his ingredients, which were already chopped and packaged. He began to add the chopped ingredients and fry them. After a while, he looked at the tomato, and unscrewed its lid, after which he poured the sauce into the pan. The guy frowned, realizing that 30 minutes was not enough for the sauce to boil and thicken, even if it was a store-bought product. Therefore, to make the consistency suitable, the guy added some milk and waited for the sauce to boil. Soon it boiled. As soon as it boiled, Hyman began to put the fried eggs in the pan along with the mozzarella. Then he put basil leaves on top. The guy's lips stretched into a smile. He looked at Sung-hoon, already anticipating his victory. Soon, Jisoo shouted, announcing the end of time. The 2 contestants immediately appeared in front of the judges. They stood motionless, expressionless. Jisoo, sitting in the middle, asked them to present their dishes. Hyman and Sung-hoon grabbed the lids at the same time. A grin appeared on the sous chef's face. A moment later, he opened the lid. His dish surprised Jisoo. Then the judge looked at Sung-hoon, asking him to present the dish. But when he saw it, he was shocked. It was fried eggs with nigiri. All 3 judges were shocked by what they saw. Yoonjin frowned when she saw the dish. Nyungsung was also shocked. Since a guy served such a dish, now he was ashamed of the fact that he stood up for him. Jisoo was shocked that a guy was presenting them with this dish. He looked at the protagonist, trying to understand what he was thinking. The judge calmed down after coughing, and he made Hyman happy by saying that he would try his dish first. The 3 judges stood up. Soon the sous chef placed 3 portions of his dish in bowls. Yoonjin happily asked the name of the dish. Smiling, Hyman said that it was shakshuka, a dish from North Africa. Jisoo picked up the bowl, wanting to try the dish. A moment later, he drank some of the sauce, after which he looked at the sous chef saying that the dish was not bad, but there was a minus. The last words surprised Hyman. Jaizo, looking at him, asked how much olive oil he used. Nervously, the sous chef said that he used about 200 milliliters. Frowning, Jaizo asked to look at his dish again. Then he pointed at it himself, saying that there was a lot of oil floating on top, but other than that, everything was good. Hyman bowed thanks to Jaizo, but the guy became wary when he heard Myung-sung's voice, who grinned and said that besides the oil, the egg was not good. Picking up the spoon, Myung-sung said that he was concentrating too much on cooking the eggs, forgetting that they weren't cooked that way. His words scared the guy. Myung-sung, seeing the guy's fear, said that he shouldn't have put a half-fried egg in the sauce, he should have cracked a raw egg into the sauce while it was boiling. The guy bowed his head, realizing his mistake. Yoonjun, smiling, told the sous chef that he needed to pay more attention to details and everything was very tasty. Bowing to the woman, the guy began to rejoice again, because he was able to get positive scores from 2 judges. Jisoo glanced to the side, deciding to try Sung-hoon's dish, who was standing to the side and smiling, staring at the guy's dish. Jisoo was nervous. No matter how many times he looked at it, he did not see an ounce of sincere effort in this dish. The protagonist himself stopped smiling when it was his turn. Myung-sung, smiling nervously, asked if there was a unique concept to this dish. The protagonist looked at the dish, saying that it was an open-minded breakfast. His words surprised the man. The protagonist looked at the judges again and repeated what he had said. Jisoo cursed in his mind. He couldn't understand why the guy was so confident when his dish looked like that. Taking the plate, Myung-sung decided to be the first to try. Soon, all the judges took plates in their hands. They looked at the dish again. Even Myung-sung couldn't hide his slight disgust. He looked at the protagonist, asking if there was an order in which to eat. Sung-hoon pointed to the tamago and said that it was the main dish and the fried egg on the left was the dessert. Myung-sung, wary, asked the guy if he really thought so. The man grinned and said that it was impossible to consider fried eggs a dessert. Looking at the egg, he said that an appetizer is usually a dish seasoned with spices and salt and should complement the main dish. Myung-sung frowned when the protagonist did not change his mind. The guy smiled and reminded that this is an open-minded breakfast. Hyman frowned at that moment. Saddened, Manson still agreed with the guy and took the tamago with chopsticks. Then he put it in his mouth. Jisoo did the same, as did Yoonjun. A moment later, the woman was very surprised. Frowning, she said that the taste was average, although she was looking forward to something else. Closing his eyes, Manson began to list all the advantages of the dish. Then, looking at the protagonist, he asked if he cooked the rice himself. He smiled and said that he just cooked some instant rice in a saucepan. Manson became nervous. As he expected, half an hour was not enough to cook rice. Then he looked at the dish, realizing that it was too ordinary. He was honest when he expressed his opinion about the tamago nigiri. Frowning, the man asked himself if he overestimated Sung-hoon. The protagonist called out to him, asking him to definitely try the dessert if he was finished. Sung-hoon even held out dessert spoons, asking to use them. Myung-sung was puzzled when he saw the spoon. Jisoo, who was standing next to him, said that they would try the egg without any expectations. Soon Myung-sung transferred the egg with a spoon and stared at it, trying to understand what was special about it. Yoonjun, seeing that the egg was undercooked, was a little sad, and only Myung-sung took the yolk with a spoon. Then he put it in his mouth. The taste of the yolk greatly surprised him and made him happy. The protagonist grinned when he saw his reaction. He immediately asked the other judges to try it and see for themselves. Taking the egg, Jisoo did not understand why Myung-sung changed his mind so much because of the scrambled eggs. A moment later, he bit off a piece, and it was as if he was struck by electricity. Just like Yoonjun, they stared at the egg, saying that it was quite sour for an egg. Jisoo himself frowned, realizing that the white itself belonged to an egg. However, the yolk was not from an egg, it was made of something else. Looking at the guy, he asked him if he used mango. Sunun smilingly confirmed it. Jisoo smiled, saying that it was quite funny. Myung-sung closed his eyes, saying that it was incredible that he served them a dish that perfectly illustrated molecular cuisine. The protagonist thanked the judge for the praise. Hyman was surprised to learn that molecular cuisine was used. Yoonjun ate the egg and asked the guy where he learned molecular cuisine. Was it from a manhwa again? The protagonist smiled nervously, saying that this time it was not from a manhwa, but from YouTube. His words greatly surprised Yoonjun. Jisoo frowned and asked the participants to return to their seats while they judged their dishes. Soon the judges took their seats. Jaizo turned to Hyman, saying that they had some concerns about his dish because he didn't quite understand it, so he made a mistake in the most important thing by focusing on the presentation. The guy bowed his head, expressing his humility. Jaizo looked at Sung-hoon and turned to him. The man became serious and said that the tamago nigiri was quite ordinary and did not cause delight, did not even impress them, but the fried egg was excellent. The protagonist smiled hearing his words. Myung-sung chuckled, saying that he rarely encountered molecular gastronomy dishes even when he returned to Manhattan. Smiling, the man said that Sung-hoon's dish perfectly embodied the memorable dish they were talking about. Looking at the participant, the judges decided to announce the winner, who turned out to be Sung-hoon, causing the sous chef to grit his teeth. The guy could not hold back his anger when the judges had already eliminated him. The judges looked at the second floor and gave the protagonist permission to go up there. Jisoo watched all of this. He frowned, admitting that the guy could do a lot. Jisoo began to feel anger and hatred. Looking at the protagonist, he seemed familiar to him. The protagonist, however, did not know this as he headed towards the stairs. While Hae-min was shaking with anger, he clenched his teeth, not believing that he had lost. Remembering that egg, the guy could not calmly accept the results. Looking at Sun-hoon, Hae-min decided to take revenge on him. Anger struck the guy. He was going to take revenge on the winner as soon as he lost. The protagonist, not knowing this, calmly went up to the second floor and began to look at people. The guy himself understood that if it were not for the ingredient he found in the refrigerator, he would not have received such brilliant comments because he had not even tried molecular cuisine before. Having found calcium lactate, the protagonist was surprised because the item used in molecular cuisine was here. Having looked in the refrigerator, the protagonist also found the ingredients that are needed as an additive in molecular cuisine. Looking at them, he firmly decided to use molecular cuisine. It was then that he, very angry, decided to cook a dish that would never be ignored. Looking at the film crew, the guy tried to understand if any of them expected such an outcome. At this time, Pity was smiling widely. Looking at Mina, he said that Sung-hoon was attracting a lot of attention from viewers. Mina smiled upon hearing this. The guy pointed at her and asked her to take an interview. At this time, all the participants gathered together again. Menson, looking at them, asked Jeong-tae, who took second place, to come forward. The guy did so without thinking. The judge, with a smile on his face, asked him to choose a participant with whom he wanted to compete. The guy thought about it. Jisoo was wary, not understanding why Jeong-tae began to think, because he should just choose a weak opponent. The man gritted his teeth, realizing that this was the guy's chance to reach the finals. Jeong-tae himself frowned, realizing that there were still people here that he didn't like. Those guys from Myeongdong, whom he had already seen at the seminar. Frowning, Jeong-tae remembered that Sung-hoon had suffered because of those two when he worked at one of the top 100 hotels. And although those guys doubted themselves when checking the results, it didn't change the fact that they worked at the second best hotel in Korea. Jeong-tae looked at the judges, deciding to choose an opponent. He couldn't stand to watch those two grinning during the broadcast any longer. Jisoo was very surprised by the guy's choice. He said with a smile on his face that he would compete with the sous chef of the Myeongdong hotel. Jisoo gritted his teeth, mentally calling Jeong-tae an idiot. Myeongsun chuckled, saying that since his opponent had been chosen, they should call him out. A moment later, Ilya was called up to the stage. The guy immediately obeyed and began to get up. Soon he stood next to Chanti, and then Myeongsung raised his hand saying that they were also given 30 minutes. Walking to his seat, Ilya said that he never thought that the chef from Hilton, the best hotel in Korea, would choose someone from the Myeongdong hotel. Chanti stared at the guy after he said that. Grinning, Ilya said that if he were in his place, he would choose someone from a low-class hotel. Grinning, Ilya asked if he was trying to avenge his friend. However, the guy did not answer, saying that they needed to quickly prepare their dishes. Soon the judge's voice was heard announcing the end of time, and the participants immediately brought their dishes to the table. The guys exclaimed at the same time when the judge ordered them to present their dishes. Then they simultaneously grabbed the lids. Chanti's dish was an omelet with chicken breast steak, and Ilyu's dish was chicken soup with ginseng. Jisoo stood up saying that the steak caught his attention. Soon he tried the steak, and he froze, staring at the dish. Then he looked at Jisoo and asked why he added perilla sauce to the side dish. The guy smiled, saying that he thought the aroma of perilla leaves and lemon would soften the specific smell of chicken. Jisoo expressed his understanding by continuing to taste. A moment later, he swallowed another piece of steak. Then he closed his eyes, enjoying the steak. Myeongsung, who was standing to the side, turned to Jeong-tae, saying that it was very tasty and there was no smell even without the perilla sauce. Jeong-tae bowed thanks to the judge, but Yoonjun alerted the guy, saying that something was missing. Looking at the steak, she said that it was unfortunate. Jisung looked at her and asked what was missing, because it seemed to him that everything was fine. The woman inspected the dish and said that the taste was good, but the presentation was boring and there were no vegetables, which made the dish disharmonious. Jeong-tae was wary of the woman's words. Smiling slightly, he told Yoonjun that he would keep this in mind in the future. Myeongsung placed the plate on the table. Then he looked at Ilya, offering to try his dish. Yoonjun, surprisingly, immediately expressed her admiration. Looking at the soup, she was amazed, saying that the smell was delicious. When she asked the guy how he cooked the chicken, he chuckled, saying that he took a smaller chicken and cooked it in a frying pan. Then he pointed to the bowls, saying that they could scoop up some soup and pour it into the bowl and then eat the chicken with gloves. Pointing to the bowls, Jaiseo said that they would try the soup first. Soon, Ilya poured the soup into the bowls, and the judges lifted the bowls and tasted it. Yoonjin immediately expressed her admiration. Then she offered to try the chicken. Soon, putting on gloves, she pulled out a chicken leg. Inspecting the leg, the woman was amazed that the chicken was cooked in such a short time. Handing over the salt, Ilya said that if the taste was weak, then she could use salt. The judge immediately added salt and bit off a piece. Jisoo ate the whole leg, while Myungsung limited himself to a bite of the wings. Ilya was tense watching the judges, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Myungsung smiled, praising the guy, but it was a little bland, but that's okay because he served the salt separately. The guy bowed to the judge, thanking him. Then Yoonjin expressed her admiration, this time surprisingly becoming accommodating. And only Jisoo was gloomy, saying that overall it was great. However, they were choosing the best chef of this show and not an ordinary one. His words really tense Ilya. He even got a little scared. Jisoo himself said that his dish should have had a story and creativity. However, his dish is simply delicious and at the same time ordinary. Myungsung looked at Jisung, realizing that he was criticizing the guy to help Yoontae. Soon, the judges sat down and discussed the identity of the winner. Yoonjin raised her hand, telling Ilwoo that he did much more than she expected from him. Jisung, however, was gloomy, saying that his opinion had not changed. Ilwoo frowned after hearing the words of one of the judges. Looking at Myungsung, Jisung said that he would be the one to announce the winner. Myungsung himself was nervous, it was a difficult choice. Thinking about it, the man said to himself that both dishes were delicious. Yes, they even used the main ingredients well. However, neither the steak nor the chicken soup was amazing. Myungsung looked at the participants. He turned to Yoontae, saying that even if he made a unique sauce with perilla leaves, he found his dish a little disappointing. Jisung gritted his teeth hearing the man's words. Yoontae himself tensed up listening to Myungsung's words. The judge smiled slightly, saying that the chicken was delicious on its own, the seasoning was good too, it was delicious even without the sauce. But it became too salty when dipped in the sauce. Yoontae frowned hearing his words. Even Jisung couldn't hold back his anger. Ilyu chuckled when Myungsung announced him as the winner. Yoontae couldn't help but think about his excessive confusion if he had thought about the side dish instead of the perilla leaf sauce. Closing his eyes, he decided not to regret it and just give it his all in the next test. Now he could only watch Ilyu's back as he left. He turned around and looked at him, and his lips immediately stretched into a smile. The guy couldn't help but frown seeing this. Ilyu smiled widely and began to rise up. At this time, the protagonist was walking down the corridor. He looked into the distance, thinking about the interview, which turned out to be more difficult than he thought. The guy closed his eyes, remembering how the questions became more and more personal. When he opened his eyes, he involuntarily remembered the last question. Continuing to walk forward, the guy decided to forget about it. At the same time, Mina was reading the text. The operator noticed the girl's confusion. She kept rereading 2 sheets. He scared the girl by calling her in a whisper. Raising his hand, the guy told the girl that she needed to prepare for the next interview. Slightly nervous, the guy asked why she asked Sung-hoon the last question. The girl smiled, not immediately understanding what they were talking about. And when she understood, she immediately looked at the text in her hand. Sung-hoon at this time returned to the 2nd floor landing. He was the one who watched his friend's test, and when Ilya was announced the winner, he was shocked. His friend was now walking downstairs, and Ilya went up to him on the 2nd floor. The guy was puzzled when he saw the protagonist, but a moment later a wild grin appeared on his face. He immediately approached him and called out. Standing next to the protagonist, Ilyu said that his friend had lost and was now on the elimination list. Smiling creepily, the guy advised the protagonist not to embarrass himself like his friend. Sung-hoon looked at the newcomer and called him annoying. Ilyu closed his eyes and told the protagonist that he had become better at choosing his words since joining his hotel. Patting the guy on the shoulder, Ilyu told him to enjoy his superiority because soon he would steal even him. Sung-hoon could barely contain his anger after his words. At that moment, the judges moved on to the next participant. Nansen, with a smile on his face, called Yoongi. The girl immediately went forward and stood in front of the judges. Raising his hand, Manson told the girl to choose an opponent. She smiled and said the name of the opponent, who turned out to be Jihai from the Persia Hotel. Jihai became agitated, unable to remember the girl in front of her. The girl was clearly nervous, realizing that the Persia Hotel was 6th on the list of the best. Manson looked at the crowd and called Jihai. She stood next to Yoongi with a solemn look. Jisoo calmed down and asked Yoongi if there was any reason why she chose Jihai. The girl smiled tenderly, saying that she had no reason for this. Jihai was very shocked by this. Yoonjin raised her hand, saying that they could go to their seats and start cooking. The girls did so. Jihai frowned, realizing that the judges were already full, so it would be better to prepare a Mediterranean salad. She immediately began to chop the cabbage, which she then placed in a bowl. In addition to cabbage, there were other ingredients in the bowl. The girl frowned slightly. In fact, the salad was too simple. You just needed to chop the vegetables. You don't even need to cook anything. Jihai looked away, knowing that she needed to take into account 2 things. One of these things was a saucepan. in which Jae was going to put the eggs. She put the eggs in, deciding to focus on the eggs and seasoning. The eggs immediately floated to the surface. The girl frowned slightly, intending to make sure that the eggs would not be overcooked or undercooked. She wanted to make the eggs perfect. Now, while the eggs were boiling, she decided to make the seasoning. Jae involuntarily looked at Yoongi, wondering what she was doing. Yoongi was shaking the mixture at this time. She continuously looked at the mixture, watching its consistency. The girl involuntarily remembered Jisoo's question, because of which her lips stretched into a smile. She actually had a reason, the reason why she chose Jae. Continuing to prepare the mixture, the girl told herself that the program that was created to evaluate chefs from different hotels actually wanted something different. Yoongi's lips stretched into a smile. If the producers noticed her, she could become the star of their next show. Soon she stopped shaking the mixture and immediately broke 2 eggs, putting the contents in a bowl. And when 2 yolks fell into the mixture, Yoongi again continued to stir the dough, thinking that it would be easier for the viewers and producers to remember her if she did not look like any of the other members. But Jae looked like her. Soon Yoongi took oatmeal flour and began to pour it into the bowl. Soon she stopped doing this. After that, she began to sift the flour, thinking about Jae, who had a pretty face, but even if she rose above her in the rankings, she would still be forgotten, like her. The girl became slightly sad and looked at the judges, being sure that they would like to eat something light. Therefore, it does not matter what dishes they prepare for them, the important thing was dessert. Yoongi looked at Jae from the side. Then she smirked, deciding to take all her popularity. At this time, Jaeho's eggs were still boiling, and she herself was working on her right. She took a little honey, then she put it on the mayonnaise. The girl started mixing them. Jae was nervous, telling herself that she couldn't be eliminated right now. She continued mixing the ingredients, saying that she couldn't lose like her beloved. Suddenly, she heard the protagonist's voice saying that he didn't want to watch him lose. The girl immediately turned around and saw the protagonist standing on the second floor. Jae frowned slightly when she saw him. Suddenly, she exclaimed, remembering something. She looked at the pan, the stove under which she forgot to turn off. She took out the eggs in an instant and put them in cold water. Then she began to peel it, asking God to have mercy on her. Soon, she put the peeled egg and cut it in half. Seeing the result, the girl was upset. The egg boiled for too long and boiled hard. Looking at it, Jae began to think about ways to get out of the situation. Having decided something, she broke the eggs. She began to shake them, deciding to mash the eggs. After which she placed the eggs on top of the salad she had made earlier. After that, she scooped up the yolk of 1 egg and crushed it, mixing it with the dressing she had just prepared. Then the girl poured the dressing mixed with the egg into a saucer. Frowning, the girl decided to divide the salad into 3 bowls and sprinkle some basil on top. And when the judge announced the end of time, Jae sighed with relief. Soon, she and Yoongi stood in front of the judges. Jisoo raised his hand, asking them to present their dishes. The girls simultaneously lifted the lids, under which was a Mediterranean salad with dressing, and made egg muffins wrapped in bacon. Jisoo chuckled, realizing that the girls decided to cook something light, thinking that they were full. Manson grinned at the dishes. After looking at the cupcake, he said that usually the base of the egg cupcake is made by tearing the bread into pieces, but these were baked and made from dough, but also the cupcakes were covered in bacon even though the base was supposed to be eggs. Yoongi smiled, listening to Manson's words. 10 minutes ago, the girl was horrified. Looking around the nightstands, she could not find the cupcake molds. The girl was saddened to realize that people did not pay much attention to baking, but now she would have to come up with something. Thinking about it, the girl decided to try something. She decided to use a steel ring mold to put it in the oven and pour the dough and eggs into it. Standing up, Yoongi realized that if she also wrapped everything in bacon, it would hold everything together well. Now she smiled, pleased with her achievements. Yoonjun stood up, asking if they could try. Manson thought about it. Then he turned to his colleagues, offering to try the salad first. Jisoo agreed with him. Pointing to the dressing, Jae told the judges that it would be better to eat the salad with it. Myung-sung poured the dressing and was glad that it was thicker than he expected. Soon, he brought the salad to his mouth, and together with Jisoo, he swallowed it. Jae watched everything nervously. A moment later, she frowned when she heard Yoonjun say that she was a little disappointed with the salad. The woman looked at Jae and said that she put a half-boiled egg in the salad and then put a hard-boiled egg on top, but even so, it was very tasty. The girl smiled and bowed to the woman. Myung-sung, who was standing next to her, said that it would have been better to put sliced egg slices instead of mashed eggs. Jae expressed her understanding by mentally saying that she knew this from the beginning, but what happened prevented her from doing everything correctly. Jisoo wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, saying that he would give his opinion later, but first he had to try Yoongi's dish. The 3 judges reached for the cupcakes at the same time. Yoongi watched this and did not notice it and continued to smile. The girl slightly despised Yoongi, but she gave bad ratings to Western dishes and good ratings to Korean ones. So even so, Yoongi saw how the woman called her cupcake delicious. Yoongi looked at Yoongi and said that the cupcake had a good texture, the salty and sweet taste were combined in it. Myungsung, wiping his mouth, said that the saltiness of the meat was also excellent. Yoongi bowed her head thanking the judges. Myungsung looked at Jisoo and asked him what he thought about the dishes. He answered him saying that he would answer everything a little later. Yoongi closed her eye, not understanding the reason for their waiting if the two judges had already said everything. She involuntarily looked at Jae and became nervous. At this time, the judges began to discuss the winner. Jisoo closed his eyes and nodded. Then he looked at the girls in front of him. A moment later, he announced the winner as Yoongi. This made her very happy but also saddened Jae. The man frowned, saying that the evaluation was focused on how the eggs were cooked, but none of them cooked anything amazing, so he refrained from giving his opinion. The girls simultaneously stared at the man. Jisoo frowned, saying that Jae decided to use eggs as a secondary ingredient, and the contestant Yoongi tried to somehow make the eggs at least look like the main ingredient. Yoongi thanked the chef for his advice. Yoojun, who was sitting next to him, also agreed with Jisoo's opinion. The girl, realizing that she had won, was no longer so happy. Manson chuckled and said that Yoongi's dish was incredibly delicious. Then he pointed to the stairs and asked Yoongi to go up. Only Jae was sad about her loss. Suddenly, someone called out to her. It was Hyman. He extended his hand to her, saying that she did well. The girl smiled slightly, agreeing with him. Then, they hugged each other. Hyman suddenly became serious. The next day, the workers arranged the kitchens differently, and now the kitchen stations were lined up in several rows. After a while, the participants filled the floor. Myungsung extended his finger and said that before they moved on to the elimination candidates task, he had an announcement for them. In the task they just participated in, they were divided into winners and elimination candidates, but they would evaluate the winner candidates one last time. Ilyu chuckled upon hearing this. Myungsung stood up and closed his eyes. Then, he pointed at Sunhoon, declaring him as the winner of the winners. The boy scratched the back of his head upon hearing this. Ilyu frowned, dissatisfied. Yoonjun smiled and said that the contestant who won first place would get something special. Jisoo agreed with her, saying that like before, Sunhoon would have immunity from elimination. However, unlike before, he couldn't use it for himself and had to give it to one of the 20 contestants who were nominated for elimination today. The protagonist looked at the judge carefully, while he closed his eyes and said that it was originally intended to save a contestant from a certain hotel if he failed, but Sunhoon couldn't do that, so he had to be careful. Hyman glared at Jae while the judge announced everything. Jisoo looked at Sunhoon and asked if he understood everything. And when he nodded, Yoonjun looked at the cart, saying that she would now tell him about the task for the candidates for elimination. Soon, the cart stopped in front of her, and the old lady immediately grabbed the tablecloth, after which she removed it, saying that they needed to cook a dish using traditional Korean sauces. Jisoo, who was sitting next to her, told the members that they had 30 minutes, and the two members with the worst scores in this task would be eliminated. He said the last part with some seriousness, scaring the members. Right after that, he announced the start, and the members immediately started choosing ingredients. Jae called out to Hyman, asking what he was going to cook. Hyman looked at her, saying that he would make red pepper paste with bulgogi sauce. Jae heard him and said that she would make doenjang tteokgi. After that, she smiled at her boyfriend, wishing him luck. Soon, the girl began to cook soup. She smiled, exclaiming in her mind. A moment later, she looked away, because of Jisoo, who asked the members to concentrate because they only had 5 minutes left. The girl began to pack her soup, happy with the decent amount of time. At this time, Hyman gritted his teeth and was nervous. His dish was overcooked, which made the guy very nervous. The guy gritted his teeth, realizing that only beginners make such mistakes. Looking around, the guy noticed that the others made no mistakes at all. Then the guy looked at Ji, the spoo that Yoonjun tried. She smiled, saying that everything was seasoned perfectly. The old lady standing next to the girl said that she liked everything. Hyman was very angry, realizing that he would most likely be kicked out. He bit his lower lip, deciding to do something. Hyman called Ji. Then he smiled, offering the girl to cut some leeks and garnish the stew if she had time. Hyman smiled and agreed with him. And when the girl began to walk away, her boyfriend became serious. He watched the girl leave. Then he immediately looked away, and he saw how the cameraman was filming another person's dish. Then he turned his attention to the judges, seeing how they were simply discussing the dishes. The guy took the salt, mentally asking the girl for forgiveness, after which he poured salt into her soup. A creepy smile appeared on his face. The hero held the onion in his hands, chopping it with a sharp knife. The girl gathered the chopped green onions on the blade of the knife. She lifted it over the plate with the hot dish and added the chopped onions to it. Jae smiled, a drop of sweat running down her face. Myungsung put his hands in his pockets and smiled, saying that their time was up, they should stop and take their hands off the dishes. Jisung frowned, saying that now they will start tasting what they cooked. Jae and Hyamin were wearing red and white chef's uniforms. The heroes stood next to the tables with the prepared dishes. The boy frowned and looked away. Steam rose from the girl's hot dish. It was garnished with finely chopped onions. Jae looked at the plate and smiled. Hyamin raised his eyebrows, looking at her. Yoonjun raised her eyebrows and came closer, saying that she would try this. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned around, saying that it was spicy bulgogi. Jisung furrowed his eyebrows, asking him to wait. On the white plate was a beef dish garnished with greens. The man put his hand forward, asking if it was overcooked. Did he serve them burnt food? Hyamin frowned and put his hands behind his back. He smiled, saying that he added soy sauce to the bulgogi along with the red pepper paste, so the color was darkened by the soy sauce. Yoonjun put her hand forward, asking if that meant it wasn't spicy bulgogi, but regular bulgogi. The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The woman noticed that the color of the dish had darkened. She yelled in displeasure that his spicy bulgogi was burnt, so she wouldn't eat it. The man said that it seemed like they didn't even need to try it. Hyamin raised his eyebrows and looked down. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Jisung furrowed his eyebrows and pointed at the hero, asking what was wrong with his expression since he looked depressed. Hyamin looked at him, saying that it was fine. The guy furrowed his eyebrows and looked down, saying that he hoped they would try his dish and appreciate it. The man frowned and looked at him in displeasure. Jisung folded his arms, offering Judge Myung-sung a taste of it. The man raised his eyebrows and smiled awkwardly, asking what he was talking about. Myung-sung raised his eyebrows and looked away, thinking that he didn't want to try it himself, and Judge Yoonjun refused to try it, so it would be too much to ask her, so the man chose him. Myung-sung smiled and picked up his chopsticks, about to try the dish. He picked up the cooked beef and soy sauce with the tips of his chopsticks. The man brought the food to his mouth. Myung-sung frowned and began to chew the food. He didn't turn his head, asking if the meat wasn't burnt. The color was just darkened by the soy sauce, but he only felt bitterness in his mouth. The hero frowned, looking at him. The man raised his eyebrows and pointed at him, saying that he was the chef of the hotel, so he should be responsible for his dish. He should monitor his own dish, whether it was burnt, whether he cooked it on the right fire. His excuse was the worst he had ever heard. The man was saying that the guy should pray for a dish that was worse than his, although it seemed like it couldn't happen. Hyamin frowned and gritted his teeth. Jisung put his hands in his pockets and closed his eyes, motioning for the next person to pass. People walked past. Hyamin frowned, looking at his dish. The guy looked down, thinking that he was prepared for this. He didn't even expect anything different, but he wasn't the only one who would fail. Hyamin looked at Jisung, who was talking to Jae. Yoonjun pointed at the dish with her finger and gave a thumbs up with her other hand, looking at Jisung, who was standing next to her. Myung-sung closed his eyes and brought the spoon to his mouth. The man's eyes widened and his eyebrows furrowed. The woman closed one eye and stuck out her tongue. Jisung frowned and gritted his teeth, looking at the spoon in his hand. Jae nervously furrowed her brows and clenched her teeth as she looked at the spoon with the dish she had prepared in front of her. The guy was thinking that he would lose along with her. The girl's eyes were wide open, beads of sweat were running down her face. Jae and Hyamin were standing in front of the judges who were sitting on chairs. Jisung folded his arms across his chest, saying that he was sure that they both knew the reason why they were standing there. Both of their dishes were inferior to the dishes of the other contestants. The guy furrowed his brows, looking forward. The girl put her hands behind her back, nervously furrowing her brows and looking down at the floor. Yoonjun frowned and pointed her finger forward, saying that there was a contestant whose dish was burnt. On the other hand, a contestant who put too much soy sauce and oversalted. Although her dish was not burnt, it was too salty. It felt like an entire bottle of soy sauce was poured into it. The girl nervously clenched her teeth, thinking that this was weird. Jae looked at the floor, thinking that she didn't even change the seasoning after trying it. She wondered how her sauce could be too salty. The problem definitely wasn't the onion. Hyamin raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl, mentally asking her not to be so embarrassed. It was his fault. Before the competition with Yoongi, she looked up to the second floor. The girl raised her head, looking at the chef standing on the floors above. Hyamin frowned, thinking that she was definitely looking at Sung-hoon. Maybe she had feelings again. This wasn't his first relationship, so he could say with certainty that she wanted to get back together with the guy again because he just took the initiative. Jae guiltily knitted her eyebrows, looking at the floor, beads of sweat running down her face. The hero smirked, thinking that what he wanted most was to at least increase his chances of success a little. The woman raised her eyebrows at them. Yoonjun raised her head, asking if they weren't in a relationship. Her boyfriend had told her everything during the interview. Jihyo looked at her in surprise. The girl looked at Hyamin, thinking that it was obvious that they were a couple, but they shouldn't have said it in public. Yoonjun raised her eyebrows and pointed her finger at the girl, asking if she was starting to worry that her boyfriend might get expelled, which is why she added a lot of salt to her dish on purpose. Jihyo furrowed her eyebrows in fear and held her hand out in front of her, saying that it wasn't like that, she would never do that. The girl froze and widened her eyes, wondering if Appa had done that. Jihyo looked at Hyaman, who was standing next to her. Hyaman frowned, thinking that she probably already figured it out, but he didn't care. Hyaman furrowed his brows, imagining Sung-hoon and thinking that the biggest thing he was worried about right now was being exempt from elimination. He kept his hands behind his back, thinking that there was a condition with the immunity card that the protagonist received. It was not the same as before. The protagonist had to use it today to save one of the participants. The protagonist frowned and looked ahead, thinking that if he hadn't done anything, the person standing next to him wouldn't be Jihai. He imagined himself and the protagonist standing next to him under the bright lights, raising their hands in joy. Hyaman thought that if this happened, that Sung-hoon didn't use the immunity to save him, but saved someone else, then he would be doomed. He frowned and looked at the judges, thinking that this was a different situation. At least he didn't have a 100% chance of being eliminated. Jihai widened her eyes, looking down. The guy thought about something that no one else knew, only Sunhoon, that Jihai was his ex-girlfriend who dumped him. The girl widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows, staring at one point. Hyaman furrowed his brows and smiled smugly, wondering if this meant that he had a higher chance of being saved from elimination. Jisung raised his brows, asking the judge Myungseong, who was sitting next to him, if he had anything to add. The man put his hands in his pockets, saying that everything he wanted to say, he had already said before. Jisung closed his eyes, saying that in that case, member Sunhoon, who has the power to save a member from elimination, should come to them. The protagonist smiled, walking down the stairs to the rest of the people. The guy stood next to Jihai. The girl sneaked a glance at him. Jisung furrowed his brows, saying that he needed to decide who he wanted to save from elimination. Sung-hoon interrupted him, saying that he had something to say. The male lead raised his eyebrows, saying that there was something he wanted to point out. Hyaman raised his eyebrows, looking at the male lead. Jihai furrowed her brows in fear and opened her mouth. The judges looked at him intently. Jisung folded his arms. The male lead raised his hand, saying that there was an important detail he wanted to point out. The male lead furrowed his brows, asking what exactly the male lead wanted to point out. The male lead frowned, saying that someone had intentionally ruined Jihai's dish. Hyaman gritted his teeth, looking at him. The male lead furrowed his brows, sweat dripping down his face, thinking that he was sure no one was watching. He wondered if Sung-hoon had seen everything. Jisung frowned, asking if someone had intentionally ruined the dish. The male lead raised his eyebrows, saying that it was so. Member Hyaman added salt to member Jihai's dish. The guy pressed his hand to his chest and pointed his finger at Sung-hoon. He frowned, shouting that he didn't do it. The guy was being accused of it without evidence. Yoonjin frowned and pointed her finger at him, asking what he was doing. She told him to stand still. The woman noted that if that was the act that happened, then she understood why member Jihai's seasoning of the dish was like that. Yoonjin opened her mouth, asking if the male lead had any evidence or was just a witness. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows, saying that he did have evidence. He was sure it was filmed on the camera that was filming the judges. Jisung frowned, turning to the producer and asking if he could see the footage. The guy looked at him, saying that it would be no problem. The hero with the camera came closer and stood between the judges. Jisung sadly lowered his eyebrows, saying that it was fashionable to see in the corner the moment when member Hyaman poured salt into member Jihai's dish. The girl frowned and looked at the guy with displeasure. The hero gritted his teeth and looked away. Jisung folded his arms over his chest, saying that there was no need to look further, since they were chefs from the same hotel and he ruined his colleague's dish. He really was the worst of the worst. The man pointed at him and shouted in displeasure, saying that he not only ruined someone's dish, but also ruined the reputation of his hotel. The hero furrowed his eyebrows and tilted his head down. Myungsung turned to Judge Jisung. The man looked at him. Myungsung smiled, asking how they should judge the dish, since salt was already added to the dish they tried. He asked if participant Hyaman hadn't interfered, then the girl wouldn't have been in the bottom too. Jihai furrowed her brows as she looked down. Jisung folded his arms across his chest, thinking that it was true that the dish was ruined because of Hyaman's interference, but he still didn't want to overrate participant Jihai's food. The man looked ahead with a dissatisfied expression, thinking that there was no more room for the Prija Hotel in this competition. Jisung looked away, thinking that it would be a big mistake to overrate her food now. What Judge Myungseong said was true, however. He was sure that the man was already tired due to today's schedule. Unless it was Sung-hoon, he didn't want to overrate anyone else. Myungseong looked at the man and smiled. Jisung looked at the woman sitting next to him, thinking that he expected Yoonjin to object, but he didn't have to worry about her since this was something he and Myungsung agreed on. The judge said something about the evaluation of member Jihai. The girl raised her eyebrows, looking forward. The man said that they would leave it as is. Jihai's eyes widened in surprise. Jisung pointed at them, asking if they were a couple, then why were they bringing their personal issues into cooking? The girl raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide, about to object. The man interrupted, asking if she was a line cook under a sous chef like him, who couldn't even cook a regular dish, then what could she possibly learn? Jisung pressed his hand to his chest and knitted his brows, saying that even if he hadn't ruined her dish, it would still have been the worst, which was why they wouldn't reevaluate her dish. Jihai widened her eyes, looking down. Yoonjin folded her arms and closed her eyes, saying that she knew what the dish was supposed to taste like because she had tried it before, so she would strongly recommend reconsidering the decision, but it wasn't good to involve a love quarrel in cooking. The woman looked forward, saying that she also had no desire to reevaluate her dish. Jihai tilted her head and widened her eyes, knitting her brows. Myungsung closed his eyes, saying that if that's what both judges thought, then his opinion didn't matter, because the most important thing right now was the immunity card that was in the hands of contestant Sung-hoon. The male lead raised his eyebrows, holding his hands behind his back. Myungsung raised his eyebrows and smiled, turning to the male lead and asking who he used his immunity card on. Hyemin furrowed his brows, looking down with a drop of sweat running down his face. Jihai looked down sadly. The male lead raised his eyebrows, thinking about why the judge said used instead of his using. His eyes widened, thinking that the male lead had already made his choice. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows, saying that he used his card on someone who wasn't standing here in front of the judges. The girl and the boy widened their eyes in surprise. Jisung folded his arms and closed his eyes, saying that it seemed like Sung-hoon used his immunity card on someone who had received positive scores and wasn't currently in the bottom two. Hyemin gritted his teeth in displeasure. He frowned and looked away, realizing that immunity wasn't being given now, it had already been given before the elimination candidate's mission. A bead of sweat ran down Hyemin's dissatisfied face, looking at the protagonist, wondering what the point of what he did was then. Jae-sung folded his arms and addressed the members Jae-hai and Hyemin from the Prija Hotel, saying that they were eliminated from Top Chef. They thanked them for their work. The girl looked down sadly. Hyemin gritted his teeth and clenched his hands into fists. The man opened his mouth, saying that they were done for today. He sat on a chair next to Myung-sung, saying that they would see each other tomorrow. It was a good job. The lights were bright in the windows of the tall building. There was a full moon in the night sky. The protagonist grabbed the girl's wrist. Hyemin frowned, asking Jae-hai to stop. He could explain everything on the way. The girl frowned, telling him to let her go before she could complain about him. Jae-hai pulled her hand out of his and rolled the suitcase behind her. The guy held his hand out, shouting her name. Hyemin frowned, telling her that she should take the bus. He asked where she was going. Jae-hai frowned and clenched her hand into a fist, moving forward quickly. The room number on the door was 312. The girl frowned sadly. She broke her hand into a fist and knocked. Behind the door, on the balcony, stood the guy. Jae-hai frowned nervously, a bead of sweat running down her face. The protagonist's face was gloomy. He lowered his head. The girl froze at the front door, holding her hand in a fist in front of her. She turned around and headed for the exit. The girl rolled the suitcase behind her, moving down the long corridor. The guy lifted the can above himself and began to drink the contents. He abruptly placed the tin can on the balcony railing. Sung-hoon leaned his hands on the railing, looking outside under the dark night sky. The bright sunlight fell on the dark doors with inset glass. The heroes were sitting at the table, looking at Hyun-soo. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that it was a good job. Thanks to their busy filming schedule since this morning, he thought there would be no problems with the show for 3 weeks. He asked if they told the members that they were taking a 2-week break. The hero with glasses and a cap said that it was announced during the broadcast at the hotel. Hyun-soo smiled, offering to talk about the next task. Mina raised her eyebrows, looking thoughtfully at the notebook with her notes. The girl pressed her pen to her cheek, looking down. He remembered himself, nervously peeking out from around the corner. Hyemin and Jae-hai were standing in the hallway. The main hero was standing in front of them with a cap in his hands. The boy frowned, saying that if the hero had said that he and Jae-hai had already broken up, then this wouldn't have happened. The girl looked down guiltily. Sung-hoon opened his mouth slightly, saying that they had only broken up a few days ago. He couldn't find the right moment. Nina furrowed her brows sadly, thinking that based on his reaction during today's interview and the conversation she heard in the hallway, she thought it was true that member Sung-hoon and member Jae-hai were dating. The girl clasped her hands in front of her, thinking that member Jae-hai was currently with member Hyemin. Considering this situation, she didn't think that the romantic relationship between Jae-hai and Sung-hoon had ended smoothly. Mina narrowed her eyes, thinking that if that was the case, then why did member Sung-hoon help member Jae-hai even before the results of the eliminated members were announced? She recalled the protagonist holding out his hand, wondering if there had been an emotional rift in their meeting, whether it was unnecessary for him to interfere, regardless of whether the dish was ruined. She didn't understand why he would do that. Mina's eyes widened as she pondered the matter. She heard her colleagues' voices trying to get her attention. Hyun-soo frowned and called her name loudly, and she raised her eyebrows in fear and took her hands off the table. He looked at her with displeasure, asking why she was so distracted during their meeting, asking her to stop daydreaming. Mina smiled awkwardly, saying that she was just thinking about ideas for the next task. The boy exclaimed in surprise. Hyunsu smiled, saying that if you think about it, the idea she suggested specifically to make someone the main characters was great, especially since member Sunghoon had become especially popular among viewers. The boy said that he felt like he and member Jeongtae were much closer than he thought. He found out that they were both cooks in the army when he interviewed Jeongtae. The girls raised their eyebrows, looking at the producer. Hyunsu folded his arms and smiled, saying that while they were cooks in the army, they must have become close while participating in military cooking competitions. He thinks that they already considered themselves rivals even before they came up with the images of rivals for the show. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if that's not the case. Nina frowned as she introduced the protagonist in a chef's uniform, saying that she heard that member Sunghoon used his immunity card on candidate Jeongtae right away. The red-haired girl wearing a cap raised her eyebrows, saying that it was strange. She asked if member Jeongtae already had his immunity card, since he came in first place in the ingredient guessing task. Hyunsu rubbed his chin thoughtfully and closed his eyes, saying that it seemed like member Sunghoon blamed himself for the fact that member Jeongtae was about to be eliminated, which he found out about after reading the protagonist's resume. Member Sunghoon used to work at the Myeongdong Hotel, where Ilwoo currently works. He introduced the protagonist and the man smiling next to him. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the producer. The man picked up a piece of paper, asking if this hotel was ranked second on the list. The guy noted that it was. Hyunsu rubbed his hands and looked down, saying that it was just his guess. But he didn't think that member Sunghoon had good memories of the time he worked at Myeongdong Hotel, since he hadn't worked there for long and didn't seem to be close with the members from Myeongdong. Nina widened her eyes and looked at him. Hyunsu held out his hand and raised his eyebrows, saying that since the hotels had prepared the members' resumes, it couldn't be helped that their work records were there, but member Sunghoon personally came to ask him not to reveal the fact that he worked at Myeongdong Hotel. He recalled how the male lead bowed to him. Youngtae frowned, the producer saying that member Youngtae must have somehow known that they were related, which was why he chose member Ilwoo as his opponent. The man held out his hand, asking if he did it because they were friends. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows, saying that it was possible. He was just saying, it was just his guess. If not because of that, then maybe because member Youngtae had a bad relationship with Myeongdong Hotel. The producer clasped his hands in front of him, saying that no matter what, member Sunghoon felt responsible for member Youngtae possibly being eliminated, so he used the immunity card on him. At least that was his theory. Nina raised her eyebrows, looking at him. The red-haired girl held a piece of paper in her hand, saying that no matter the reason, she was glad he used the immunity card on him. If one of the two members they showed as rivals were eliminated, the entire image would be ruined. The heroes supported without words. Hyunsu closed one eye, imagining the frowning judge and thinking that even if it weren't for Sunghoon, there's no way that member Youngtae would have been eliminated thanks to Judge Jisa. He turned his head and spoke to Mina, who was sitting next to him. He put his hand forward, saying that member Sunghoon's story had become very popular, so he was wondering if there were plans to continue it, and the timing was perfect since member Sunghoon's mother was in the hospital. Nina raised her eyebrows in confusion, repeating his words in surprise. Hyunsu folded his arms and closed his eyes, saying that there was a short window after the morning mission where families could come and meet the members, and it seemed like Sunghoon's family had come too. Nina frowned, remembering the smiling woman who had said that she wanted to meet her son, who she was very proud of. Hyunsu looked at the girl and raised his hand, saying that he didn't know the exact details, but there was an incident in the hallway, so she was immediately sent to the hospital in Wonju. Sunghoon contacted him today to say that he would be going to the hospital on his day off tomorrow. The producer raised his index finger, asking how about filming it in the hospital like last time. There would be more tension than last time, so the picture would be cooler. Mina pursed her lips nervously. She raised her eyebrows, saying that she didn't think it was a good idea since the viewers would probably get bored watching the same scene. Hyunsu closed his eyes and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying that it was true. It's not like he hadn't thought about it. The guy suggested that they try to find something better than filming in the hospital. He asked Sui to suggest more ideas based on member Jeongtae's story. The girl smiled, agreeing with his words. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows and looked away, saying that they needed to finalize the concept of the next task and summarize the results of their meeting. The heroes agreed to his proposal. While the people at the table were actively discussing something, Mina froze, her eyes wide. The girl knitted her eyebrows, thinking about Wonju. They were boarding the train. People with bags were approaching. The sign indicated the 5th route to Wonju. The protagonist entered the train. He sat down on the seat and sighed heavily. Sunghoon knitted his eyebrows and nervously pursed his lips. The guy opened his mouth wide and raised his eyebrows, asking how this could have happened. The protagonist was in the room, his cap lying on the bed. He held the phone to his ear, asking why his mother was hospitalized, because the girl said that she was fine. Mina furrowed her brows sadly and closed her eyes, saying that she was fine when she was taken to the emergency room, but then her condition worsened and she was hospitalized. She said that such news would have shocked him too much during the mission. The protagonist frowned, saying that she shouldn't have worried about it. He asked where the hospital was. Mina said that it was in Wonju. It was a big hospital, not far from Pyeongchang, so it was quick to get here. Sung-hoon put his hand on his hip, standing by the window, saying that he would come tomorrow morning. The guy closed his eyes and furrowed his brows, thinking about how his mother was hospitalized in the emergency room, and there was still a long time until payday. The protagonist looked out the window, choking up, wondering if he could ask the hotel for an advance. He thought he would be damned for being a guy who had no sense at all. The girl smiled, apologizing for disturbing him. She asked if the seat next to him was taken. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned around, saying that the seat was free. The guy's eyes widened. The hero's mouth fell open, surprised to see the scriptwriter there. Mina smiled, looking at him. The bus was driving along the highway. Sung-hoon leaned on his fist thoughtfully, looking out the window. Nina looked at the screen of her phone with a worried expression. They were sitting next to each other, clearly uncomfortable. Finally, the girl turned to Sung-hoon and said that she heard that his mother was hospitalized again. The guy looked at the girl in surprise when he heard the question about him going to the hospital in Wonju because his mother was there. He agreed with this and asked what business the girl herself had in Wonju. Mina smiled tensely, thinking about what business she might have there, since she couldn't say that she was stalking him because she suddenly started to worry. She finally came up with an answer, saying that the university she attended was in Wonju, and since it was a holiday, she had arranged to meet her professor. Sung-hoon pointed out that he must be her former teacher since she had to meet him in person. Mina awkwardly agreed with this. She turned away, wondering tensely what she meant when she said the professor, since it was true that she had attended a university in Wonju, but she had dropped out, so she had no memories of it at all. Sung-hoon looked at his neighbor with interest. He felt awkward because he didn't know what to say. He remembered their conversation during the interview for the show. The girl had also awkwardly looked at her notes back then. That time, he asked a little rudely that if the questions were over, he could go. Mina clutched the papers and her expression darkened. She asked to stop the recording. Mina turned to the guy. She asked him directly if he had met member So Jae. Sung-hoon asked again out of surprise. However, Mina felt awkward asking the question again. She tried to explain that she had intentionally overheard them in the hallway today. Sung-hoon tensely asked if this question would be in an official interview or if she was asking a personal question. Mina hesitated and confirmed that it was a personal question. Sung-hoon frowned. He put on his chef's hat, stood up from the table and was about to leave, but Mina tried to stop him. However, he asked if she was really that curious to the point of stopping the interview now. Mina immediately stopped and apologized for going too far with her curiosity. Sung-hoon, without turning to face her, said that if the interview was over, then he would leave. Mina watched him leave awkwardly. Sung-hoon thought about the incident. Suddenly, Mina heard that he wanted to say something. Without turning to face the girl, Sung-hoon decided to apologize for his violent reaction during the interview yesterday. Mina looked at him silently. She smiled with relief. The bus announced that he was okay since she was the one who needed to apologize. Finally, the bus arrived in Wonju. Sung-hoon walked down the steps of the bus. Mina, who was walking behind him, asked him with a smile if he was going straight to the hospital, to which he answered in agreement. He bowed to her in farewell, to which she said that they would see each other next week. Mina watched him go with concern. She was thinking hard about something. Meanwhile, at the Wonju hospital, Sung-hoon's mother was lying on the couch. Her brother and sister looked at her with concern. Sung-hoon asked Mijin when his mother fell asleep, to which she replied that it was just recently, since she fell asleep after being given painkillers. The boy gripped the handrail tightly. He closed his eyes and suddenly his body began to sparkle blue. He saw a flash of memory of his mother screaming in pain, how the doctors fussed around him, and his sister cried in fear. Everything went quiet only when the painkillers were injected. The physical pain of his mother was reflected in the emotional pain on his face. Later, he and Mai-jin walked down the hospital corridor. The girl said that the doctors promised to discharge his mother tomorrow, which surprised her brother. She said that even before his mother fell asleep, she kept saying that she knew that her children had no money, so she did not want to be a burden, and therefore she wanted to be discharged immediately. Sung-hoon listened sadly to her saying that even if they resisted, there would be no point since he knew their mother. They approached the reception desk. The receptionist said that the emergency room fee, hospital fee, and medicine would total 360,000 won. Sung-hoon reached for his wallet, thinking that he was in trouble since he only had money from the last time. Mai-jin handed over his card and said that he would pay with it. Sung-hoon asked in surprise that she didn't have any money. You answered with a smile that the filming crew of his program wrote to her and they said that they had already paid for the filming that took place last time. This baffled the guy, since he was sure that they were saying that they would pay after the broadcast, so was he mistaken? The girl looked at the phone screen, where there was a message from her that they transferred 400,000 won for participating in the last filming. She smiled, looking at the phone. Her mood improved a lot. The girl looked at her brother and sister and mentally asked Sung-hoon to be strong. 8 years ago, in France, at the Notre Mason restaurant, Kadlov, the chef of the Notre Mason restaurant, was decorating a ready-made dish. Suddenly, someone distracted him by greeting him. At first, the man did not understand what was happening, but seeing the guest, he understood everything. Dong-seok, Sung-hoon's father, stood with his son, saying that they had not seen Kadlov for a long time. He asked her with a smile how she was because they had come to France without even telling him, to which Dong-seok replied that he was on his annual gastronomic trip, after which he praised his good Korean friend. Kadlov asked who the young man next to him was, to which Dong-seok introduced his son. Kadlov invited the master to sit at the table, and he himself would bring them food. After a while, an appetizing smelling soup appeared on the table. Sung-hoon looked thoughtfully at the plate. Kadlov quietly asked if Sung-hoon was feeling well, to which Dong-seok replied that something seemed to have happened to him at the Myeongdong Hotel. The man said that his son was worried about where the culinary industry was heading due to the ubiquitous violence in the workplace, to which Kadlov replied that chefs have to handle knives and fire like in a fight to cook for people. That's why he was in such a mood. Dong-seok closed his eyes and said that he wanted his son to become an outstanding chef, but if he did not want to, then nothing could be done about it. Kadlov looked at the boy sadly. Suddenly, he decided to turn to him. Kadlov handed the boy a business card. Sung-hoon heard that if he wanted to cook again, he could learn from him. Sung-hoon said that he did not want to cook anymore because he hated this cruel and domineering atmosphere in the kitchen. Kadlov smiled and said that he thought so now, but did he think that his opinion could still be remembered? And also, he does not give his business card to everyone in a row. Kadlov simply asked to take it. Sung-hoon looked at the business card doubtfully. It had the contacts of the Adlovs on it. Remembering this story, the boy took out the man's business card. Sung-hoon thought that he had forgotten about this business card, and his dad put it in his notebook. He smiled, thinking that he was a chef again, but he still hadn't contacted Kadlo. Sung-hoon slammed his notebook shut. Hyun-soo walked down the hallway. He tiredly thought about why his boss was calling him at this time. The man knocked on the door, saying that he had come. Jisung opened the door, letting the guest in. Hyun-soo immediately asked what was going on this time, since he knew that they would get in trouble if they were caught during such a meeting. Jisung abruptly said that in the next task, the judges would cook while the contestants guessed what ingredients they used in the dishes, and then asked if that was true. The scriptwriter agreed with it. Jisung wondered if they had decided on the head chef, but they hadn't. Hyun-soo was surprised that the man asked if he could be the one to cook. He thought that this was bad because if he continued to control the situation, the program might end up very strangely. Hyun-soo tensed up, but tried to politely answer that Jisung had already done so much, so they should give the others a chance. However, Jisung was unhappy because he had only managed to do 2 things. Suddenly, the atmosphere became stifling when Jisung said that the writer should remember how he made him back down when he got carried away, so he wouldn't let him do it again. Hyun-soo cursed in his mind because it seemed like his interlocutor wouldn't give up so easily. He frowned, thinking that this was the last time, and if he continued to act like this, it would only negatively affect their program. Hyun-soo said that he understood everything, but there was one thing. He took out his notebook and explained that it was actually true that they hadn't decided on who would cook yet, but someone had already said that they could do it. Jisung wondered who it was. Hyun-soo said the name of the chef Myung-sung. Jisung was angry that Myung-sung was always in his way. Hyun-soo said that he had not yet given his consent. He promised to think about it. He suggested that Jisung go to him himself and say that he wanted to cook, since the scriptwriter himself still had a lot of things to do. Jisung heard that regardless of whether they had a quarrel with Judge Myung-sung or not, he did not want to get involved in it. The scriptwriter bowed and said that he would go. The bright sun was shining above the house. People were talking in the office. Yoonjin looked at the men and asked them to repeat again what the task was. Myung-sung said with a smile that they had to guess the ingredients. But wasn't that in the first task? Since in that task they had to guess the names of the ingredients. And this time they would be cooking dishes. Their task would be to determine what ingredients they used. Yoonjin asked if they all had to cook, and he replied that there was only one judge. The woman immediately exhaled, saying that she couldn't do that since there were 22 members, which meant she would have to cook 22 dishes. Myung-sung said that he had already informed the team that he could be the head chef for this task. Yoonjin said that it would be hard. Suddenly, Jisung interrupted them. He asked if the woman thought it was weird. He folded his arms and said that during Min-sung's task where they had to guess the ingredients, there was an error in the results checking, and Sung-hoon actually got all 50 ingredients right. Yoonjin was surprised that he actually did that. Jisung went on to say that also, during the noodle task, Sung-hoon's team should have been eliminated due to the quality of the dish, but the evaluation changed, and it was all because of Myung-sung. Yoonjin was surprised, as she thought it was the boy's fault, but the man was saying that he had always done things to put Sung-hoon in an advantageous position. Jisung frowned and asked that if it wasn't the woman who didn't agree, then how is it possible that the youngest member from a 4-star hotel could always take first place? Myung-sung called it nonsense. He asked his opponent what he was trying to say, and did he really mean to say that he was biased against Sung-hoon? Jisung smiled ominously and asked that he was really wrong, since the man had already told Sung-hoon all the ingredients he would use this time. Myung-sung angrily said that he was speechless since they were trying to accuse him of something he didn't do. Jisung became even more sullen when he demanded to prove that he was not behind Sung-hoon. Myung-sung agreed to this. Jisung was jubilant when his opponent said angrily that he wouldn't interfere so he could do whatever he wanted. The man smiled, saying okay. Myung-sung frowned and put his hand on his hip, saying that he wouldn't interfere so the Sunbi could do whatever he wanted. The man smiled maliciously and folded his arms. Jisung tilted his head and closed his eyes, saying that since he already told him so. The man interrupted him. Jisung frowned and opened his eyes. Myung-sung reached for the door handle, saying that if his member Young-tae, who he works with at the same hotel, won first place in his mission, he would take back all the charges he brought against him today. The man raised his eyebrows and smiled. Jisung frowned, looking at him from under his brows. The man closed his eyes and folded his arms, with Yoonjun standing next to him. The woman raised her eyebrows, assuming that there was something going on between the two of them, but she hoped that they would resolve whatever it was and not cause trouble. Jisung frowned, closing one eye. The hallway of the first floor. The contestants in chef uniforms were advancing forward. The protagonist and the guy with glasses were standing in the center of the room ahead of the other contestants. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked ahead. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, asking why there were only lids and no actual kitchen. Sung-hoon smiled, asking if this could be a task where he tastes and guesses ingredients. Yoon-tae raised his eyebrows and laughed nervously, saying that it couldn't be. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, looking forward seriously. Yoon-tae furrowed his brows and opened his mouth wide, asking how this was possible. Jisung stood in front of him with his arms folded and said that he would tell him about all the upcoming Top Chef missions next week. The guy furrowed his brows, a drop of sweat running down his face, asking if something bad would happen to the chef for revealing this information. Jisung frowned, saying that he didn't need to think about it. Anyway, all the participants from the top 10 hotels would get this information, not just the guy. The man looked at Yoon-tae standing in front of him, saying that even Jai, who would be participating with him, had already finished her preparations for the missions, so it was time for him to start preparing too. Yoon-tae raised his eyebrows, asking what would happen to the participants who weren't in the top 10. Jisung frowned and looked at him from under his brows, asking why he was even thinking about them. The guy frowned, looking at the chef with displeasure. The man pointed at him, saying that he must have misunderstood something, because Best Chef is not just a competition. Jisung furrowed his brows and looked ahead, asking if he hadn't heard of this before. The ranking of this competition would determine the ranking of their hotel. The man got close to the boy's face and opened his mouth wide, shouting that their hotel was currently in first place, so no matter what, they had to maintain their position. Jisung pointed at him and glared at the hero, saying that this is what everyone who is in the top wants. Yoon-tae furrowed his brows and nervously pursed his lip, not understanding which top he was talking about. The chef put his hand on his hip, saying that it was time to stop this nonsense, he needed to start preparing. The boy bowed, saying that he would do everything. Yoon-tae arched his brows, looking ahead, a bead of sweat running down his face. The hero thought that from what he remembered, this task was to guess what ingredients were used in the dishes, as Sung-hoon said. The guy frowned, thinking that the main problem was who would cook these dishes. The judges entered the room, the group of which was headed by Jisung. The man raised his eyebrows and greeted the participants, going to explain to them the rules of the upcoming task. Jisung looked at the participants lined up in front of him, saying that their task was to taste the dishes and determine what ingredients were used in them. 24 ingredients were used here, and if they did not guess at least one, they would immediately be eliminated. The man folded his arms across his chest, saying that the participants would enter one by one, so there should be no one in the room except the participant undergoing the task. Myung-sung and Yoonjun stood next to him. The judge announced that the first participant would be Jeong-tae, who currently ranks first in the rankings. The protagonist looked at Jeong-tae standing next to him. The guy frowned. Sung-hoon smiled, asking him to give it his all. Jeong-tae raised his eyebrows and smiled awkwardly, saying that he would. There were many contestants in the room. The protagonist stood by the wall, looking away. Suhee came up to him, holding a piece of paper in her hand, saying that it was his turn, the guy could come in. Sung-hoon moved forward, looking around and thinking that the contestants who had finished the task were coming out from a different place, because he did not see Jeong-tae. The protagonist put his hands behind his back, standing in front of the table where the judges were sitting. The man turned his head, asking for a dish to be brought here. The protagonist rolled a cart with a covered dish forward. The dish with an iron lid stood in front of the guy. Jisung raised his hand, saying that the contestant could open the dish himself. Sunhoon's eyes widened, removing the iron lid from the plate. The protagonist frowned, realizing that it was lasagna. On the plate was a fried dish made from marinated and then deep-fried chicken pieces, garnished with greens. Jisung raised his eyebrows, saying that the guy can start tasting the dish and naming the ingredients. There are no restrictions. The hero has 5 minutes to complete the task. Time has started. The protagonist froze in front of the plate with the dish. He furrowed his brows and moved his face closer to the plate. The guy looked up at the judges, saying that he thinks there is bok choy in there. The man looked at Myung-sung. The hero closed his eyes and stood up. The judge walked up to the covered plate and reached out his hand. He lifted the iron lid, saying that there is indeed this ingredient in the dish. On the white plate was green bok choy. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide, saying that there are also champignons and shiitake mushrooms. On the white plates were the ingredients listed by the hero, light and dark mushrooms. The protagonist continued to name the ingredients, which included bamboo shoots, peas, cabbage, bell pepper. Myung-sung smiled widely, lifting the iron lid off the plate and saying that it was absolutely correct. Jisung folded his arms over his chest, frowning in displeasure. Yoonjin looked at him. The woman turned her head, saying that he looked a little worried. The man looked at her and opened his mouth, saying that everything was fine. Jisung frowned, a drop of sweat running down his face. He thought that everything would be fine. After all, he used one ingredient that no one would name. Now what matters is how many the guy can guess. The man looked at the protagonist performing the task. Sung-hoon thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Jisung thought that in any case, the guy did not hear anything about the dish before the task. He just knows the ingredients that are in ordinary lasagna. The man frowned, looking ahead from under his brows and imagining himself cooking. He thought about how, because of what Myung-sung told him back then, he had made a dish with some ingredients that even Yoontae didn't know. The man's eyes widened, beads of sweat running down his face. He thought about how he didn't care at all about his persistence, because this was his last chance. The events happened yesterday. The man was standing by the large window of the room, holding a glass in his hand. Jisung raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard his phone ring. The man furrowed his brows and picked up the phone, wondering who could be calling at such a late hour. The hero widened his eyes. On the phone screen, there was a call from the contact Soyun, the president of the 5-star hotel. Jisung stood in the room, looking at the ringing phone in his hand. The hero nervously gritted his teeth and frowned. On the mobile screen, there was a call from the president of the 5-star hotel Soyun. Jisung brought the phone to his ear, saying that he was listening. Seo-yoon opened his mouth, asking how things were going. The man suggested that he must be busy judging. Jisung raised his eyebrows, sweat dripping down his face, and remarked that he wasn't that busy. The man opened his mouth, asking if he knew the reason why he was calling him. Jisung looked away, saying that he understood. Seo-yoon smiled, saying that in that case, he would get straight to the point. The president of the 5-star hotel sat in a chair with his legs crossed. He asked what the man was planning to do with the show, since the weird guy was attracting all the attention. The man asked who Sung-hoon from the jewelry hotel was, if this hotel was also from their association. Jisung looked down and sighed heavily, saying that this was a 4-star hotel. Seo-yoon frowned and gritted his teeth, asking how that was possible. The man asked why trash like that guy was still here. Jisung's eyes widened, a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Seo-yoon looked at his hand, asking if the boss knew that this program was the fruit of all his work. The hero replied that he knew it. The hotel president raised his eyebrows, saying that he should remember what they discussed not long ago. In the show, Myeongdong Hotel should be the first among hotels and Yoontae from the Hilton Hotel should be the first among all the chefs. The man asked if that was not what they discussed. Jisung frowned and looked away. Seo-yoon tilted his head back, saying that since he was the judge, the hero should not be distracted by such trash. Jisung tilted his head down, saying that he did his best but the guy was so persistent. The hotel president opened his mouth wide, shouting no. Seo-yoon smiled mischievously and raised his eyebrows, asking if he had shown them his true strength yet. The man said that the top hotels had a separate seminar. He asked if the hero only presented the tasks that were discussed during the seminar. Jisung widened his eyes, remembering the list of tasks. This was a guide to the special training of chefs. The 5-Star Hotel Association will be presenting a special offer in the 4th week of October. Theme: Private 5-Star Hotel Association. Contents: skills and aspects of working in a hotel. Salary: 500,000 won for participants. Only special chefs can participate. Training: from 9:40 to 10 in the morning. Skills and aspects: from 10 to 11 in the morning. The goals of a 5-star hotel. The speaker is the president of the hotel at 11:30 in the morning. Introduction to the pro. Jisung said that he presented the tasks they discussed in the seminar as soon as he had the chance, but Yoonjung and Myung-sung were also there, so he couldn't insist on the task they agreed on. Seo Yoon looked down at his hand, saying that he understood since Yoonjung was from the Traditional Korean Cuisine Association, but he didn't understand Myungsuk. The hero introduced the men and women on the judging panel for the competition. Seo Yoon turned to the large window, saying that no matter how much experience he had in America, he still had to join the hotel that belonged to their association to settle down in Korea. The man couldn't understand why Myung-sung was acting like this. The president said that was it, asking the hero to do his best because it was the end. Jae-sung closed his eyes and sighed heavily, saying that it would be done. The sound of a call ending was heard. Seo Yoon stood up from his seat and put his hands in his pockets, asking the CEO to contact those people who were working on the program just in case. Min-young held the documents in front of her, saying that he had done it. The girl asked where he was going. Seo Yoon smiled, saying that he needed to check the kitchen at their hotel. After all, he was still the head chef of the Myeongdong Hotel, so why couldn't he go check the kitchen? The phone screen showed the call ending from the president of the 5-star hotel, Seo Yoon. Jae-sung froze in the room, silently looking forward. The man frowned, thinking that he couldn't believe that the association was putting pressure on him too. The hero closed his eyes and put his hands in his pockets, thinking that this was his last chance, his last warning to get his ranking back on track. Jisung widened his eyes and looked ahead, thinking that he didn't have much time because he couldn't renew his contract with the Hilton Hotel. The association was his only chance to get things back on track. The hero stood by the large window, thinking that in the next task, he had to eliminate Sung-hoon at all costs. Jisung frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. The man raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes, thinking that this was what he had planned, but everything was going wrong. The hero used a spoon to taste the dish. He brought it to his mouth. The protagonist closed his eyes and frowned. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he was sure about a few more ingredients. After trying again, there were chopped green onions and white pepper. Myung-sung raised his eyebrows and removed the lid from the plate, saying that those ingredients were also here. Jisung sat behind him with his arms folded. The man gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking about the guy guessing 16. If the hero guessed 2 more, he would have the same points as Jeongtae. Yoonjun raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking how Sung-hoon was able to guess so many ingredients so quickly, since usually you need to be really good and sweat your taste buds. Jisung furrowed his eyebrows, sweat dripping down his face. He said that the hero had 3 minutes left. The man thought about how he hoped that the guy didn't guess anything else, since it would be hard to kick him out if the guy had more points than Jeongtae. Sung-hoon rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying that he had 3 minutes left. The guy smiled, saying that they would name the rest of the ingredients right now. Jisung said with a frown and his mouth hanging open, wondering if he would really do that. The hero looked at the dish garnished with mushrooms and herbs, saying that the sauce had starch in it, and that it was also used when frying, and it looked like pork fat was used instead of oil, and chingju was used instead of wine. The guy held out his hands, saying that chicken broth with pollock powder was used to make the sauce instead of anchovies, and that the broth contained onions and pears. Myung-sung raised his eyebrows and reached for the lid, saying that they would check it now. He removed the iron lid, and there was an apple on a white plate. The man smiled nervously, saying that it was impressive. Myung-sung spread his hands, saying that it was incredible, because the guy named all the ingredients that were actually included in the dish. The hero raised his hand, saying that he forgot to mention the last ingredient. Sun-hoon smiled, introducing red peppers and saying that there was also red pepper, but not a regular one, but Tabasco peppers. Jisung's eyes widened and his eyebrows raised. The man furrowed his brows nervously, thinking that this was impossible. Even a gourmet wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It just couldn't be. He remembered himself preparing this dish, thinking that he had ground the peppers so finely that they weren't even in their original form anymore. Jisung's mouth dropped open and his eyes widened, thinking that he had intentionally reduced the amount due to the slight difference in spiciness with the red peppers, wondering how the boy could tell the difference between their spiciness. Myung-sung raised his eyebrows and reached for the lid, saying that the last ingredient the protagonist had named was Tabasco peppers. He removed the iron lid, revealing a red pepper on a white plate. The man said that it was absolutely correct. Contestant Sung-hoon was able to guess all 24 ingredients. The protagonist smiled, putting his hands behind his back. Jisung jumped up from his seat, asking him to wait a minute. The man furrowed his brows and pointed at him, asking how the guy knew there was Tabasco in it, since it was very difficult to tell what kind of pepper was used just by taste. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that he just tasted Tabasco. That's why he answered like that. The man froze in place, holding his hand out in front of him. Yoonjun closed her eyes and smiled, saying that Tabasco was used in the dish, so it's no wonder there was a Tabasco flavor. The woman said that it was a great job. The guy could go free. The protagonist bowed, thanking her. The guy turned around on the spot. Sung-hoon frowned and clenched his hands into fists, moving towards the exit. Jisung's eyes widened, his face paled. Hyun-soo raised his eyebrows thoughtfully as he looked at him. The guy looked at the judges in front of him, thinking that judging by Jisung's reaction, He had pulled some kind of dirty trick that time too. The producer frowned, thinking about how the man had been so happy when his protege Yoontae had named all the ingredients. But the more Sung-hoon answered correctly, the gloomier he became. Hyun-soo said that he couldn't believe that the man would show such a face on camera. At this rate, the viewers might get the wrong idea. Jisung's eyes widened, staring at one spot and tilting his head down. Mina came closer, addressing the producer. The girl knitted her eyebrows, saying that she had received a call from a broadcasting company a while ago. The producer repeated her words questioningly. Mina said that members of the 5-Star Hotel Association had contacted them. Hyun-soo raised his eyebrows in surprise and took the microphone off his ear. The guy put his hand out, asking what they wanted. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that they were laconic, asking if their company needed anything. Hyun-soo frowned, looking at her. The guy opened his mouth, asking if that was all. Mina said that she refused to help because they didn't need it, but they said they would contact him later. The girl clutched a notepad in her hands, asking if the 5-Star Hotel Association was trying to put pressure on them. The hero closed his eyes and folded his arms, saying that it seemed like since their show, which gained popularity, was supported by the government, he tried his best to make sure no one could put pressure on them. Hyun-soo put his hands out, asking if they had tried to put pressure on them. They probably would have contacted him sooner. Mina's eyes widened. Hyun-soo raised his eyebrows, saying that they did, however, contact them in the middle of the show. The hero looked away. The boy opened his mouth, asking what if they were supporting someone from the 5-Star Hotel Association. Mina frowned, asking if he meant that there was someone among them who worked for the association. Hyun-soo picked up a piece of paper, saying that it was true. He had had his suspicions about it not long ago, but now he was sure of it. The hero looked at Jisung, who was sitting on a chair, who was dejected. The producer said that in any case, they were still recording, so it would be better for them to talk about it later. Mina furrowed her eyebrows, agreeing with his words. The contestants in chef uniforms stood in front of the 3 judges. Jisung held a black paper in his hand, saying that he would now announce the results. He turned to Mion from the Mirage Hotel, asking her to come over. The girl's eyes widened and her brows furrowed in pity. Mion stood in front of the judges, folding her hands in front of her. Jisung raised his brows, asking if she understood why they didn't invite her. The girl timidly replied that she assumed so. The judge said that she had only named 11 ingredients, therefore she had the lowest score for this task. Mion looked down and pursed her lips nervously. Jisung put his hand forward and furrowed his brows, saying that she was leaving the show, so he was asking her to return her badge. Mion furrowed her brows in pity, a drop of sweat rolling down her cheek. The girl placed her badge in his palm. The man looked at Myung-sung, and the hero nodded. Jisung furrowed his brows, saying that the one with the highest score, Sung-hoon from the Jewelry Hotel, should step forward. Yoontae's eyes widened and he looked at the male lead standing next to him. The boy furrowed his brows, a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He wondered if the hero had won first place even though he himself had named 18 ingredients because he had prepared in advance. Jeongtae looked at the smiling boy's back, wondering how many ingredients the hero had named. The judges smiled, looking at Sung-hoon. The man furrowed his brows, saying that in that task, the boy named 24 ingredients. Jisung widened his eyes, looking away. Myung-sung raised his eyebrows and smiled. He spread his arms, saying that the boy named all the ingredients correctly. Jeongtae widened his eyes, surprised that the hero named all the ingredients. The man in the black uniform raised his eyebrows, asking how this boy could name all the ingredients. The boy standing next to him frowned and folded his arms. Yoonjin smiled, saying that the boy did a great job on that task. He can return to his place. Sung-hoon closed his eyes and bowed, thanking her. Jisung furrowed his brows, saying that that was all for today. They should all go back to their rooms and rest. The man watched the contestants leave. Sung-hoon raised his hand and smiled, continuing to walk forward. Jisung frowned, looking at him from under his brows. The protagonist took off the white cap from his head and walked down the hallway, carrying it in his hands. A girl appeared in front of him. She apologized for distracting him. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Mina furrowed her brows and folded her hands in front of her, asking if he had a free minute. The heroes were sitting at a table in a cafe. Sung-hoon raised his brows and smiled, asking what she wanted to discuss. Mina furrowed her brows and lowered her head down. Hyun-soo looked at the judges. Jisung announced that the contestants can return to their rooms and rest. The guy held up his index finger, telling the cameraman that they could end it there. Hyun-soo took off the microphone, turning to the scriptwriter Mina, who was standing next to him, and saying that they could continue their conversation. The heroes were sitting in the office at the desk. The guy suggested that they give up on Jisung. The girl furrowed her brows and looked at him. Hyun-suk raised his brows and clasped his hands together in front of him, saying that he had already told her, but now he was 100% sure that Jisung was the one cooperating with the 5-Star Hotel Association. The guy turned his head to the girl, asking if she had seen the grades for this assignment. Mina furrowed her brows, saying that she had not looked at them yet. The hero handed her a form with grades, offering to look at them. They were listed from highest to lowest. Mina took the sheet in her hands and frowned. The girl opened her eyes wide, asking what the numbers on the right were. Hyunsu clasped his hands together in front of him, saying that these were the rankings of the participants' hotels. Mina frowned and looked at him, asking if it wasn't the rating ranking for this mission, but the hotel ranking. Hyunsu furrowed his brows, saying that was the case. The guy raised his hand, saying that it wasn't just this mission, but all the missions that Jisung participated in. Currently the hotel ranking was the same as the participants' rankings, except for Sunghoon. Mina furrowed her brows nervously, a drop of sweat running down her face. She asked if the protagonist had anything to do with them. Hyunsu frowned, asking if Sunghoon was related to the association. Then how could one explain Jisung's attitude towards him, since he openly praised Youngtae, who worked at the same hotel with him and constantly picked on Sunghoon, trying in every way to get rid of him. The hero imagined Jisung happily standing in front of the dish that Youngtae had prepared. He imagined the man frowning in displeasure and pointing his finger at the protagonist standing in front of him. Hyunsu turned his head, saying that anyway, even if it wasn't true, Sunghoon was from a 4-star hotel, there was no way for him to join the 5-star hotel association. Nina raised her eyebrows, saying that he was right. The guy rubbed his forehead with his palm, saying that he thought Jisung was just trying to eliminate the one breathing down Youngtae's neck. But Youngtae couldn't believe that he was a pawn of the association, so they had to get rid of him before the show's image went downhill. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows and pointed his finger at the girl, saying that she should find another chef who could immediately replace Jisung, a chef who had nothing to do with the 5-star hotel association. The girl said that she understood. Mina raised her eyebrows, asking if Appa shouldn't tell Sunghoon about this, since it was unfair to him since the other members had advantages, so she thought they should step in. The guy furrowed his brows as he looked at her. Hyunsu frowned, saying no. He told her not to tell the male lead. The guy put his hand forward, asking if she knew who made their show popular, namely Sunghoon. He asked what would happen if he found out and refused to participate. No matter how sorry he was for the guys, the program was his top priority. Nina furrowed her brows sadly and looked down, saying that she understood. The girl looked down sadly, a drop of sweat dripping down her face. She turned to Sunghoon. The guy raised his brows and smiled, asking what happened. Mira closed her eyes and bowed her head, asking for his forgiveness. Sitting at a table in a cafe, Mina apologized. Frowning, the male lead asked why she decided to apologize. The girl tensely looked down. Closing her eyes, the girl once again mentally asked for his forgiveness. The scriptwriter raised her eyebrows and explained that the results of all the tasks, including the current one where Jisung was the judge, were fabricated. Looking down, the staff member explained that if you look at the scores that the judge gave, you can see the actual rankings of the hotels. Sunghoon pursed his lips in silence. The scores were written by the scriptwriters so that there would be no irregularities in the process, but there was a possibility that information had leaked. Mina closed her eyes and said that they should have prepared more thoroughly and prevented something like this. She was very sorry for what happened. The guy looked down and said that he knew it from the beginning. The girl looked at him in surprise. She folded her hands on the table and asked if her friend knew about it. Raising her eyebrows, the young man said that he just had a premonition. On the plate was a dish with mushrooms and herbs. The intern tried it with a fork. A blue aura appeared around him. After tasting the food, the protagonist saw not only the memories of the products, but also the grinning face of the chef who prepared it. Sweat appeared on the man's face. Jisung was only thinking about how to get rid of the unnecessary participant of the show. Sunghoon was holding a drink in his hands. The girl looked up at him when she was called. Sitting opposite her, the guy asked how the program would change in that case. Looking away, the scriptwriter answered that for starters, they would replace the judge and choose someone who was not connected to him as a new jury member. The young man looked at her carefully. Remembering the displeased face of the director, the channel employee wondered what would happen if her friend found out and refused to participate, but despite this, the program was still the most important thing. Mina closed her eyes. Looking at her friend, the girl said that they would immediately stop the show if he asked for it. The intern's mouth opened in amazement. The girl confidently looked into his eyes. Hearing that everything was fine, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. Closing her eyes, the male lead explained that it would be enough for them to replace Jisung, as he really wanted to keep his spot on the show. Remembering how her friend smiled and promised to win, the scriptwriter lowered her gaze. Smiling, Sunghoon thanked her. Looking ahead, the guy decided that his friend could have hidden this information, but she wanted to tell the whole truth. The channel employee blushed with embarrassment. The young man expressed confidence that she would continue to do a good job on the show and said that he believed in her. Looking away, Mina promised to do her best for this. The intern stood in front of the door to the room. As he opened the door, someone approached him. It turned out to be Jisung and Jeongtae. The male lead looked back, hearing their voice. The heroes looked very serious. Frowning, the judge suggested that they go outside and talk for a while. Sung-hoon frowned tensely and replied that he would be willing to talk here as well. The man pursed his lips in displeasure but remained silent. He narrowed his eyes angrily and thought that it was quite difficult to get rid of this contestant through tasks, so he needed to win him over to his side in order to keep his place. Looking up, the judge asked if it was true that the contestant had cooked for the military with his friend. The boy gave him a stern look, and the Hilton chef said that there were many times when they swapped places on the ranking table back then, which was why his subordinate was so encouraged when he found out that his friend was also on the show. Jisung handed over a gold business card and said that Yoontae was his colleague and asked the boy what he thought of it. The judge smiled and offered him a job as an assistant chef at the Hilton. Raising his eyebrows, the boy thanked him for the offer and declined. The man frowned menacingly and asked what that meant. He waved his business card and asked the contestant to think carefully, as such a talented chef shouldn't rot in a third-rate hotel when he had the opportunity to work in the best hotel in Korea. Turning to him, the trainee explained that he refused to work in the best hotel in the country because his chef was narrow-minded, and the judge tried to find fault with his work in every task. The chef clutched the card in his hand and trembled, and the protagonist asked how he came up with such an offer after everything that happened on the show. Smirking, Sung-hoon asked if he had no self-esteem. Jisung clenched his teeth in anger. Swinging his hand, the judge asked if the contestant knew who he was talking to. There was a slapping sound, and the man's eyes widened in shock. Yoontae opened his mouth in fear. The guy stopped the judge's hand. As if covered in a blue aura, the young man asked if the chef had resorted to violence because he couldn't find the right words. The trainee asked if the staff at the Hilton Hotel were trained like that, and Jisung closed his eyes and screamed in pain. Frowning angrily, he asked if the contestant really thought he could treat the judge like that. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was no longer a judge. Pulling the chef's hand aside, Sung-hoon said that he had met with the scriptwriter, who had told him that a member of the jury had been caught doing something wrong. Yoontae frowned pitifully and asked his friend to stop. The boy looked at him tensely. The boy relaxed his hand. The man fell to the floor. Picking up his hat, the intern asked if Jisung had really screwed up the assignments and trained the members of the 5-Star Hotel Association. The judge grabbed his hand. The main character said that he had only recently found out the truth, but the film crew had known about it for a long time, and after all this, it would be difficult for the man to continue being a judge on the show. Sung-hoon approached his friend and asked if he had been trained too. Looking down, Jeongtae confirmed it. Remembering how his friend had extended his hand to him in the kitchen, the guy asked what he had meant when he suggested trying this time too. Raising his hand, the chef said that he hadn't meant that at all. Lowering his head, the man said that he was really ashamed. Looking back, the young man decided that they were done and that it was time for him to go. The door to his room slammed shut. Jeongtae was holding a suitcase in his hand. Standing in front of him, Jisung said that this trainee looked a lot like that man. The guy with glasses asked who he was talking about. Looking forward, the judge remembered Dong-seok's face and said his name. Surprised, the young man looked at his mentor and asked what kind of relationship they had. Frowning, the man replied that it didn't matter because that man was a hypocrite. The judge extended his hand and asked his colleague to hand him his luggage. Taking hold of the handle of the suitcase, he said that these guys were great and that he found it hard to believe that they eliminated him from the show as soon as there were any suspicions. Looking back, the chef asked his colleague to hang in there until the end and take first place for the sake of the hotel. Yoontae looked down and agreed. Jisung headed to the car. The channel staff went down the stairs. Looking forward, Hyunsoo asked if the judge had left. Mina replied that she saw him take the luggage and leave. Scratching his chin, the show's director decided that they now needed to find a chef to replace him and asked if they had found a candidate. Looking at her colleague, the woman replied that she had someone in mind, but she had not had time to contact him. Holding a notepad in her hands, the woman added that they had to find a replacement before kicking out the judge. The producer apologized and explained that he wanted to get rid of the person as quickly as possible. Looking to the side, the man asked who the replacement would be. Looking forward, the scriptwriter explained that it was a foreign chef from a restaurant that had 2 Michelin stars. She reminded him that they needed to find a famous chef who was not affiliated with the 5-Star Hotel Association. Raising his eyebrows, Hyunsoo confirmed this. However, it was difficult to find such a person in Korea, so they had to look abroad. The show director asked if they needed a translator since he was a foreigner. Nina smiled and said that they didn't need to worry about it since he spoke Korean well. Leaves were falling from the trees against the backdrop of the Eiffel Tower. There was a sign on the building that said Nodder Mason. The man in the apron was adjusting his tie. He had a confident look. The guy with the phone in his hand called out to him and said that he was wanted on the phone. Kadlov, his mouth open in surprise, asked who was calling. Hearing that it was from Korea, the chef's eyes widened in amazement. The girl held the phone to her ear. Hearing the voice of the interlocutor, she smiled and said that he was calling about the program Best Chef on KBC. Putting the phone to his ear, the man asked what the call was about. Raising her hand, the woman said that due to a coincidence, one of the judges left their show, so she needed to know if another chef could replace him. The chef leaned on the door frame and asked if he was the first person they had decided to call with such a request. The writer answered affirmatively, raising her eyebrows. Kablov closed his eyes and realized that if they had contacted him after ignoring a large number of Korean chefs, something serious had happened that could not be said casually. Hearing that he was willing to help, Mina smiled happily and asked if that was true. The chef confirmed it with a determined frown and said that he had to visit Korea at least once. The man promised to prepare it for the flight and contact them later from the airport, and the girl bowed and thanked him. She hung up. The woman closed her eyes and sighed in relief. The protagonist was sitting on his bed, reading his notebook. Remembering how he had to grab Jisung's wrist, Sung-hoon realized that he had unwittingly seen the memories of his life. He imagined how the judge humiliated his subordinate, took bribes and relaxed with several women at once. Putting his fist to his forehead, the boy thought that all his visions were disgusting. Looking ahead, the young man remembered feeling something painfully familiar. He was worried about the question of what kind of feeling it was. The chef crossed his arms over his chest. Shaking his head, the intern decided not to bother his head with such thoughts, but to focus on the next task. Opening his notebook, he realized that he not only had to do an excellent job with the next task, but also reach the finish line. On one of the pages was a recipe for fried pork and biscuit. The protagonist sat on the bed for a long time and studied the recipes. Hearing a knock on the door, Sung-hoon looked up. Behind the door was Mina. Smiling, she was surprised that her friend was still awake. Going out into the hallway, the guy asked her what brought her here at this hour. The girl explained that she needed to tell him something. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the boy asked if it would take much time and offered to talk inside if it was a long conversation. The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and agreed. Pausing for a moment, she wondered if she could just walk in and continue the conversation in the room, since this could be said in 10 seconds. Taking off her shoes, the writer realized that her body had reacted before her brain could process it. Sitting down at the table, the young man asked what his friend wanted to talk about. Smiling, the staff member reminded her that Jisung had left and his spot as a judge was now vacant. The intern looked at her intently, and Mina explained that they had invited a new chef, but since he couldn't join them right away, they would have to postpone filming for a while. Raising her eyebrows, the woman explained that the man was a foreigner, so it would take him about 2 days to get to Korea. Hearing that they were planning to give the contestants an extra day off, the main character frowned. Smiling at her friend, the woman added that they could stay at the complex on the weekend, go out, or meet up with family. She asked him what he was planning to do, and Sung-hoon thoughtfully clasped his hands. Looking up at his friend, he explained that his mother had just been discharged from the hospital and that his family lived quite far away, so he wouldn't be able to visit them. Raising his eyebrows, he said that it wasn't a very long conversation. The scriptwriter trembled in embarrassment. Opening her notebook, Mina called it strange and explained that she thought they would have a long conversation when she was taking notes. Getting to her feet, the girl realized that she had made a mistake and apologized for disturbing the contestant so late, and the intern tried to stop her. Walking out the door, the woman said that she had to go and promised to see her later. Suddenly, the scriptwriter stumbled. Her body lost its balance. The frightened protagonist rushed towards her. He managed to catch her and prevent her from falling. Sung-hoon extended his hand forward. He put his arm around his girlfriend to keep her from falling. The scriptwriter's eyes widened in surprise. The guy frowned and promised to lift her up that very second. The young man put his colleague on her feet. The intern gave her a worried look and asked if everything was okay. Nina looked down and said that everything was fine and asked what her friend had been going to say earlier. The chef raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked if he could practice during the weekend. Turning away from him, the girl said that it was a forced weekend due to internal problems and promised to check if she could use the equipment and products of the program. She put on her sneakers. Heading towards the exit, the woman said goodbye to her friend. The scriptwriter was walking down the hallway. Suddenly, Mina started running. She ran quickly towards the exit. Smiling, the blushing girl called herself stupid many times. Clutching the notebook, the woman thought that this situation was too awkward and wondered how he managed to catch her. Running past the stairs, the writer thought that she fell right into his arms and assumed that her friend was exercising since he caught her so naturally. The protagonist grabbed the door handle. Sung-hoon slammed the door behind him. His cheeks turned red from embarrassment. Remembering how he managed to catch his acquaintance, the guy thought that he accidentally saw her memories and emotions. The young man slid the glass door. He walked out onto the balcony. Looking at the mountains, the intern thought that his friend secretly helped him at the hospital last time. The chef looked down in embarrassment, thinking about his ability to see other people's memories and feelings. The memory of him grabbing Jisung's hand popped into his mind. Then the protagonist tried his dish. Suddenly, Sung-hoon's eyes widened. Putting his hand to his chin, The young man wondered if he had the ability to put his emotions and memories into the dishes while cooking. Smiling, the young man decided that he should practice it during the weekend. Clouds floated above the building. The trainee came to the kitchen wearing an apron and a hat. Looking away, he realized that he was the only one who decided to practice cooking and thought that it was natural. Rolling up his sleeves, the chef thought that now he had precious time to practice in the middle of the show, so he would like to cook a dish that he had never tried before. Looking at the oven, the protagonist wondered if he should bake something since it had all the necessary equipment. Remembering how he and his family swam in the sea, Sung-hoon decided to cook a dish remembering their long-ago trip. Mina walked down the hallway, clutching her notebook to her chest. She thought that no one was interested in the fact that everyone could practice cooking on the weekend. Opening the door, the girl concluded that there was no one in the kitchen except her friend. Entering the room, the woman's eyes widened. The guy was standing by the oven, waiting for the sponge cake to cook. Hearing that he was called, he looked back. Approaching him, the scriptwriter asked if her friend was really practicing. Looking down, she said that she had offered all the participants of the show to use the kitchen, but no one was interested in this offer except him. The sponge cake rose in the oven. The channel employee said that there was a sweet smell in the hallway and asked what it was. The young man replied that he was going to make a regular cake. Embarrassedly frowning, the intern offered to try the cake when it was ready. Slamming the notebook shut, Mina asked if she would really be able to try it. Smiling, the chef confirmed this and explained that he could not give an objective assessment of his own dish. The main character took the sponge cake out of the oven. The girl enjoyed the smell while her friend cut the sponge cake into layers. After covering the cake with cream, Sung-hoon placed strawberries on top. His cheeks turned red. The woman looked at the cake happily. Closing his eyes, the guy decided that he needed to focus on happy memories. There was a beautiful cake with strawberries on the tray. Wiping his chin, the young man announced that everything was ready. The scriptwriter noted that the cake looked very delicious. The knife cut the cake into pieces. Putting a piece on a plate, the intern asked his friend to try it first. Taking a piece of cake, the channel employee was surprised and asked if it was not the chef who should try his dish first. Raising his hand, the main character explained that he cooks for himself from time to time, so he knows the approximate taste of all the dishes, but he is interested in an outside opinion. Looking at the cake in her hands, Mina agreed to try it. She brought a fork to her mouth. Looking at her, Sung-hoon asked how it tasted. The girl smiled happily and said it was delicious, as if she was lucky enough to be in heaven. After spearing another piece with her fork, the woman said her heart even started beating faster. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. He wanted to know if his memories had been passed on to her, and with a tense frown, the young man asked if any image had appeared in her head, for example, the sea. Turning to her friend, the scriptwriter replied that she had been so happy that she had not imagined anything. The intern narrowed his eyes in displeasure, and the channel employee asked if he had really learned to cook from a manga and what was meant by the sea, since there was no seafood in this cake. Standing in the kitchen, the main character asked his friend to leave if she had finished eating. Mina said there was still a lot left. Incheon Airport, the plane took off. People with suitcases were leaving the building. Kadlov was among them. Hearing his name called, the man looked up. Sakai was holding a sign while her friend waved. The chef shook his hand, saying that they didn't need to meet him. The man with glasses complimented his Korean and said that he had to do a lot to come here. Smiling, the network employee suggested that they go straight to the filming location. Smiling back, the blonde agreed. Kadlov closed his eyes and greeted the people. In front of him were the judges of the show Top Chef. Yoonjun waved, greeted him and tried to say something in English. After shaking her hand, the man asked her not to bother herself since he had a good command of Korean. Crossing his arms, Myung-sung explained that the man had worked in Korea for about 5 years before opening a restaurant in France. Extending his hand, the blonde man recognized him as the man who worked at the Hebris Hotel, which has 3 Michelin stars. Raising his hand, the judge confirmed this and asked where Jisung had gone. Someone opened their mouth and said that Jisung would not be coming because he had inflated the ratings of chefs from certain hotels. The heroes turned around, and after a thorough investigation, they found out that the chef from the Hilton Hotel was in collusion with an association. Holding the papers in his hand, Hyun-sung explained that this was the reason they invited a replacement for him. Looking away, Myung-sung remembered the face of his colleague and was surprised that he was in collusion with an association. Shuffling through papers, the show's director announced that they would be making an official announcement that Jisung had left the show due to his busy schedule. The producer handed the new judge the schedule and the list of remaining contestants. Opening the door, the man asked him to read everything and come back in 30 minutes with everyone else. Kadlov began flipping through the list of contestants. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Among the other names was the main character's name and the name of his hotel. Smiling widely, the chef realized that it was Dong-seok's son. The judges stood in front of the crowd of remaining contestants. Jeong Tae frowned sternly. Sun-hoon stood in front of him. The bespectacled chef looked down. Myung-sung, placing his hands on his hips, said that before the competition began, they would like to introduce someone. A member of the jury introduced the chef of the French restaurant Notre Maison, awarded 2 Michelin stars, and the blonde man raised his hands and greeted the contestants. The guy's brows furrowed in surprise when he saw him, and the judges told him that Jisung had left the show due to his busy schedule, so he would be replaced by their special guest. The young man's mouth dropped open in shock, and he remembered that he and his father had gone to the Notre Maison restaurant. Myung-sung spread his arms and decided to move on to the next task. Yoonjin grinned and said that many of the contestants had relaxed because there had been so few eliminations lately, but after this task, many of them would be going home. Raising 2 fingers, the man decided to tell them what awaited them in the new task. Smiling, the judge announced that they should split into 3 teams and cook a full meal. Hearing that 5 people would be going home after this task, the intern frowned tensely. Raising his hand, the jury member added that each of the judges would act as a mentor and suggest a themed dish. Kablov smiled. He was assigned to evaluate French cuisine. The woman narrowed her eyes slyly and promised to judge Korean cuisine strictly. Pointing at himself, Myung-sung asked if the contestants thought he would judge American cuisine. Winking, the man said he would take on Italian cuisine. The intern raised his eyebrows when the trainee with the highest score was asked to step forward. The main character took a step forward, feeling the sidelong glances of the others. The other contestants looked at him with envy and fear. Sitting in the chair in front of him, the chef asked him to choose the mentor whose cuisine he liked the most. Putting his hand to his chin, Sung-hoon thought that he would like to cook dishes from all 3 cuisines. Hearing the French language, the boy looked up and shuddered. Clasping his hands, Kablov asked him to choose him and said that he would teach him everything. The young man looked at him in surprise. Closing his eyes, he agreed. Smiling, the man thanked him. Myung-sung raised his hand and invited the 2nd place overall. The 1st place overall was standing next to the mentor in charge of French cuisine. Youngtae, who came in 2nd, was standing next to the judge in charge of Italian cuisine. Ilyu crossed his arms over his chest. He and Subak chose Yoonjun. Raising his eyebrows, the judge announced that all the participants had made their choice. Now they should listen to what their mentor, who had become part of their team, says. The people were divided into 3 groups. Kablov put his hands on his hips. Looking at his team, the man realized that there was not a good atmosphere between them, because, with the exception of the 4 people who chose him themselves, the rest were forced to join this team since there were already enough people in the other teams. Raising his fist to his mouth, the blonde asked for a minute of attention. Looking at the participants of the show, the chef decided to give a short excursion into French cuisine. Raising his finger, he said that there are only 3 main cuisines in the world: Chinese, Italian, and French. Smiling, Kablov asked which of them is considered the most elite. Raising his eyebrows, the main character assumed that he was talking about French cuisine. Closing his eyes, the man confirmed this and said that Italian cuisine came to France after the Italian princess Medici married the king of France, after which the cuisine developed independently and became refined and aristocratic in the 18th century. The participants of the show looked at him attentively. The chef added that it is very difficult to find a restaurant in Korea specializing in French cuisine. There are 2 reasons for this. Crossing his arms over his chest, the blonde explained that the first reason is the unique products and complex recipes, and the second is the taste of the dish. Sung-hoon smiled. Kablov expressed confidence that they will be able to expand their knowledge of French cuisine by listening to his advice. Raising his hand, the man suggested choosing a team leader and asked if there were any volunteers. Looking down, the boy wondered if he should become the leader since he had eaten dishes prepared in France and could replicate them with the right ingredients. The boy looked up when he heard that there was a volunteer in his team. Seok Hyun raised his hand. Extending his hand in front of him, the sous chef explained that he was a graduate of the famous French school École Ferrandi and claimed that he understood French cuisine better than anyone else present due to 5 months of training and 6 months of practice. Crossing his arms over his chest, the chef said that he was well aware of École Ferrandi. Spreading his arms, Bang Hyun said that the school only taught the basics and that they did not train professionals, which is why schools like Ritz Escoffier and Le Cordon Bleu were more famous. Looking at his competitor, the chef de partie asked if studying at École Ferrandi was enough to become the leader of the group. Pointing at the other contestants, Seok Hyun asked if he was suggesting that they put someone who was forced to join their team due to their low grades in charge of the team. The girl folded her hands behind her back, realizing that they couldn't come to a unanimous decision, and suggested that they choose a team leader through cooking. The man narrowed his eyes and said that they didn't have much time, but Kablov said that was a great idea. The room was brightly lit with lamps, and they had 5 hours for this task. The judge had planned to use the first 2 hours for training, but decided to use them for the competition. The man smiled widely and said that the one who could perfectly cook a French dish called a crepe would be their team leader. The contestant stood in front of him in silence. The blonde man raised his index finger and asked if they knew what a crepe was. The woman waved her hand and said that most culinary schools taught how to make crepes, and asked if there were any who hadn't gone to culinary school. Raising his hand, the main character said that he did not have the appropriate education. The girl apologized to him. Smiling, the chef said that everything was fine and promised to explain what this dish was and how to cook it. Looking away, Kadlov said that there are several names for this dish, but the French call it crepes. A crepe is a thin pancake that is prepared by rolling out the dough and frying it. To complete the dish, you need to wrap the filling in the pancake. Looking at the participants of the show, the man added that depending on the choice of filling, this dish can be either a main dish or a dessert. Pointing to the stove, the blonde decided to demonstrate this dish to them. There was a frying pan on the stove. You needed to pour the batter into it. The liquid batter covered the pan. It included eggs, flour, sugar, and butter. You also needed to fry this dish over low heat. Taking the frying pan, the chef began to carefully tilt it in different directions so that the batter was distributed evenly. Using a spatula, Kadlov explained that it was necessary to carefully flip it over when one side was cooked. A golden brown pancake lay on the frying pan. The man removed it with a spatula. Transferring the pancake to a plate, he declared that everything was ready. Turning to the participants of the show, the blonde asked them to use their imagination to complete the dish. Looking down, the main character thought that he already knew the recipe for this dish and mentally thanked his old friend for refreshing his memory. Looking at his competitor, Sung-hoon decided that it would be fine if Seok-hyun or someone else became the team leader. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy remembered that after this task, 5 people would be disqualified, so he needed to become the team leader in order to best represent French cuisine. Thinking of several ingredients, the young man thought that in Korea, strawberries, whipped cream, and bananas were most often used for pancakes. Frowning, he supposed that they went well together, so they were a universal combination, but with such a set of products, it was difficult to be original. Thoughtfully lowering his gaze, the intern decided that he needed to choose something memorable that would stand out from the crowd. A sudden thought made his eyes widen. Raising his hand, the chef asked for permission to go to the store. Kadlov's mouth opened in shock. The Korean cuisine team stood to the side. Ilyu crossed his arms and declared himself the leader of the group and asked if anyone had any objections. Raising his hand, Chusen asked if they should not choose a leader after the judge returned from the restroom. The sous chef extended his hand and explained that everyone, including him, wanted to be the leader of the team. With an angry frown, the man asked if he knew about the Myeongdong Hotel. Walking up to his competitor, the chef explained that the hotel was ranked first among hotels that served Korean cuisine every year and hosted official dinners for the government. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ilyu asked who should be the leader of the team if not the sous chef of the hotel. Subak stepped between them and asked them to calm down. Surely everyone present knew this. Yoonjun returned from the restroom and asked if they had managed to choose a team leader. The man smirked and confirmed this and declared himself the leader. The chef asked her to do nothing and rely on him, brows furrowed. The woman asked him what that meant, her mouth hanging open. Myung-sung closed his eyes and decided to name the leader of their team. He pointed at the shocked Jeong-tae. Scratching his head, the boy doubted that he would make a good leader since many of the members were better than him and had more experience. Scratching his cheek, the woman agreed to make him the leader. The chef said that they did not mind and were ready to give up this place to someone who was higher in the ranking. The young man smiled sheepishly. Raising his hand, the chef explained that Italian cuisine is very popular, but the more popular the establishment, the worse the quality of the dishes. Smiling widely, Jeong-tae decided that they should give it their all so that the judges could appreciate them. The guy explained with a determined frown that the Hilton Hotel specializes in Italian cuisine, so he had the opportunity to share information about how to make it with the others. Looking at him, Myung-sung decided that he was a good person who had become a leader and immediately set the direction for the team. Looking at how the contestant was interacting with the others, the man thought that he could manage without Jisung. Kadlo stood in front of his teammates, who were holding their dishes in their hands. The chef crossed his arms over his chest and decided to try their crepes. Bang-hyun walked up to him. On the plates was a crepe with chocolate, kiwi, and something red. The man put a piece of dessert in his mouth. He chewed the dish. Looking at his subordinate, the blonde said that the tomatoes, added to enhance the sourness of the kiwi, were too strong. Seok-hyun placed his dish on the table. After tasting it and closing his right eye, the judge realized it was an egg and tuna salad and asked if they added balsamic reduction. The contestant looked down when he heard that it looked like a completely ordinary appetizer. Smiling, Yoni presented her dish. Looking at it, Kadlov said that this way of serving the crepe looked very interesting. He picked up a piece of the pancake with a fork and knife. Looking down, the man realized that the combination of butter and syrup resembled pancakes, and the sweetness was enhanced by the egg. The chef asked if the contestant had wrapped the egg tart in the crepe. The girl hid her hands behind her back and said that she decided to try making this dish because she was good at baking. Giving a thumbs up, the blonde declared that this was the best crepe so far today. Smiling, he asked the others to be patient while he judged the other contestants' work. The main character approached him with a plate in his hands. There were small, bite-sized crepes on it. Kadlev picked one up. The man took a small bite. Wiping his hands with a napkin, the chef was surprised that such small crepes could hold several fillings, including banana, chocolate syrup, and cream. The blonde man's eyes widened as he felt something else there. A bead of sweat ran down his tense face. He pursed his lips. Looking at the contestant, the judge asked what it was. Smiling, Sung-hoon replied that it was explosive caramel. The other contenders for the team leader's place looked shocked. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that he remembered the caramel leg when he was thinking about unique ingredients that could be added to the dish. Frowning in confusion, Kadlev asked what they were talking about. Raising his hands, Seok-hyun explained that these candies were sold near stationery stores. Adjusting his tie, Bang-hyun explained that they were foot-shaped caramel that was eaten with a special powder. Yeonhee added that this powder exploded when it hit the tongue. The man remembered eating something like this as a child. Putting his hands behind his back, the guy explained that the caramel foot was very sour, so it was difficult to use as a filling, so he had to buy another product that contained explosive caramel. Smiling, the chef guessed that it was ice cream. Crossing his arms over his chest, he guessed that the cream had such a soft texture thanks to the ice cream. Pointing his finger forward, the blonde realized that rice paper was added to it. Imagining a piece of multicolored ice cream in his head, the young man explained that it was in wet rice paper. Thanks to this, the ice cream would melt evenly and would not run away prematurely. Kadlev looked at his student with satisfaction. Looking down, the man thought he could decide the leader of the team. Yeonhee narrowed her eyes in disappointment when the judge said he wanted to make her the leader but changed his mind. Looking ahead, the head chef said that this crepe was incredible. Pointing at the intern, the judge named him the leader and the other members clapped. Kadlev was sitting on the stairs with a bottle of water in his hands. He put a napkin to his forehead and sighed. Something off to the side caught his attention. The main character walked up to him. The man asked what brought him here, if it was a break. Sung-hoon smiled and said that they were pretending to not know each other, so he wanted to come over and say hello. Putting the napkin in his inside pocket, the head chef said that it had been about 8 years since they last met. Raising his eyebrows, the blonde praised his old acquaintance and said that the bite-sized crepes were quite an original idea. The judge was surprised that the contestant had thought of using ice cream and explosive caramel, as it was very risky. Scratching his head, the guy said that he was just lucky. Imagining the disgruntled faces of the other contestants, the jury member explained that those people who did not want to see him as the team leader tried his crepes and immediately recognized him. In addition, the boy deliberately made so many pancakes so that everyone could try. Holding a chef's hat in his hands, the young man said that he made a lot of crepes as they were very small. Raising a bottle of water to his mouth, Kadlev said that his old friend surprised him as a judge not only with his crepes. The man noted that his student not only cooks well, but also takes first place in the ratings. The intern blushed embarrassedly. Taking a sip from the bottle, the chef asked him not to be arrogant. Opening his mouth, he sighed. Smiling, the blonde reminded that you need to cook with soul and said that the taste of the prepared dishes changes when the cook becomes arrogant. Looking down, the main character added that cooking should always be taken seriously and that his father told him not to let other emotions affect the cooking process. Rising from the steps, the judge stated that Dong-seok helped him become who he is now. Sun-hoon asked what his mentor was going to do. Raising his index finger, the judge recalled how Dong-seok once showed how to serve food at a restaurant. Putting his hand on his chin, the boy remembered that there should be music during the presentation. Placing his hand on his shoulder, Kadlev confirmed this and asked the contestant to stick to this concept and choose the right direction. Smiling kindly, the man added that he wanted to introduce someone before they started cooking. Hearing that this person was related to him, the young man's mouth dropped open in surprise. The judges stood in front of the contestants. Looking at them with a smile, Myung-sung decided to start judging the dishes and first explained the judging criteria. The dishes would be served to all the judges except the team mentor. The jury members except the foreign chef approached the table with French cuisine. After a short presentation, they would have to taste the dishes and give their scores. There was a number on the plate. The final score would be the average of the judges' scores. Looking at the participants of the show, the man announced that the team that scored the least points would be eliminated from the competition. Raising his eyebrows, the jury member explained that the order of presentation of the dishes would be determined by lottery. In his hands was a glass with wooden chopsticks. The other judges pulled out one each. Myung-sung looked at his chopstick. Looking up, he announced that the French cuisine team would be demonstrating their dishes first. The protagonist smiled. The Italian cuisine would be second. Jiang clenched his fist in joy. The last one to be introduced was Korean cuisine. Liu grinned evilly. Raising his hand, Kadlov noticed that the order in which the teams were introduced was the same as the order they were currently standing in. Hearing that it was time to introduce the dishes, Sung-hoon furrowed his brows and agreed. The guy looked away when he was called out. Putting his hand to his mouth, Hyun-soo asked him to go to the waiting room to touch up his makeup so that the camera would not catch any imperfections. Pointing his finger forward, the young man promised the chef that he would return soon and prepare everything they had discussed earlier. The show director crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure, looking at him. Mina asked with wide eyes how often makeup was touched up during the broadcast. The producer replied that it was not that often. The intern walked forward down the hallway. The man explained that he tried to continue filming, but the head of the makeup team and the main coordinator of the project said that he urgently needed to touch up his makeup. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, the girl realized who they were talking about. The woman narrowed her eyes and promised to come back after they fixed her friend's makeup. The writer frowned. She looked away when someone called out to her. Yoontae approached her. He handed her something and asked her to take it. The staff member smiled sheepishly and asked what it meant. Someone ran a sponge over the main character's face. A makeup artist painted his eyebrows. Putting her hand on the contestant's shoulder, the girl asked him how he liked the makeup. Looking in the mirror, the blonde noticed that his skin tone had become lighter. Covering her mouth, the woman said that she heard on TV that he worked so hard for his family. Wiping away a tear, she assumed that his mother was proud of her son winning first place. Blushing embarrassedly, Sung-hoon decided that this was true and explained that he had never asked what his family thought about his participation in the show. The boy looked around and asked when he could pick up his uniform. Holding a steamer in her hands, the project coordinator said that the uniform worn by the team leader should not be so wrinkled and dirty, so she needed to smooth out all the creases. Smiling, the boy thanked her. The girls flinched when he said that he was seeing them for the first time and asked if they had really just started working here. Raising her hands, the blonde didn't know how to tell him this. Hearing that they had already met, the intern's mouth fell open in surprise. A disgruntled Mina stood in front of him. Soo-hyun smiled. She used to wear glasses, tied her hair in a ponytail, and looked perpetually tired. Jimin blushed when she was called someone who was indifferent to herself and her appearance. Frowning maliciously, the girl decided that after hearing the explanation, her friend recognized them. She wondered what made them, who had come to a colleague's wedding without makeup, suddenly put on contacts and put on makeup. Raising her hands in front of her, the blonde asked her to calm down. The woman furiously pursed her lips, asking them to hurry up and finish with the makeup. Taking off the apron from the participant, the makeup artist said that everything was ready. Throwing him the uniform, the coordinator said that she had steamed it. Opening the door, Soo-hyun said that it was time for them to go. Jimin asked her colleague to talk to them next time before making guesses. Frowning, the scriptwriter said that she had not made any guesses. Putting on the uniform, the main character asked if he was delaying the filming too much. Looking away, the channel employee answered in the affirmative. Tying the apron behind his back, Sung-hoon decided to return to the hall right away. Handing him a carton of milk, Mina asked him to drink it before leaving. Taking the chocolate milk in her hands, the guy thanked her. The girl closed her eyes and said that it wasn't from her. The boy frowned when he heard that Yoontae had asked for the milk. The intern clutched the bag in his hand. The woman raised her hands in concern and said that the chef looked very depressed. Looking down, she said that she didn't know why she was asked to pass the chocolate milk, but it could be some kind of apology for the incident with Jisung. The male lead lowered his eyes thoughtfully. He looked at his friend when she called him and apologized. The writer raised her eyebrows, realizing that he needed time to sort out his emotions, and said that she would wait for him outside the door. The station employee opened the door, and Sung-hoon stated that there was no need and that he was fine. Mina knitted her brows pitifully and said that it was written all over his face. The boy raised his hand and froze in place. He looked at the bag of milk. The box had a picture of chocolate on it, and the young man wondered if his old friend really just wanted to apologize. Frowning angrily, the intern tried to understand why Yoontae had passed the milk without saying anything. The former bespectacled boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Smiling, the protagonist asked if his friend had never had chocolate milk for lunch. Placing his hand on his chin, the cook replied that he only drank regular milk. Frowning in confusion, the young man asked what the purpose of replacing regular milk with chocolate milk was in the army and suggested that there was some hidden meaning behind it. Smiling widely, Sung-hoon said that it was just symbolic, since as long as the milk was white, it didn't matter. Raising his hand, the intern explained that he understood that in the army, they had to eat from the same menu, considering there were so many hungry mouths. Changti listened to him with an attentive look. The boy explained that with milk, everything is different, because in elementary school they did not have a choice. but now they do. Crossing his legs, the young man added that the presentation of white milk is more of an established tradition, so he would like to have the opportunity to choose the drink. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist said that if he did this, the amount of milk thrown away would decrease and there would be a large number of people satisfied with the army food. Looking down, the cook laughed. He grabbed his friend by the neck from behind. Smiling, Changti said that people like them can't do anything about it. Trying to free himself from the grip, Sung-hoon said that he would talk about his idea in a victory speech if he won the competition. Looking at him, the cook asked if his friend really wanted to beat him and win the competition. Sitting in his room, the boys were happy and laughing. Back then, the guy with glasses looked happy. They had fun during the 8 weeks of training. Remembering how bright his smile was back then, the boy thought that he enjoyed being in the company of his colleague even when it wasn't about cooking. Jiangti was holding the trophy for the best military chef competition, a competition held under special military conditions, and the trainee had reached the top of the rankings. Now that they had retired from the army and met at another competition, the chef was grinning. Smiling, the protagonist thought that now they could compete with each other without any restrictions. The friends stood opposite each other on the seashore. One of them extended his hand, the other waved it away. Jiangti grabbed his wrist. Gritting his teeth, he looked at his old friend. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. A huge statue of Jisung appeared in front of him. Opening his mouth, the stone man ordered him to take first place for the sake of the hotel. The chef frowned sternly. Suddenly, the statue collapsed. The boy stood in front of its ruins. The young man looked at the carton of chocolate milk in his hand. The chef narrowed his eyes in disappointment. While clutching the milk in his hand, the protagonist heard his friend's voice as he bought milk. Sung-hoon opened his eyes and looked down. The chefs were waiting tensely. Jiangti was lost in his thoughts. He shuddered. He was called. He turned around. The woman said that he looked upset and asked if everything was okay. He replied that everything was fine. The woman smiled worriedly. The leader asked not to worry because he was not worried about the dishes they would need to cook. Someone came up to Jiangti from behind and put a hand on his shoulder. Sung-hoon walked next to him and whispered thanks for the milk. Chanti followed the hero, who approached Kadlev and started a conversation with him. Chanti took off his glasses. Sung-hoon looked at the judge and asked if he was ready. The man said that they could start at any time. Sung-hoon turned around. The team was standing in front of him. Sung-hoon offered to show the judges what they had prepared. The judges stood up. They were asked to forgive them for waiting. Sung-hoon pointed to a table set up at the entrance to the hall and invited the judges to go there. The judges bowed. Yoonjun was irritated because everything could have been organized here, but Menson suggested that they might have prepared something else. Kadlev looked at the producer and asked to prepare the stage. The staff were dragging chairs. The stage was empty. The screen began to slide apart. Bright lights began to shine from it. A crowd appeared in the opened room. Yoonjun and Menson looked at the stage in surprise. The woman did not expect that there was something like this there. An orchestra appeared in front of the judges. The chefs looked at the musicians with confusion. Jiangti looked ahead in surprise. He was surprised that Sung-hoon's team had prepared something like this. Conductor Young-sip smiled and introduced himself. He pointed at Kadlev and said that he had known him for over 15 years, so he came here to create a musical accompaniment for French dishes. Myung-sung smiled awkwardly. The judges did not think that this was possible. He looked away. Someone said that it was possible. Kadlev raised a finger and said that when the director gave the task, he mentioned that outside help was allowed as long as it was not related to cooking. Myung-sung leaned on his fist and said that although the team had not yet presented the dishes, he felt like he had already tried them. Yoonjun asked what they would play. Kadlev turned around and said that the choice was up to their team leader. Sung-hoon looked at Young-sip and said that he was relying on them. The conductor smiled and nodded. He turned around abruptly. He waved his baton. The violinists got ready. The flutists looked at the music sheets. Jong-sip closed his eyes and raised both hands. The baton waved. Music began to flow from all the instruments. The judges looked forward in delight. Manson looked deep into his soul, recognizing this passage. They put a glass on the table for him and said that this passage was from the Carnival of the Animals Suite by Camille Saint-Saëns. Ice cubes were put in the glass, and the drink was poured. They filled half the glass. They threw in an orange slice. Sung-hoon smiled and presented the aperitif Lillet Vive. Manson and Yoonjun each took a glass. The man said that this cocktail was made using a popular French wine. Yoonjung said that it was so beautiful that it was a shame to drink it. Kadlev smiled contentedly and recommended enjoying it until the end of the third part of the donkey suite. Manson took a sip. He smiled and said that it was excellent. Sung-hoon put his hands behind his back and said that they would now present their dishes one by one. The chefs began to roll out a cart with 2 clochers. They asked to enjoy the food along with the music. The judges began to taste the presented dishes. They enjoyed the desserts with delight. Fried meat. Manson closed his eyes and smiled with pleasure. He noted the excellent, balanced taste, which felt the uniqueness of French cuisine. The orchestra continued to play with concentration. Manson could not believe that they were enjoying a meal to the sounds of music. The Eiffel Tower lit up. The streets began to be illuminated by lanterns. Manson and Yoonjin found themselves as if on the street. They looked ahead in shock. They were brought a cart and told that dessert was coming now. The closure was lifted and a crepe appeared to the judge's attention. The guy smiled proudly and recommended eating it in one go. Manson put the dish in his mouth. Yoonjin chewed. Their eyes widened. Fireworks exploded above their heads. Jong-seop continued to enjoy and direct the musicians. His hands seemed to dance. The music flowed from the instruments. Jong-seop crossed his arms. Myung-sung and Yoonjin looked at them, mesmerized. Someone started clapping. The judges stood up. Jong-sung bowed and thanked them. He looked at the judges and said that they would take their leave, and finally he advised them to enjoy the food. The stage began to close. The musicians took their leave. The light of the music faded. Myung-sung chuckled and asked again. Kadlo and Sunhan's team looked at the judges with satisfaction. They said that the music ended perfectly the moment they finished the dessert. Yoonjin looked at her friend and said that the crepe that was served at the end was excellent. It was the first time she had experienced something with an exploding texture. Manson rubbed his chin and said that the little pops even created the illusion of fireworks. He looked at Kadlov and said that he couldn't believe that they managed to do this in 5 hours. Kadlov looked at the embarrassed hero and said that it was all his merit. Manson looked at the team and said that it was incredible. He advised them to rest while he and his partner gave the ratings. Jeongtae smiled. Kadlov told the Italian kitchen to start their preparations. He was tensely silent. He didn't know if they could beat the Sunghoon team. No matter what happened, he had to do his best. He looked at Manson. Kadlov put his hand on Sunghoon's shoulder and said that it was a great job. He said that for now he would go say goodbye to the conductor. The chief walked forward. The orchestra was packing their instruments. Jeongseop put his baton in the case with satisfaction. Kadlov walked up to him and said hello. The man smiled and thanked the conductor for today. Jeongseop said that they were not strangers, that they had only met once or twice, so he was happy to answer his call. Kadlov looked at his friend questioningly, who said that he was very surprised. Jeongseop smiled and said that he was talking about Sunghoon because he chose music just like Master Kang. He said that when the hero touched the case, he felt nostalgic, and besides, he chose a composition that they had recently rehearsed. Jeongseop smiled and said that thanks to this, they were able to play cleanly. Kadlov rubbed his chin. He was surprised that the hero adhered to the same rituals as his father. Jeongseop nodded. He did not think that it was just a ritual. He came closer and said that this weekend was the anniversary of the master's death. Jeongseop smiled and asked if Kadlov would come to pay his respects. The man smiled and said that was one of the reasons he went to South Korea. They both remembered the hero's father. Kadlov said that it was thanks to him that they were standing here. Kadlov returned and sat next to Yoonjin. She looked at him and asked where he had been. The chef said that he had gone to say goodbye to the conductor of the orchestra. He smiled and suggested that they could now continue the competition. He said that this was his first meal and therefore he was a little hungry. Jeongtae and his team tensely pushed the cart with the clochers. Kadlov said that the Italian cuisine team could begin. The judges drank an aperitif. They tried antipasto or appetizers. They tasted the first course. They enjoyed the second course. Jeongtae happily served the contorni salad. It was always served with the main course. And finally, the team of judges tasted dessert. Jeongtae served espresso made from Elite Arabica Brazil yellow bourbon. Kadlov happily took it and smelled the aroma. He carefully sipped. Jeongtae folded his hands behind his back and looked at the team, said it was excellent from start to finish. Jeongtae bowed and thanked. He froze, the judge said however. Kadlov smiled and suggested that they tried hard to bring the dishes to the classic standards of Italian cuisine, said that there was not enough color. Jeongtae smiled nervously. Kadlov said that this was his personal opinion, but he and his team did an amazing job. Kadlov looked at the upset Yoonjin and asked what she thought. The woman turned to the man in confusion. Jeongtae tensed up. Kadlov tried to get words out of the woman and Yoonjin said tensely that the team tried well. Kadlov turned to Jeongtae and said that they could rest for now and they would give the grades. Manson clapped for the team and said that they did a great job. Yoonjin stood up. Kadlov told the Korean cuisine team to get ready. She walked forward tensely and thought that even though she was in control of the entire cooking process, member Ilyu was confident in his actions, so she couldn't object to him. She walked forward, thought that when the Italian cuisine team finished cooking, she didn't hear anything from her team. She decided that she should check on them. A moment later, Yoonjin looked ahead in shock. The irritated chefs in the black kitchen stood in front of her. The woman asked why they were still here. Ilyu looked down angrily. Yoonjin asked what happened to the dishes they made. 30 minutes ago, the Korean team was working in the kitchen. Ilya angrily chopped onions, shouted and told them to hurry up, because they had to serve the dish presentably and hot. He looked at the team member and asked if Tarakchuk's porridge was ready. The guy handed the porridge to Ilya. He took a sip. and looked at her with displeasure. He started shouting indignantly and asking why it tasted so rich. He started pointing at the bowl and saying that tarakchuk is not seasoned like regular porridge. The toppings are served separately depending on one's preference. Didn't he know that? The guy's eyes clouded over and said that it was his first time making this dish. Ilyu hovered over him angrily and asked if that really allowed him to ruin the dish. He turned around. He looked at the others and asked what they were doing, why were they so slow. He pointed at the participant from their hotel and said that he had finished a long time ago and all they had to do was set it up nicely. He asked why were they taking so long. He looked at one of the chefs who had just cursed and taken off his hat. The guy walked up to the chef and asked what was wrong. He tiredly said that no matter that the Myeongdong Hotel was #1 in Korean cuisine, why was he so cruel to them? Ilyu was indignant and asked if he had lost his mind. The guy pointed at the others and told them not to look at their dishes but to look at their team. He said that they could have cooked porridge properly if he had let Judge Yoonjin show them how. Ilyu looked at him with displeasure, but the guy said that the chef was so confident in himself that they did not let her interfere with the process. He looked askance and said that he had distributed the dishes among their members without paying attention to their experience and was now pretending to care about what his team cooked because he was almost done with the main dish that he was so confident in. Ilyu tensed up and called the guy names and told him to do as the team leader told him. He asked how many years he had been cooking. The guy looked at him and said 9, but he was not the chef of the Myeongdong Hotel. He angrily said that therefore he had no right to talk to him like that. Ilyu shook his head and sighed heavily. He pushed the guy and told him to get out of the kitchen because he was disturbing him while he was cooking. The guy looked after him and said that he was thinking about leaving this madhouse anyway. The kitchen went silent. A member of the hotel team went to Ilyu to say that this was too much. Now Yoonjin was looking at the chefs. She angrily asked what was wrong with the dishes they had prepared. Ilyu looked away and said that they didn't think they would make so many mistakes and the dessert still needed some work. Yoonjin started pointing at him and said that she didn't think that was the whole reason. She asked why she didn't see another chef. The second chef of the hotel raised his hands and said that the guy had gone to the restroom but hadn't returned yet. He asked her not to worry so much. Yoonjin frowned. She was asked to give them another 30 minutes and they would finish everything. The cooks began working tensely. Yoonjin yelled at them and told them to finish and leave, and finally she said that she wouldn't let this go. She walked away. The cook looked at the irritated Ilya and said that he had bought them some time. What would they do now? Ilya suggested that they just finish everything together. He looked and told the others to bring their dishes for inspection. A saddened Yoonjin walked past the judges. Menson answered her and asked if the Korean cuisine team was not ready yet. The woman said not yet. Kadlev smiled and said that he was looking forward to the Korean cuisine team because he hadn't eaten anything like that for a long time. Yoonjin looked down sadly, beads of excitement running down her face. After a while, a cart with a clocher was wheeled out. Menson rubbed his chin and noted that all the preparations were already completed. Ilya and his partner looked sternly ahead. The cameraman began filming them. The chef said that they would begin. He served tarakchuk porridge as an appetizer. He said that they could add salt or sugar to it as they wished. Menson began to study the consistency with distrust. He noted its strange color and wateriness. Kadlev smiled and said that he would finally try this porridge after a long time, so he would not add any additives, but simply enjoy the natural taste. The judges tried it, and were taken aback. Menson looked listlessly at Ilya and said that, as he thought, the porridge was very watery and did not feel a deep, rich taste. Kadlev looked at the cook and said that he agreed, so he offered to try the next dish. Yoonjin pursed her lips. Menson said that if this was the first dish, then he did not know what could be next. Ilyu looked tensely at the judges and said that they would provide the next dish. He placed tanhabak pab, or pumpkin with rice, dates, and nuts, on the table. The judges began to examine the dishes. The chef advised them to open the lid and enjoy the food. Kadlev opened the lid. Steam came out. He dipped a spoon into the rice with the ingredients. He tasted it under Ilyu's intense gaze. They turned sharply at the sound. The rice slid off the spoon back. Menson looked sternly at the chefs and asked, "Is this rice porridge or main course rice?" He said that the chefs had to make sure the dish was ready before submitting it for evaluation. He asked how they could evaluate it if they didn't know such basic things. Kadlev smiled and said that unfortunately there was something wrong with this dish. He said it would have been better if they had served it as the main course. Ilyu looked at the judges and asked, how about trying and evaluating the main course? He said that the representatives of the Myeongdong Hotel were in charge of it, so it should be okay. Kadlev was taken aback and asked in a foreign language what the chef had just said. He hit his stomach and started laughing. He wiped away his tears and asked the others if they heard that. Nansen turned around grumpily and said they did. The hotel chefs held back their negativity. Kadlev said that in a task where they had to cook as a team, they only cared about themselves. Kadlev turned to Manson and asked if there was a need to present the next dish. Manson said that they could announce the scores. The judges said at the same time that the Korean cuisine team would get 0 points. They were pointed at and said that they were the weak link. Ilyu sweated and asked, "Are they kidding?" Manson looked at them with displeasure and asked, "Does the chef really think they would joke about something like that?" Ilyu raised his hand indignantly. Yoonjin walked up to them and angrily said that she told them that she would not leave them alone. She screamed and asked, "What kind of attitude towards cooking is this? Do they really call this a finished dish?" She pointed at Ilya and asked if he was so confident that he didn't even notice that a team member had left. She said that he had embarrassed her. Kadlov raised his hand and asked to wait, asked if there was really a team member missing. Everyone looked away. Kadlov said that there really was one less team member, asked where was the other one. Yoonjin came closer and said that he had a fight with the team leader and told the producers that he was leaving the project. Kadlov turned to Manson and said that although they were the weak link, only 5 people were supposed to leave the project originally, right? Manson said that even if one left of his own free will, 4 more should be chosen. Ilya looked ahead angrily. Subak asked him what they were going to do. The boss whispered that 4 more people would be leaving the show and they should not be among them. The sweat was running down the man's face. He knew that if the judges had looked at the dishes that had never been served, they would have had a chance. He turned to the judges and they looked at him. Ilyu came up, smiled nervously and said that even if they had given their team 0 points, wouldn't it be better to try more dishes to choose those who would go on to elimination? Kadlov spread his hands. Ilyu smiled nervously. The man asked if they should try the dish that had never been served. Ilyu suddenly stopped smiling. Yoonjin suddenly said that there was no need. She looked sternly at the chef and asked what was good about giving them a chance. As they had said earlier, they were the weak link. She pointed at Ilya and asked if they thought she was just watching from the back. She said that she was watching all the preparations and the team leader was completely ignoring the other team members and only cared about the member from his hotel. She said with displeasure that the other members had no desire to cook. She asked around and found out some things. She wondered if the other members were bothered by the fact that the team leader had decided everything for everyone. She asked if they knew what she was told. One guy said that Ilya was the chef of a hotel famous for its Korean cuisine and therefore he knew what to do. She remembered the tense faces and said that everyone had told her that. She looked at the producer and asked if they could get rid of not just 5, but all of them. The producer looked at the woman in surprise and thought about her suggestion. Judge Yoonjin is known for her stubbornness, and when she gets angry, she will not back down from her decision at all. The producer gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought that even if they were a candidate for elimination, they could film an episode dedicated to the elimination mission. A girl next to him called out. She smiled nervously and said that he did not need to worry about the number of people eliminated, because they could film a special episode about the remaining hotels after the team mission was completed. The producer whispered to her if she had planned all this without his knowledge. The girl said that she had come up with a few topics in a hurry when she was writing the main script. A drop of excitement ran across the producer's face. He raised his hands, a gesture meaning agreement. Yoonjin looked at the Korean team gloomily and said that the producer had given his permission. Ilyu looked at the woman indignantly. She said that the Korean cuisine team would be leaving the project in full force. The judges looked at the woman silently, said that they would make changes to the rules this time. Ilyu's mouth twisted. She threw her hat on the floor and screamed. Everyone looked at him. Sung-hoon watched tensely. Ilyu held back his screams and tears. Manson and Kadlov stood up. The man said that the atmosphere was too depressing and they should announce the results. The teams lined up in front of the stage, while the Korean team dispersed in different directions, digesting their grief. The producer gave Kadlov the scores for the current task. The man thanked him. He looked at the list. Sung-hoon and Jeongtae waited. Kadlov said that everyone knew who was third and so they would announce the winner right away. A fire shot. Sung-hoon's team scored 9.5 points. Jeongtae tensed up. His team scored 8.5 points. He turned to the team, apologized and said that it was all his fault. The team smiled happily and said that they were happy that they were not eliminated and it did not matter whether they took first place or not. Jeongtae smiled with relief and said thank you. Kadlov looked at everyone and said that they would end today's mission on that note. Mangseong smiled and said that the teams had worked hard. Sung-hoon took off his hat in relief. A girl came up to him. Yeonhee was smiling. She came closer and said that it was thanks to him that they got first place, but the hero said that everyone deserved the credit for that. Banghyun pointed at the hero and said that if you think about it, he has excellent skills. Why is he working at such a hotel? Sung-hoon scratched his cheek and said that it was because this was the only hotel that considered his application. Banghyun looked at the hero in surprise when he said that he had applied to his hotel too. Yeonhee smiled and said that anyway. She smiled playfully and said that if there were any more team missions in the future, she would rely on him. Sung-hoon smiled and said okay. The team moved forward. Sung-hoon turned around. Ilyu stood next to Jeongtae. They glared at each other. He pursed his lips and looked at the guy with an aggressive expression. Jeongtae asked if he had anything to say. Ilyu asked if he was Tom, could he swear at his teammates who had screwed him. Jeongtae angrily said that he meant those he was humiliating. He asked if he wanted to apologize to them. Ilyu grabbed his face and asked what the guy was talking about. He grabbed him by the collar and called him names. He pulled him closer and said that he was not going to apologize to the trash that made him fail the mission. Jiangti said that the team was eliminated because of him and there was no need to blame anyone else. Ilyu glared at him. The hero's friend asked what about Sung-hoon, who irritated him the most. Did he have anything to say to him? Ilyu pulled Jiangti closer and asked, should he really say anything to this idiot? He just said to try to object one more time. Jiangti calmly said that he heard from him that he left Myeongdong Hotel because he bullied him. He said angrily that the reason had come to light. Ilyu looked in shock at the guy who said that the junior employee was more talented than him. That's why he belittled him in every way, so he should at least apologize for being jealous of his talent. Ilyu clenched his fist. He raised it to hit and asked, what does Yoonti know? A hand was placed on Ilyu's shoulder. He turned around abruptly. A fist flew into his face. Sung-hoon hit the aggressor and he fell. He fell to the floor. Yoonti looked in shock at the one who bullied him. Sung-hoon stretched his bruised hand and asked if Yoonti was okay. Yoonti smiled, adjusted his collar and said that he was okay. Ilyu was shaking, touching his bruised cheek. The hero looked at him and he began to ask what he was doing. Suk-hun sternly said that Ilyu tried to hit Yoonti, but he didn't let him. What's the problem? Ilyu stood up and said that the hero hit the man with his fist. Does he really think that's not a problem? Sung-hoon asked if he really wanted to say that he swung his fist at him. He said not to twist the words. The man angrily said that the hero would regret it. He pointed his finger at him and said that he wouldn't let him work in the catering industry. Yoonti asked in surprise, how could a simple sous chef from a hotel do that? Ilyu pushed the hero away and said that they would understand everything when the time came. Sung-hoon closed his eyes. He looked at the frozen Ilyu and asked if he really wanted to tell the chef from the Myeongdong Hotel about this. Ilyu turned around, and the hero said that as the president of the 5-Star Hotel Association, he occupies a high position and, in addition, he can influence other 5-star hotels. Ilyu looked at the hero and said that since he has information, he understands what consequences this blow can lead to. Sung-hoon said who knows, it seemed to him that nothing would happen to him. Ilyu asked again in surprise. Sung-hoon put his hand on his side and said that from the point of view of a 5-star hotel, losing to a chef of a 4-star hotel like him is unacceptable. Ilyu was taken aback. The hero said, moreover, it was the head of the association who was involved in leaking information about the participants. Sung-hoon said that therefore Ilyu will not be able to commit this shameful act. He came closer and said that the problem of leaking information about the participants could not help but get into the media. Sung-hoon smiled and asked, did the man really think that everything would be okay? Ilyu was twisted with anger. A couple of minutes later, the friends were already walking down the corridor. Jiangti looked into his thoughts and thanked the hero for helping him. The sunset illuminated his face. The guy said that the fact that he was prepared for the tasks that he blew and participated in the competition. Suk-noon looked at him. The guy said that he wanted to apologize again for this. He apologized. His eyes widened because the hero said that everything was fine. The hero walked forward and assumed that it was all because of pressure from Jisung. He said that he understood. He smiled and said that besides, Jiangti tried to get an apology from Myeongdong Hotel and now he was impressed. Jiangti smiled embarrassedly. The hero asked him to stop being sad and cheer up. Jiangti hugged his friend and agreed. Meanwhile, the girl was walking with a folder of papers. She looked at the hero who responded with fear. He smiled embarrassedly. The scriptwriter asked him what happened. The hero said that he wanted to talk to her. The girl's cheeks blushed and she said to speak. She blushed even more, making up scenarios of what the hero might say to her. Sung-hoon asked if he could leave for the weekend and Mina returned to Earth and asked where. Sung-hoon awkwardly scratched his head and said the place was Cheonan, said it was quite far from here, so he decided to ask permission in advance. Mina started shuffling through the papers and said that there would be no problem since there would be no filming on the weekend. Sung-hoon put his hand on his chest and said that it was a great relief. Mina turned to him. She looked away awkwardly, said that this could have been discussed without meeting in person and asked if he had another reason. Sung-hoon smiled and said that he had written and called her, but never received an answer. Mina awkwardly apologized and said that she must have put her phone on silent mode during filming and did not switch it back. The hero said that everything was fine. Mina looked at the hero and asked why he wanted to go to Cheonan. Sung-hoon smiled. Cheonan Memorial Park. Dongseok's grave. The hero stood next to it with his family. They looked at the grave with sorrow. The hero turned around. Those who came up asked if they were late. Kadlov and Jongseop approached the hero. Jongseop smiled. His presence amazed the hero. The hero turned his mother's chair. She smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero asked if his mother knew these men. She smiled and asked if he did not remember. The men looked at the hero with satisfaction. His mother said that these two were freeloaders in his father's restaurant. Sung-hoon looked at them in surprise. He had heard that Chef Kadlov was his father's student, but it seemed to him that they met in France. He looked at the conductor and understood why. Kadlov introduced him as an old acquaintance. He smiled and said that 20 years had passed since then. He said that his relationship with the master began 20 years ago, a rusty lock. They started to open it. The guy opened the garage. He was standing in front of the Rastat restaurant. Donsiak looked at him with trepidation. He looked to the side questioningly. A tired blonde man was sitting next to the restaurant. Donsiak looked questioningly at the foreigner. He shook the drunk Kadlov and demanded that he wake up, because if you sleep outside in such weather, your jaw might lock. Kadlov tried to see who woke him up. He suddenly sobered up. Donsiak tensed up. The guy called him Master King. He stood up, grabbed him by the forearm and began to ask to take him as an apprentice. Donsiak irritably pulled his hand away and said that he did not know him. Kadlov looked at the hero's father in confusion. He said that he saw the hero on a cruise liner 3 years ago. He then introduced himself as the hotel chef. The veins on Donsiak's face bulged while the foreigner indulged in memories. He looked at the hero excitedly. The hero said that he had long ago abandoned the stage name he used when he worked as a chef at the hotel. Now he was just Donsiak. He went to the restaurant. He said that the guy had better go back. Even if he was the same chef, he was not going to teach anyone. Kadlov said that the food he ate on that cruise ship was great. He said that he came all this way because he fell in love with his food. He said that he came all the way from France. He came closer and begged to be accepted as an apprentice. Donsiak touched the door and told him to go back. The door closed in front of the young Kadlov. He looked sadly at his reflection and said that he had nowhere to go. Evening came. He was still sitting on the threshold of the restaurant. It began to rain. Kadlov did not pay attention to it and looked ahead. An umbrella appeared above him. Hyungsuk, the hero's mother, sat in front of him and smiled. She said that in such cold weather it would not take long to catch a cold. Kadlov remained silent and angry. The girl smiled and said that the guy looked like a foreigner. She asked if he had any business with the owner of this restaurant. Kadlov did not look up and said that he was too mannered. He said that he had practiced cooking in France but had not made any progress. He felt like he was marking time. Then he received a call from Korea and was informed about a competition for hotel chefs. The Kyungsuk listened silently. He said that he was not really interested in the competition. He just went on a trip and later he saw Master Kang's dishes. He then made a crepe. He held it in his hand and looked at it intently. He said that it was an ordinary crepe that can be found on the streets of France. He bit into it, not expecting anything from the dish, and he was amazed. He looked at the girl and said that the crepe was very tasty. It even brought back memories of his childhood. He said that he could not imagine that he would be able to try such a delicious crepe in Korea, and not in his hometown. He smiled and said that he had decided then that he would come to South Korea and become an apprentice to the man who had prepared the dish. A drop of rain was running down his face. He said that he could not go back until he became an apprentice. The girl smiled understandingly. She handed him the umbrella and told him to persist. She smiled and said that his husband was too soft. Kadlov looked at the girl questioningly, not understanding the meaning of the word husband. The girl entered the restaurant. It was daytime. Donsiak came out of the restaurant, stretching his legs, and saying how tired he was. He asked if it had really rained all night. He looked away, hoping that the foreigner had already left. But Kadlov was sleeping outside his door, holding his wife's umbrella in his hands. Kyungsuk came up to him and asked what he thought. She smiled and said that she told him that he would sit in front of the restaurant all night. She was right, wasn't she? The little hero smiled when he saw the foreign uncle. Kadlov woke up and trembled. He looked at the angry master. He stood up, bowed and began to pray to be accepted as a disciple. Donsiak was tensely silent. Kadlov closed his eyes and waited. He opened his eyes wide. Donsiak ordered to start with cleaning the restaurant. He looked at him and ordered him to clean up while he took his son to school. He smiled and said that they would do the cooking later. Kadlov was happy and immediately accepted the order. He scrubbed all the tables. Donsiak taught him wisdom, and he wrote everything down. Kadlov cooked a steak and served it. Now they found themselves at the grave of Master King. Kyungsuk smiled. Kadlov looked at the hero with satisfaction. The woman said that by helping his father in the restaurant, he became his father's disciple. Sung-hoon looked away in surprise and asked what about conductor Jong-sip. Kadlov raised a finger and said that soon after he became an apprentice, Jong-sip came to work at the restaurant. The conductor smiled and said that he used to be a regular at Master Kang's restaurant, and when he couldn't find a job, the hero's father took him in. Sung-hoon smiled. Kyungsuk said that they didn't have many customers, but thanks to Jong-sip, they had fewer customers than staff. She laughed and said that even though she said that now, back then she and the hero's father often fought over the restaurant. Sung-hoon and his sister were wary. The woman said that they had 2 children and the restaurant didn't make much money. She looked away sadly and said that that was why she took the hero in. Maybe that was why he didn't remember those 2. Sung-hoon smiled nervously. The mother said that she was very sorry to him, but the hero said that he didn't remember it and so she didn't need to apologize. The conductor turned to the mother who was wiping away her tears. He smiled and said that although they were a little late, he and Kadlov wanted to pay tribute to Master Kan. The woman smiled and said okay, said that they would go and let them stay. Donsiok's grave. The men began to pay tribute. The hero's family stood patiently to the side. Soon they continued talking. Sung-hoon smiled and said thank you anyway, because thanks to the boss, he did a great job with the team task. He asked if the man planned to continue being a judge. Kadlov scratched his cheek in confusion. He looked at the shocked hero and said that he would soon return to France. Sung-hoon looked at the boss and said that the competition was not over yet. The man smiled and said that he could not quit his main job for the sake of the program. Besides, they simply filled the gap that had formed in the judging panel. Sung-hoon looked sadly into space. The chef said that he came to South Korea because of the anniversary of Master Kang's death and did not intend to stay here for long. He frowned at the hero, asked him to listen. He asked if the hero remembered what he told him when he gave him his business card. Sung-hoon was surprised and said that he remembered. In his head he heard the words that if the hero wanted to cook again, he would gladly take him on as an apprentice. Kadlov smiled and said that his offer was still valid. He extended his hand to the hero and asked if he would like to become his apprentice. He said that it was not for free, he would study and also work in his restaurant. He said that he would be treated much better than in the kitchen of the hotel where he now works. He suggested that he would have more time for his personal life and asked what he would say. Sung-hoon thought about it. He said that he was sincerely grateful for the offer but decided to refuse. Kadlov looked at the young man in amazement. Sung-hoon said that if he followed him to France, he looked at his mother and said that he would not be able to take care of her. Kadlov closed his eyes and smiled. He understood everything. He took a book out of his inside pocket. He handed it to the hero and asked him to take it. Sung-hoon began to leaf through the album and ask if it was really a notebook. Kadlov said that Master Kang had entrusted it to him while he was alive. He told him to give it to the hero if he wanted to take the path of a cook again. He smiled and said that he really did not quite understand what it meant, but as the master said, the hero would understand everything himself. Sukhanan silently leafed through the pages of the book. The day began to decline. The men took their leave and said that they would go. The consul and the others said goodbye to them joyfully. The men bowed in unison. Kadlov winked at the hero. He smiled tenderly, thinking about the chef. He remembered how he picked up the book. He looked at the boss because he had something else. He handed the hero a package and asked him to take it. The hero took the envelope and asked what was in it. His eyes widened. There was money in the envelope. Kadlov asked him to be quiet. He said not to be shy and just take it. He pointed at Jongsip, who offered to give it to the hero. He said that they were who they were thanks to Master Kang's kindness. However, after they became someone and decided to repay him for his kindness, Master Kang passed away and this was the only way to repay him. Kadlov smiled and said that after he came to Korea, he learned that his mother had a rare disease. Jongsip learned about it when he saw the program with the hero. Sung-hoon looked at the money excitedly. The boss said that they collected money for emergency treatment. He told them not to tell his mother about it under any circumstances. Now Sung-hoon's family was happily seeing off two family friends. They were walking off into the sunset, discussing something, and the hero thanked them in his mind. Jewelry Hotel. The cooks were getting ready for work. Jin-seok sighed heavily and thought that without their youngest, they were in a really tough situation. Someone approached him. A clean and happy Sung-hoon was standing in front of him. After a while, Sang-hyun was pushed, but he said that he was busy. He looked away and was surprised. He began to happily greet his youngest, but suddenly he became gloomy. Behind the embarrassed Sung-hoon stood a cameraman and Mina. The girl said hello and said that she was a scriptwriter for the show Best Chef on KBC. She approached the cooks and said that they came to watch Sung-hoon at work. Sung-hoon scratched his cheek and said that they wanted to film a little, and all the footage would then be broadcast, so he came back for a while. The crew looked at the guests in confusion. Seong-soo said that they hadn't heard anything about it. Seong-soo looked at the chef in surprise, who said that he hadn't told them about it on purpose. He put his hands on his hips. Jin-seok looked at the crew and said that he was afraid that they would be nervous about filming, so he deliberately kept quiet. Mina smiled sheepishly and said that they didn't need to worry about filming. She said to just work as usual. The chef bowed and said that in that case. He threw a box of vegetables to the hero and told him to sort and clean them. The cameraman filmed the hero peeling onions, working with oil, cutting vegetables. Mina looked at the hero sadly. She even forgot for a moment that Sung-hoon was the youngest in the hotel kitchen. After a while, the hero wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed heavily. He turned to Mina and said that the work was finished. The chef went into the kitchen and said that there was a 30-minute break. Sung-hoon turned to him. The chef called him over without a camera. Sung-hoon turned to the girl and said that he would be there soon and asked to rest for a while. The cooks walked forward. They walked along the hotel corridor. The hero asked where they were going. Jin-seok looked forward and said that as soon as it became known that the hero would come today, the director immediately wanted to meet him. Sung-hoon was surprised. He called out to the captain again. The hero remembered Youngman and said that he did not see him today and asked where he was. The captain walked forward and said that Youngman left. Sung-hoon frowned and began to wonder why this happened. Jin-seok calmly looked forward. He frowned because in fact, Youngman's actions on live television angered the director, but he decided that there was no need to tell the truth. Nina and the cameraman were sitting at a table. Nina was recording and said that the guy could be tired since they started filming at dawn. The guy looked at the camera and said that everything was fine and he would even be glad if they didn't film until late at night. He looked at the girl in surprise. She suggested that they interview the hero after work and filming. The guy looked tiredly from under his cap at the girl. She looked at him, and the cameraman asked if it was her idea. He said that it looked very much like an idea written on her knee. He said that she was so enthusiastic. Nina nodded, and the man said that even if this matter was entrusted to the scriptwriter's assistant, she would still personally go to the hotel. The cameraman looked closely at the girl. Nina smiled confusedly. The cameraman started to speak, but the cooks suddenly approached them. Nina looked at them. The cooks asked if they should drop by later, but the screenwriter said that everything was fine. Song-soo embarrassedly rubbed the back of his head. He was asked what he came about. Nina looked at the man in surprise, who asked if Sung-hoon had ever said anything about them. She said no, but Sung-hoon and Sang-hyun didn't back down. They were standing in one place, and the girl asked why they were asking. Sung-hoon smiled and said that the hero never said anything about the kitchen. He said that the younger one still had a long way to go and it must be because of them that he was suffering. Nina smiled cheerfully, catching the man off guard, saying that he wanted to gossip and get information out of her. But Sung-hoon denied everything. Sang-hyun smiled and said that they just wanted to ask if their hotel was a stumbling block for Sung-hoon. Nina closed her eyes and smiled. She said that she didn't know if it was broadcast, but Sung-hoon started arguing with the judges when they started talking about the level of their hotel. The surprised men asked if it was true. Nina smiled and said that Sung-hoon had never said anything about the hotel or his colleagues, so they had nothing to worry about. The men bowed and said that they would be leaving then. The cameraman watched the chefs leave. He adjusted the camera and said that it was very mean. He frowned and asked if they were trying to dig into Sung-hoon and brag about supposedly helping him. Nina smiled and asked if he really thought so and said that she didn't think so. A little worry crossed the cameraman's face because Mina assumed that they were just worried about the younger one. He started talking. Nina waved her hand and said loudly no. She covered her face with a book and froze. She blushed and said that she forbade asking him questions and said nothing more. The cameraman looked at her in surprise. The scriptwriter said that if he continued asking questions, she would replace the cameraman. Nina looked away and began to think about what Sung-hoon was doing now. Meanwhile, the chefs were standing in front of the director. Mugin smiled. Sung-hoon looked at him and asked confusedly if he was called. The director started to speak gloomily. Sung-hoon was surprised because the director said that the hero worked hard. The younger and the chef looked at him in surprise. He closed his eyes and the hero asked what he was talking about. The man said that he was talking about. Tears suddenly fell from his eyes. He cried and said that Sung-hoon was great. He said that their chef was Sung-hoon. The hero blushed. Jin-seok looked at him proudly. The director said that he saw a program. His mother was sick and he had to take care of her. Nugent wiped his tears and said that he heard that his father died young and he took care of the family. He said that the hero worked hard. He looked at Jin-seok and asked why he didn't take care of the hero since he had such a hard life. Jin-seok apologized and said that he had never heard about how things were at home. Nugent smiled and said that he was impressed not only by the difficult situation of Chef Sung-hoon. The hero smiled and blushed. The director said that the youngest chef of their hotel competes with representatives of 5-star hotels. He reached into his jacket pocket because that was not what he called the hero for. He put an envelope on the table and asked Sung-hoon to take it. Sung-hoon took it and asked what it was. The director smiled and said that it was a bonus from him personally because he worked so hard for their hotel. Sung-hoon bowed. Mugin told him to open it when he got home, said that the amount should not upset him. Mugin looked at the chef and said that he could go, but asked Jin-seok to stay. The hero smiled and said that he would go. Sung-hoon walked down the hallway and opened the envelope. He looked at the contents in surprise. He started to sort through the bank checks, which were more than his monthly salary. He stopped and thought that if he added this amount to the money that Chief Cadlo gave him, he could pay off some of the hospital bills that were overdue. He looked ahead, smiled and decided that he needed to leave early today and stop by the hospital. He turned around. Mina called him. She happily walked up to him. She smiled, trying to understand what he had just hidden behind his back, and asked if he had finished with important matters. Sung-hoon sheepishly adjusted his cap and said that the director wanted to see him. That's why he went to him on the carpet. The girl asked if she could find out what they had talked about. Sung-hoon smiled and said that it was nothing special. He said that he had just been praised. Nina put the book to her chest and asked if it was true, and she thought that the hero could not lie. Sung-hoon said that the girl was resting and now she went to look for him. Wasn't it because of the filming by any chance? Mina was embarrassed, because in fact she wanted to meet the hero outside the program, and if this continues, then after the program she will be left out. She blushed, pulling the book to her face. Despite the fact that she had a chance, she can't do anything, she decided that she had to say it. Mina forced herself and asked if the hero had time in the evening after work. She pressed her lips and waited. Sung-hoon blushed and, stuttering, asked again. Mina blushed even more and said yes, in the evening. Sung-hoon looked down and asked again. He imagined his mother sitting in a wheelchair. His gaze turned cold. He looked at the girl and said that he would not be able to. Mina turned pale. They both bowed to each other. The hero said that he would need to go to the hospital and said that he was sorry. The girl began to say that everything was fine. Sung-hoon smiled and suggested that they return to the kitchen, as the afternoon work would begin now. Mina sadly followed the hero. She smiled through the pain and began to think about how unattractive she was to him. It was evening. The chefs gathered in a circle. Jin-seok looked at everyone and said that they were great and sent them home. Sung-hoon approached the cameraman and said that he was very tired, filming until late at night, but Mina butted in and said that the hero did a great job. Sung-hoon turned around. Sang-hyun called him. He gestured and suggested that they drink a glass to celebrate the meeting tonight. Sung-soo added that they would eat more eels. Sung-hoon bowed guiltily and said that he had urgent business, so he had to go. Sung-hoon smiled, said that he had things to do at home, and said that they would definitely go next time. Sang-hyun irritably said that it was too difficult to go to a bar with the hero. Sung-hoon turned to Mina and said that they would see each other on the set. The girl thanked him for his work. She silently watched him go. A drop of excitement ran down her face. She began to think that the hero was really in a hurry because of the hospital. After some time at the hospital, Sung-hoon put the envelope in the container. The girl checked, put it in the machine. Sung-hoon looked tensely at the numbers. The girl knocked and laid out the bills. She looked at the hero and said that he had deposited 5.5 million won. There were still almost 16 million left. Sung-hoon sadly left the hospital. He walked forward and began to think that thanks to Chief Kadlov and the director, the pressing problem had been solved. He thought about Mina with embarrassment. He closed his eyes and asked himself how he could even think about love in such a situation. He decided for himself that a relationship would only complicate everything. The guy silently walked along the lonely night street. Mina and the cameraman were still sitting in the hotel. The girl slammed the book shut and said great. She smiled and said that they had decided on the edits and what needed to be sent. She asked if there were any problems with the video. The cameraman said that everything was fine. Mina warmed up, said that that was all for today and they could go home. The cameraman approached the girl and asked if she would go towards the set. He sheepishly adjusted his cap, said that the express buses were no longer running and he would like to offer to give her a ride. Mina looked at him silently. The guy said that his parents' house was nearby and he could borrow a car. Mina smiled and said there was no need to worry so much about her. She said that in any case, the main shooting would not begin until 2 days later. She went ahead, said that she lived nearby and therefore he should not worry. She smiled and said goodbye until tomorrow. The cameraman stayed to watch the girl go. Mina walked home along the street in silence. She looked at her feet and wondered if Sung-hoon really went to the hospital because of household chores or if he pushed her away because he was embarrassed. She narrowed her eyes and decided that whatever the reason, he really did push her away. She walked forward and thought that if she continued to insist, she would only hurt Sung-hoon, and it would also affect the show. She pursed her lips and decided that she would have to give in. She passed by an alley. She smiled and thought about getting a drink. She needed to stop by the convenience store before going home. A convenience store. Mina looked at it and decided to stop by. When she started to open the door, Sung-hoon was sitting at one of the tables, looking sleepy. She turned around abruptly. Sung-hoon was quietly dozing on a chair. There was some drunk alcohol on the table. Mina covered her face in embarrassment, not understanding what the hero was doing here. Did he really live somewhere nearby? She noticed that the guy was wearing only a t-shirt. She looked away in embarrassment, thinking that it had gotten cold outside and if he slept outside, he would catch a cold. She shook the drunk Sung-hoon. The guy looked at the scriptwriter in surprise. The girl said that if he slept here, he would get sick. She asked him to wake up. The hero tried to concentrate his gaze on the girl and asked what she was doing here. He took the bottle and was surprised that he drank it all. He looked at the girl. She offered to walk him home and asked him to get up. Sung-hoon began to drink the rest of the bottle and said that he did not want to. Mina looked at him embarrassedly and asked why. The guy looked ahead and said that he did not want to go home, that is why he was sitting here. Mina pulled out the chair. She sat down next to her, smiled and asked if there were any other reasons. The guy looked at the confused Mina and said it was strange to talk to the scriptwriter who shouldn't be here. Mina noted this funny fact to herself. Sung-hoon looked away shyly and asked if the girl had ever encountered something that you usually try to put off for a long time. Mina looked at him silently. The hero said that he was usually too busy, so he didn't have time to think about it. But at home everything was different. He said that when he returned home after work, thoughts slowly began to creep into his head. He looked sadly at his feet and said that a feeling of great responsibility and depression caused by this feeling comes. Mina became sad. The hero said that he was fine because he was already used to it. He looked at the girl and said that today had become unbearably difficult, so he was sitting outside. Mina smiled and asked if it was because he went to the hospital. The hero looked ahead, said not without it. His gaze suddenly became with a suspicious squint, which scared Mina. Sung-hoon stretched out his hands to her and asked if she was not real. Mina began to dodge the guy's hands, smiling reservedly. Sung-hoon looked at her in confusion and said that she simply could not be here. Mina sighed with relief because she almost got caught. She suddenly froze. The hero said that she asked him for a meeting in the evening. He smiled and said that in fact he was happy and even thought about what to answer her. He opened his eyes, said that he even wanted to agree and this was the happiest moment, but he cannot respond to the feelings of the scriptwriter Mina. It seemed to him that he would disappoint her, so he refused to meet. Mina blushed, realizing that the hero also had feelings for her and asked again. Sung-hoon looked ahead. He knew that he would face this someday. He was still the youngest and he would not want the work of a chef to become a stumbling block. His hand fell to his leg. He said that Mina was the head writer of a popular show and someone like him. Mina suddenly took the hero's hand. He looked at the man in front of him in surprise. Mina looked at him meaningfully and told him not to say such nonsense. Sung-hoon looked at her in shock. She said that even if she didn't know much about him, she knew one thing, that he was the kind of person who continued to work hard despite the conditions. She blushed even more and said that therefore, whether he showed his weaknesses or suffered from being the youngest in the hotel, she said that she didn't care. Sung-hoon suddenly became like a tomato, and the scriptwriter in front of him suddenly became real. He recoiled in fear and began to mumble. The girl said that she heard everything. Sung-hoon froze in shock, and his gaze became a 2,000-yard stare. He covered his face with his hands in shame. Mina called him. She began to twist a lock of hair with her finger and said that although the evening had already passed, she asked him to give her some time. Sung-hoon turned white and said yes. Meanwhile, the program showed an angry Yoonjin. Kadlov's voice said that the Korean cuisine team would leave the project in full force. The camera showed an angry Ilya. Huge letters on the screen repeated the chef's words. Kadlov was holding a piece of paper in his hands and was about to announce the winner. The camera showed the winning team Sung-hoon. The points were announced. Soyun slammed his fist on the table, angrily looked ahead. Kadlov was shown on the screen. The president did not understand where Jisung had gone and what was this foreigner doing there. He screamed and said that at this rate they would lose their reputation. He turned to the head of Minjung and asked if the Hilton Hotel had called. The girl said that they had not called yet. Soyun angrily looked ahead, thought about Jisung, who hid the fact that he was thrown out of the show. He looked at Sung-hoon and thought about how he was from a third-rate hotel and Jisung had to eliminate him at all costs. He grabbed his head. The food quality control department would take the show's results into account when ranking. They couldn't put a 4-star hotel in the top 20. Soyun suddenly froze. An idea occurred to him. He sat up straight and thought about how the ranking couldn't be done while the show was airing, so they just needed to find out the other side's shortcomings. He turned to Minjung and asked if she had identified the Michelin secret shopper. The girl said yes. A secret shopper is a person who pretends to be an ordinary customer and checks the goods and services of the establishment. Minjung looked away and said that since Michelin was supposed to be in charge of the hotel's restaurant list, they hired a famous food critic. She said that the secret shopper was Bertrand. Soyun turned to her and asked if he had arrived in Korea yet. The girl said that he was expected to arrive next week. The president frowned and asked to find out when this man would be visiting the Jewelry Hotel. Minjeong repeated the question in surprise. Soyun raised an eyebrow and said yes, asking to call him and let him know. The man looked away and thought that the Food Safety Administration would soon rank the top 20. He was going to turn his attention to the Jewelry Hotel and ruin their Michelin rating. Resort K. Sung-hoon entered the room. He looked at the two made beds and thought that he hadn't been here for a few days, but it felt like forever. He sat on the bed. He took off his jacket and sighed in relief. He looked at the ceiling. He remembered Mina's happy appearance. He walked shyly next to her then. The couple walked together but did not look at each other. Mina pointed to her house. She stood in front of the exit. She smiled and thanked the hero, saying it would be okay if he didn't see her off. Sung-hoon smiled and said that they were on the same way anyway. The couple fell silent. Mina looked at the hero again and said that the hero had drunk too much. She asked if he could get home on his own. Sung-hoon ruffled his hair and said that he had sobered up a bit and apologized for saying something stupid. Mina smiled and said that everything was fine. She was glad to hear the real story. The hero assumed that he had really gotten upset. Mina blushed. She was trying to say something. Sung-hoon waited for her words in fear. She looked up sharply. The hero turned his attention to himself. He made a gesture of silence. His cheeks were burning. He said that he knew what she wanted to tell him. Mina froze. The hero asked not to say it now. His gaze became serious. The hero asked to say it when he had the courage. He asked to give him a chance too. Mina looked at him in surprise. Sung-hoon overcame mountains of doubts and fears, said maybe not now, but when he sobers up. Mina was silent in surprise. The hero suggested talking about it again. The color left the hero's face. The girl said okay. She smiled, turned around and said that she didn't even know what to say to that. She only said that she would look forward to it. Now the hero blushed again. He grabbed his face and began to think that he had gone too far. He was very ashamed. He frowned and decided to think about it later. First he needed to look in the notebook and see the recipe. He began to rummage through his pockets. He took out a green notebook. Froze. He began to leaf through Kadlov's photo album. He remembered the words of the chef about the promise to pass this book on to him. He leafed through the pages, thinking that his father had given him this album. Everything looked like ordinary photographs of food. He did not see, but his hand began to emit a blue aura. Sung-hoon closed his eyes, and suddenly opened them. He thought about the memories. He remembered Jisung, the kitchen, the boy called Jisung. Jisung was tensely cutting up his carcass, and he was being hurried. He looked at the elder and said that it was his first time cutting up a flounder and he didn't know how to gut it. Dong-seok smiled and asked if that was really true. He came up to him, took a knife and said that he would show him how to cut the fish into 3 parts. He put the knife to the gills, and with one powerful movement he cut off the head. He said that the fish could jump out of his hands and therefore advised him to hold it tighter. He made a cut near the tail to bleed the fish. Jisung watched the process in amazement. Dong-seok said that now it was time to bleed for about 10 minutes. Dong-seok put his hand on the fish and said that if we were done with that, then it was necessary to cut off the head and remove the entrails. He put the knife near the fin and slightly cut it. Then he cut it off from the other side, removing the entrails from the head. Dong-seok looked at the fish intently. He said then carefully insert your fingers into the fish and remove the remains. He cleaned it again, cut the carcass with a knife from tail to head, paying attention to the fins. He turned to Jisung, said back, belly, front, back. It was necessary to make cuts everywhere, and then cut off. He said that he would show you faster. Dong-seok began to work. Jisung watched, fascinated. The hero's father put a clean fish fillet on the board. He wiped the knife and said that this way you can cut it into 3 parts. Of course, you can't serve it like that, so it's time for them to finish talking and do ha. Jisung looked at Dong-seok excitedly. The latter asked him to repeat it himself. He asked if he could. Dong-seok suddenly hugged him and asked him not to worry. He smiled and said that he was his senior and if he listened to him carefully, he could quickly learn to do the same. Jisung was embarrassed and said yes. Sung-hoon at this time was sitting in an astral connection with a book. He opened his eyes. He looked at the book in surprise. Blood started to flow from his nose. He grabbed it abruptly and thought that he had read too many memories. He walked to the window, remembered that Jisung was his father's subordinate, but suddenly realized that he did not know this. He opened the album again. Jisung's memories were a surprise. He ran his finger over the pictures, not understanding. Did not his father do this so that he could know about them? He looked at the blood that was left on his finger and suddenly realized that these were pictures of food that his father put his heart into. He could learn the recipe just by reading his memories. Sweat poured down his face. He realized that with this album, he would have no problem completing the next tasks. The next day, Sung-hoon walked forward, putting on his cap. He looked at his feet. He was worried about seeing Jisung in his father's memories. He thought that there was something more to him and his father than the relationship between an elder and a younger. He thought that the father he knew never wore the uniform of a hotel chef, so where did these memories come from? He remembered that his father liked to talk about his students, but he never talked about Jisung. The hero frowned and wondered what happened between his father and Jisung. Yoontae put his hand on the hero's shoulder. He smiled and asked what the hero was thinking about. Sung-hoon awkwardly adjusted his hat and said that he was thinking about what today's task would be. Sung-hoon turned to his friend and asked if he happened to know. The guy asked what. He drooped and said that he had nothing to say about what happened last time. He said that he really didn't know what would happen next. The hero smiled and said that it was just a joke. The chefs gathered in the studio. Myung-sun and Yoonjin looked at them happily. The man was happy to see everyone. He asked if it bothered them that there were only 2 judges. The chefs looked at him silently. The man said that due to his busy schedule, Chef Kadlov was forced to return to France. Menson smiled and said that he and Yoonjin would continue judging them together. He suggested moving on to their task. The chefs were tensely silent. Everyone suddenly turned around at someone's exclamation. The children ran into the studio. Menson smiled and said that the chefs should prepare a dessert for the children. The children began to surround the chefs and greet them. A gap-toothed boy in a cap pointed at Chanti, said that this was not a brother but an uncle. Menson smiled and suggested choosing 2 people and asking them what they would like to eat. The boy and girl came out to the hosts. They were handed a microphone. Menson knelt in front of the girl and asked what their children would like to eat. The girl smiled shyly and said that she would like a cake decorated with strawberries. Yoonjin handed the microphone to the boy and asked what he would like to eat. The boy smiled contentedly and said that he would like to eat a bun with cheese and sausage. Manson stood up, thanked the children for their answers and asked them to return to the others. Manson looked at the chefs and asked if they understood what the children wanted now. Suddenly, he called out Sunghoon and Jeongch. The two guys came out to the hosts. A heavy hand fell on the hero's shoulder. Manson stood between the guys and assumed that the viewers were wondering why he chose these particular participants. He smiled and said that today's task was a team task. The chefs looked ahead tensely, not expecting that there would be a team task again. Manson said that the guys would need to form two teams, and if the team included the number 1 and number 2 of their ranking, the balance of power would be upset. Manson said that this is why the first ranked member Sunghoon and the second ranked member Jeongti should form teams of 7. Sunghoon rubbed his chin and thought, in the last team task, the members chose their own team. After hearing the topic, could he choose the team members himself? He turned sharply towards the sound. Jeongti raised his hand and asked if he could choose the same chefs who were on his previous team. Manson thought about it. He turned to Sunghoon and said that if he didn't mind, they could work as previous teams. Sunghoon remembered the playful Yeonhee. He looked at his feet and thought about Yeonhee, Seokhyun, and Hyunwoo, who worked with him last time, had good abilities, and if Jeongti gave them to him, then he agreed. Manson turned around. The hero said okay. He smiled and said that he was also choosing his French cuisine team. Manson grinned wickedly, folding his arms across his chest. The chefs left the stage. The host asked them to go and form their teams. Sunghoon looked at the hero tensely and assumed that his friend was trying to make up for his last second place. He thought that he would try to change teams. Jeongti looked ahead determinedly and thought that last time the Italian cuisine team made no mistakes and all the team members who believed in him and followed him were worthy chefs. He frowned, remembered the orchestra and the reason why they lost. He looked ahead seriously and decided that this time nothing would stop him. He was going to win by concentrating on the dish. The teams split up. Manson said that now they would introduce the participants to how the task would be judged. Manson said that first both teams would prepare desserts and drop them on the table, then a representative of the jury would taste each team's dessert. After that, the judge will take the flag of the team that he thinks will be tastier. He said that the team with the least flags left will win. Manson smiled and said that they have 15 children as judges. That is, there will be 2 desserts for each child. He said that it is okay if one team member is involved in preparing several desserts, but the new dish must be different from the previous one. He said that the last, 15th dessert should be prepared by the whole team. Now they can disperse and discuss which desserts they will prepare and in what order. The teams gathered in the kitchens. Yeonhee playfully looked at the hero and asked if he really decided to gather the previous team. Sunghoon said that he had no reason to refuse Jeongti's offer. Yeonhee smiled. The hero said that they are all certainly excellent cooks. She said that the hero flattered them. Hyunwoo looked at everyone and said that they need to come up with a concept and follow it to the end. The hero said that it would be great, but each child's preferences are individual, so they will develop different menus. Sunghoon looked at everyone and said that after they decide on the menu, he asked them to try to add something of their own so that the dishes are not similar to each other. He will taste test everything during the cooking process. He looked at Yeonhee and asked to set some boundaries. Sunghoon smiled and suggested that she is the best at baking, and if it is burdensome for her, then he will pass this responsibility to someone else. Yeonhee confusedly said that she can handle it. Seokhyun looked at everyone cheerfully and said that before choosing individual menus, they should decide what the team will cook at the very end. Yeonhee looked at him slyly and asked, hasn't it already been decided? The girl smiled dreamily and said mini crepes with ice cream and caramel popsicles, which Sunghoon had made earlier. Seokhyun smiled and said that it was a great choice, but the hero said abruptly no. Everyone turned to the hero and asked why. Sunghoon smiled and said that the crepe was made with the intention of surprising. It was necessary to make something that no one had ever tried. It might seem unusual and fresh to adults, but he didn't think it would be a universal option for children. But the hero smiled and said that adding crepes to the menu was a good idea. Yeonhee looked at everyone and asked if they had any other desserts in mind. Sunghoon looked away and said that he had one idea. Meanwhile, Myungsung and Yoonjin were looking at the participants. The host asked them to make their menu in their order and give it to them. Jeongti began dictating the menu to Suhee. Sunghoon and Mina, both blushing, wrote down their team's menu. The producer handed Manson a piece of paper and said that this was necessary information. Manson and Yoonjin looked at the paper. The man smiled and said that it was interesting. Yoonjin smiled and suggested that the two understood each other. Manson sighed and said that in that case. Everyone looked at the host seriously and he said that they could start cooking. The cooks began working intensively together. They fried pancakes, carried fruits. They diligently made muffins. Yeonhee, satisfied, put a bun in the oven. After a while, Manson shouted stop and told the members to take their hands off the equipment and present their dishes. There were 2 tables with flags in the studio. He said that when they finished setting the dishes, they should place their dishes on those tables. The red flag was for Sung-hoon's team and the blue one was for Jeong-tae's team. Manson smiled and told them to bring out the first courses. Jeong-tae and Sung-hoon both came forward. They looked at each other, realizing that the first courses would be presented by the team leaders. The clochers sat down on the table. Manson smiled and asked them to show their dishes at the same time. The desserts came to light. Manson crossed his arms and said with a smile that Sung-hoon made French toast and Jeong-tae made tiramisu. Yoonjin smiled and asked if the participants had decided to choose desserts from the cuisines they had prepared last time. Manson looked at the woman and said that she was mistaken if she said something like that while looking at French toast. He raised one finger, saying that French toast was first mentioned in the ancient Roman cookbook Apicius, where it was known as a lighter dulcia. Manson introduced Earth and noted that a similar recipe appeared in many countries at about the same time. Yoonjin smiled when the man concluded that the dish was called French toast later. Nanseong looked straight ahead and addressed the teacher of the gifted kindergarten. Yoonyoung, the girl in the pink dress, smiled politely. Nanseong extended his hand forward and asked the children to line up one after another. Yoonyoung leaned over to the children and called them. Looking down, the girl told them to stand in order. The children immediately stood in a line. Yoonyoung pointed her finger at the 2 chefs and said that the children would now take turns going to the table and trying the treats, after which they would need to take a flag from the table that had the most delicious dish. The boy with brown hair raised his hand and asked if he could take a flag from the table with the handsome chef. Yoonyoung smiled, saying that he couldn't do that. The girl in the blue dress walked forward, smiling happily. Yoona walked up to the protagonist and Jeong-tae. Her cheeks turned red as she looked at the tiramisu. She then looked at the toast and drooled. Myung-sung held out his hand and told the girl to eat what she liked the most. Yoona frowned, looking ahead. Sung-hoon smiled when the girl decided to start with his toast. Jeong-tae frowned in shock as he looked at the child. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek and he assumed that Yoona chose to eat the toast first because it was easier to eat. He imagined a fork and spoon over the tiramisu and thought that it was a dish that needed to be eaten with cutlery because it was so delicate. While Yoona happily ate, Jeong-tae came to the conclusion that French toast could be eaten with hands. The girl licked her fingers. She pointed to the tiramisu, saying that she would try it now. Yoona's cheeks turned red as she looked at the dessert and said that her mother didn't allow her to try such food. She asked what it was called. Jeong-tae smiled and replied that the dessert was called tiramisu. Yoona looked closely at the dish and asked how to eat it since it would lose its shape in her hands. The boy sweated and thought that using a fork would be dangerous. He handed Yoona a small spoon. The girl looked at the tiramisu. She took a small piece of the dessert with the spoon. Then Yoona put the spoon in her mouth, closing her eyes. Jeong-tae frowned and thought that he was glad that she saved the tiramisu for later. The boy smiled slightly and thought that if the girl tried tiramisu first, French toast, which does not have much sugar, would seem tasteless to her. Yoona put the spoon on the empty plate. Myung-sung raised his hand and asked with a smile which dessert she liked more. Yoona crossed her arms and thoughtfully closed her eyes. The protagonist frowned tensely. A drop of sweat ran down Jeong-tae's cheek. Yoona extended her hand forward. She took the blue flag with a smile. Jeong-tae smiled happily. Myung-sung looked at Yoona and asked her to come to the judges. The man held a microphone in his hand. He leaned towards the girl, asking why she chose the blue flag. Yoona crossed her arms and replied that both desserts were delicious. Sung-hoon frowned tensely when the girl added that the dish from the table with the red flag was cold and watery, which she found strange. Myung-sung smiled, saying that Yoona could return to her seat. The protagonist looked down and thought that he was too smug. He presented his French toast and thought that it had been a long time since it was made and the dessert had cooled down because it was hard to expect that it would stay warm after being served. Sung-hoon furrowed his brows and thought that given the time it took to make a decision, there was no need to include warm desserts on the menu and his judgment was wrong. Myung-sung smiled and said that in that case, the chefs should take their bowls and return to the team. Sung-hoon and Jeong-tae took the trays and walked away. The other members supported Jeong-tae. Some of the chefs looked upset. The protagonist walked up to them and apologized. He closed his eyes and said that he should have won and that he had disappointed his team. Seok-hyun closed his eyes and smiled. He looked at Sung-hoon and said that he had a face like something had happened at home. Seok-hyun put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and added that they had only missed 1 point and that was not the end. Sung-hoon furrowed his brows and thought that it was not just 1 point. The protagonist was holding a tray in his hands. He looked down with an angry frown. Sung-hoon imagined the red and blue flags and thought that each team was given 15 flags, showing that everyone had a chance to win, but in reality, the team would not have that many chances to prove themselves. The protagonist imagined the blue flag and thought that if more than 8 flags were taken from one team in this task, the opposing team would no longer be able to win. Sung-hoon's face sweated as he thought that the team would not be able to catch up with the opponent if he lost 8 flags first. The protagonist looked at the tray and thought that as a result, someone's cooked dishes might not even be tasted. Sung-hoon frowned and thought that he should have won the first round to be safe in the second half of the competition, but there was nothing he could do. Seok-hyun smiled and the protagonist thought that he could only rely on the team now. The chef frowned. The other man put his hand on his forehead. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. Sung-hyuk and Hyunwoo, who had annoyed expressions on their faces, also lost. The desserts were visible. Seok-hyun made canels and Hyunwoo made madeleines. Sung-hoon remembered talking to the other chefs and thought that the dishes were okay when he tasted them. The protagonist touched his chin and thought that the desserts that the opposing team made were clearly not like theirs, and yet the children preferred the opposing team. Sung-hoon's face sweated as he tried to understand the reason. He looked away in surprise when he heard someone's voice. Yeonhee walked up to the protagonist and said that the three team members were just unlucky. The girl looked straight at him and added that there was no point in looking for a reason for the defeat, and nothing could be done about the dishes that were already prepared and ready to be served. Sung-hoon's mouth opened in shock when Yeonhee said that their team had not lost yet. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and thanked the girl. Yeonhee looked straight at him and added that she had not lied. She turned around and raised one finger. The children smiled happily, and the girl assumed that they were just enjoying playing with the flags. Yeonhee crossed her arms and said that the first girl did indeed choose what she liked, but she had doubts about the second and third children. The children were holding flags, and the girl assumed that they were simply copying Yuna. Seok-hyun and Hyunwoo's sweat dropped when Yeonhee added that it was unlikely that the children did not like their desserts. The girl smiled and concluded that they lost because of the children's sense of belonging. Sung-hoon smiled and replied that he had not thought about it. He frowned and thought that even so, the first child preferred Jeongtae's dish. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise when Yeonhee asked what was wrong with his face. A bead of sweat appeared on his cheek and the girl told him not to worry so much. Yeonhee opened her mouth, saying that even if they were unlucky once, they would win with their skills. The girl picked up a tray and walked forward. Yeonhee looked away. Sunhee furrowed her brows. Myungsung raised his hand and told them to show their dishes. On one tray was a small dish. On Sunhee's tray was a cupcake. Myungsung crossed his arms, saying that Yeonhee made this dish last time. The man smiled, saying that Sunhee made almond cupcake. The woman silently looked at her dessert. Yoonjin said with a smile that she would have chosen almond if she were a child. Yeonun looked at Myungsung, who called her. Yeongwing smiled widely and ran forward. The boy crossed his arms, standing by the tables. The boy opened one eye when someone called his name. Yeonhee fixed her hair and asked with a smile if the child wanted to try her dish first. Yeongwing blushed and agreed. Sunhee raised her hand and asked the judges if it was okay to do that. Yeonhee frowned, not understanding what this woman was doing. Myungsung looked at the man behind her and asked what they should do. The judge picked up the album with a note telling them to continue. He sweat dropped and thought that the rules given didn't mention anything about methods to attract the children's attention, and there was nothing wrong with the contestant attracting the child's attention before the child was interested in the dish. The judge smirked and thought that this would even help his program. Nina looked at the man with concern. Yeongwing opened his mouth wide to eat the dessert. He bit into it. Yeonhee smiled and thought that she had taken two things into account, unlike the previous egg muffin with bacon. While the boy was eating, the girl thought about how she had paid attention to the children who still had their baby teeth, and this time she hadn't used bacon to hold the shape, but had fried it and cooked it until done. Yeonhee looked down when Yeongwing suddenly shouted that it was delicious. The boy then walked up to Sunhee and asked if he could try her cupcake. Yeongwing took a bite of the dessert. Sunhee put her hands on her chest, looking at the child with concern. Myungsung said with a smile that the tasting had come to an end. Sunhee and Yeonhee looked at Yeongwing when the man asked him to pick a flag. The boy closed his eyes. He then picked up the red flag. Myungsung crossed his arms and announced that Sunghoon's team had gotten their first point. The chef smiled happily. Yeonhee smiled slightly when she heard that her team had gotten a point. The girl looked at Sunhee, whose face was covered in sweat. She smirked and thought that the victory was a foregone conclusion from the moment Yeongwing tasted her dish. Yeonhee closed her eyes and looked away, thinking that this dish was different from her last bacon muffin. On the tray was a dessert. The girl thought with a smile that she had preserved the delicate taste of the bacon. Yeongwing smiled widely while holding a red flag, and Yeonhee thought that children were overreacting to unusual tastes. The girl looked away and thought that this was the reason why parents tried to avoid snacking and only feed their children bland food. Sunhee turned pale while looking down, and Yeonhee guessed that the woman had made her dessert with a similar parental attitude, and the child had rejected her bland dish. The girl smirked evilly and thought that now Yeongwing would not be able to look at ordinary muffins. The producer spoke into the microphone, and Yeonhee guessed that she had done everything right. The protagonist smiled and praised the girl. Yeonhee closed her eyes, saying that she had done nothing wrong, and the other members of their team would also be able to prove themselves. Sung-hoon smiled and thought that he was glad that the girl was able to win. While Seok-hyun was supporting Yeonhee, the protagonist was thinking about how this victory had changed the situation for their team, which was close to defeat. Sung-hoon looked at his teammates and thought that now they would be able to show themselves. He frowned and decided that he would win when it was his turn again. The interim results: Sung-hoon's team had 12 flags, while Jeongtae's team had 11. Nina looked at the producer and said that she wanted to show him something about the current task. The girl's face became sweaty and she said that she liked the idea of the flags on the tables, but they should reduce their number. The producer crossed his arms when Mina said that in this task, the team that first gets 8 points will win, so they do not need more than 8 flags. The producer looked at the girl and said that they will not change anything. He crossed his arms and added that more flags look better on camera. Mina's mouth dropped open in shock when the producer said that they also couldn't stop filming after one of the teams got 8 points. The man looked at her and added that both teams had prepared an extra dish that they would present regardless of whether they won or lost. Nina looked straight at him and said that the viewers would not be interested in watching the rest of the event if they knew the winner. The producer looked away and said that they would cut out some scenes and use the footage to create a trailer or as inserts. He looked away and Mina agreed. A bead of sweat ran down her cheek and she came to the conclusion that the chefs were only used to create content. She clutched the book with trembling hands, feeling uneasy. The male lead looked at his teammates. Sung-hoon looked straight at him and said that for the second part of the task, they would maintain the same order of going out and he would go first. Yeonhee crossed her arms and asked if he would win this time, and Sung-hyuk was indignant at such words. The girl raised her hand and said that the protagonist was so confident, but in the end he lost. Yeonhee looked at the boy and added that they would lose if they showed the same result as in the first part of the task. Sung-hyuk clenched his teeth in anger. He raised one finger and asked if Yeonhee wanted to say that they lost due to pure chance and she won because she attracted the attention of a child. Sung-hyuk blushed with anger, saying that after Yeonhee, the other participants tried hard to attract the attention of children, but in the end the judges told them to refrain from doing so. Myung-sung put his hand forward and Yoonjun shook her head. Yeonhee crossed her arms. Looking down, she asked, "And?" Sung-hyuk opened his mouth in indignation. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked what difference the method she used made because it worked. Yeonhee looked straight ahead and added that besides that, they had managed to turn the tide of the competition in their favor, and thanks to her actions, they had managed to attract the children's attention. Sung-hyuk's sweat dropped and furrowed his brows when the girl said that they didn't have to take words so seriously if they didn't want to lose. The protagonist raised his hand and said that Yeonhee was right. He smiled and said that he would win this time because his second dessert would have no flaws. The girl smiled and crossed her arms. She nodded her head. Looking at Sung-hoon, she said that they believed in him. The protagonist and Jeongtae carried trays in their hands. The ceiling was reflected on the surface of the lid. Myung-sung raised his hand and asked the participants to present their dishes. Sung-hoon lifted the lid, revealing creme brulee. Jeongtae showed off cannoli. Myung-sung crossed his arms and said that the children were not familiar with either of these desserts. The boy in the gray sweater walked forward. He looked at the two chefs. Yeonhee bit her finger as she watched the challenge. She furrowed her brows and thought it was important for the child to eat their dish first. Yeonhee's sweat dropped, mentally hoping that the boy would choose their dessert. The child stopped at the tables. He raised his hand. The boy grabbed the cannoli. Jeongtae smirked contentedly. The protagonist's face showed disappointment. The boy began to eat the dessert. The boy held the cannoli in his hands, biting into it. Jeongtae smiled, happy that the child chose his dish first. He looked away and thought that the creme brulee would be as sweet as his dessert. The boy greedily ate the cannoli while Jeongtae thought that he had a better chance of winning. The boy furrowed his brows and thought that Sung-hoon's dessert was a diamond in the rough. The dessert was visible on the tray. Jeongtae's sweat dropped and thought that sometimes they add fruit syrup or cream to creme brulee to make it more flavorful, but the protagonist didn't. The boy looked away and decided that he would win again this time. The boy looked at Jeongtae and said that he had eaten everything, and the boy told him to try the dessert from the other table. The chef watched the child tensely, thinking that he didn't like the cannoli because he looked sullen. The child went to another dish. Sung-hoon said with a smile that this dessert is eaten with a spoon. The protagonist looked at the boy carefully. The child brought the spoon to his mouth. 20 years ago, Sung-hoon was sitting at the table, looking at the creme brulee. The man with blonde hair crossed his arms and said that he made this dessert especially for him. Sung-hoon scooped up the dish with a spoon. He put the spoon in his mouth. A look of admiration appeared on his face. The man in the red uniform looked at Sung-hoon, who shouted that it was delicious. The cooks were standing at the stove. Kadlov looked at Dong-seok, who called him. The blonde smiled when the man asked if he made creme brulee, and he confirmed that he did. Dong-seok had a red headband on his hair and asked Kadlov to show him how to make it. The blonde looked at the man and was surprised that he didn't know how to do it. Dong-seok turned to Kadlov and said that he knew, But when he studied on his own, he only found one recipe, and it would be better if a local showed him how to make creme brulee. Dong-seok scratched his face with his finger and added that he also wanted to know the recipe for the dish that his son liked. Kadlov smiled and said that he would teach the man. The blonde was mixing eggs in a bowl. He held a tray in his hand and looked at Dong-seok. Dong-seok watched intently as Kadlov heated up the desserts. There was a creme brulee on the table. Kadlov turned around in surprise when Dong-seok picked up the camera. The flash went off. A photo came out of the camera. Dong-seok looked at the photo with a smile, saying that it was a Polaroid. Kadlov looked at the man in shock, asking if he took a photo of the finished dish since they could have filmed the entire cooking process. Dong-seok smiled and said that it was fine. The photo showed the dessert. The center of the creme brulee was darker, and the protagonist said that even though his father had only taken a photo like this, it was not a problem for him because he could replicate the dessert just by looking at it. Sung-hoon closed his eyes, holding a book in his hands. He opened his eyes and smiled. The protagonist was looking down. He was wearing a white cap, thinking that he was able to remember his childhood thanks to the photo of the dessert. While the boy was eating creme brulee, Sung-hoon thought that he wanted this child to feel joy too. The boy put the spoon in his mouth. His eyes were closed. The protagonist asked him with a smile how he liked the dessert. The child pressed the bowl to his mouth. The empty bowl was on the table. The child grabbed the red flag. Myung-sung smiled, saying that the first point in the second round goes to Sung-hoon's team. The protagonist put his hands behind his back. He walked over to his team, whose members cheered for her. Yeonhee smiled, asking if Sung-hoon really won. The protagonist looked at Yeonhee and replied that he was just lucky and was just thinking about the children's feelings. Myung-sung brought the microphone to the boy, asking why he chose the red flag. The child, whose eyes were closed, replied that he really doesn't like sweets and doesn't even eat cake. Myung-sung smiled awkwardly and sweated. The boy remembered creme brulee and said that it was sweet, cool, and not sticky. Recalling how he held the spoon in his hand, the child said that for some reason he was thinking about his parents at that moment. Myung-sung smiled when the boy said that he wanted to eat creme brulee with them, which is why he chose the red flag. Sung-hoon smiled, saying that he didn't know there was a child who didn't like sweets. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows and said that the protagonist won either way. Yeonhee put her hand to her chin and thought that they were lucky to have come across a child who didn't like sweets. While Sung-hoon talked to Sung-hoon, she thought about how the boy liked the dessert so much that he told them about his parents. The protagonist smiled peacefully, telling his comrades to show what they can do. In the second half, Jo Seok-hyeon won. Bang Hyun lost. Jo Yeonhee won. Kwon Joo-hyuk lost. Kang Min-young won. Park Jae-hyun was defeated. Everyone stood in front of Soo-hoon. Yeonhee folded her arms and said that in the end, they managed to get far, competing 7 against 7. Bang Hyun asked the girl in surprise if she was happy, since they could have been eliminated much earlier, to which she replied that it was a good idea, but she just did not want to criticize anyone. Sun-hoon smiled and said that everything was fine, since there was one last team dish left. Seok-hyeon raised his hand and said that he was curious about something. He looked at the closed dish and asked if it was okay that they did this. Yeonhee also expressed doubt, since it seemed too ordinary to her and she was also curious. Sun-hoon listened to the question of whether everything would be okay with a calm smile. He was confident in his choice, so he answered positively. He remembered Mina, who had already tried this dish, and he trusted this person's judgment. Manson folded his arms across his chest and smiled at Yoonjung, saying that there was one last dish left, to which he confirmed his words. Manson called the teams and asked them to bring out their last dish. Sung-hoon carried a dish, and behind him walked the chefs from his team. Opposite them walked the opponents, equally focused and confident in their decision. Both chefs placed the dishes on the tables. Yoonjung waved her hand and asked the men not to hesitate and present them with the dishes. The first lid opened, and delicious orange balls were shown on the plate. Under the second lid was a cake with airy cream. Manson turned to Yoonjung and said that this is an Italian dish called arancini, and it can be called the ancestor of today's croquettes, and to prepare it, you need to mix vegetables, rice, cheese, and tomato sauce, then roll in breadcrumbs and fry. The man thought that it was quite possible that the child did not know its name, but he was definitely familiar with this dish. Finally, the last judge was called, who turned out to be a cute girl in a pink suit. The teams were asked to move away from their tables, and both chefs immediately moved away. The girl was faced with a choice between two dishes. The chefs looked at her tensely. The chef of the opposing team recognized this girl. He remembered that during the interview, she said that she wanted to eat strawberry cake. He looked at Sung-hoon and wondered if he had foreseen this. Sung-hoon himself was tensely thinking about the fact that this girl was the last one, and this was a lucky, albeit unexpected, situation. The little girl, meanwhile, was mesmerized by the cake. She picked up a fork and brought it to the dessert. Finally, she broke off a piece with trepidation. The girl closed her eyes and tasted the dessert. The little girl seemed to be glowing. Yeonhee was thinking tensely that this time they were watching from behind, so they couldn't see the girl's expression. She was thinking that of course they had won, but why didn't the girl react? The girl turned to the judge. She said that she tried a piece, so could she have another dish, to which Myung-sung immediately agreed. When the girl went to another table, the man reminded her not to forget to take the flag. Sung-hoon was tense because the little girl just tried it and went to Young-tae's dish, and this was a strange reaction for him. The girl was curious if it was better to eat the second dish with a fork or not. Young-tae quietly said that she should just stick it on the fork and eat it, then warned that the arancini was hot, so she should be careful. The little girl tried the arancini. Steam was coming off the cakes. When she said it was delicious, Jeong-tae was happy and Sung-hoon was tense. Jeong-tae was internally jubilant that their dish was better, and if the dish they didn't expect was better, then the score could be higher. The girl ate the entire dish and breathed a sigh of relief. Myung-sung reminded her that now she had to choose a flag. The girl extended her hand, making her choice. The chefs of Jeong-tae's team froze in tension. Kamada Sung-hoon also waited for the girl to choose. The little girl grabbed the red flag. The judges were so shocked by the color of the flag that Myung-sung exclaimed out loud that the girl chose the flag of Team Sung-hoon. Jeong-tae couldn't help but hit himself on the forehead when they started to announce the winner. When Team Sung-hoon was announced as the winner, the chefs of his team began to rejoice. Myung-sung asked the girl to come to them. He handed the microphone to the little girl and asked her to explain why she only ate a piece of the cake since it tasted better. The girl was embarrassed and said that the cake was really good and she didn't eat it because she wanted to save it. She turned to the man and asked him if he had ever done that. Manson chuckled and said that when he was little and his mother packed him a lunchbox for the road, he seemed to save the sausages for last and he thought it was wasteful to eat them first. The girl pointed to the cake and asked if she could take it with her after this conversation, to which Manson immediately agreed. Finally, the girl took her cake away, satisfied. Yoonjung turned to Manson and asked if they shouldn't say goodbye to Young-tae's team. Young-tae turned to the host when he said that was true, but it didn't end there. Manson smirked and said that only one could escape punishment, so they had to start the elimination mission. The chefs looked at the host, who repeated that they were starting the elimination mission. He turned to Yoonjung and asked her to explain the task. She held up the paper with the task to her eyes and then read that the elimination mission was to cook and serve a steak. The chefs immediately thought about how to present a regular steak beautifully. Manson extended his hand to them and said that they wanted to see their skills in grilling steaks and serving them. The dish appeared on the screen as the host said that they would not only be judging the doneness, but also their creative presentation. Manson warned that they had to take a break before they started cooking. Jeong-tae stood apart from the others, thinking hard about something. Sung-hoon watched his opponent tensely. He thought about how this was already Jeong-tae's second elimination mission. Sung-hoon remembered that he had been exempted from the first one, so his situation wasn't too precarious. Jeong-tae was getting gloomier with every minute he thought about it. He was biting his nails out of nervousness. 4 hours ago, he and Sung-hoon were walking down the hallway, joking about something, when Sung-hoon asked him to hurry up. At that moment, someone called him. Sung-hoon immediately stopped and asked what was wrong, to which Jeong-tae asked for a minute. He needed to answer Jae-sok's call. Now he was thinking about it, biting his finger when he was first called as the team leader and then corrected and simply called by name. The guy turned to Sun-hee and asked what was wrong. She said that Jeong-tae probably wouldn't have a problem completing this mission. The guy just shrugged because he wasn't sure. Sun-hee spread her arms and asked if he hadn't cooked steaks since he specialized in Western cuisine, to which Jeong-tae replied that he had never done that. Sun-hee continued to walk around the topic, saying that he also had an exemption. A thought struck Jeong-tae, and his expression darkened. He then rudely asked if Sun-hee wanted him to give her the exemption, to which she immediately waved her hands. Jeong-tae frowned and explained that he would use this right if he didn't place first in the elimination mission. A murderous aura spread around him as he said that he wasn't going to use this opportunity until then. Sun-hee said that she understood. The chefs stood at their workstations, ready to begin the mission. Yoonjung said with a smile that everything was ready and they could begin. Manson waved his hand, indicating that they could choose a piece of meat from the refrigerator and start cooking. The chefs immediately went to the refrigerators to choose meat. Jeong-tae held a tray with a steak in his hands and looked at it thoughtfully. He remembered his recent phone conversation and how Jae-sok demanded that he be collected. Then the man told him that even though he was no longer in the judging, he was still watching him, to which Jeong-tae thanked him. However, the man was not satisfied with his scores. He said that Jeong-tae should show who is the best here, so he should just walk over heads. Jeong-tae listened to him say that he should not show his weaknesses on air, but did not really understand what he was talking about. Then Jae-seok said that he should not use his opportunity to save someone, and even if they try to suck up to him, he should not do anything that could harm the hotel. This was Jae-seok's last request as the Hilton's head chef. Jeong-tae heard something else, saying that if he wanted to keep his position as sous chef, he should keep his promise. The guy replied that he understood. Finally, the finished steaks were on the counter. Nansen said that it seemed like all the steaks were ready, so they should start tasting, and Yoonjong praised this idea. Myung-sung cut a piece of one of the dishes to try. Yoonjong also tried one of the steaks. Jeongtae watched their reactions with a frown. Sunghoon's team stood together and watched the competition with the same intensity. Sunghoon tensed up, noticing something. Sweat was pouring down Jeongtae's face. His hands were red from the tension. Sunghoon folded his arms, suddenly realizing that Jeongtae was worried, and he even had the right to be exempt from elimination, so why was he shaking so much? He looked at his opponent's back and wondered if there was a reason why he could lose. Myung-sung wiped his mouth with a napkin and said that he was done. The man said that during the tasting, he was about to share his thoughts with Judge Yoonjung, to which the woman considered the idea of moving on to the scores correct. Myung-sung began talking about who would be able to avoid the penalty of elimination. Jeongtae was surprised when his name was called. Nansung said that the others were eliminated. He asked them to return their name tags and leave Top Chef, but praised them for their good work. Some of the chefs clutched their heads. Sunhee cried while looking at her name tag. Jeongtae breathed a sigh of relief. Nansung said that everyone had done well today. Sunhoon ate alone down the hall. He thought hard about how sensitive Jeongtae had become, especially after that phone call. He frowned, thinking that it might have been Jae-seok calling. Suddenly, someone called him, and he turned around. Screenwriter Mina had run up to him. He looked at her with a smile. Mina blushed a little and said that he had done a great job today, and it must have been hard to participate in the team missions. Sunghoon also blushed and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that the guys did a great job with the task. He asked what brought the girl to him. Mina smiled and said that after this task there were 8 participants left, and from now on they would begin preparing for the quarterfinals. The building announced that because of this, she would be forced to leave the resort. The girl said that she had to return to the studio. Mina explained that in connection with this, the participants would have a 2-week break. Sunghoon immediately asked if he could return to work at the hotel for these 2 weeks, to which Mina replied that she thought it was possible since she did not see anything wrong with it. Suhoon bowed and thanked her for notifying him personally, to which she awkwardly bowed in response. Sunghoon suddenly thought that he should not end the conversation with thanks. He looked at the smiling girl and thought about how the scriptwriter Mina was there during the difficult moment, and he had said everything that was possible and impossible, so they parted ways after discussing work issues. He remembered how he had said that maybe not now, but when he sobered up. Then they would talk about it again. Sunghoon called out to Mina as she left. The guy blushed when he asked if she wanted to go to the park with him this weekend. The girl thought it was a great idea. Meanwhile, on the weekend at Gwashan Park, she happily shook her head, saying that it was her first time here since elementary school, which surprised Sunghoon. He called the scriptwriter by name. The guy was embarrassed, suggesting going to the zoo. The girl smiled, since she was not against it and loved animals. She wanted to say something else. Nina asked not to call her a scriptwriter and then suggested that they just call her by her first name since they could drop the formalities. Sunghoon blushed. He awkwardly tousled his hair and said that he would just call her Mina. They watched an alpaca basking in the sun. Then they went to the otters, where Mina even leaned on the glass out of joy. Then they looked at the lazy giraffes. Nina looked like she was experiencing unprecedented pleasure. Sunghoon watched her with delight. The day was drawing to a close. Mina said that today was a good day, to which Sunghoon embarrassedly asked if it was true, but he was also happy. He was thinking that now was the time to say something important. Min called his name, interrupting the flow of thoughts at the very moment when he himself decided to say something. The girl apologized for interrupting and asked what he wanted to say, to which Sunghoon didn't mean anything like that, so he asked her to speak first. Mina touched her face in embarrassment since it wasn't that important. Suddenly, she suggested going to an amusement park, which surprised Sunghoon. The girl smiled, saying that they had come all the way to Gwashan, so it would be a sin not to go on the rides. Sunghoon thought it was right, and he wondered to himself if there was an entrance fee. He tensed up, since it was his first date with Mina, and he would just tighten his belt and everything would be fine. They decided to go on the rides. The girl said that she had already bought the tickets, so he didn't have to worry about paying, to which Sunghoon sighed, since there was no need, but thanked the girl. The ride sparkled in the sunset. Nina was having a great time while Sunghoon was holding onto the handrails in fear. She wanted to try the next ride. Sunghoon grabbed the safety rope tighter. While he was screaming in fear, Mina was laughing out loud. In the evening, they went to the garden where there was a castle on a hill. Mina looked at the guy and said that she knew that she was the one who insisted on coming here, but she was interested in Sunghoon's opinion of this park. The guy said that he had fun, and to be honest, he didn't even remember the last time he went on a ride. He pointed at himself and said that maybe he imagined it, but it seemed like someone was taking pictures of him all day long. Nina thought that even though Sunghoon was an ordinary person, he was constantly appearing on TV screens, and since they stuffed him as the main character, it was no wonder that everyone knew him. She thought sadly that they would have to wear masks next time and said out loud that he was not imagining things. Sung-hoon was surprised that it was true. They were walking along the embankment when Mina said that Sung-hoon was more focused on cooking and did not keep track of everything else, but he was very popular now, and she thought that those who watched the show recognized him and started filming. Sung-hoon awkwardly apologized because he thought that he had caused her inconvenience. The girl smiled and thought that Sung-hoon was becoming more and more popular, so she was even a little jealous. She sighed and explained that such a reaction was further proof that the show was a success, and for her it was good. The guy looked at his feet when he said that then on their next date they should go to a less crowded place. Nina asked again with a smile about the next date, to which the guy awkwardly hesitated. He suddenly became serious and his cheeks turned red. He called Minna. The girl heard that he was so clumsy and didn't even have money to go to the zoo. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he said that maybe she was okay with that. Sung-hoon turned to the girl and asked her out. Minna smiled happily and said yes. They walked along the embankment and talked about what they would do with their address then. Whether they would switch to formal you, and since the girl was older than him, he should call her Nuna, but since she knew all the members, she didn't want the guy to call her that, so they just decided to use their names. At a first-class hotel, the man pulled the tail of the party popper. The party popper exploded into confetti as the chefs greeted Sung-hoon. The guy was surprised by the party poppers. He asked if his colleagues knew that he was coming today, to which Kim Seong-soo replied that the chef had told them everything. One of the chefs put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that no matter how unfriendly he was, he wanted everyone to know that their youngest was in the quarterfinals. Sung-hoon excitedly asked where the chef was. Sung-hoon waved his hand and said that the chef was, of course, in the kitchen, since he needed to check all the ingredients again. Sang-hak looked at Sung-hoon and asked too if he thought the chef did that because he didn't want to show his emotions, to which the man replied that he was sure the chef wouldn't be able to hide the joy on his face when he saw Sung-hoon. Suddenly, the door opened and the chef asked them why they were still there and not coming in. Jin-seok told them to congratulate Sung-hoon and quickly returned to the kitchen. They immediately bustled about and began to return to their workstations. Suddenly, Sung-hoon heard his name. Jin-seok turned around and congratulated the guy with a smile on reaching the quarterfinals. He asked him to change his clothes and come to the kitchen as well. Jin-seok stood in front of his subordinates, crossing his arms over his chest. He was saying that he wanted to make an announcement before starting work today. Sang-hyuk put his arm over the guy's shoulder and asked with a smile if the boss wanted to congratulate Sung-hoon on reaching the quarterfinals. Jin-seok blushed a little and said that they had already congratulated him, and of course, it was related to Sung-hoon. The boss sighed and turned to the guy. Sung-hoon heard that from today on, he was not an assistant in the kitchen, but a cook. Jin-seok smiled and congratulated the guy. Sung-hoon bowed and sincerely thanked the chef. Sung-hoon asked with a smile that Sung-hoon was no longer the youngest. Jin-seok said that since they had not recruited anyone else, this role would remain his because there was no one to replace him in this field. The man closed his eyes and said that since he was now a cook, he could not carry out various assignments. Jin-seok pointed his finger at the cook, then asked San-hyun and Sung-hoon to train Sung-hoon today and focus on seafood, not meat. He clapped his hands and ordered everyone to go to their places. Sung-hoon wrote down everything his senior colleagues told him all day. Sung-hoon and Sung-hoon taught the guy what they knew themselves. Sung-hoon wrote everything down with a smile and thought to himself that he already knew something. But despite this, he was interested in learning something from his senior colleagues. The guy thought that Jae-seok must have felt the same way when he was learning from his father. He remembered the man and couldn't understand how he became someone who only chased fame. His thoughts were interrupted by one of the chefs. Sung-soo asked him how long he had been back with them, to which the guy replied that it was for 2 weeks. While the man was frying fish, he asked how he was doing on the show, whether it was too hard, and Sung-hoon replied that the tasks were easy and the competitors were strong. Sung-soo noted with a smile that when he watched him on TV, it seemed like everything was easy for the guy. The man was interested in how Sung-hoon was able to cook a molecular cuisine dish that he knew nothing about, to which he said that on the show he said that he learned it on YouTube, but in reality, he read the recipe in a cookbook. Sung-soo said with a smile that he was a talented young man, so it was not for nothing that he deserved the chef's attention. Sung-hoon was very surprised by this, and Sung-soo asked if he didn't know. The man asked Sung-hoon if he knew why the chef started his training with seafood, but the boy didn't know. Sung-soo then explained that it was because there were no seafood cooking tasks on the show yet. The man continued to talk with concern about the chef wanting to prepare him for the task in advance, which is why he pays so much attention to Moo in this competition. Sung-soo smiled when he said that the chef was proud of him. He explained that it was because the youngest employee of a top 100 hotel ranks first, beating out the chefs of the best hotels. One of the chefs asked them to stop chatting and quickly give him the steak, to which Sung-soo shouted that it was ready. Sung-hoon silently thanked the chef with a smile. He clutched the notebook and promised to try his best. The next day, the weather was not very good. Jin Seok stood in front of the staff again and said that today, like yesterday, they would be training a Senhun, and if they had nothing else to say, they could get to work. Suddenly, the manager rushed into the kitchen, greeting the head chef. The manager followed by Hyunmin. The manager said that the 5-Star Hotel Association had contacted them. Jin Seok asked in confusion about the association. He told the staff that they would step away for a while and that the rest should get to work. The men walked silently down the hallway. Hyunmin asked, somewhat excitedly, about the reason for the association's contact since they were not members. Jin Seok shrugged, not knowing, but they had only contacted them once before. Hyunmin started to mention such a case, but Jin Seok interrupted him, agreeing. He frowned and said that in order to protect their interests and rights, he was trying to create a national culinary association, that is, an association of 4-star hotels. His face darkened as he remembered that, however, due to the involvement of the 5-Star Hotel Association, his idea was rejected. Jin Seok said that no one had contacted them since then, to which Hyunmin replied that he didn't even know what the catch was. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a girl talking on the phone who called the chef. She handed him the phone, saying that a representative of the 5-Star Hotel Association was on the line. Jin Seok introduced himself as the head chef of the jewel-rich Hotel Jin Seok and then said hello. A familiar voice came from the phone, saying that he was calling the avatar of the 5-Star Hotel Association, Bang Seo-yoon. The man smiled as he said that he would be brief. Seo-yoon asked him to come over right away. Jin Seok tensely asked what the man meant. Seo-yoon, looking out the window, said that he apologized for getting distracted from the main topic. He said that according to the Food Safety Administration's ranking, they were an ideal candidate for the top 20 hotels. Jin Seok was taken aback by the fact that their hotel was a candidate for the top 20, to which Seo-yoon replied that he thought it was good news for him. Seo-yoon grimaced a little when he said that it was the first time a 4-star hotel had ranked so high. Jin Seok tensed up and thought that this was great news, but he would have preferred to hear it from the agency itself rather than the association because he didn't believe it was really true. Seo-yoon smiled and said that there was no need to worry about the veracity of the information since he heard it directly from the head of the agency and he was not the type to call and lie directly into the phone. However, the man decided to return to STI. Jin Seok heard that although they were a candidate, their ranking had not yet been confirmed, so as far as he knew, this topic needed to be discussed. Jin Seok felt depressed when he heard that the seminar on this issue would be today. Seo-yoon said with a satisfied smile that the other candidates had already been notified, so the meeting would be today, but the Jewelry Hotel had only recently been chosen. That was the reason the man was only contacting them now. Jin Seok heard the question of whether he would come. He found this news suspicious. He did not understand that someone who could not stand them was giving such an opportunity, because under normal circumstances they would simply not have been notified. Jin Seok understood that later they would simply refer to the fact that they could not come to the seminar, therefore the matter was closed, so why did he inform them of the preliminary ranking and invite them to the meeting? Seo-yoon, with a hunting smile in his voice, asked if the man agreed, and if not, then this was not the case. However, Jisun interrupted him, saying that they would participate in the seminar. Seo-yoon smiled triumphantly, saying that this was great news. Jin Seok heard him say that he should come to the Myeongdong Hotel at 11 then, and let him take someone of the Chu de Paris level with him. Jin Seok asked if it was okay to take someone of a lower rank with him since they only had one Chu de Paris, Hyunmin. Seo-yoon leaned back in his chair and pretended that it would be quite difficult since he had to keep up appearances, since at least the sous chef would be participating from other hotels. Jin Seok thought that if Hyunmin went with him, there would be almost no one left in the kitchen, and of course, there were also Sanhyun and Seongsu, but would everything be okay since there weren't many guests expected? Seo-yoon heard that Jin Seok and Hyunmin would be participating in the meeting then. Machina disconnected. He stood up from his chair, breathing a sigh of relief. He thought with glee that thanks to this plan, the jewelry kitchen would be empty, and at best, only the dim-witted line cooks would remain. So now all he would have to do was secretly send a Michelin representative to the empty jewelry. Sanghyun folded his arms. He was telling the other cooks that since the chef and the chef de Paris were absent, he would take over the management of the kitchen. He was a little tense, although there were no problems with the menu, including the special lunches and dinners. Sungsu said that it would be quite difficult for the chef to prepare the special dish without him. Sanghyun thoughtfully scratched his chin and said that this dish was not available on the regular menu, since it could only be requested by pre-order, and since they had not received a request, everything should be fine. He asked everyone to get to work. The cooks began to cook, switching on to their usual mode. Sanghyun worked on the steak. Sunhoon cooked soup. Gradually, night fell over the hotel. Sanhyun straightened his back tiredly. He looked at Sunghoon and said that he could relax now. Sungsu tiredly said that despite the absence of the chef and chef de Paris, they did a good job and it brought him relief. Sunghoon asked if they didn't think there were more guests than usual today, And of course, there were no group reservations, but the number was impressive. An-hyun chuckled and asked if the guy hadn't noticed yet. Sung-hoon heard that it was all because of him. The man didn't know whether the younger knew or not, but he was a star since he was a contestant on Top Chef and he had quite a few fans. Sung-soo thanked the guy for representing Julia because thanks to him, their hotel became more popular, but the guy couldn't understand that it was to that extent. Sung-soo said that the guests even found out that Sung-hoon was in the kitchen today, and he heard someone even ask the waiter if they could take a photo with him or not. Sung-hoon awkwardly rubbed his neck, remembering that this happened at the amusement park too, and he still can't get used to it. One of the chefs turned to the senior. He showed the order form, saying that it seemed like someone ordered a special dish. Sang-hyun immediately got upset because he warned the waiters to avoid special dish orders if possible, to which he was immediately asked if they should cancel the order. Sang-hyun hesitated because he doubted. He heard words of apology because it can't be cancelled. The hotel manager Choi Sung-kook stood in front of the chef. Sang-hoon immediately asked him about the reason. The man asked the chef to go out into the hall for a while. They opened the doors and looked out into the hall. A gray-haired man was sitting at the table. He froze, waiting for the dish. Sung-hoon asked the manager who it was, since the man looked like a foreigner. Sung-kook replied that he could be mistaken. The man then turned to the chefs and said that it was the restaurant critic Bertrand. Sang-hoon mentioned that he had heard that name somewhere before and he thought that he was one of the most famous critics. Sung-kook heard the question about what brought him to their hotel. The man assumed that he was not just sightseeing, since he had called other hotels just in case and found out that he usually only stayed and ate at hotels famous for their cuisine. Saguk turned to the chefs and said that he most likely came to Julia to appreciate their cuisine. The man said that he had gently hinted that it would be difficult to prepare the special dish now, but he insisted. Sang-hyun sighed in annoyance because their chef had not returned yet. Sung-hoon sighed decisively and said that they would do it. He clenched his hand into a fist and urged the others to prepare their menu for him. Sung-soo reminded the guy that they were making basic dishes. Sung-hoon said that, however, they had no choice now since they had already received the order, and if they continued to drag it out, their rating would be lowered. Sung-soo wanted to object. Then he turned to Sang-han and said that since he was replacing the chef today, it was up to him to decide. The man hesitated. He turned to his colleagues and said that they would prepare the dish. Sung-soo was surprised, but Sung-hoon was happy. Sang-hyun scratched the back of his head and said that tears would not help the grief, so they should go back to the kitchen and discuss everything there. He turned to the younger and told the others that Sung-hoon seemed to have come up with something. Sang-han turned to the manager and said that they needed to buy more than an hour since this dish was originally prepared by pre-order, but they were forced to prepare it urgently due to the customer's request, and they needed to notify them of the wait. The kitchen was busy but bustling. Sung-soo asked with displeasure whether to start with the regular dish. Sahyun explained that everything was prepared in order and the main dish differed depending on the season, but the difference was only in the main dish or appetizer. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that because seasonal ingredients quickly changed, the specialty of a chef's dish was the correct selection of ingredients and timely serving, which is why the selection of ingredients was so important. Sang-hyun was taken aback when Sung-hoon said he would take care of it. The boy said that he would bring the best ingredients since he was in charge of the ingredients from the beginning. Sang-hyun smiled, confirming that the youngest was always in charge of the food, so he decided to trust him completely in this matter, so let him bring the best. Sung-hoon smiled. He stood in front of the refrigerator thoughtfully. The boy gave that, to be honest, he somewhat expected that An-hyun would agree with his plan. He remembered that not long ago, the chef personally gave him cooking lessons. Sung-hoon thought that others had only seen it once, but the chef taught Sang-hyun how to cook more than one dish, and since Human was the next in line, they must have started preparing for everything in advance. The boy touched the refrigerator when he thought that Sang-hyun knew roughly how to cook the chef's dish. That's why he agreed with him. Of course, Sung-hoon also watched the chef cook, but today he had the chance to help Sang-hyun. The boy decisively opened the refrigerator. His body was covered with the usual heat when he took out someone's memories. It occurred to him that it was November, which meant it was fish season, specifically yellowtail, flounder, and mackerel. He opened his eyes when he remembered that flounder was considered the best fish in the hotel, and Seong-soo prepared the fillets in advance and fermented them, which gave the fish a pleasant aftertaste. Also, it would be nice to serve scallops as an appetizer, and yuzu would also fit in well in the dish, and it could be served right after the scallops. Sung-hoon decided that it was time to start preparing. He informed his colleagues that he had brought the ingredients, and Sang-han immediately praised him and asked them to bring it to him. The boy placed the ingredients on the table. Seong-soo was surprised that the younger one chose his fish, to which the younger one replied that he thought it was marinated well, and Sang-hyun thought it looked great. The man thought to himself that weren't these the ingredients that the chef usually uses at this time of year. Sang-hyun smiled slightly, because even though Sung-hoon hadn't said anything, he seemed to have already memorized the chef's special dish, so he himself was even embarrassed. An-hyun smiled, deciding to get started. Bertrand sat at the table, resting his head on his palm. He thought with a bored expression that no matter when he placed the order, an hour of waiting was too much, even if this criterion was not taken into account when evaluating a fermented dish. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an apology for the wait. The manager brought the first course and placed it in front of the guest. They brought him a grilled scallop with pumpkin sauce, after which they wished him a bon appetit. Bertrand thought that judging by the shell, it was indeed a scallop. He stuck his fork into the dish. Looking at it, the man thought that it was well cooked and quite soft, and judging by the way it speared on the fork, he decided to try it. The room seemed to light up, the dish was so delicious. Bertrand thought with a smile that he could taste the butter, the sweet pumpkin sauce went well with the scallop and gave the flavor depth. The man decided to wash down the dish with water, as he would never have thought that he would taste such a good dish in a hotel, from which you do not expect much, so he decided to wait impatiently for the main course. He was distracted again with an apology. The manager brought the next dish. It was yuzu citrus sherbet. Bertrand decided that the sherbet was meant to whet the appetite before the main course. He decided to try it too. As soon as the man swallowed the treat, his taste buds were delighted. He even opened his eyes wide, it was so delicious. Bertrand could not understand how the chefs managed to achieve such an excellent taste. It seemed that this dish was easy to prepare, like the usual sherbet that can be found everywhere. Bertrand wanted to unravel its specialty. He thought she was digging into the yuzu that was used as a base. Finally, this plate was empty. Bertrand thought with a smile that these were excellent dishes, and in this situation, should he expect more from the main course? His thoughts were interrupted again by the manager. A steak of flounder aged in kelp was brought. Songguk suggested that the guest cut the steak into small pieces and try it with a side dish of cabbage. Bertrand thought that usually when using cabbage, the main ingredient of the dish is steamed or stewed with vegetables, but here there is a combination of fried and stewed. He speared a piece with his fork as he was told to try. The man even closed his eyes from the taste. However, a moment later, his eyes flew open. He experienced some kind of feeling. The man's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly, thinking about this incredible feeling. He clutched the fork in his hand. The events took place 30 years ago in France. The windows of the bright building were brightly lit, and above the door was a sign for a cafe called Peel. The hero raised his eyebrows, holding a plate with a prepared dish in his hands. At that time, young Bertrand was an assistant cook. Chef Defer frowned and folded his arms over his chest, telling him to bring the dish here. The hero put the plate on the table. The man chuckled. Defer tilted his head, asking if it was really a flounder meuniere. The guy replied that it was. The chef asked discontentedly why the side dish was presented so trivially. The guy needed to practice presenting dishes. Bertrand looked down, saying that he would do it. Defer closed his eyes and brought a fork to his mouth, intending to try it. The man bought the fish meat with his teeth. Defer began to chew the dish. The cooks were standing in front of him. He put his fork on the empty plate. The man closed his eyes and smiled, saying that it was not bad. Bertrand opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. The chef frowned, saying that since the boy managed to sentence this, it was time to remove the stigma of an apprentice from him. From today, Bertrand was a cook because he was worthy of this title. The hero opened his eyes wide. A blush appeared on his cheeks. The people behind him smiled and clapped their hands. The boy thanked the man. Bertrand raised his glasses and wiped a tear from his eye, thinking that this was the same feeling he experienced when he received recognition, a feeling that took his breath away. The man opened his blue eyes wide, thinking that this feeling was transmitted through the taste of this soul steak. He looked at the dish on the white plate. Bertrand brought the piece of meat on his fork closer to himself, thinking that no matter how you look at it, it was just a fish steak and stewed cabbage, but he did not understand how they managed to achieve such a taste. The man put the food in his mouth, thinking that each bite was truly impressive. Bertrand closed his eyes and frowned, holding his hands with utensils in front of him. The man looked at the dish and smiled, thinking that this dish was worthy of being served in a hotel. On the plate lay a fish steak, from which a small piece was cut off. The hero thought that from the outside this dish seemed simple, but it contained a special taste. Bertrand raised his eyebrows and smiled, looking at the piece of steak on the tip of his fork. The man closed his eyes, thinking that he would have to give the Jewelry Hotel a second opinion. The man stood in front of the counter, behind which was a girl in a suit. The voice addressed the dear guest. Bertrand raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned around. The man pressed his hand to his chest and bowed, asking if he liked the dishes. Bertrand raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that everything was impressive. The man closed his eyes and smiled. The chefs were standing behind the slightly open doors to the kitchen. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide, wondering what the critics' reaction was. Sungkook smiled and gave a thumbs up. The heroes smiled happily and raised their eyebrows, shouting, "Hooray!" The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that since the last guest left, it was time to leave. The heroes agreed with his words. The windows of the tall building were brightly lit. Sung-hoon held his uniform, which was hanging on a hanger. The hero appeared behind him. He asked if everyone had left. The protagonist turned around. In front of him, the guy saw the captain and Henman. The man put his hand out to the side, saying that the seminar ended late. He asked if something had happened while they were gone. Sung-hoon smiled and rubbed his head, saying that he had something to tell them. The captain and Henman opened their eyes and mouths wide, asking if the critic Bertrand had come. The protagonist spread his arms, saying that it was, telling them not to worry too much because they had done a great job. The manager had been watching his expression during the meal. He said that the critic liked it so much that he even shed a tear. Henman raised his eyebrows, asking if he had cried. The captain furrowed his brows, saying that just in case, they should not tell the boss until the results were known. The protagonist agreed with his suggestion. Henman raised his eyebrows and looked at him, asking if this meant that they were taking their things and going home. The man opened his mouth, telling him to go first because he needed to talk to Sung-hoon. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and smiled nervously, asking what happened. The heroes walked down the street, illuminated by lanterns. The boy frowned, not understanding what was wrong with the captain, since this had never happened before. The man addressed the hero by name. Sung-hoon smiled, responding to his words. The captain looked ahead, asking if he had had fun lately. The hero smiled and looked at him, saying that it couldn't be any other way since he had learned a lot with the promotion. The man frowned, looking ahead. He remembered himself in a chef's hat. The hero opened his mouth wide and raised his eyebrows, asking how Sung-hoon could be promoted and his salary frozen. A man in a suit sat at the table, his hands clasped in front of him. The man raised his eyebrows, asking if that wasn't strange. Chef Du frowned and held his hand out, saying that he knew how hard it was to run a hotel. But the guy was the reason they got the reservation from the Chinese company, and the hero was getting good ratings on the show. The captain frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking how they could promote him based on his merits, but freeze his salary. The man brought his hands up to his face and frowned, saying that was ridiculous because he had given him a bonus. The man looked at Chef Du standing in front of him, asking him to calm down because if they had the money, the guy wouldn't still be the youngest. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that in that case, they would have hired another cook a long time ago, but if the captain wanted to raise his salary, they would have to cut the salaries of the other employees. Chef Du's eyes widened and he froze in a stupor. The man sat at the table, saying that he could do it. The captain looked at him, asking if he was okay with that. The man leaned back in his chair, saying that it was not so. He allowed him to leave, and the promotion should be told at the morning meeting. The captain frowned and looked down, saying that the salary freeze should be told in person. Chef Du frowned, looking at the floor. He said okay and then turned to Suhan. The guy raised his eyebrows and turned to him. The man said that he hated chefs. There was a dark night sky above the buildings with a brightly shining moon. Du raised his head, looking up. The protagonist raised his eyebrows late, asking what the captain was talking about. The man opened his mouth, saying that it should not sound like that. Du lowered his head down, saying that he hated hotel chefs. The guy turned his head to him, repeating his words in surprise. The man looked down, saying that few people are happy with their jobs, a lot of work and small salaries. Du raised his eyebrows, saying that all that was left was to work like this, but that didn't concern them since their brand wasn't that popular. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows and put his hand forward, saying that the captain had worked tirelessly as a chef at the hotel, asking if there was no reason for him to continue working in that field. The captain frowned sadly, looking forward. The man said that would be a good guess. The protagonist widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. The protagonists walked down the street. The man said that he had worked in many kitchens and gained experience, and that he had been working at Jewelry since it opened. The captain looked down, saying that he had created a team, a family, that he should be responsible for, but he had missed the opportunity to leave it. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows, saying that everything was clear to him. The guy opened his mouth, asking why the captain brought up this conversation, since today the protagonist was promoted to chef. The man frowned sadly and closed his eyes, about to tell him everything. The main character looked down, saying that everything was clear, the position had changed, but the salary level remained the same. The guy opened his eyes wide, thinking about hospital bills, money, life, and the fact that he was the youngest. The captain looked ahead, asking if it was offensive, wasn't it? The guy smiled and rubbed his head, saying that everything was wrong. He understood that the hotel was going through hard times, so he assumed that this could happen. The man smiled, saying that he could not be careful because he himself was not so stupid. He took a step forward, saying that during the conversation with the management, he immediately clarified about the salary, but they grabbed him by the collar and offered to give him part of his salary. The characters walked forward. The man said that he was told that if he wanted to raise the guy's salary, he would have to cut the salaries of the other employees, so he had no choice but to hang his head. After all, chefs were paid as much as the hotel would give them. Du raised his head and opened his eyes wide, saying that this was too much. After all, the guy was the youngest for 4 years and was paid the minimum wage, and he was still treated like that even after he raised brand awareness by appearing on the show. The lights were shining brightly in the windows of the tall building. The man said that this was also true for his salary. The amount he was given last time must not have been that much. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled awkwardly. Du looked down, saying that he didn't want to spoil the mood, so he first said that he hated chefs, because he really did. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows, saying that he understood. The boy looked down, saying that when he was born, his father had already quit the hotel, but he learned to cook under his supervision. Sun-hoon raised his eyebrows, saying that he left the hotel because of problems with his senior colleagues, but after his father's death, he decided to return. The hero looked at the floor, imagining his father smiling on the hospital bed. He said that his father wanted the boy to become a chef, so the fire inside him was rekindled. The hero opened his mouth, saying that after listening to the man, he began to worry about his situation. Du frowned, saying that he was sorry. He noticed that the boy looked a lot like him when he was young. Soo-hoon smiled, asking what the captain was talking about, since he brought this up because he was worried about him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that it was nice to talk to him. To hear his thoughts, the boy thanked the man. The captain smiled and closed his eyes, saying that he shouldn't say that. Du opened his eyes and opened his mouth, saying that he wanted to add one last thing. The man looked forward determinedly, saying that in order to become a chef, you don't have to work only in a hotel. The protagonist frowned, looking at him. Du smiled, asking him to think about it while he was on the show. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows, looking down. The guy smiled. He knitted his eyebrows, saying that he would do it. The man asked when he had the recording. The hero replied that it would be in 2 weeks. The captain was surprised, saying that he needed to prepare well. The hero agreed with his words. There were bright stars in the dark night sky. 2 weeks had passed. Above the KVS radio and television center building, there was a bright blue sky with white clouds. On the door was a sign, waiting room. The man in the suit was looking through the papers in his hands. Hyun-soo raised his eyebrows, apologizing for having to ask him to be a judge. He thanked the man for agreeing. The man smiled, saying that he had always wanted to participate in something like this. Hyun-soo smiled, saying that he was a very busy person. He asked if this would affect his work. The man smiled widely, saying that everything was fine. The hero looked forward, saying that after all, he can afford to take a vacation at least once a year, so the producer approached him at the right time. Hyun-soo raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking Chef Biko to stay with them until the finale with Yoonjun and Myung-sung. He smiled widely and raised his eyebrows, saying that they can rely on him. The audience in the hall clapped their hands. The audience on the other side was illuminated by bright lights, smiling happily. The heroes in chef uniforms stood in the center of the hall. The main hero raised his eyebrows, looking to the side. Sung-hoon widened his eyes when he saw the audience, thinking that the filming format was very different from the one at the resort. The man stood in front of the group of participants, telling the chefs that they had not seen each other for a long time. Myung-sung raised his eyebrows and held out his hand, saying that there were only 8 of them left, so from now on, they will lead their battle in this studio. Yoonjun smiled, saying that the previous judge had gone back to France, so he would be replaced by another person. The man turned to the man entering the studio, saying that he needed to greet the chef of the Estonia restaurant in Dubai's Burj Khalifa, Judge Biko. The guy in the suit smiled and raised his hand, greeting the people. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and finished his mouth, thinking about how young he was and how he was already a chef. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that he was very happy to meet them. Unlike Chef Kadlov, he would be judging them until the final of the show. Biko stood next to the other judges. Myung-seong raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that in that case, could he please tell them about today's competition? Biko smiled, saying that he would do so. He ordered that the necessary things be brought out. A man appeared in the studio, pushing a cart with an iron lid on a plate. Sun-hoon frowned, thinking that it was a cloche. Maybe they would have to guess the ingredients this time too. Biko closed his eyes and reached for the handle of the iron lid. He removed it, saying that this was their task for today. On the plate was an unusual dish garnished with herbs and mushrooms. Yoni rubbed her chin, asking what kind of dish it was. The protagonist widened his eyes, thinking that he was sure he had seen it before. Biko raised his eyebrows and pointed at the dish, saying that for those who were familiar with the basics of French cuisine, this dish would seem familiar, but some of the participants were probably seeing it for the first time. This French dish is called paupiette. It is part of bourgeois cuisine. The dish consists of beaten pieces of veal and finely chopped minced meat. The meat was laid on a white plate, garnished with herbs. Biko closed his eyes, saying that this was a short explanation for those who didn't know, and now they needed to get back to the task. The boy pointed at the dish with his hand, saying that they needed to make this dish today. Sun-hoon opened his eyes wide and frowned, repeating his words in his head. Liko raised his index finger, saying that, however, they only needed to use their sight and smell to understand what the dish tasted like. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled. Xiaoqian clenched his fist and smiled, thinking that he had an advantage as a chef who had trained in France. The judge asked those who knew how to make this dish not to relax. Xiaoqian opened his eyes in surprise and raised his eyebrows. Liko folded his arms across his chest, saying that Poppy can be different, it all depends on its filling. The guy frowned, asking if they thought he would make a regular popiat, so he asked them to think carefully. The girl raised her hand, saying she had a question. Liko smiled and pointed at her, asking what kind of question she had. Yoni raised her eyebrows, saying that he said that the dish may differ in filling, but it is difficult to determine by eye. Biko reached his hands under the cart, saying that it is true, it is quite difficult to do by eye, so he will show them the dish in cross-section. A fork and knife appeared in the hero's hands. The guy stuck the fork into the meat and began to carefully cut it. Biko looked at the plate, saying that as soon as he cuts the dish and says start, they will begin cooking. They will have 45 minutes to cook. As soon as they finish cooking, the judges will immediately begin judging the dish. The chefs lined up one after another. He said that this task would be judged on a 5-point scale, not only on taste but also on presentation. The hero presented the judges' faces painted on the screen, with 3, 4, 3 above them. The dish, decorated with greenery, lay on a white plate. Myungsung folded his arms across his chest and raised his eyebrows, saying that he had something to add. The man smiled, saying that they would not disqualify anyone based on the results of this task, since it was a passing task. Yunjin raised her eyebrows, saying that this was true, the points they got would be added up to the results of the next task. Myungsung raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that the candidate for elimination would be determined by the lowest total points for the 2 tasks, and that 5 people would leave the show based on the results of the next test. The chefs looked ahead with concentration. The man said that only the best 3 of them, including the one who survived the elimination mission, would be able to advance to the next round. Sun-hoon furrowed his brows, thinking that this meant that there could be 1 winner in the extra task, and 4 would make it to the finals. His eyes widened, thinking that if he won these 2 tasks, he would be able to advance to the semi-finals. The boy cut the dish. Biko pointed at the dish with his hands, saying that it was cut and the filling was visible. The boy raised his brows and smiled, saying that they could begin their work. The chefs furrowed their brows and moved closer to the cart to take a closer look. Biko smiled and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking that it was interesting that those who thought they knew how to cook went straight to the ingredients, and those who supposedly knew went to the plate. The chefs split into 2 groups. The chef smiled and raised his brows, thinking that he would eagerly await the results. Steam rose from the hot, cut dish. Sun-hoon raised his eyebrows, thinking that he remembered seeing this dish in a photo album. He smiled and imagined the man in the red apron, thinking that this was one of the dishes that Kadlev made. The protagonist smiled and looked at the dish, thinking that back then, the man had simplified it a bit by using cheaper meat for the wrapper and vegetables as the filling. It must have been difficult to make back then. Sun-hoon frowned, thinking that the recipe he had in his head was something he couldn't use now. The events took place 7 years ago. The man and the man were wearing jackets. Dongseok knitted his eyebrows, turning to the protagonist and asking if the man knew why they were going on a trip. The man looked forward. The protagonist turned his head to look at him. Sun-hoon knitted his eyebrows and looked down. Dongseok raised his eyebrows and smiled. He took his son's hand, saying that it was to prepare for his departure. The man looked at the boy, saying that the journey was also meant to reveal his inner potential. Sun-hoon raised his eyebrows in surprise, repeating his words. Donsko looked at him, saying that it was. He asked if the boy felt something when he touched the ingredients. The hero thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that when he was little, he saw something, but now everything is blurry. Father said that this is his specialty. The boy opened his eyes in surprise and looked at him. Donsko folded his hands on his knees, saying that he does not think that this gift was passed on to his younger sister Minjin, but that they can see the memories of ingredients. The hero smiled, asking if such an ability really exists. Father smiled and looked at him, saying that it is. Donsko looked at his palm, saying that even with talent, this ability is not so easy to obtain, because in order to understand the ingredient, he must feel it, that is, strengthen it with his eyes, touch it, smell it, or taste it. The man's palm was open, and he was talking about how even with his eyes closed, he needed to strain all his senses and imagine that the ingredient was lying on his hand. Dongseok looked at his son, saying that in order to develop this skill, he had visited many markets and restaurants in this world. The boy raised his eyebrows, surprised by his words. The man furrowed his brows, saying that depending on how he sharpened his skills, he would be able to read not only the memories of ingredients, but also the memories of people. The protagonist frowned, looking at his palm. Dongseok closed his eyes and reached into his pocket. He handed the protagonist red coffee berries bought at a market in Kenya, asking him to use his ability. Sun Hoon furrowed his brows, looking at the berries. The protagonist opened his mouth and took them in his hand, saying that he would try to do so. The protagonist closed his eyes and clenched his hand into a fist. Bright streams of energy appeared around his body. The boy opened his mouth, saying that he could see a coffee plantation and workers harvesting the crops. He could even see what bush the berries were picked from. No, he could feel it. Dong Seok smiled, looking at his son. The man raised his eyebrows, asking what color the worker's hat was while harvesting the crops. Sung Hoon furrowed his brows and, without opening his eyes, said that it was red with a white pattern, and he was wearing wide pants with a pattern and a white top with short sleeves. His father patted him on the back, saying that it was a great result. Dong Seok smiled, saying that the boy really had this ability. It was a great job. The protagonist smiled, asking if that was true. The man furrowed his brows, saying that he had to constantly keep his feelings in check in order to use this gift, since that was why he lost his ability when he grew up. The boy's eyes widened in surprise and he raised his eyebrows. Sung Hoon smiled and looked at the berries in his palm, saying that he would keep that in mind. The man smiled, looking at him. He took his son's hand and looked at the red sunset, saying that he had nothing to worry about now. Sun Hoon closed his eyes, thinking that now was the time to pull himself together and cook a dish using only his 5 senses. On the plate was cut meat, which was garnished with herbs and mushrooms. He hovered over the dish, internally telling himself that it was time to pull himself together and use his 5 senses to cook a dish. He narrowed his eyes. The visual part came first. He looked at the dishes. In Korea they often use bacon for this version of the dish. However, upon closer inspection, he was more inclined to think that the minced meat was wrapped in chicken fillet. The same goes for the filling. Judging by the cut, it seems that there is minced chicken inside too. Sun Hoon put his hand to his face. Green specks, probably parsley. There are also mushrooms here, but it is not certain. In other words, Italian parsley and mini matsutake are used as a garnish. He inhaled the smell. It was time for the sense of smell. The smell of oil crashed into his nose. Sung Hoon leaned over the dish. He smelled the cream, which was probably added to the sauce of flour and oil. In addition, there is some kind of light and fresh aroma. Sung Hoon tensed up. He did not understand what it was. The first guess was wine. Steam was coming from the dish. The hero assumed that if it was boiled together with the sauce, then this is quite possible. To know for sure, he must try a piece. The information that can be obtained through sight and smell is limited. Even if he caught the aroma of wine, it evaporates fairly quickly, so it is quite difficult to determine its presence in the dish by smell. He looked ahead and decided for himself that the smell is still present. He remembered the host and realized that he had intentionally left a hint to use his eyes and nose. Sung Hoon straightened up and decided that he was done studying the dish. He walked up to the table, getting ready to start cooking. The hosts watched as the cooks worked at their individual stations. The top chef walked between the tables and watched the process closely. Sung Hoon looked up at him. The man began to hold back his laughter. The hero smiled sheepishly. The man waved his hand and asked him to continue, saying that he just had a habit of looking at everything. He leaned over Jeongtae, who was pounding the meat. He looked warily at the embarrassed Yeonhee. The redhead jumped from one table to another. Yoonjin looked at him in surprise and said that he was so young and looked so active, trying so hard. Myungsung said that he was overflowing with ambition. The redhead clapped his hands and said that there were 5 minutes left. He ordered to finish cooking. Chanti was tensely serving the dish. The others were in the final stages. The last minutes were spent in stress. Sung Hoon put his dish on the table with satisfaction. The man smiled and said that time was up. He ordered to put everything aside and leave the plate on the table. He said that they would judge each participant separately. Sung Hoon put his hands behind his back and thought about how nervous he was. He was sure that it turned out delicious, however. He looked at the dish from the task and began to guess how well he managed to repeat it, because it depended on whether he would win or lose. The host team approached the participant Chanti. The man leaned over the dish and hummed. He said that the dish looked great and was practically no different from his. Nenson pointed at the others and said, like the dishes of the other contestants, the chef said that they all reached the quarterfinals and everyone gathered here has basic skills. He smiled and said that the main thing is that the dishes taste similar. He pointed to Jeongtae and ordered him to serve them a dish. The dishes were now on one table. The chef made a cut, said that it was also similar to his popiat. He suggested that they start tasting. He tried it. Nenson followed him, and Yoonjin. The old hosts looked at each other and said that depending on whether the dishes are similar or not, the taste is excellent. The chef thoughtfully put his finger to his cheek. He looked at Jeongtae and asked what he wrapped the filling in. The guy said that since he had to cover quite a large area, he used chicken breast. The chef smiled and asked what the filling was made of. Jeongtae said chicken drumstick, beef and mushrooms. The hosts moved on and said that it was delicious. Sung Hoon looked at his friend in surprise. As expected, his eyes are brilliant and the ingredients they used are the same. He frowned and thought that something was different. The chef extended his hand to the hero and asked for a treat. The chef took the hero's dish. Yoonjin made a cut and said that the dishes were similar both on the outside and inside. Myungsung asked what about the taste. The chef closed his eyes in surprise. He looked at the hero and said that he used ground pork, not beef. The hero said that it was. Sung-hoon said that he smelled pork in the dish he made. He said that it was covered by the smell of white wine, which he barely smelled. He adjusted his hat, said that he was not completely sure that he really used pork, so he decided to rely on his instincts and use pork tenderloin and chicken. The chef closed his eyes and said that he liked the hero's approach. He thanked the hero. He raised a finger and suggested that they continue their rounds. Sung-hoon looked at the host team tensely. He assumed that he had gotten good marks, but he would only know if he was right when he saw the results. After a while, the chef team gathered in front of the hosts. Manson pointed at them and assumed that they had been waiting for a long time, so they would immediately begin announcing the results. Everyone was tensely silent. Manson said that they would start from first place. Sweat was pouring down the hero's face. He thought that despite the fact that there would be a second task, he should have gotten the highest score. Manson smiled and said that the first place was taken by participant Jeongtae. The hero looked ahead in shock, and Jeongtae began to happily clench his fists. The hero stared into space before his eyes. He did not understand what he could have missed. Everyone looked at Jeongtae. The hero assumed that he used the wrong ingredients for the filling. He assumed that he should have used minced chicken and beef. Manson pointed at the hero's friend and said that he scored 4.6 points. He continued speaking, but the boss interrupted him. He smiled and said that they would tell him the reason right after the second place was announced. He pointed to the hero and said that he was the second place, which made the hero feel very relieved. The chef said that Sung-hoon's average score was 4.3, but he was the only one to give him a 5. Yoonjin asked in surprise, "Is it okay to reveal this information?" The chef looked at them cheerfully and said that he didn't think it was necessary to hide this information. He said that he found it quite interesting. He folded his arms and said that neither of the two could replicate his dish exactly. Myungsung reminded him that the chef had asked for the taste of the final dish, not the ingredients. The chef didn't turn around and said of course, and his rating was based solely on the taste. Since Jeongtae's dish resembled his the most, he got the highest score, however. He pointed to the hero and said that he used a special ingredient. He smiled and said white wine. He said that the hero was the only one who smelled it. Everyone looked at the hero in surprise, and the chef said that he was impressed and gave the highest score, and of course, the taste was similar too. Sung-hoon asked if he had made a mistake in choosing the ingredients for the filling. He said that he used minced chicken and pork, and contestant Jeongtae used chicken and beef. The chef smiled and said that it didn't matter because the minced meat was made from all of those things together. The hosts looked at the chef in confusion, who said it was no wonder that the two made a mistake. He said that the pork was so finely chopped that it was hard to notice. The chef smiled and thought that it was even more amazing that the hero was able to detect the subtle aroma of white wine and pork. He watched as Sung-hoon and Jeongtae gave each other a thumbs up and thought that he was an amazing guy. Sung-hoon smiled in relief, and even though he came in second, he hadn't made a big mistake in choosing the ingredients, and next time he shouldn't rely on his sense of smell. Myungsung shoved his pocket in his hands and announced third place. Everyone clapped and some just looked at Yeonhee. Myungsung looked at her and said that the appearance and taste of the dish were quite similar. He said that she scored 4 points. Yeonhee bowed, digesting her situation. She looked ahead and thought that this was exactly the result she expected. She knew that Sung-hoon was a monster and always took first place, and she was no match for him. She imagined Yeonhee, who imitated the hero. He had his ups and downs, but also came out on top. She knew from the beginning that she couldn't be in between them, so third place was fine for her. She looked ahead happily. She thought that if she took third place again in the next task, she wouldn't have to worry about being eliminated. She smiled mischievously and thought that if she made it to the semi-finals, she would definitely attract attention since she would be the only female chef. The hosts looked at the chefs, about to move on to fourth place. Seok-hyun looked at himself angrily. His average score was 3.6 points. The chef smiled and said that they got higher scores than he expected. He looked at Seok-hyun and said that when they heard about the dish they had to make, they immediately went to buy ingredients without even looking at the sample. Right. The man confessed. The chef smiled and said that his dish tasted similar to his and he used the same main ingredients, which says a lot. Seok-hyun perked up a bit. The chef advised him not to be so cocky next time and to approach the task wisely. Myungsung smiled and said that they would continue to announce the results. Fifth place went to Minyoung with a score of 3 and 3. Sixth place went to Hyunwoo with an average score of 3 and 3 points. Seventh place went to Jaeun with an average score of 3 points. Eighth place went to Joohyuk with a score of 2 and 6 points. Manson looked at the chefs and suggested moving on to the second task. The chef raised a finger and said that the second task was to prepare an appetizer that would go with the previous popiat dish. The chefs listened silently. The chef said that they were not limiting them to only French cuisine. He ordered them to simply prepare a dish that they thought would go with their popiat. The chef smiled and said that they had 45 minutes for everything. He said that they could begin. The participants went to buy groceries. Sung-hoon looked ahead and thought about an appetizer option for the popiat. He remembered Kadlov, trying to remember what he said. 8 years ago, France. Kadlov approached Dongseok. Someone was sitting opposite them. Sung-hoon languidly moved his spoon along the bottom of the plate. He called Kadlov. The hero looked at the plate and said that soup is always served as an appetizer. Is there a reason for that? The chef laughed and asked if the hero didn't see crackers in the soup, but the hero said that the main part of the appetizer was soup, right? He looked at him intently and asked if there was a reason why he chose soup. The man thought about the question with respect and said that the cynical Sung-hoon didn't even understand jokes. He said that he would have to tell a story then. He looked at the guy and said that an appetizer is a dish that whets the appetite. He folded his hands together and said that it is also meant to prepare the stomach for the meal. He said that most of the main Mediterranean countries are very fatty, so if you start your meal with them, you can get indigestion. Sung-hoon looked at the chef in surprise, who said that in order to prevent this, you need to prepare your stomach with liquid food. He rubbed his beard and said that their restaurant also served meat dishes as a main course, so soup is an appetizer. Sung-hoon smiled knowingly. Because he didn't know that soup had such a purpose, he said that now he would eat soup with pleasure. Kadlov looked at his teacher's son with pride, turned to him, smiled and said that despite the difficulties with his senior colleagues, he would definitely want to cook. Now the hero closed his eyes and thought that Kadlov was right. He approached the products, remembering the taste of the soup that he now wanted to cook. He filled the basket with vegetables. He put the ingredients on the table. For the soup he would need champignons, a fairly classic ingredient, so it would be nice to diversify it with something. He looked at the bottle of wine, which he was going to use to enhance the taste of the chicken broth. First, he needed to finely chop the onion, parsley and mushrooms, and do not forget to chop the garlic. Then melt a piece of butter in a saucepan. Add the onion and garlic and saute. After the onion becomes transparent, add the mushrooms and fry everything again. It is necessary to stir the ingredients carefully, trying not to damage the original shape of the mushrooms. Next, remove all the ingredients and pour the remaining oil with wine, bring it to a boil and deglaze. Grind the ingredients that were previously removed from the pan, leaving a few mushrooms for decoration. It is important not to grind too much so as not to spoil the texture. After this, you need to pour the resulting mixture into the pan with the sauce. Add milk and cream in a 1:1 ratio and gently mix and combine the different textures of the soup. To achieve the desired consistency, you need to add a mixture of water and starch and mix well to dissolve all the lumps. Finally, you can add ground pepper, and before serving, garnish with fresh mushrooms and parsley, so the mushroom soup was ready. The chef looked at the participants and said that time was up, and from that moment they began tasting their dishes. He approached Chanti and asked him to tell about his choice. Chanti pointed to his spinach, melon and ham salad. The host looked at the guy with interest. He said that he would drink a rather fatty dish. So he decided to make something light and refreshing as an appetizer. Myung-sung said that this is a fairly common practice and said okay. Chong-ti smiled. He was asked to provide the dish for tasting. The chef took the plate in his hands and offered to evaluate it in this case. Everyone tried it. Myung-sung turned to the chef, said that it was not bad and exactly the taste he expected. The chef said that it was difficult to add zest to a salad. He examined the ingredients and said that in any case, the choice was not bad and the dish can be eaten before eating fatty foods. Chong-ti looked at the chef with fear. The chef said that he had 45 minutes to cook, and he decided to make a salad. He said that it should not have been difficult to prepare. The hosts moved to Sung-hoon's table. Manson looked at the bowl of soup with interest and said that he smelled a familiar aroma. He looked at the hero and asked if it was mushroom soup. The chef looked at the hero and said that the soup was a classic in some ways, but wouldn't the soup be heavy before the rich popiat? Sung-hoon smiled, remembered Kadlov, and said that one chef once told him that you need to start your meal with something liquid so as not to get indigestion after eating something fatty. He looked at the red-haired chef and said that he was responsible in choosing the ingredients so as not to make the appetizer heavy. The red-haired one said that in that case they should try it. Yoonjin tried it. Myung-sung helped himself. The red-haired one tasted it. Sung-hoon looked up. The chef said that it was amazing. He smiled and said that it was a spicy and rich cream soup, but there was something light and refreshing in it. Myung-sung said that thanks to this the soup did not seem fatty or heavy. Myung-sung looked at the hero and asked what the secret was. Sung-hoon smiled and said that the secret was in the onion and garlic. The chef said that garlic was not often added to mushroom soup. He asked if the hero preferred it because of the refreshing notes. Sung-hoon said it right. He smiled and said that even in Europe, when appetizers were popular, they rarely added garlic to soup. But he cooked this dish from the point of view of Koreans who eat French cuisine in Korea, and he wanted to bring something familiar, so he used garlic. Everyone tried some more soup. The hero said that garlic is an ingredient that greatly affects the final taste of the dish, so he used it in small quantities, finely chopped beforehand, and also added more onions than mushrooms to achieve the freshest taste. Yoonjin smiled and said that she had not eaten a good soup for a long time. She ate it all. Sung-hoon bowed. Myung-sung said that he liked it too and the hero impressed them. Sung-hoon smiled. Because the reaction was good, he hoped that he no longer needed to worry about grades. He suddenly frowned and started thinking about who could make it to the quarterfinals other than him and Jeongtae. It should be Yeonhee, Hyunwoo, and Seokhyun. Among them, Yeonhee has a better chance of getting third place. She has a good head on her shoulders and a great sense of taste, plus she is quite competitive and her dishes do not overlap with the dishes of the other participants. Hyunwoo is quick with his hands and good at serving dishes. These are excellent qualities for a chef at a 5-star hotel restaurant, plus he almost never makes mistakes. As for Seokhyun, the hero noted that his cooking speed is amazing. However, despite this, he also has shortcomings. He closed his eyes, driving away other people's thoughts. He decided to focus on himself. After a while, the hosts got up on stage and said that they were ready to announce the results. Manson smiled and said that the first place in preparing appetizers goes to. He pointed at the hero. Sung-hoon was embarrassed. The man said that he received the highest score from all the judges and the average score was 5 points. The chef smiled and said that at first they thought that he was irresponsible in choosing an appetizer. He said that it was a bold move. Speaking about France, the origin of Papiet, he prepared the simplest European appetizer soup. The dish was prepared according to a traditional recipe, but he brought something Korean to it. The hero's cheeks blushed. The chef said that his choice and the taste of the dish were excellent. Sung-hoon looked forward. The chef suggested moving on to second place. Manson smiled and said that the second place goes to Yeonhee. The girl hid her face in shock. The chef smiled and said that the girl decided to give preference to deviled eggs. As a base was taken egg yolk, in addition ham, salmon and onion, and as a dressing mayonnaise and mustard. He put his hands together and said that the dish was balanced and had a refreshing taste, which Myung-sung agreed with. Yeonhee bowed in amazement. The host said that she got 4 and 6 points. She smiled excitedly because she did it and now she is guaranteed to go to the quarterfinals. Sung-hoon looked at his friend's emotions and decided that she was talented and deserved second place. He looked at his angry friend, who, despite the fact that he took first place in the previous task, he must take at least third place to avoid being eliminated. Myung-sung smiled and said that they were moving on. Seokhyun tensed up. Myung-sung said that third place was Hyunwoo. Yeongtae bit his nails. His eyes were wide, as was Seokhyun, who took third place. Yeongtae looked down in horror, imagining the figure of the director above him. He smiled evilly and told him to show who is the best here. If he wants to stay as a chef in their hotel, he told him to keep his promise. Yeongtae drooped, sweat running down his face. He bent over and grabbed his temple, letting out an unpleasant groan. He smiled awkwardly and said that he was just having an attack of anemia. Sung-hoon looked at his friend suspiciously, noted that he began to act strangely. He had immunity from elimination. Why such a reaction? He decided to talk to him during the break. Myung-sung smiled embarrassedly and said that now they will return to evaluating the dishes. Seokhyun looked intently at the host. He made cannelloni from mango and shrimp. The chef smiled and said that most often this dish is made from pasta tubes, minced meat and tomato sauce. Myung-sung said that Seokhyun used mango as a base, having previously dried it. The chef smiled and said that he was sorry that the shrimp meat was a little raw, but otherwise it was good. Yoonjin smiled and said that she liked meat dishes as an appetizer, so the final score. She said 4 and 3. Seokhyun looked forward seriously. Myung-sung put his hands in his pocket. Now he was going to say who took 4th place, which the participants were most interested in. Sung-hoon looked at his friend, calculating that even though Seokhyun took 3rd place, his total score for the 2 tasks was only 7 and 9 points. If Jeongtae got more than 3 and 3 points, he would be able to avoid the elimination mission. Myung-sung said that along with the announcement of 4th place, they would immediately announce the average score. He said that the 4th place was taken by the participant Jeongtae. The guy tensed up. He frowned. They were going to say the average score. He widened his eyes. The score was 3 and 6 points. The chef put his hands together and said that the guy had chosen a very simple dish, which affected their score. Certainly the salad looked complete, and the sauce added some zest to it. Jeongtae bowed in relief and said thank you in a trembling voice. The chef looked at Manson and said that they now had candidates for elimination. Yoonjin smiled and suggested that they split into groups and talk. Those who scored high. The semi-finalists have been determined. The candidates for the elimination mission. Manson looked at the producer's hint. He wrote that the elimination mission would be after the break. He flipped the sheet of paper and said that the task would be revealed after the break. Manson smiled and said that they would first take a short break. He pointed to the waiting participants and said that they could rest for 30 minutes and after that they would return to the elimination mission. Sung-hoon walked down the corridor, taking off his cap. He looked to the side and thought about how the break was somehow ambiguous. Wherever he went, there were people sitting everywhere. He stopped, looking for his friend who went towards the fire exit. Yoongi was sitting on a flight of stairs. He leaned on his hands and looked forward seriously. He flinched. He was asked what he was doing here. He turned around. The hero was standing behind him. He sat down next to him and asked why he huddled in the corner. Yoongi said that he just wanted to sit and think. Sung-hoon seriously noticed that his face was blank after the last mission and asked what happened. Yoongi smiled nervously and said that it was all because of stress and the possibility of being kicked out. Sung-hoon noticed that he had immunity, didn't he? He didn't know how long he had, but he was definitely his insurance. Yoongi sighed and agreed, said that it had completely slipped his mind. The guys fell silent. Yoongi lowered his head. He looked at his hand. The hero slapped him on the shoulder sharply. Magic began to float in the air. Jeongti looked at him shrewdly and confidently said that it was all because of Jisung, right? Jeongti turned around in fear, not understanding how the hero could know this. Sung-hoon smiled and said that he just said it at random, and besides, who else could be a stumbling block besides him? Jeongti thought about it. The hero said that if his friend was having a hard time, he could share it with him. He said that despite the fact that he was removed from judging, he still had Jeongti by the throat. Jeongti stepped back and thought about it. He said that he had to keep up appearances and be a chef of the best hotel and not think about using immunity, especially if you wanted to remain the chef of the Hilton Hotel. Sung-hoon became wary. He noticed that he learned the same thing from Jeongti's memories. Jisung called Jeongti on the day of the last competition at the resort. Sung-hoon put his hand to his head, remembered that he said something strange then. He remembered the man with the phone to his mouth. He said that this was his last request as the chef of the Hilton Hotel. Sung-hoon put his hand to his chin, thinking about his last words. He turned to his friend and said that if he didn't use the immunity and failed the mission, he would be banned from the hotel. He looked down and said that he didn't know how others felt about the competition, but he only had one way. Sung-hoon smiled and asked if he really thought that way. He stood up and said that his friend couldn't focus on the mission just because he said something to him. Jeongti looked at him and said the right thing. He felt sorry for the hero seeing him from a bad side. Sung-hoon started to get up and asked why he kept apologizing. The hero continued walking. He looked forward seriously and thought about his friend. The scenario room. Hyun-soo was sorting through papers and said that the elimination mission would be boring. That's why he insisted on a break. He looked at Mina and said that as expected, her option was the best. He said that they would implement it. Mina looked at the incoming call. She took out her phone, not understanding who needed her at this hour. She received a message from Sung-hoon, who was asking if she had any free time today. Mina blushed slightly and began to parse his words, trying to understand why he couldn't immediately ask her out on a date. Hyun-soo looked at the scriptwriter. Mina was typing a message lovingly. The man was embarrassed and asked who had written to her since she was so glowing. Mina was distracted and said that a delivery had just arrived. Hyun-soo closed his eyes and said that in any case, after the broadcast, they would need to get together and discuss everything in detail. The others looked at him. He said that he thought it would be better to film the semi-finals abroad. Soo-hee looked at him in surprise and said that they had only recently started filming in the studio and the viewers might think that they were changing locations too often. Hyun-soo looked at her and said that the quarterfinals would be on TV for about 2 to 3 weeks, which meant that viewers would be seeing the same location for 3 weeks. He said that there was no need to worry about that. Another scriptwriter looked at the producer with a puzzled look and asked what country he was planning to film in, since they would need to think about renting a place in advance. Hyun-soo introduced and said the UAE. Mina looked at him in surprise and asked why Dubai all of a sudden. The man said that he had been advised. Nina remembered Biko, who had advised the producer. Hyun-soo rubbed his chin and said that he was worried that the filming costs would suddenly increase, but he said that they could contact the UAE Tourism Bureau and get support from them. He said that all the contestants would need to do was take part in a city tour, clips of which would be shown at the beginning and end of the program, and Biko's boss also promised to help them with the filming location. Mina looked at the producer questioningly, but he caught her thought and said that most likely it was about the Estonia restaurant where he works. He looked at everyone and said that in any case, they first needed to get permission from the director. He said that they would discuss everything after filming. And now he suggested returning to the studio before the break was over. Sung-hoon was walking along the corridors. He looked at his phone. Nina answered him of course, but said that she had a meeting after filming. She embarrassedly asked her to wait, not forgetting to send a sticker. Sung-hoon blushed. He smiled slightly, because this was their first meeting after the amusement park and he had not even thought about it. He suddenly became serious. He walked forward, realizing that today's conversation would not be very rosy. The members gathered in front of the hosts. Manson smiled, said that now they can move on to the departure mission. He looked at Biko and asked him to tell the members about it. The young chef looked at everyone and said that today, some people were preparing appetizers and the main course, so what did they have left? One of the chefs looked at him sullenly and asked if they were talking about dessert. And Biko was right. He raised his finger and said that they needed to prepare a dish that could be eaten after the popiat. His gaze became serious. He said 30 minutes in total and said that they could start cooking. The chefs turned around and went to choose the ingredients. The hosts looked after them with satisfaction. Biko smiled and thought that initially they wanted to test the basic skills of the participants and see, for example, how well they could cut spring onions. He looked at one of the cameramen with satisfaction, thinking that after the break, they decided to make changes to the task and connect it with the first task of making popiat. It was difficult for the filming crew to change something in the middle of recording the show. His eyes sparkled. He noticed the scriptwriter and thought that there were outstanding individuals on the team. He smiled slyly and told himself that he remembered and would definitely meet with her after filming. He looked at Sung-hoon and decided to talk to him too. Sung-hoon looked at his partner and asked what she said. Yeonhee looked at him and asked who she thought would stay. Sung-hoon thought about it, started to speak and say that all the participants were good, but the girl just asked him to be honest. Jeongtae could not resist and said that in his opinion, Bang-hyun or Seok-hyun would stay. The hero looked ahead and said that it might sound arrogant. He looked at Seok-hyun and said that he would be the one to win this task. Yeonhee looked at him thoughtfully. The hero assumed that Yeonhee and him would agree with this because she saw his skills while they worked on the same team. Jeongtae looked at them in surprise and asked if he was really that good at cooking. Yeonhee mysteriously said that it was not only that. Seok-hyun was already making something in the mixer. The girl said that he was easygoing. She said that no matter what he was asked to cook, he would do it, and as soon as the topic of the task was announced, he did not think about it, but immediately started cooking. She turned to Jeongtae and said that he had also reached the quarterfinals. She said that this gave her the creeps. Jeongtae looked seriously at his opponent, said that he had heard about it, and now he could see for himself if Seok-hyun had approached the first task more consciously, then he would have been in his place. Sung-hoon rubbed his chin. For him these were just guesses. He decided that it was easier to relax and watch what would happen next. After a while, Myung-sung said that the winner was. Seok-hyun breathed a sigh of relief. He was the winner. Yoonjin looked at him and asked if it was strawberry sherbet, said that it was moderately sweet and so neat. Munson looked at Biko and said that he managed to make the sherbet in only 30 minutes. It was amazing. The chef said that in fact, it would not have been enough time to make the dessert the traditional way. Seok-hyun looked at the chef tensely. The chef asked him, is that why he chopped frozen strawberries? He said right. The chef said that from the looks of it, the dessert is yogurt based and the texture was quite light and airy. Seok-hyun said everything like that. Biko looked away and said that despite the dish being made in such an unconventional way, it is not worse than a restaurant dish. The other saddened chefs were going through the tragedy. They were told that they worked hard. Munson looked at them seriously and told everyone except Seok-hyun to return their name tags and leave the show top chef. After a while, Hyun-soo approached Biko and said that the filming was finished. The hosts began to thank everyone and finish the day. Jeongtae approached the hero and said that he was great. Sung-hoon suddenly looked at Mina and blushed. The girl was saying goodbye to Yoonjin. She smiled sweetly at the hero and waved. Sung-hoon became even more embarrassed and scratched his head, decided to wait outside. After a while, he was waiting at the exit. And he smiled, not taking his eyes off the windows. He turned to Mina's voice. She ran to him and waved her hand. She approached the hero, but she needed to catch her breath. She asked how long the hero had been waiting. He said that he had just come out. He smiled and asked if she had had dinner yet and offered to eat together. They went forward. Mina stroked her stomach, said that the meeting had dragged on and she was now dying of hunger. They came out to a small square. Mina said that since she was late, she should pay. The hero said that she didn't have to, but thank you. The girl said that they would soon be filming abroad. She promised to tell them over dinner. After a while, they were served a frying pan of meat and vegetables. Mina looked at the upcoming meal with admiration. The waiter said that their dish was ready and they could eat. She looked at the embarrassed hero, told him to eat because it was very tasty here. Sung-hoon looked at the cooked intestines and realized that he hadn't eaten them for a long time. He took one slice. Mina chewed and looked at the hero. He said, so that's it. He smiled, said that it was excellent and it was cooked perfectly and he couldn't believe that it was intestines. He smiled and said that this restaurant was really good. Mina said with slight annoyance that he found something to be grateful for. She said that he didn't even have time to try it and asked how he found out. Sung-hoon was embarrassed and asked again. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said that he was a chef and could tell just by looking at the dish. He tried it. He gave her a thumbs up and started praising the intestines. An embarrassed Mina said that she was glad he liked it. She called the waiter and said that since they were eating such a wonderful dish, they should order something else. The waiter came up to them and asked why he was called. Mina ordered 2 more bottles of soju and a bottle of beer. Sung-hoon was embarrassed and asked if he could. After all, he had to go to work tomorrow. Mina winked at him and said that everything was fine, the hardest part was behind him, all that was left was to prepare for the trip abroad. Sung-hoon fixed his hair again. The girl asked if he would drink with her. The guy immediately agreed. Mina poured him some soju into a glass, and happily, she handed it to him. Sung-hoon took his and handed it to her. They both clinked glasses. Mina drank. She slammed her glass down on the table and exhaled. She looked at the surprised hero with embarrassment. She fixed her hair and said that she had rushed too much, she just hadn't had a drink for a long time. The hero scratched his cheek and said that she just looked too cute, so he glanced at her. Mina blushed even more and became embarrassed. She pointed at him with a finger trembling with fear, said that he was younger and looked much cuter. The guy began to apologize and say that he did not want to put her in an awkward position. Mina decided to chew on the stress and said that it was time to discuss filming abroad. She said that the semi-finals and the final would be filmed abroad and taking into account the opinion of one of the judges. The filming would take place in the UAE. The hero looked at the girl and assumed that she was talking about Dubai, and she was right. Sung-hoon cautiously assumed that Biko made the suggestion. Mina said that he suggested changing the location since the viewers could get tired. She looked at the hero, figured that it would be difficult for the staff and members. She smiled, said that since they were dating, they did not have to observe formalities. She said that they could have just written "let's have dinner" or "let's spend time together." Sung-hoon agreed. He suddenly became serious. He looked at Mina, who was chewing, and said that he actually wanted to ask something. It was a personal request, so he asked for a personal meeting. Mina smirked and asked if it was really a personal request. Sung-hoon asked if she could investigate Chef Jisung. Mina looked at the hero in surprise. She said that he was already suspended. Did he really do something else? Sung-hoon looked down. The girl asked him to tell her more. After a while, she looked down and concluded that Jeongtae could not concentrate because of Jisung's threats. Sung-hoon said that it was very rude and that he should focus on winning, not on other people. He angrily said that he couldn't if his friend failed and was fired. Mina looked at the hero, who believed that Jeongtae wanted to focus on the competition and therefore it was unfair. She smiled, because she had noticed this before, but after hearing this, she was sure that Jeongtae and Sung-hoon cared about each other very much. Sung-hoon wanted the competition to be fair, without outside interference. They were not just rivals on screen, but colleagues who advocated conscious competition. Therefore, Sung-hoon was interested in Jisung not bothering his rival. A drop of excitement ran across her face. She did not understand how. She pointed at the hero with her hand and asked what she should focus on. After all, she was a scriptwriter, not a detective. Sung-hoon said that he was talking about the archives. He said that she could watch the behind-the-scenes footage of Jisung on KBC. Mina asked again. Sung-hoon was confused and said that she could refuse because he knew that it was a difficult request. He looked down. Mina looked at him in surprise. He said that if she watched the behind-the-scenes footage, she could also find out her brother Min's secrets. Sung-hoon frowned. Everything was falling into place when he remembered the way the director looked at Jisung. Director Hyun-soo received attention from Jisung and in return invited him to his show. Mina smiled and grabbed her temples, said that everything sounded so unexpected and strange. Could he explain it to her in more detail? She asked why he needed the behind-the-scenes footage of Jisung and what secrets of his brother was he talking about. The hero frowned. He thought that Chef Jisung was using the show as a billboard, since he had previously always advertised restaurants or products of his friends or relatives. He said that he found several newspaper articles from that time dedicated to the investigation of those cases. Naturally, the journalists were silenced, but he managed to dig up the materials privately. Mina looked into space, upset, and repeated the hero's last words. Sung-hoon said that when he heard about Jisung's misconduct, he made inquiries. He looked up at the scriptwriter and said that the producer in charge of the show, her brother. She said that if the hero said that his brother invited Jisung on purpose, then did he get something in return? The hero said that it didn't sound very pleasant, but yes. He said that Jisung continued to attend PD Hyun-soo's programs after filming. Of course, Jisung could have passed the casting as a famous chef, but Mina tensely noted that Myung-sung is considered the most famous chef. He has a good sense of tact, can joke appropriately on camera, and it is a pleasure to work with him. She remembered her cunning brother and said that even at the planning stage, her brother insisted on Jisung's participation. She lowered her head and said that they definitely have something in common. She asked what exactly the hero wants to find, evidence of Chef Jisung's corruption. Sung-hoon tensed up and said that it would be okay if she refused, because she herself could suffer because of this investigation. Mina took up the bottle and summed up that the hero, nevertheless, wants to expose Jisung and asks her to find evidence, right? Sung-hoon thought guiltily. The girl smiled, asked the hero not to worry and said that she would fulfill his request even if she was caught red-handed and fired. She looked at the shocked hero and asked if he would take responsibility. Sung-hoon smiled sheepishly. Of course he agreed that the responsibility lay entirely with him. Mina smiled and said that even if these were just words, thank you. She poured the hero another drink. She looked at him briskly and suggested that he cast aside all doubts and get drunk today. Sung-hoon smiled and asked if it was true. Mina asked if the hero could drink well. Sung-hoon thought about it and said that he could drink a bottle of soju, and the girl sarcastically remarked that she would see the hero drunk today. The evening at the restaurant had just begun. The next day, Sung-hoon woke up and grabbed his aching head. He did not remember how he got back. He began looking for his phone until Mina came up to him and said that it was 9:30 in the morning. The hero shuddered. He turned around. Mina was sitting in the same bed with him. He asked in shock what the girl was doing in his apartment. She smiled and asked if the hero really didn't remember. She smiled. The hero asked if he really insisted, but it was not so. In the evening, a relaxed Mina was holding a glass of beer and said that while they were drinking and eating here, everything had flown out of her head. She said that the participants needed to prepare for overseas filming. Sung-hoon looked at her listlessly. The scriptwriter said to check the expiration date of his passport, and if it had expired, he would need to get a visa. Sung-hoon rubbed his chin, said that he had a passport, but it must have expired. Mina raised her glass and said that they should get a new one. The guy smiled. The girl said that if he had no business for tomorrow, they could do it together. He agreed and specified that it was preferable to do it in the first half of the day. Now he was holding his head heavily and said that he only remembered this. He turned to the girl and asked what happened next and didn't she live nearby. She said that the hero wanted to do the passport renewal in the first half of the day, right? She twirled her hair, said that she would also have to get up early and she did not want to walk back and forth, so they decided to go to the hero. Sung-hoon covered his face with his hands and said clearly. He stood up and said that he was going to take a shower and then they would go renew the passport after she washed her face. The girl watched the hero go. She frowned and thought that she had gone crazy because she made it a rule not to spend the night with men who lived alone, regardless of their condition. She looked ahead and thought that with age she had become impatient. It was good that she fell asleep quickly. Her cheeks turned red. She asked again if it was okay. The hero came out with a towel on his head and said that she could go to the bathroom. The girl's eyes began to shine with love and she asked again. Sung-hoon was in front of her, all handsome, drying his hair with a towel. He looked at her questioningly. The girl quickly ran to the shower. After a while, they were walking down the street. Mina looked at the hero and asked if the validity period had expired. The hero said that it would be better to renew it, although for this he would need to take a photo. After a while, he showed his photo and Mina began to hold back her laughter. Then they walked and fiddled with the documents. Evening came. Mina stood next to the hero and said that she would go. The hero thanked her for today. She smiled, waved and said that they would see each other at the airport. The hero waved goodbye to her. The next day, the international airport. Sung-hoon was walking along it with his suitcase. He looked ahead. A fashionably dressed Jongtae was looking at him. He looked at the hero with a serious expression. Sung-hoon was embarrassed, not immediately recognizing his friend. He pointed his finger at him and asked why he was dressed so fashionably. The friend asked if he hadn't heard anything about airport fashion. He said that he paid special attention to it. He pointed at the others and asked them to look around. Sung-hoon looked away. The guy said that after the show started, they became celebrities, so they shouldn't neglect their appearance. Sung-hoon frowned, because if you think about it, they were photographed at an amusement park, but now there are more than a couple of eyes looking. He looked at the hero and said that this is too much. They turned around. They were greeted. Yeonhee and Seokhyun were walking towards them. The friends turned to him. Seokhyun said that he got there quickly because they were on the subway, and on the way he met Yeonhee. The guy looked around and asked if they weren't amazed by the scale of the show, because who would have thought that the filming would take place abroad? Yeonhee looked around and guessed that the show was quite high in ratings. She heard that quite a lot of people watch it. Jongtae said that this was the first time for KBC. Mina stood to the side and called everyone. The writing team and the cameraman were meeting them. The girl said that they would help them check in for the flight. A couple of minutes at the counter, and now the team was already being met by flight attendants. Jongtae and Sung-hoon sat down in their seats. The hero's friend was already starting to get all steamed up in his fashionable scarf. The plane took off. Later, the majestic Burj Khalifa, Dubai. The team looked at the local beauty in amazement. Hyunsu approached the team and asked them to follow him to go check into their rooms. Mina walked to the side, constantly looking at the hero. She suddenly noticed that his collar was a little torn, and she tensed up. The combination lock beeped. The friends entered their room. They began to look around their spacious room with delight and enjoy the view outside the window. Jongtae looked at his friend and asked what their plans were for today. The hero heard that an excursion was planned because the judges would arrive later. Jongtae pulled off his scarf with relief and said that then he could change clothes. because it was too hot for him to walk around like this. He looked at the hero and asked why he didn't change into something more comfortable. The hero said that he was fine as is. He smiled. Yoontae said that the fabric looked pretty thick. He suggested that they look at something at the nearest shopping center. The hero couldn't object. He looked at the torn collar and thought that it was worth buying a couple of t-shirts before the trip. He hadn't bought anything from clothes for a long time and didn't know that everything was so neglected. There was a knock on the door. They said at the door that they were worried about becoming the best chef, and if they were ready, they could go out. A couple of minutes later, the team of participants stood outside. Hyunsoo said that today there would be nothing difficult, so he was going to briefly introduce them to the situation. He said that today they were looking at local attractions with a guide. He smiled and said that since they were having a culinary show, they would be trying street food in between objects, so he asked them to contact him if anything. Sung-hoon thoughtfully followed everyone. He looked at the sky. Palm trees grew everywhere. He thought about tourism. After a while, Chanti fell on the bed and said that he was very tired. Sung-hoon awkwardly looked at his friend. He complained that they spent the whole day on their feet. The hero agreed that the day was eventful. Chanti jumped up again. He took out a can of beer. He handed it to the hero and said that they now have this. The hero asked if he really came here to drink. Chanti smiled. He had heard that alcohol was hard to come by here. The hero said that it used to be like that, but now it is freely sold in hotels. Chanti handed the can to the hero. He was confused and refused because there was filming tomorrow. Chanti began to drink and said that it was just beer. 30 minutes later, a pissed Chanti was humming on the bed. Sung-hoon looked at him with emotion and said that someone never learned to drink. Did he really get drunk after 2 cans? The guy was drooling and saying phrases about Sung-hoon and how he should be the first. He spread his arms on the bed and said that he shouldn't be fired. The hero asked if he was asleep. Sung-hoon just smiled. There was a knock on the door. He went to the door, not understanding what was needed from him at such an hour. He opened the door with a questioning awe, but the corridor in front of him was empty. He turned to the whisper. Mina was standing next to her with a new shirt in her hands. Sung-hoon went up to her and asked what happened, why she knocked and ran away. Mina was afraid that Jeongtae would open the door, so she moved away a little. She sighed with relief when the hero said that his friend was drunk and asleep. She handed the hero a new shirt and asked him to take it. Sung-hoon looked at the shirts and t-shirts in surprise. She scratched her cheek guiltily and said that she saw the hero wearing a rather thick jacket despite the heat, so she bought some t-shirts. Her cheeks turned pink. She said that it was cold in Korea now and you can't wear them often, but she said to try them on later. Sung-hoon smiled and apologized for bothering her, and he looked out into the aisle at that moment. Mina said it was okay, and he froze, not expecting to meet such a couple. They looked at each other sweetly and smiled, and he did not take her eyes off them, not understanding what kind of relationship they had. She hid around the corner. She decided that since Mina called the hero in the middle of the night and gave him a gift, there was clearly something between them, and he frowned and assumed that they were dating. Mina said she would go. Yeonhee jerked back. The hero wished her good night. The girls crossed paths on the stairs. Yeonhee looked after the scriptwriter who was in a relationship with the contestant. She began to think that the reason for Sung-hoon's good grades was that the scriptwriter leaked the tasks to him in advance. She smiled nervously and was pleased with the conclusion. She turned around angrily. Now if she got into trouble, she could play this card. The next day at the Burj Khalifa, the contestants stood in front of the hosts. They were in the Estonia restaurant. Biko spread his arms and welcomed the contestants to his restaurant. He was happy to show them his workplace. Manson turned to the guy and said that thanks to him, they were able to hold the competition in such a wonderful restaurant. Yoonjin smiled. She heard that he also worked hard on the new task and asked to let them in on the details. Biko raised his finger, closed his eyes and said of course. The 4 participants looked expectantly at the chef. He said that today they had to cook a dish from the menu of this restaurant. Yeonhee frowned at the hero and mentally asked if he knew about this task. She noted his sudden surprise and began to wonder if he was really that good at acting. Biko smiled and said that they had to cook it as it was on the menu, but they could add a twist to the dish if they used the basic ingredients. Suhee began handing out the restaurant menu to the participants. The chef said that it was translated into Korean, so he asked them to read it carefully. Sung-hoon began to read the menu carefully. He noticed that most of the products were imported to the UAE from other countries, but the only local ones were seafood. He rubbed his chin and decided that it was best to use fresh ingredients, so he would have to cook seafood. He remembered his captain and senior, who paid special attention to cooking seafood. Biko looked at the participants and asked if they had decided on the dishes. He pointed to the kitchen and said that they could go there. He said that they had 60 minutes to do everything. Suddenly he said that they would not be judging their dishes. Sung-hoon was surprised again. People in white jackets entered the hall. Biko pointed at them and said that the dishes would be judged by the restaurant chefs. Sung-hoon raised an eyebrow, not understanding if this was possible. Inside he already realized that it would not be easy. Biko smiled and said that this task would not determine the semi-finalists. Everyone looked at the chef. He said that the person who received the highest score would be given the opportunity to choose an opponent. Biko smiled and said that the participants could start cooking. The chefs entered the kitchen. Sung-hoon began to examine the snow-white kitchen of the Estonia restaurant. He frowned. Now he needed to select the necessary ingredients, and first of all he thought about the lobster. The hero found a container with a lobster. He opened it. 2 fresh large ingredients were lying in the ice. He thought about the fact that he only needed one, so he had to choose the best one. He pulled on his gloves. He began to feel the tails of the lobsters. They looked good on the outside. He needed to feel the belly. The harder it was, the meatier the lobster would be. Sung-hoon studied the ingredients. They were all of excellent quality. Both lobsters were good. In this case, he used his ability, and the body of the sea animal was covered with mana. He introduced himself as a lobster in the depths of the sea. He hunted fish, fought with other lobsters, grabbed fish with a huge claw, and ate slowly. Sung-hoon smiled, noted that this guy ate well and was quite lively. He pulled him out by the tail, chose, and was done. The host team watched the cooks work with curiosity. Yoonjin looked at the hero and asked if he really decided to cook a lobster. She said that it was very self-confident. Manson winked and said that we should expect something interesting from the hero because he always surprised. Biko looked at the lobster and said that he seemed to know what the hero would cook. He said that as the hosts know, lobsters are first steamed, but the cooking time depends on several factors. It is important to consider whether it is a male or female, as well as the size of the individual. Usually lobster is cooked for 20 minutes, but if you overcook it, the crustacean meat becomes tough. He smiled and said that after this, the lobster is cooked further, spices, butter or cheese are added, but these ingredients affect the aroma more than they add any taste. He frowned and silently finished that this is why lobster is considered a rather difficult product. It was interesting. He watched as the hero put on water and eagerly awaited his dish. After a while, Biko folded his hands together and said that time was up, and so he asked the participants to bring their dishes. The participants, Seok-hyun, as always, tense, put the clochers on the table. Manson looked at them and asked to open the lids. Everyone grabbed the handles and presented to the world their creations of meat, lobster, fish, and veal. Biko looked at them thoughtfully and said that everything looked great on the outside. The chefs smiled eagerly. Their chef invited them to taste and evaluate the dishes. Among them was line cook Pierre, Chef Lucille, sous chef Abbas. They stood next to the chef. He said that these 3 chefs would evaluate the dishes of the participants and they themselves would choose who to start with. The participants were seriously waiting for the evaluation. The chef said that each participant would be evaluated on a 5-point scale and said that at this stage they would not eliminate anyone. Biko raised his finger and said that the participant with the highest score would be given the right to choose an opponent. Thus they would form 2 pairs, and as soon as the winner of this competition chooses an opponent, the second pair would be formed. Sung-hoon thought about it. The chef asked to take this into account. The chefs went forward. Now they could evaluate the dishes. Lucille bent over the fugu fish. Abbas approached Al-Makbis. He was quite interested in how the Koreans prepared their local dish. Pierre approached the hero's dish and said that he would try it. He looked at the hero and said that he was touched. He did not understand. Seok-hyun looked at the others and did not understand if anyone would come to him. Was his dish really that bad? Abbas enjoyed a piece. Lucille cautiously put a piece in his mouth. Pierre chewed carefully. Biko looked at them, said that if they were finished, let them try the dishes of the other participants. Manson turned to Biko and said that from the way they called him captain, it felt like he was a real chef of this restaurant. Yoonjin said that he was an amazing young man. In gratitude, the guy said that they were also outstanding chefs. Yoonjin looked forward anxiously and said that it was somehow unusual for her to watch from the side. She said that watching others eat is painful, especially if you are hungry. Myung-sung said that they will return to judging in the semi-finals, so he asked for patience. After a while, Abbas handed over the evaluation results to his chef. Biko opened a book and said that he had a table in his hands with the ratings of the hero's dishes. The chefs looked at him silently. He said that it contained not only numbers but also explanations for the low scores. Biko became more serious and said that they would start with the participant who scored the lowest. He said that the participant Yeonhee scored the lowest. The girl was shocked. Biko looked at her and said that she had 11 points. Myung-sung looked at her and asked if she made fugu fish. Biko said that this dish of boiled meat with various spices and rice is called fugu. Since it uses fish, it is fish fugu. Yeonhee looked at the chef with disappointment. He said that the lowest score was given by Chef Abbas. Biko suggested looking at the comment. Yeonhee looked down sadly. The chef said that according to Abbas, the dish looks good and smells great, but the chef used a limited set of spices, which makes it look more like home cooking than a restaurant dish. She gritted her teeth. After all, this dish was something she had studied before coming to the UAE, and it all turned out like this because she did not delve into the local cuisine properly. Whatever the next task, if it was traditional Emirati cuisine, she would be finished. She gritted her teeth even more. Biko frowned and suggested moving on to the contestant who took third place. He said that third place was contestant Jiangti. The hero looked at his friend in shock. Biko said that he scored 12 points for making al makbuz. Yunjin raised her hand and said that she had a question. She said that Yonhi's dish was very similar to this dish except for the main ingredient. She asked why they were called differently. Biko smiled and said that they were actually a variation of the same dish. In the outside world it was known as makbuz. The hosts listened to him with interest. The young chef said that the reason for the different names was because the main ingredients were different. Usually chicken was used to make makbuz and fugu. That's why they started adding the prefix al to the chicken dish, and the fish dish was called fish fugu. Yunjin nodded. Biko looked at Luso and fixed his hair guiltily because he had given the lowest score. Jiangti frowned. The commentary said that the chef was watching the show and that Jiangti had always done well, except for the rice being undercooked. The dish was quite good and tasted good. Jiangti looked into the void indignantly. The word not bad shocked him. He said that he would take it into account. Biko looked at the table and said that now they would move on to first and second place. He said that there was a fierce battle for first place. The difference was only 1 point. The second place went to participant Sang-hoon. The hero looked forward in amazement. Seok-hyun with him, but there was more joy in the emotions. Biko smiled and said that the heroes scored 13 and 14 points respectively. He said that participant Sang-hoon made grilled lobster with butter and beef soup, right? Sang-hoon said yes. Biko said that one chef had given him a 5 and the others 4, and since the lowest score was given by 2, the chef who gave the highest score left the comment. He pointed to Pierre and asked to read the chef's opinion. Sang-hoon looked ahead, confused, and was told that lobster dishes were not considered local cuisine. Lobster is not a traditional ingredient in Dubai, as some people consider it to be on the list of foods forbidden to Muslims. Pierre guiltily adjusted his hair, and the chef continued that since their restaurant catered to tourists, he insisted on adding the arthropod to the list. The chef was impressed that contestant Sang-hoon had made a dish from an item that was included because of his stubbornness. Despite the perfect score, he was disappointed in one thing. Sang-hoon was wary. It was about beef soup. Myung-sung looked at the chef and said that it was crustacean shell soup, and Biko said yes. Pierre smiled. The chef read that the contestant had managed to bring out the richness of the flavor, but it lacked freshness. Sang-hoon began to sweat. The chef looked at him and said that the beef soup was made with seafood broth, and perhaps because of the large amount of lobster meat or the lack of other ingredients, the taste was not so refreshing. He guessed that the other chefs had deducted a point because of this. Sang-hoon bowed and said thank you. He looked into space and realized that he had added too much meat, relying on its freshness. Seok-hyun looked forward listlessly. He had prepared a lamb rib steak. Biko smiled and asked why he chose the lamb dish. Seok-hyun said that not only Dubai, but the entire Middle East is famous for its lamb dishes. He also chose this meat because he is confident in its preparation. Biko frowned and asked if he gave him his preference even though the rating for a famous dish could be more strict. Seok-hyun looked down and said that he hadn't thought about it that much. He apologized. Biko smiled and said that the chef had nothing to apologize for. He was just sharing his thoughts. Everyone looked at Seok-hyun with displeasure. The chef said that he made everyone nervous. Chef Abbas gave the lowest rating. The man looked calmly at the participant. The comment was very modest. The spices were disappointing. The chefs bowed. Biko said that this was the end of the evaluation of the chefs of the establishment. He thanked everyone for their work. He said that now it was time to choose an opponent, which they had talked about at the very beginning. He turned to Seok-hyun and asked who he would choose. Seok-hyun looked down thoughtfully. He opened his mouth and said that he would choose participant Yonhi. The girl frowned and glared at the guy. Biko slammed the book shut and said that the opponents had been decided. Seok-hyun versus Yonhi, and Sang-hoon versus Jiangti. A table with 3 dishes was set in front of the hosts. Myung-sung asked to let him tell about the task in the semi-finals. He said that under the caps there are signs with types of meat, beef, lamb, and seafood. In this competition, the participants can only use the products that are under the cap. The chef silently looked at the table. Myung-sung said that the participants who took first and second place should come up and make a choice. Seok-hyun and Sang-hoon reached for the caps. The hero opened the sign with seafood. Seok-hyun had beef. Myung-sung turned around. The producer gave a hint to start with the first pair. He smiled and held the table. The main characters always need to appear last in order to increase the viewer ratings. Myung-sung pointed to Seok-hyun and Yonhi and suggested starting with them. Yonhi looked down anxiously, biting her lip. She thought that the one who won first place in the last competition would be judged first. Was this done on purpose? Her hands were shaking. The main thing for her now was to win. She stepped forward. She told herself that she could get to the finals. She approached Biko and asked him something in his ear. The chef looked at the anxious girl and said of course. She thanked him. The participants began to cook. Yonhi put on gloves. The preparations were completed. She began to quickly and finely chop the onion. She added vegetables to the ground beef. Then she added cumin and black pepper. She mixed everything with her hand. She began to make a sausage shape. She put it on a plate. Now she only had to bake it. She looked to the side, wanting to know what the other side managed to do. She opened her mouth in shock. Seok-hyun was almost finished and was preparing to serve. The guy carefully cut and laid out the meat. Sung-hoon approached Jeong-tae and said that the guy's meat was neither rare nor raw, right? Jeong-tae said that it was too late to grill it again. Yeon-hee chuckled. The cameraman pointed the camera at the focused Seok-hyun. He took a frying pan with oil. He poured it over the meat, and it began to fry. The heroes' mouths opened in shock. Seok-hyun finished cooking the steak with heated butter. Seok-hyun served his steak. Yeon-hee turned around abruptly. She shook her head. She went to the kitchen. Now was not the time to be distracted. Earlier, she asked Biko if there was a grill in the kitchen. He said of course. Yeon-hee put the meat sausages on the grill. The meat began to sizzle, and the most important thing in this dish. A voice was heard in the kitchen, announcing that time was up. Yeon-hee introduced her dish to the hosts. Myung-sung looked at the members and said that as expected, they cooked excellent food. Biko appreciated the wonderful aroma. He asked if the members decided to test not only their taste buds but also their sense of smell. He stuck his fork into the steak. Myung-sung said that the questions would not affect the winner in any way. He brought a piece to his mouth. He took a bite, immediately noticing how tender it was. He opened his eyes wide, smiled and said that the meat tasted amazing and the taste of butter went well with the beef. Biko closed his eyes and said that Seok-hyun used ghee. Seok-hyun put his hands behind his back and said that regular butter has a low smoke point so it burns quickly, but with ghee it is different. Yoonjin looked at the guy and asked if he cooked the meat at a high temperature with butter. Seok-hyun said right. Myung-sung said that the taste was excellent. Biko nodded. Seok-hyun bowed and said thank you. Yeon-hee pursed her lips. She pretended to be upset about the topic until the end, so that the opponent would think that she was the weakest among the participants. Myung-sung looked at Yeon-hee's kebab. Yeon-hee responded and said yes. Yoonjin smiled and said that it was not a traditional dish. Biko said that it was similar to kefta kebab, which is made from minced meat. Myung-sung began to cut off pieces. Steam came out of the meat. Sung-hoon nodded and suggested that the meat was slightly overcooked, but Yoon-tae said that it was just right for a kebab. He looked ahead and thought. He said that the outcome of the competition could change. Yoonjin tried it. Her eyes widened. She gasped and said that it was similar to tteokgulbap. Biko looked at his fork and agreed, saying that when making kofta kebab, they use various spices and vegetables, so it tastes like meatballs or tteokgulbap. The meat was fragrantly smoking. The chef said that to give it a special aroma, it was grilled over coals, like shashlik, and despite the crust on the outside, the dish was quite juicy on the inside. Yoonjin nodded vigorously and said that the meat was chewy and not at all dry. Biko smiled. He understood why the girl asked about the grill. She clearly demonstrated a Middle Eastern dish. Yeon-hee bowed and said thank you. Nansen wiped his mouth with a towel and said that it was time to start judging. He took out a tablet. First of all, he noted that the participants were excellent cooks and it was difficult for them to judge them. Member Seok-hyun cooked melt-in-your-mouth steaks with melted butter, which was a very decent dish, and member Yeon-hee made crispy and juicy kebabs. Myung-sung smiled and said that however, member Yeon-hee would be moving on to the finals. Yeon-hee beamed, and Seok-hyun looked at her in confusion. They both bowed, and Sung-hoon watched them in fascination. He was called and asked to get ready. Jeong-tae looked at him seriously and said that it was their turn. Biko nodded, and Myung-sung said that the members had perfected their dishes to perfection and could be served in restaurants without shame, but member Yeon-hee cooked a Middle Eastern dish, for which she received high marks. The members bowed. Myung-sung said that they had done a good job and said that they were great. Sung-hoon watched what was happening. He looked at his friend. The friend came up to him and said that it was their turn. The day was just beginning. The hosts sat down at the table. Manson took out a microphone and said that they were starting the next competition. Biko looked at the participants thoughtfully. Jeong-tae chose tuna and Sung-hoon salmon. Jeong-tae salted a piece of meat and began to rub spices into it. He lowered the piece into the frying pan and began to fry it in oil. Manson looked closely and realized that the guy was making tuna tataki. The guy cut the piece into beautiful slices. Biko rubbed his chin and said that if he cooked it too much, it would crumble a lot, but it wouldn't fall apart. Manson noted that it was cooked just right. Jeong-tae seasoned the meat with lemon juice and thought that it looked perfect. A drop of excitement was running down his face, but he liked everything from the cooking to the presentation. He decided that he would win. He looked at his friend, trying to figure out if he was finishing the job. At this time, Sung-hoon was thoughtfully looking at the pan. Jeong-tae whispered and asked the hero what he was doing. He said that he was waiting. Sung-hoon looked at the timer. He had 1.5 minutes left. He went to the refrigerator and took out a bowl. Jeong-tae's eyes widened, not understanding whether everything had really been marinated in 30 minutes. He pressed his lips together in annoyance. He thought that this couldn't be true because fermentation takes up to a day. The hero took a piece of fish out of the marinade. Jiangti noted that the fish looked marinated. He clenched his teeth in anger. Sung-hoon began to cut the pieces. He fried them in a pan with vegetables. While frying, the hero poured the marinade over the meat. He looked at the meat with concentration. He was not going to make the same mistake as with the beef soup. The timer stopped. Myung-sung said that time was up. There were 2 dishes on the table. Myung-sung suggested moving on to tasting. The fork easily entered Jiangti's tuna. Myung-sung carefully tasted it. He smiled and said that the tuna simply melted in the mouth, and the guy even used sesame seeds to give it a nutty taste. He noted that the belly part of the tuna was used. Biko said that as expected, it was cooked perfectly. Myung-sung looked at the happy Jiangti and said that this dish clearly demonstrates the skill of the chef who cooked it. Jiangti thanked him. Then the host started on the hero's dish. Manson transferred a piece to his plate and thought that salmon and soy sauce looked too simple for the semi-finals. Sung-hoon looked at it excitedly. Manson decided that he shouldn't forget that it was Sung-hoon's cooking. Biko tried it, trying to imagine what this dish would taste like. He chewed and only questions arose. He imagined a bunch of pots in an eastern country and told himself that it tasted delicious. The woman took one of the pots and took out marinated salmon from it, the taste of which the chef now felt in his mouth. Biko looked at the hero and asked if he aged the fish before cooking. Manson and Yoonjin chewed. Manson said that marinated fish definitely tasted better than freshly cooked. The woman asked what kind of pleasant texture it was, because after aging salmon is usually difficult to chew. They assumed that the hero marinated the fish in vinegar. Sung-hoon smiled and said that Koreans really like to eat raw fish, which is easy to chew, so he decided to preserve the texture of the seafood, giving preference to a short fermentation. The hosts nodded to each other. Yoonjin assumed that the decision had already been made. The chef stood in front of the hosts. Both guys were tense. Myung-sung said that it was time to announce the results. They said that the finalist was participant Sung-hoon. The hero looked at his friend in disappointment, who was bitterly silent. She stared in horror at the void in front of him. Sung-hoon frowned, remembering Jisung. Jiangti's hands were shaking behind his back. The hero decided that he needed to expose his essence as soon as possible. He raised his hand, turning to the judges. But it was Jiangti. He said that he would like to exercise the right to be exempt from elimination. Hyun-soo gestured for the cameraman to stop filming. Mina tensed up. Biko looked at Myung-sung in surprise, who smiled and said that at the very beginning of the show, when the chef was not with them yet, he said that contestant Jiangti earned this right by guessing the name of all the ingredients. He was given a coin and told that Jiangti, who took first place, received the right to be exempt from elimination in the subsequent tasks. Jiangti took out and showed this badge. The judges looked at it with interest. Biko grinned and said that things were getting interesting. Jiangti put his hands behind his back. Myung-sung said that in that case they would have to hold another one for the semi-finalists. Sung-hoon nodded, confused. He watched his friend's hands tremble. Myung-sung looked at the producer's message. On the sheet, Hyun-soo wrote that they would hold the semi-final tomorrow morning. Myung-sung looked at the bowed contestants and said that it was late today, so they would return to cooking tomorrow morning. Jiangti walked away sullenly. Sung-hoon looked sadly after his friend. It was evening. Sung-hoon was sitting on the edge of the bed. Jiangti turned away from him and told him to go to bed because filming would start early in the morning. He looked gloomily at the pillow and said that he would definitely win, so he asked the hero to give it his all. Sung-hoon said that even if he was fired because of Jisung, he studied in foreign culinary schools since childhood and built a good career. He asked why his friend was so serious. Jiangti did not move and remained silent. Sung-hoon said that they could always start over. Jiangti jumped up and said loudly no. He said that he could not work in hotels like Julia, he would not even. He sat down opposite the hero and said that if he won, he could continue working as a chef at the Hilton Hotel. Sung-hoon looked at his friend in amazement and asked again about the hotel. Jiangti realized how stupid he had said. He fell silent, and he turned away, covering himself with a blanket. The hero's hand trembled. A new day had arrived. Mina stood next to her brother. The judges had gathered around the table, and there was one last unraised cap. Myung-sung began to raise it and said that the task of the semi-finalists was to cook a lamb dish. Jiangti looked forward seriously. Myung-sung said that they could begin. Sung-hoon was serious. He turned to his friend and said that he would definitely win. He looked at him angrily and said that he would destroy his prejudices about the need to dance to Jae-sung's tune, and also that worthy chefs only work in 5-star hotels. Jiangti frowned. The hero asked him not to fill his head with nonsense. He came closer to his friend and told him to give it his all. Refrigerators. Sung-hoon was standing near the boxes of vegetables. He reached out his hand to them and began to use his ability. He saw onions in the field where the sheep were grazing. He took the necessary potatoes. The opponent added onions to the ingredients. He chopped the lamb. Sung-hoon boiled the chickpeas and added the ingredients to the pot. All he had to do was boil it, season it with pepper and salt, and it was ready to serve. He carefully looked towards the hero. Sung-hoon also added the ingredients to the pot. He pressed the multi-cooker button. Jeong-tae tensed up. There were 10 minutes left. Jeong-tae looked into the pot. Sung-hoon poured the contents into a deep plate. Both smiled contentedly and simultaneously announced that it was ready. The judges looked at the dishes in surprise. Both friends had prepared the same dish. Jeong-tae and Sung-hoon looked at each other in confusion. Biko approached the table and announced that both chefs had prepared bozbash. Manson came over and said it was like a stew. Biko said that to be more precise, it was a Middle Eastern dish, a lamb stew. Biko smiled and said that despite it being the last round, their members preferred Middle Eastern cuisine. Yoonjin smiled and said that the same dish can taste different depending on who cooked it. Why don't they try it and pick a winner? Biko began pouring the stew into bowls, agreed, and suggested that they start with member Jeong-tae. He tried it. He imagined a house in a bright green forest. The chef suddenly found himself at the table. He looked at the judges sitting next to him. Manson smiled and said that stew is a typical Western dish, but it's not difficult to make at home either. Yoonjin took another spoonful. An explosive smile, she notes the light broth, the soft lamb, which together become a perfect combination. Biko smiled and said that it was a taste that was true to the basics. On one hand it was a classic dish, and on the other hand it was unique and at the same time familiar to everyone. The judges began to enjoy the atmosphere that the taste of the dish gave. Myung-sung gave a thumbs up and said that it was very good. Biko raised his hand and said that the taste was perfect. All the ingredients went well together. Yoonjin noted that the salt was also in moderation. Jeong-tae bowed and thanked. Yoonjin took a new spoon and suggested moving on to the next dish. She looked at the plate in amazement and asked why there were so many vegetables. She began to check the contents, said that the cooking time was the same, but the vegetables seemed overcooked. Myung-sung looked at the waiting Sung-hoon, noted that until now he had succeeded in terms of new ideas, but now the same dish was being judged and the level of skill of the cooks was obvious. He tried it, thinking that luck had turned away from the hero. He held the spoon in his mouth. He remembered the multi-cooker with rice and the woman who told him to eat well before his trip to America. Young Myung-sung looked happily at the bowl of rice that was served. His mother said that many people start to miss Korean food when they are abroad. His mother smiled warmly. Myung-sung felt as if he had been struck. Everyone was feeling their mouths in a state of flow. Myung-sung turned abruptly to the others and asked if they were really. Biko said, frightened, that he felt it too. He looked at the plate with a shining gaze, said that the soup was indeed very thick, but its flavor became much deeper due to the well-cooked vegetables and meat. He remembered the slow cooker. The chef did not understand how this was possible with a slow cooker. Biko asked again, surprised. Myung-sung rubbed his chin and said that pork soups or samgyang taste better when cooked in a slow cooker, but using it to cook Western food. Yoonjin looked at the hero and asked if he had cooked in a slow cooker before. The hero looked at the judges and said that they always cook in it at home, so he has known how to use a multi-cooker since he was little. Jeong-tae looked at his friend in shock, because he said that when you cook in a multi-cooker, you don't need to stir the soup, which is why the flavor becomes so deep. The judges were shocked. Biko sighed and said that they could announce a winner. Myung-sung coughed into his fist and said the right thing. He made that same expression and said that the winner of the competition and the finalist was Sung-hoon. Jeong-tae was horrified again, and the hero began to rejoice at the victory. Jeong-tae looked at the judges and asked if it was possible to know the reason. Biko folded his hands together and said that Jeong-tae's dish tasted good, but it was cooked according to the standard, but that was all. Jeong-tae felt like he had been stabbed. Biko showed an open palm, said that imitating someone in cooking is good, but they wanted to see what only Jeong-tae can do. He nodded at the hero and said that even though the hero's dish looked a little rough, he was creative by using a slow cooker and achieving a deep flavor. The judges looked at Jeong-tae and said that this was why they unanimously chose Sung-hoon. Jeong-tae just nodded silently. Myung-sung said that it was a great semi-final competition and everyone did a great job. After a while, Jeong-tae was walking forward with a gloomily hat by his side. The hero stopped him. Jeong-tae froze. He turned around and said that he lost. He looked away and apologized for treating the hero so dismissively. The hero had proven himself. He smiled and said that he was too arrogant and that he should not get hung up on working in a 5-star hotel and should go to a place where he could actually learn something. Sung-hoon was cautiously silent. Jeong-tae extended his hand to him and said that the hero should win. He smiled, corrected himself and said that the hero will succeed wherever he goes. Sung-hoon sighed in relief. The friends shook hands. Jeong-tae suddenly shuddered. He looked at the business card in his hand and asked what it was. Sung-hoon looked at him and said that it was the business card that Chef Kadlov gave him. He said that Jisung would be fired before this episode was shown on TV. Jeong-tae asked again. The hero smiled and said that if he was fired, he should call the number on the business card. He asked not to worry and said that his friend would be able to continue working as a chef. Jiang-tae looked at the business card in amazement and asked why the hero did so much for him. Sung-hoon smiled and said that Jiang-tae was an excellent specialist with a lot of experience, and even though he won the competition, in life Jiang-tae was much better than him. He laughed and said that he thought that this opportunity should be given to a more qualified specialist than him. Besides, he would take first place and he had no use for it anymore. He said that from now on, wherever he went, he would be able to succeed. These were not empty words, right? Yoontae fixed his hair and said of course not, but embarrassedly. Sung-hoon waved goodbye, said that he had things to do, so his friend should go back to the room without him. Yoontae reached out his hand to him, not understanding where the hero was going. He called out to the hero, who stopped and smiled. Evening came. On the fire escape, Mina's voice congratulated the hero on reaching the finals. She happily jumped around the hero and asked how he came up with the idea to cook a dish in a slow cooker. Sung-hoon suddenly grabbed the girl by the shoulders and said that they did not have time for this. Mina twisted and asked what came over the hero. He looked at the girl seriously and asked how far the investigation had gone. Mina looked at him in confusion. Sung-hoon calmly said that Jisung's dealings should be revealed 2 weeks before today's episode. Only then would Jiang-tae be able to safely return to the hotel. Mina looked away with understanding. She abruptly pulled her hands out of her grip, for which the hero immediately began to apologize. Mina thought about it and said that most of the data was at the disposal of broadcasting companies, so at present, not much information was obtained. Sung-hoon asked if it would be possible to finish the investigation after returning home. Mina smiled and asked her not to worry about it. Sung-hoon smiled with relief and apologized for burdening her with extra work. Mina fixed her hair and said that this was all she could do. The hero thanked her for her congratulations. After all, she had brought him a gift. Mina suddenly paid attention. Sung-hoon smiled. His new black shirt fit him like a glove. Mina looked at the hero in shock. He said that he did not deserve such kindness and said thank you. The girl's cheeks turned red. She looked away and said the same. Night, a plane above the city, and the semi-final competition held in Dubai came to an end. Yeonhee and Sung-hoon, who were sleeping on the plane, entered the finals. As expected, someone was jubilant, and someone was indignant. Seok-hyun could hardly hold back his tears. Jiang-tae fought to the end. Envy, fun and anger were in the air on the set. The competition between two friends became something more, and in the end, the show was a success. The KBC building, since they returned to Korea, it was time to sort out the problem. Entertainment department. Mina entered the office, turned on the light, looked at the desktop, remembered the hero's request. She sighed heavily and began to search. She began to sort through the folders, looked at the treasured one. She took out a yellow folder and asked in surprise why it was here if the data needed to be entered into a report and passed on to the boss. She looked at the receipts of very expensive establishments. She took another sheet from the contents. She turned around sharply at the sound. They entered the office. Hyun-soo looked at his sister and asked what she was doing here. The sister quickly blurted out that she was tidying up here. Mina smiled awkwardly and asked why her brother came back. Hyun-soo checked the drawer with folders and said that he wanted to edit. He took out a folder. He slammed the drawer shut. At this time, Mina put the yellow folder in her bag. She walked away and asked her brother not to overexert himself. She managed to take the treasured folder with her. Coffee shop. Mina took out the folder. The hero thanked her. He looked at her and asked how she managed to find the information so quickly. The girl assumed that her brother left it in case Jae-sung threatened him. She looked at her boyfriend and asked what he would do now. Sung-hoon said he would contact the reporters and leak the information to them. Mina thought about it. Sung-hoon looked at her worriedly and asked if there were any problems. Mina looked at him and said that if his brother had problems, the situation could affect the program's ratings. She asked how about passing on the information related to his brother later. The hero agreed and said that he would leave it to him. He put his hand on the folder. The girl asked if he would leak the information tonight. Sung-hoon nodded busily. The day had come. Jisung was getting ready in front of the mirror, listening to the morning news. The host said that the next news concerns a famous chef who often appears on television. The well-known chef Jisung is suspected of receiving bribes to promote restaurants on the programs he took part in. Jisung looked at the screen warily. The reporter is standing near the restaurant that Jisung was promoting. The man clenched his teeth and began to sweat profusely. The phone rang from the hotel's CEO. He was shouting angrily into the receiver and asking if this was true. Jisung looked at the screen and asked who dared to say such an absurd thing. But the gray-haired man told him to go straight to his office after arriving at the hotel. Jisung looked at the phone with annoyance. After a while, the CEO slammed his fist on the table. Jisung closed his eyes. The CEO asked what he was going to do. He said that he had been hit with a barrage of angry comments and they had already reached the Hilton headquarters. Jisung held back his anger and said that he would immediately refute all the accusations against him. The CEO leaned back in his chair and asked to take a rest until everything calmed down. Jisung put his hand on his chest and asked why he needed a break if he didn't really know anything yet. the CEO said until everything calmed down. Jisung looked at the floor guiltily. The director said that if everything said was true and had nothing to do with him, he could quickly return to his duties. He said to think of it as a short vacation. He clenched his fist and said that he would do his best. He walked out the office door. He walked forward with a long stride, trying to figure out who was to blame for all of this. He remembered the call from the hotel association, the man reminding him of what they had discussed. Jisung had listened intently back then. They had not previously agreed on Myeongdong Hotel taking first place among hotels and Hilton Hotel chef Jeongtae in the individual competition. Jisung stopped and remembered the association again. He gritted his teeth and asked himself if it was because Myeongdong Hotel could not take first place that they decided to cut all ties and make it look like nothing had happened. The man's strides widened even more. He decided to tell about all the dirty tricks of the association. The day of the finals, KVS, the spotlights came on. The staff was preparing the scenery. The cameramen were setting up the cameras. Hyunsoo was irritably directing the process. Jisung called him. It was not the first time. He tiredly grabbed his head, not understanding why information about bribery had surfaced now. He decided that if he did not pick up the phone, it meant he was busy. A bead of sweat ran down his face. He was glad that it did not affect him, but only he knew this information, so who made it public? Nina looked at her nervous brother with fear. A wheelchair drove into the studio. Sung-hoon arrived with his family and Yeonhee. Nina smiled and said that she would interview the participants. Sung-hoon approached her. She said that there would be an interview before the final. She told her to go to the waiting room. The hero heard that family members could be present at the filming today, so they arrived together. Nina blushed and said that she would accompany them. She asked if the hero could go to the waiting room first. Nina approached the hero's mother and said hello, asked if they remembered her. Yeonhee watched from the side as the scriptwriter saw the hero's family off. She frowned. After a while, she was giving an interview. She looked away and wondered when to reveal that Mina was dating member Sung-hoon. An idea came to her mind. She looked at Mina and asked her to repeat the question. The scriptwriter asked if Yeonhee felt like a famous hotel chef. Yeonhee fixed her hair and said no. She was asked if she was sure she could take first place. Yeonhee thought about it. She smiled and said that winning was not the most important thing for her. It was enough to show what she was capable of. After a while, Mina interviewed the hero, asked if he would try hard without thinking about winning. The hero enthusiastically said no. He smiled and said that he would fight for first place until the end. Mina laughed and asked if he had thought about what he would spend the prize money on if he won. Sung-hoon thought about it and said he would pay for the hospital bills, and he pictured his family outside a restaurant, cooking together. How fun it was. He smiled. He looked at the camera and said he would think about the rest after he won. Sung-hoon's support group was sitting in the audience. The finalists stood tensely in front of a large crowd. Myung-sung was announcing the start of the show. He raised his hand and said that the final battle was now beginning. Yeonhee and Sung-hoon turned to face each other. Myung-sung looked ahead and suggested that they move on to the finale tasks. Yeonhee looked at him when he said there would be 3 in total. Sung-hoon frowned when the judge said that the winner was the one who won 2 out of the 3 challenges, and if they each won once, they would have an additional 3rd competition. The man raised his hand and suggested that they move on to the first task. The boy pulled the rope and the scroll unrolled. The task was called Court Cuisine. The hero looked at it tensely. Myung-sung looked at Yoonjun and asked if this type of cuisine was not her signature dish. She confirmed. The old lady smiled and said that her senior colleague would be joining them in this competition. The subjects looked at him. The man stood in front of them. He smiled and said that his name was Shin Kuyol. He was an expert in the court cuisine of the Joseon dynasty, which is included in the list of intangible cultural heritage in the 4th generation. He was asked to be a judge for this competition. Myung-sung shook his hand. The old man looked ahead and said that the topic of today's competition was the court cuisine of the Joseon dynasty. He said that it includes pre-breakfast, which is served until 7 in the morning, breakfast and lunch, which can be compared to an afternoon snack. The contestants looked at him as he said that for the first of the 3 challenges, they would have to cook dishes that were usually served for lunch. The hero thought that the main dish could be tangpyeongi, sinsialo, bulgogi, walgwash, but it had to be one, so what should he cook? He looked at his mother and sister. They were looking at him with excitement. His mother whispered that he could do it. The boy smiled. He remembered something. Yeonhee looked at him. The lights in the hall went out and the host announced that the battle had begun. The contestants went to their kitchens. Sung-hoon looked at the ingredients and thought that no matter what, preparing the ingredients was the most important. He thought that if he gave preference to chicken that was raised in good conditions and ingredients that were grown naturally. The hero rolled up his sleeves. He thought that everything was ready and now he could start cooking. Sung-hoon decided that he would boil the chicken first. Then he fried the cucumbers in starch until they formed a crust. The hero took the chicken out of the water. He thought that after the chicken was boiled, it should be cut along the fibers. Then Sung-hoon mixed the resulting broth with sesame seeds in a blender. He looked away with concern. Yeonhee smiled smugly. She frowned and thought that it took her years to master this skill. The girl thought that it was necessary to make thin cuts on both sides. It was important that they were at the same distance and depth. Sweat was running down her face. She thought that this is how diamonds are formed between the fibers. Yeonhee smiled and thought that she had done it perfectly. Koo-yeol looked at Yoonjun and said that he saw such work for the first time. She was a very capable cook. She replied that you would expect nothing less from a finalist. Biko smiled and said that she was skillful with a knife. Myungsung said that thanks to such cuts, the meat would absorb the seasoning well and be soft. Apparently she was going to cook nobiri. The girl was filmed by a camera. She was frying meat on the fire. Yeonhee looked at it intently. The audience looked at her with delight and said what an aroma, it smelled delicious. The redhead smiled and thought that she had everything ready. She looked to the side and thought that she had won the first competition. Sung-hoon was tensely squeezing out the ingredients. His sister looked at him and asked what he was cooking. There was no smell from their place, which was very sad. The hero was squeezing out a rag. His sister looked at her mother and asked if she knew what he decided to make. She recognized the dish in shock. She remembered how the guy cooked it at the beginning of his career. Sung-hoon was stirring the pot. He put the plate on the table and asked his mother to try it while it was warm. She looked at the dish with delight. The hero presented the plate to the judges and said that everything was ready. The judges looked at the food in shock. Sung-hoon frowned and said that it was from the court cuisine. There was soup in front of them. The hero said that he made him jasatan. The chefs placed the prepared dishes in front of the judges sitting at the table. Myungsung and Biko raised their eyebrows in surprise. The man noticed that member Yeonhee made nobiani. On the white plate was thinly sliced marinated beef. The girl raised her eyebrows and smiled smugly. Myungsung smiled and rubbed his chin, asking what member Sung-hoon made. The guy furrowed his brows and put his hands behind his back, saying that he made him jasatan from the court cuisine. An unusual dish was presented on a blue-white plate. Yeonhee looked away, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. The girl looked at the dish prepared by the main character and mentally said its name. The man with the beard raised his eyebrows, saying that when it comes to court cuisine, the first things that come to mind are sansalolo and thampyeongi. He asked why the guy chose him jasatan. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that it was closest to him because his father made this dish when his mother was sick. The man noted that preparing this dish takes a lot of effort. His father must have loved his mother very much. The woman raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth. Yoonrong picked up a spoon and moved the plate closer, saying that they could start tasting. The woman closed her eyes, bringing the spoon to her mouth. Yoonrong smiled contentedly, bright streams of energy spreading from her heart throughout her body. Nutty notes of sesame and rich chicken broth. Biko brought the spoon to himself and raised his eyebrows, saying that the dish was very aromatic and refreshing. This was his first time eating imjasatan. The hero asked if it was healthy. Yoonjun raised her index finger and turned to him, saying that it was true, as it was a type of healthy food eaten in the summer. Many people think that sesame seeds are an easily accessible ingredient, but they are part of the philosophical ideas that all diseases can be cured through food due to their detoxifying and antioxidant properties. Sesame seeds were sprinkled onto the imjasatan dish. The man in traditional clothing raised the spoon to his mouth. He smiled contentedly. If we base it on the fact that the purpose of the court cuisine is to maintain the health of the royal family, then this dish meets all the requirements. Biko raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he understood everything. He asked what about starch. It is also added for health. The ingredients of the dish were in the broth. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that this is not true. Starch is added to prevent the broth from becoming cloudy, because imjasatan is supposed to maintain a piquant and refreshing taste. The hero's gloved hands were holding an object, and a bright broth was pouring out of it into a bowl. The man pointed out that in order for the broth to be clearer, it was necessary to use peeled sesame seeds, and therefore, the imagination that contestant Sung-hoon prepared had a very clear taste. The judge looked at the boy, asking if his father had taught him this. The protagonist nodded in response, saying that it was true. The man raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he was a capable student since he remembered everything so well. The audience looked at the chef standing in front of the judges sitting at the table. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled, telling the hero sitting next to him to wipe his mouth. The young man frowned and blushed, telling him to do the same. The hero said that next time they will definitely stop by the hotel where Sung-hoon works. The boy sitting next to him smiled, saying that even if they make a reservation now, their turn will not come until next year. The girl clenched her fists and smiled widely. She closed her eyes and held her mother's hand, who was sitting next to her, asking if she heard that. It seemed like her brother would win. The woman smiled, saying that nothing was known yet, so they should calm down and wait for what the judges would say. Biko smiled and brought the microphone to himself, saying that the court cuisine was quite interesting and the taste was amazing. The guy nodded, thanking him. The girl frowned, looking down. The judge noted that they could now move on to tasting the dish of member Yeonhee. Myungsung raised his eyebrows and clasped his hands in front of him. looking at the plate and asking if that was all she had made. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows and nervously said that it was. Yoonjin folded her arms, saying that it was sad that in 60 minutes she had only made nobiani. In any case, they should try the dish. Myungsung picked up his chopsticks and smiled, saying that he agreed with her. He picked up a piece of marinated beef. The man brought the meat to his mouth and took a bite. The judge raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that it was incredibly tender. The specialty of court cuisine is the moderate use of seasonings and careful preparation of ingredients. Thinly sliced marinated beef fell onto a white plate. The man looked at the contestant, saying that there was not too much salt, so the dish tasted good. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows and smiled, her cheeks blushing. However, the judge said that he was disappointed. The girl looked at him in surprise. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that nobiani is a simple dish that is usually prepared for exams with a time limit of up to 25 minutes, and since she had 60 minutes to complete this task, she could have chosen another dish. Biko raised his eyebrows and pointed at her, saying that he agreed with his colleagues. Her nobiani was definitely the best he had tried, but there were other meat dishes that could be made more difficult. As a chef, she took the easy way out. The girl nervously pursed her lips, beads of sweat dripping down her cheek. The judges stood in front of the contestants. Myungsung brought the microphone to himself, saying that it was time to announce the results of the past competition. Yeonhee frowned, looking forward in concentration. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows, a bead of sweat dripping down his cheek. The judge announced that contestant Sunghoon was the winner. The girl and the guy opened their mouths in surprise. Sunghoon smiled happily, looking forward. Yeonhee knitted her eyebrows and lowered her head sadly. The girl smiled happily and raised her hands clenched into fists. The woman covered her mouth with her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Myungsung raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that the contestant not only took the basics of court cuisine into account, but also prepared an excellent dish. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled, thanking him. The man looked at the girl, saying that she demonstrated excellent knife skills, but she took this task half-heartedly. Yeonhee closed her eyes, saying that she understood everything. Myungsung pointed his hand at the judge, thanking Kyle for participating. The man smiled, saying that he had a nice time. He thanked them for inviting him here. Myungsung raised his eyebrows, saying, "Next." Hyunsoo knitted his eyebrows and raised his hands. The man smiled and extended his hand forward, saying that it was time to move on to the second event. Yeonhee knitted her eyebrows sadly. Sunghoon looked ahead with concentration. The filming crew was outside. The bright sun was setting behind the houses. The makeup artist approached the man in the suit sitting on a chair. Yeonhee and Sunghoon opened their eyes in surprise and half opened their mouths, looking forward. The voice announced that the theme of the second competition was street food. In front of the heroes were trucks with a kitchenette. Yeonhee stood next to the main character. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Myungsung put his hand forward and smiled, asking if the participants were surprised. They were on the set where the series was being filmed. The judges stood in front of the heroes. The man said that their task was to sell food prepared in a truck. The winner was the one who earned the most in 1 hour. They had already prepared everything they needed. If the participants needed anything else, they should tell the crew members about it. They would help. The boxes contained onions, green cabbage, potatoes. Meat was sealed. The man said that it did not matter what exactly they would say. The main thing was that it corresponded to the target audience. Younghee and Sunghoon knitted their brows, putting their hands behind their backs. Myungseong knitted his brows and raised his index finger, saying that they would start in an hour, and in the meantime, the members could get ready. The protagonist thoughtfully rubbed his chin and raised his head, wondering what he should cook. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that if it was street food, wouldn't it be better to make something simple and easy to eat? Sunghoon raised his brows and turned around, thinking about what the judge said about identifying the target audience. He saw the crew members discussing something. A girl stood to the side with papers in her hands, and a dark-haired guy stood next to her. The protagonist froze, looking at the filming process and thinking that there were quite a lot of young people on the set. Sunghoon closed his eyes and rubbed his chin, thinking that recently the young people were taking care of their nutrition, therefore they were on a diet, and since we were talking about a dietary and easy-to-eat dish, then it could only be one thing. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled, imagining a vegetable salad. The guy took a wicker basket and went to the boxes with vegetables. Sunghoon closed his eyes and put his hand on the cabbage. Bright streams of energy appeared in his hand. He imagined fields where green cabbage grows. The hero in gloves plucked cabbage from the garden. He lifted it higher. Sunghoon smiled, putting the cabbage in the basket, where there were also red tomatoes and mushrooms. The hero's hand reached for the packaged fillet. The girl took the meat lying nearby in her other hand. The heroes turned their heads, looking at each other. The guy opened his eyes wide, thinking about why she took the beef. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked into his basket, not understanding why the hero chose chicken. The members frowned, turning away from each other. The hero behind the camera raised his hand, declaring a break. Yeonhee smiled. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that they were both curious about what the opponent would cook, so why not share the information? The protagonist furrowed his brows, reluctantly agreeing with her suggestion. The girl began to count to 3. Sung-hoon opened his mouth, saying, "Salad." Yeonhee raised her eyebrows and smiled without saying a word. The girl smiled widely, saying that he was going to make a chicken salad. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking what she was doing. Yeonhee turned around and smiled, saying that competitions can be brutal. She wished him luck. The guy frowned, looking down. Suddenly, a hand enveloped in streams of bright energy grabbed her shoulder. The girl frowned and opened her mouth wide, asking what was going on. The protagonist smiled and handed her the vegetable, saying that she had dropped an onion. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows at him. She picked up the onion and thanked him. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows and smiled, wishing her luck in making beef tataki. Yeonhee's eyes widened, asking how he knew about it. The man pointed the camera at her. The girl smiled and adjusted a strand of hair, wondering how he knew about it. The bright sun was setting on the horizon. The rays of the setting sun fell on the food trucks. On the table, there was a spatula and a knife, and next to them was a cutting board. In a wicker basket, there were green cabbage, red tomatoes, and mushrooms. Next to it was a chicken fillet. The protagonist rolled up his sleeves, getting ready to start cooking. He thought about frying the chicken breast first, and then soaking the lettuce in cold water to preserve its crispy texture. The meat was fried in a frying pan until golden brown. The lettuce leaves were in a deep bowl with cold water. Then you need to cut the king oyster mushrooms, which are rich in fiber. On the cutting board were sliced mushrooms, cherry tomatoes, romaine lettuce, and the dressing will be made of balsamic sauce. The sauce was poured from the bottle into the chopped salad. The protagonist thought that a simple and nutritious chicken and mushroom salad was ready. The dish was served in a square plate with high sides. Sung-hoon smiled, looking at the prepared dish. The judges stood on the court. Myung-seong extended his hand forward, saying that from now on, the second competition begins. The man frowned and smiled, telling the people present on the court that they can just stand in front of the food truck and enjoy the meal, but they can only choose one dish, so they need to think carefully. The people opened their eyes thoughtfully. The guy scratched his head. The main character noticed a girl approaching him. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, politely asking him for a salad. Sung-hoon opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows, thinking that this girl was the main actress in this series. She looked at him thoughtfully and tilted her head. The guy began to collect the necessary ingredients, asking her to wait a minute. The girl picked up a plate of salad, thanking the hero. She brought the fork to her mouth. The girl opened her eyes wide and smiled, saying that it was very tasty. The salad tasted fresh. The people behind her were standing still. The girl in the crowd suggested that they also give preference to the salad. The guy noted that this was a great idea because he was on a diet. The hero in glasses smiled and approached the van, asking to serve him a salad. The girl standing next to him asked for the same. Sung-hoon smiled, thinking that this was a success. As expected, he hit the target. The guy turned his head, looking at a group of people who were approaching a nearby food truck. A girl was using fire to smoke a dish. Yeonhee smiled, thinking that this was the beauty of street food. Hyun-soo stood with his back turned, looking at the papers in his hands. He said that the results would definitely not be what they expected. The hero thought that the final battle that would determine the winner of the Best Chef program was street food. On the unfolded scroll with green edges was the inscription, Street Food. The goal of the second task is to sell food cooked in a food truck. The one who earns the most in an hour wins. The sun's rays fell on 2 food trucks. Participant Yeonhee made beef tataki, and participant Sung-hoon made chicken and mushroom salad. The girl was heating up her dish with the flame of the burner. The boy reached out his hand for the cherry tomatoes. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Myung-seong rubbed his chin and smiled, saying that the battle was going to be fun. Liko folded his arms and smiled, saying that it was definitely true. He didn't know who would win since the target audience was very different. Those who cared about nutrition and were on a diet lined up for Sung-hoon, while the middle-aged people who always preferred to eat rice preferred Yeonhee. The heroes stood next to the van. The male lead knitted his brows, diligently busy with his cooking. The men smiled while standing in line. The girl knitted her brows while busy with her cooking. Yoonjun raised her brows, asking what about them. Will they try the contestant's dish? Myung-seong looked at her and smiled, saying, of course. The boy in the cap served the judges salad and tataki. The man suggested trying Sung-hoon's salad first. Sliced mushrooms, tomatoes, lettuce, and fried chicken were dressed with sauce. Myung-seong closed his eyes and smiled, saying that the salad had an incredible aroma. He brought his fork to his mouth and tasted the dish. The man closed his eyes, saying that it was delicious. The meat was very tender, the vegetables were fresh, and the sauce was just right. It was perfect. Myung-seong looked at Yoonjun, saying that this was to be expected from Sung-hoon. The guy kept the bar high. The woman picked up the fork and smiled, saying that it was true. She asked how he managed to select such fresh products. Did he really have some kind of ability? The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled. Biko smiled and introduced oyster mushrooms, saying that adding mushrooms to the salad was a great decision because without them it would feel like something was missing. The guy picked up a plate of tataki, saying that they could move on to tasting Yoni's dish. He picked up rice with a piece of fried beef with his chopsticks. The hero closed his eyes and began to chew the food. Biko raised his eyebrows, saying that it was delicious. The meat was very tender, like in the last competition. She cooked the meat perfectly. The sauce combined with the smoke created a sweet, savory taste. Drops of sauce fell on the piece of beef and rice. Yoonjin raised her eyebrows, saying that this was amazing. She asked who would win this competition. Myungseong raised his eyebrows, saying that in terms of taste they were both good, but it was not only about that. There were lines of people forming near the food trucks. The judge pointed his finger forward, asking her to take a look. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise and turned her head. He noticed that because of the smell of fried meat, the people who were standing next to Sung-hoon were starting to leave. The guy smiled, saying that the aroma was incredible. The girl closed her eyes, saying that it smelled delicious. She suggested eating meat. The guy smiled and walked forward, agreeing with her idea. Yoonjin rubbed her chin, saying that it was hard to resist when there was a smell of roast beef all around. The aroma of meat spread throughout the street. Biko raised his eyebrows, saying that member Yeonhee seemed to be planning on doing something else. The girl was using a burner to cook the dish. The fire was burning brightly. The man widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, saying that it was delicious. Yeonhee knitted her eyebrows and smiled, thinking that this was what she wanted. Myungsung raised his eyebrows and put his hand forward, saying that when it came to street food, one should definitely give preference to simple dishes. But one should not forget about the show, because that is what attracts customers. Biko rubbed his chin, saying that it was true. It seemed like member Yeonhee knew more about street food. The people in line at Sung-hoon's began to move to another food truck. The guy frowned and gritted his teeth, mentally asking them to wait a little longer. The guy smiled and handed the salad to the man. Yeonhee frowned, putting a piece of beef on the rice. The judges were watching the proceedings attentively. Hyunsoo was looking ahead, holding a notebook and pen in his hands. It had become dark outside, and the end of the second competition was announced. The judges stood in front of the participants. Myungsung raised his eyebrows and said while looking at the paper that the gap was not that big. The man looked ahead, saying that out of the 100 people on the stage, 43 people preferred the chicken and mushroom salad, and 57 people preferred the beef tataki. The protagonist's eyes widened, looking ahead. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows and smiled widely. The judge announced that Yeonhee was the winner of this challenge. Yeonhee smiled and bowed, thanking them. Biko raised his eyebrows, saying that since they had each won once, it was time to announce the winner. Myungsung smiled and looked at him, saying that it was correct. The man furrowed his brows and raised his index finger, saying that the third and final task did not have a specific theme, so they should cook the dish they were most confident in, but they should prepare the ingredients themselves. Sung-hoon opened his mouth. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows, looking ahead. Myungsung held out his hand, saying that the final battle would be in 3 days. The hero behind the camera was pointing the lens. The protagonist furrowed his brows and looked down, thinking that he needed to prepare the ingredients himself. He looked at his palm, which was enveloped in a bright stream of energy. The boy thought that maybe he could do better with this task because of his ability. The girl furrowed her brows at him. Yeonhee turned to him, saying that the hero did well today. Sung-hoon smiled and clenched his fist, congratulating her because she had done well. Yeonhee closed her eyes and smiled, saying that it was true because she had reached the finals using only her skills. The boy widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, asking what she was talking about. Yeonhee frowned and looked at him, saying that she was doing it. Unlike the one who played dirty, the protagonist widened his eyes. Above the bus parking lot, there was a dark night sky with bright stars. The boy was standing near one of the vehicles. The protagonist sadly hung his head down. He remembered the words that the girl said to him as she left. Sung-hoon thoughtfully rubbed his chin, wondering what she meant. The protagonist picked up his phone. On the screen was a message from Mina. The girl wrote that he did a great job today. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled. A blush appeared on his cheeks. The voice asked what the boy was doing here. Sung-hoon dropped the phone from his hands in surprise. Yeonhee folded her arms across her chest, asking why he didn't get on the bus and was standing here. The guy smiled and put his phone in his pocket, saying that he was going to sit down. The girl frowned, asking how he knew that she wanted to sentence beef tataki. The protagonist smiled and rubbed his neck, thinking that he couldn't say that he had the ability to see people's memories when he touched them. Sung-hoon closed his eyes, saying that anyone would come to that conclusion after seeing her grocery basket. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking if it was possible that he only guessed because the scriptwriter Mina told him about the task in advance. Sung-hoon frowned, asking what Mina had to do with it. The guy thought that when the memories flooded his head, it seemed like he saw himself in Mina from the outside. The protagonist grabbed the girl's hand. Yeonhee stood around the corner, looking at the heroes. The girl smiled, saying that she knew that he was dating the scriptwriter Mina. The male lead furrowed his brows, asking so what? Yeonhee frowned, wondering why he wasn't even trying to deny it. The girl said that she didn't mind that he knew about the mission in advance, but if he used some tricks in the last mission, then she would expose their relationship. Sunhoon furrowed his brows, looking at her. Yeonhee folded her arms over her chest in displeasure and raised her eyebrows. The guy stood in front of her, saying that she was talking about it as if Mina had leaked all the missions to him a long time ago and he had won the competition. The girl raised her head, asking if that was true. The guy opened his mouth, saying that it was true that he was dating Mina, but their relationship had nothing to do with the program. He asked how she could prove that he knew about the competitions in advance. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that he couldn't prove the opposite either. The protagonist stood in the parking lot near the bus. The protagonist's mouth fell open. He said that in that case, he would tell her what dish he was going to cook. The girl furrowed her brows, asking what he was talking about. Sunhoon rubbed the back of his head and closed his eyes, saying that no matter what he said, she would continue to believe in what she believed in, so he would tell her what he was going to cook. Yeonhee folded her arms across her chest, agreeing with his proposal. She wondered why he was so confident. The protagonist came closer. The guy leaned towards her, telling her what he was going to cook in this competition. The girl widened her eyes and frowned, asking what he was talking about. A dark car drove down the road. Sunhoon frowned and looked out the window, thinking that Yeonhee had seen him meet with Mina. Others might also have doubts and questions when they find out that the scriptwriter and the program participant were dating. The hero raised his head, thinking that he was careless. Hyunsoo raised his eyebrows and turned to the hero, asking if he could tell the viewers where he was going. There was a cameraman sitting in the backseat with a camera. Sunhoon smiled, saying that he could do it. He thought that he needed to focus on filming for now. The hero said that he was currently looking for ingredients for his dish. Hyunsoo asked where he was going. Above the green treetops, there was a blue sky with white clouds. Sunhoon raised his eyebrows, saying that he was going to Paju. Hyunsoo widened his eyes, repeating his words in surprise. The guy smiled, saying that it was true. Above the pillars was a blue sky, and at the entrance was written that it was the Paju Bean Festival. Hyunsoo put his hands on his hips and opened his eyes wide. The male lead turned around and smiled, saying that he was glad that the day of the purchase coincided with the festival. The producer walked behind the male lead, asking if he wanted to make something with beans, and the male lead said that he did. Jiangsu County is ideal for growing beans, because with good soil and a wide range of temperatures during the day, soybeans grown in this region were so valuable that they were served at the table of high-ranking officials in the Joseon dynasty. There was a bright blue sky above the fields and buildings nearby. Green beans grew on branches with leaves. Sunhoon raised his eyebrows, saying that he was going to find ingredients of excellent quality here, and Hyunsoo smiled, saying that he understood him. The male lead suggested that they go. The sun was shining brightly in the blue sky, its rays falling on the ground. There were red flags above the tents. All the tents were labeled according to the crops they contained. The seller said that these beans were of high quality, so they were definitely worth buying. The hero bent over the green beans. The seller said that they were inexpensive and of high quality. People walked forward with bags. The sellers called more customers to them. Hyunsoo raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide, saying that he had no idea that there were so many people here. The cameraman aimed the camera lens. Sunhoon frowned, looking around. The woman closed her eyes and held out the beans in her hand, calling the handsome young man here. She smiled and placed the beans in his palm, saying that he did not need to look for anything else, because these beans were of the highest quality. The protagonist asked if this was true. Light beans fell into her gloved palms. Sunhoon furrowed his brows and closed his eyes. Bright streams of blue energy appeared around him. Hyunsoo folded his arms across his chest, wondering what the hero was doing. The boy opened his eyes and smiled, asking for 1 kilogram of these beans. The producer's eyes widened, surprised that he was able to select the necessary beans so quickly. The woman smiled and began to fill the bag with beans, saying that the handsome man had a diamond eye. For such a cute young man, and the goods are not stingy. The hero smiled and bowed, thanking her. Hyunsoo arched his eyebrows, wondering what it was. The boy's popularity had increased due to his amazing abilities. He went with him, expecting to get good footage, but was everything really that simple? The main character smiled, picking up the bag of beans. The producer walked behind the boy, calling his name. The hero turned to him. Hyunsoo raised his eyebrows, asking what dish he was planning to make. The cameraman pointed the lens at him. Sunhoon raised his eyebrows, looking up. He remembered how he walked closer to Yeonhee, naming the dish he wanted to make. The producer widened his eyes, asking what. Sunhoon furrowed his eyebrows and smiled, saying that they heard right. He was really going to invite Daojong. Myungsung raised his index finger, saying that the third and final task did not have a specific theme. They needed to make the dish they were most confident in. When the last task was announced, the hero immediately thought about the dish. The guy closed his eyes. Then he suddenly thought about what brought him to this program. It was Daojang that allowed him to participate in Best Chef. There was a dish on the plate, next to it was a glass of drink. So the guy decided to cook what brought him to where he is now. The hero tightly clutched the handles of the bag in his hand, thinking that back then he had nothing on hand except the city. But now it's different. He will find the best ingredients and cook the perfect dish. Hyunsu put his hands on his hips, asking if this would be enough. The cameraman was next to him. Sung-hoon was holding 2 full black bags in his hands. He smiled and turned around, asking what he was talking about. The guy closed his eyes and walked forward, saying that he wanted to look around a little more. The producer agreed with his words. The hero looked at the colorful beans in the basins, thinking that they seemed to be of good quality, but not that. The guy stopped. The man was sitting in front of the beans for sale. He frowned, wondering who on earth chose this place. The protagonist came closer and smiled, asking if he could touch his products. The man said that he could do so as much as he wanted. The young man took the light beans in his hand. A bright energy appeared around him. The beans grew on branches with green leaves, and the dark night sky was above the fields. A bright light fell on the growing beans. A man in a hat and gloves was sorting through the ripening beans. Sung-hoon smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that these were indeed excellent beans. The man frowned, asking what he was talking about. The guy looked at the salesman, asking how it was that his produce was the only one grown in a different temperature range. The man raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, asking how he knew about it. The hero looked away and scratched his head, saying that he just had a keen eye. The man smiled and raised his index finger, saying that it was true, and the young man really knew a thing or two about it. Their plot was in a mountainous area, so the temperature differences were greater. The protagonist noted that this was also why the quality of the produce was better. The light beans were in orange bowls. The man said that was true. He grew and picked everything himself, pod by pod. Sung-hoon pointed at the beans, asking him to weigh 2 kilograms for him. The man smiled, saying that he would put more in for him. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows, gasping for breath, asking if the guy was finished already. Sung-hoon smiled, saying that they could go. The salesman behind him waved his hand, telling him to come again. The producer and cameraman followed behind the hero. Hyunsu asked if there were any more ingredients. The hero looked ahead, saying that was all. The guy turned around and smiled, saying that all that was left was to buy rice. The man cried out in surprise. Thus began the journey to find quality rice. It was dark outside. The car was moving along the road. For the Sandongmi variety, the participant Sung-hoon went to the province of Jeollabuk-do. The sign indicated Jeollabuk-do. Rumor has it that this variety ranks first in terms of the size of the cultivated area in the country. In addition, it has the largest grains. Next to the package were white grains of rice. Despite the fact that the participant decided on the variety and the place. His purchase, the journey continued. Sung-hoon thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Behind him stood Hyunsu and the cameraman. The boy stood next to a worker near a field. The sun was rising from behind the mountains. The hero put his hand on a bag with a picture of wheat. Hyunsu still could not understand by what criteria he was cleaning the products, because the boy simply touched the products and closed his eyes and then said that this was not it. The main character frowned and closed his eyes. Hyunsu raised his hands up. The sky was scarlet. Sung-hoon lost his eyes and shook his head. The producer closed his eyes and sighed tiredly. The next day, they were even more exhausted. There was a blue sky above the green tops of the trees. The sun was shining brightly. Various beans were presented in basins and bags. The main character carefully examined them, bowing his head. Next to him was a cameraman. Hyunsu opened his eyes wide and put his hand to his head, thinking that the final battle was already tomorrow, and they were wasting time buying ingredients. The phone rang in his pants pocket. The man brought the receiver to his ear, answering Min's call. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that the preparations were done, and asked when they would be returning to Seoul. The hero said that he didn't know. Nina pointed out that the finale was tomorrow. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows, saying that he was asking the same thing. The man opened his mouth, asking if they had finished filming Member Yonhee choosing ingredients. Nina said that they had finished yesterday morning. The girl furrowed her brows, asking what would happen if he couldn't find the ingredients today either. Hyunsu said that he would have to drag them back by force. The girl asked if she should come. The man said that it wasn't necessary, asking her to just prepare everything for their arrival. He would repeat it once they were finished. The hero ended the call, pressing the end call button. Sung-hoon turned around and raised his eyebrows, saying that they would probably be late today, so he suggested that they have lunch first. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows, agreeing with his suggestion. He wondered who would be eating lunch at this hour. There was a blue sky above the bright building. A woman was putting food on plates and placing them on a tray. A man was carrying a full tray to the table. The characters smiled happily when they saw the food being served. The man said that their order was ready. There were bowls of rice, a plate of fish, soup, and more on the table. The operator smiled and closed his eyes, wishing everyone a pleasant appetite. Sung-hoon closed his eyes and brought a spoon with rice to his mouth. Hyun-soo raised his eyebrows, tasting the rice. His eyes widened. The man opened his mouth slightly, thinking that this rice was sweet and salty at the same time. He realized what this sandongmi tasted like. The protagonist jumped up from his seat and opened his mouth wide, asking where they bought this rice. The man folded his arms across his chest and smiled, asking if they liked it. Sung-hoon came closer, asking to tell them where they could buy such rice. The man rubbed the back of his head, saying that this rice was supplied to them by a farm. The boy raised his eyebrows pitifully and took the man's hand, asking him to save him and give him the address of the farm. The man smiled, saying that it was not difficult, but there was another way. He handed the hero a piece of paper folded several times. The boy thanked him. The bright sun was visible from behind the mountains. The man in the hat folded his arms across his chest, saying that there was no rice. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking how this was possible. The man raised his eyebrows and tilted his head to the side, saying that although they had only recently harvested the crop, they had already taken everything. Sung-hoon frowned pitifully, saying that he needed at least a little. The man closed his eyes and smiled, saying that, alas, it was impossible. This year the harvest was poor, that's why it was taken apart so quickly. The guy fell to his knees in front of him and drooped, thinking that it was all over. There were 15 hours left until the final. On the unrolled scroll with green edges was an inscription, "Free Theme." The main character's sister and mother were sitting in the hall, looking ahead attentively. Mina stood next to Hyun-soo, who folded his arms across his chest. Myung-sung smiled and put his hand forward, saying that the day of the final battle for the title of Best Chef had finally arrived. They asked the participants to prepare ingredients that matched the theme they had chosen. Yeonhee and Sung-hoon stood in front of plates covered with iron lids. Suliat asked if they were ready. The participants put their hands behind their backs, saying in one voice, yes. Myung-sung raised his eyebrows, offering to check what ingredients Yeonhee had sentenced. The girl smiled and removed the lid from the plate, saying that she had chosen beef tenderloin. There was a piece of meat on a wooden board. Myung-sung smiled, saying that tenderloin was a rather expensive cut of beef and it looked great. Yeonhee furrowed her brows and smiled, saying that she had prepared top-notch meat that had been walking on 4 legs for a while. Myung-sung held his hand out, saying that the tenderloin would be great for steak or grilling. The girl said that was true. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows and put her hands behind her back, saying that she had thought long and hard about what dish to make, and then decided on steak, the main course at the hotel restaurant. The onlookers looked at this in surprise, their faces blushing. The girl raised her hand to her face, saying that her mouth was already watering. The protagonist looked at his opponent, thinking that she would cook a sirloin steak. The judge said it was time to move on to the next contestant. The guy looked at him. Yoonjun raised her eyebrows, asking the contestant to show him what he had cooked. The protagonist smiled and reached for the lid, saying that he had cooked something unusual. A bright light appeared under the lid. The audience widened their eyes in surprise. The man said that although they had just harvested the crops, they had already taken everything apart. The protagonist fell to his knees in front of him, thinking that this could not be true. The man scratched the back of his head and raised his eyebrows, asking what was wrong with him. The guy saw several bags behind his back. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows and pointed at them, asking what kind of bags they were. The man turned around, saying that these were theirs, they kept them for themselves for food, and sold the rest. The protagonist turned to the boss. The man raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. Sung-hoon frowned pitifully and looked at him with a pleading look. The man pointed at the bags with his finger, asking if he really wanted to take the last one. Sung-hoon opened his eyes wide and clasped his hands together, pitifully begging the boss. The man said that he would never do that. The protagonist lifted the iron lid, saying that he had condemned the rice and soybeans. On the plate were small bowls of rice and yellow beans. The spectators raised their eyebrows in confusion. The guy frowned, asking what kind of choice this was. Sung-hoon smiled, thinking that this was what he needed. The protagonist did not think that he would use the soybeans he had bought so much of. The protagonist sat on his knees in front of the man, his eyes wide and pitiful, saying that he would give him everything he had if only he would give him a bowl of rice. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that he could give him the bowl. The guy thanked him. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows and looked at him, thinking that he only prepared soybeans and rice. She thought he was lying, but it seemed like the hero really decided to make daojang. The girl frowned, wondering what the guy was thinking. Did he really think he could win with this? Myung-sung raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that the ingredients seemed simple at first glance, but there was something special about them. Sung-hoon smiled, saying that it was since the soybeans were from the Jiangsu region, and the rice was the sandongmi variety from Jeollabuk-do. Baeko rubbed his chin thoughtfully, repeating the regions the guy listed. The woman said that she expected nothing less. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yoonjin put her hands behind her back and smiled, saying that the contestant had prepared the most famous soybeans and rice in the country. Myungsung asked if that was true. The woman remarked that it was, even though they may look ordinary on the outside, their quality was high. The plates contained yellow soybeans and white rice. Yoonjin raised her eyebrows, saying that it must have been difficult to obtain. The protagonist closed his eyes and nodded. Myungsung put his hand forward, saying that since all the preparations were complete, it was time to begin the final fight. Yeonhee looked ahead with concentration. Sung-hoon frowned, a bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. The audience began to applaud. The protagonist smiled as he put on his gloves. He picked up the pot of water by the handles, thinking that it was time to begin. Yeonhee wiped the meat, thinking that the first thing she needed to do was soak the meat to remove the blood, then tie it with kitchen string and cut it. The girl tied a piece of beef tenderloin. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows and smiled, starting to cut the meat. She thought that next she needed to season it with olive oil, pepper, and salt. Yeonhee sprinkled pepper on the oiled meat. She picked up a plate and scooped up the contents with a spoon. The girl thought that while the meat was soaking in the spices, she needed to prepare the sauce. Once it is ready, the preparation is complete. The girl put a small drop on her hand. Yeonhee smiled, bringing her hand closer to her face. Now it was time to fry the marinated meat. She picked up the meat with the tongs. Yeonhee raised her eyebrows and looked away. The people in the audience widened their eyes. They were smiling, saying that the aroma was incredible. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that the smell of fragrant soybeans was simply delicious. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked ahead, not understanding why they were talking about the smell of soybeans. The main character closed his eyes, pouring the contents of the plate into a large bowl. The translucent contents poured into the container covered with a napkin. The audience closed their eyes and smiled. The judges sat at the table with their eyes closed. There were smiles on their faces. Yeonhee frowned and opened her eyes wide, saying that this could not be. She stood in front of the table where Sung-hoon was working, asking if they were talking about the smell of soybeans filling the room. The lights in the stands were turned off, leaving only the lamps above the hall itself. The chef's attention was focused on the ingredients. The protagonist put on gloves, deciding to start with the daojian. Sung-hoon first put the beans in a pan, wanting to boil them. When the beans were cooked, he passed them through a sieve. Then he poured everything into a blender, wanting to grind them. A moment later, the blender's valves began to spin. The guy passed the resulting mixture through cheesecloth. The soy milk gave off a wonderful smell as it passed through the cheesecloth. The people sitting in the hall enjoyed this aroma. Yeonhee was amazed. Shaking her head, she immediately realized that now was not the time to be upset. She put a piece of meat in the frying pan and began to fry pieces of meat. The girl was tense, carefully watching the meat. The people in the audience immediately admired the meat as they smelled it. Hearing their words, the girl smiled involuntarily. Soon, she added a piece of butter. Then she took a spoon and scooped it up when it melted. She began to pour the butter over the steak. Her lips stretched into a smile when everything was ready. Looking at the meat, Yeonhee realized that now she just needed to let the meat rest. The audience admired the look of her steaks. The protagonist frowned at this. The meat really attracted too much attention. Pouring his drink into a mug, the protagonist decided not to add ice this time. He immediately calmed down and became focused. Lifting the lid of one of the pots, the protagonist realized that the rice was also ready. He immediately poured the soup into a plate, and he lifted it. At this time, Yeonhee poured sauce over her steaks. When the time was up, the judges asked to present their dishes. All three were surprised to see them. Yeonhee gave them a tenderloin steak, and Sung-hoon daojang and zipan. The protagonist announced the name of his dish himself. Myungsung, who was sitting in the middle, asked if it was soy milk and rice porridge, and the protagonist immediately confirmed it. Myungsung, smiling, said that in that case they would start with Yeonhee's dish. Soon he began to cut the steak into pieces, and he dipped the cut piece into the sauce. He brought it to his mouth. A moment later, he swallowed it. The judge was immediately amazed, saying that the meat was very well cooked. Biko nodded in agreement with him, saying that the crust on top was perfect and the meat inside was juicy and soft. He looked at the steak and said that it was almost perfect. Yeonhee was happy to hear the praise. Anu immediately bowed thanks to the judges. Hyunsoo, who was standing to the side, carefully watched everything. Nina, who was standing next to him, asked him who would win. The guy honestly answered, saying that he did not know. Afterwards, he turned his attention to the members, and slightly puzzled Min by saying that he had been focused on filming lately and had not been able to try what the members were cooking. Hyunsoo turned her attention to the protagonist, and remembered how he and his friend had eaten recently. He involuntarily swallowed, wanting to try such a dish again. Mensen smiled and suggested moving on to the dishes prepared by member Sung-hoon. He glanced at the protagonist and asked him why he had decided to cook this of all things, since the topic of the third task was open-ended. The protagonist looked at the porridge and said that while he was thinking, he remembered the previous competitions. Thanks to the program, he had learned a lot, and also felt happiness in the process of cooking again. His words greatly surprised the film crew. Even his mother was surprised when the protagonist said that there was a time when he wanted to quit everything since cooking did not bring pleasure. However, now he is happy, just like when he first picked up a knife under the supervision of his father. Pointing to the dishes, the boy said that he wanted to make a dish, which led him to where he was now. Biko nodded, satisfied with the answer. Scooping up the rice, Myung-sung mentally said that while watching the cooking process, he wondered if Sung-hoon had added any other ingredients, but apparently there were none. Looking at the rice, the judge realized that it was simple rice porridge. Taking the daojian, Yoonjong said that she would start with it. Then she brought the cup to her mouth, and while Myung-sung did the same with the spoon. Biko was the first to try the rice porridge. Suddenly, Young-sung's eye opened wide. He felt like a person who found himself near the mountains. All three judges seemed to be in a clearing among the mountains. Myung-sung froze in amazement. He looked at the porridge, trying to understand how a simple dish made from a couple of ingredients could have such a rich and deep taste. Not understanding this, he stared at the porridge in the bowl. Biko, who was sitting next to him, said that he felt like the chef had chosen the best ingredients and put his heart into cooking. Yeonwoo became nervous when the judges said that they had already decided on the winner. The protagonist smiled nervously, waiting for the winner to be announced. His mother and sister were nervous as they waited. Even Mina and Hyunsoo tensed up. The judge stood up and Myung-sung announced Sung-hoon as the winner. The spotlight was immediately pointed at him. The guy barely held back his tears when he realized that he had become the winner of the show Best Chef. The crowd of spectators jumped up and began to celebrate his victory. The protagonist bowed thanks to the judges. Myung-sung looked away, saying that it was time for them to present the prizes to the winner. The prizes were an 80 inches Samsung TV, the right to design the interior and arrange the kitchen, as well as a cash prize of 100 million won, the certificates for which were held by the protagonist. Manson looked at Yeonwoo and said that he was very sorry that she dropped out at the last moment. The girl smiled, saying that she had learned a lot during the program and realized that she had shortcomings. Then she looked at Sunna and congratulated him on his victory, saying that it was an honor for her to compete with him. The guy was amazed by her sincerity. Manson, picking up the microphone, asked the protagonist what he thought of his victory. The guy bowed, saying that first he would like to express words of gratitude to his mother and sister, after which he thanked them for their support. Both women immediately burst into tears upon hearing the gratitude of a loved one. After the guy straightened up and said that he would also like to thank his senior colleagues from the Jewelria Hotel. Having thanked them, the protagonist froze along with Yeonwoo. The events take us to the KBC headquarters, walking along which the protagonist did not believe that the show had really ended. Smiling, the guy mentally said that he thought he would be happy with the victory, but in the end now he feels empty. Sung-hoon was surprised to see the girl in front of him. It turned out to be Eun-hoo, whom he defeated. The girl looked sadly at the guy and passed by him, but soon she stopped, saying that her recent words were sincere. The protagonist immediately remembered how the girl congratulated him on his victory, and then he turned around looking at her. He looked after the girl, who amazed him. Raising his hand, he said that his feelings were mutual, then smiling said that they would meet again. Eun-hoo turned around surprised by his words. She looked after the guy leaving, who soon hugged his family. Eun-hoo froze watching this. A moment later, she grinned and left, realizing that at least she reached the final and got the image of an excellent chef at the hotel. Suddenly, someone stood in front of her. The girl was slightly surprised to see this person. The guy greeted the girl, handing her a business card. Having accepted it, Eun-hoo surprisedly asked about the guy's identity. But soon she read the card and realized that it was the producer. Kim-tae smiled and said that he had been watching the program closely and that the dishes she cooked had amazed him, so would he like to join the new program they were planning to launch. Yeonwoo's eyes widened in shock. She happily agreed to the offer right away. After the broadcast ended, the show received the highest ratings and became the so-called jackpot. After winning the cooking competition, not only Sung-hoon's popularity among people increased, but also the reputation of the Jewelria Hotel. But there was also other news that was shown on TV. Jisung, who was recently suspected of paid advertising, became the target of reporters. According to the news, when information appeared that the KBC producer had changed the cast at Jisung's request, the accused admitted his guilt. He also confessed to corruption and resigned as the chef of the Hilton Hotel, and while the paparazzi were tormenting him, the court passed a sentence. The head of the hotel association was sentenced to 3 years in prison for bribery. Events take us to a small cafe, in which some visitors learn the identity of the protagonist, and when the girls began to praise his appearance, the protagonist became embarrassed. Mina suddenly jumped up and exclaimed in shock. The girl screamed, asking the guy what he was going to do now. The protagonist looked away in thought. Events take us to the Jewelria Hotel, in which the protagonist submitted a letter of resignation. The director, sitting at the table, looked at the guy. Soon the protagonist met Biko, and he handed over his business card offering a job, but the protagonist refused. Soon he found himself in a new house, the rooms of which were luxuriously furnished. His sister and mother were amazed by her appearance. The guy himself felt satisfaction. After some time, winter came, which was soon replaced by spring. And so, 2 years later, the protagonist stood in front of his restaurant. He smiled, being pleased because tomorrow he would be able to open the doors of his establishment. Turning around, the protagonist decided that now was not the time to show emotions. Events take us to the Garak market. The workers, seeing the protagonist, were surprised and asked him if he was going to open his restaurant. Many people were happy, saying that they would definitely come to him tomorrow, embarrassing the guy. The protagonist stopped in front of an aunt who greeted him. The woman smiled, asking the guy if he was very busy before the opening of the restaurant. The guy answered saying that it was so, but despite this, he has to buy the ingredients himself. Smiling at the woman, the protagonist asked if she had pears. The woman immediately pointed to her chest, telling the guy that he could calmly choose. The protagonist immediately took one of the pears, trying to feel something. He saw how the pears were, so well the pears were grown, and immediately smiled, saying that he would take them. The woman laughed and said that they had been brought today. Then she began to put the pears in the bag with a smile on her face. And when the protagonist passed by the fish stall, the man called out to him and greeted him. The protagonist stopped in front of him and said that he needed mollusks. And when the man took them out, the protagonist immediately touched them, after which he closed his eyes. Slightly disappointed, he asked the man if there were any others. And when the man gave him the Venerides, the protagonist touched them again. And smiling, he asked to wrap them for him. While packing the mollusks, the man said that he had always wondered what he felt when he touched them. The protagonist smiled and slowly answered. The man enthusiastically told him that he could tell him how he managed to select the best, and then he would always be able to offer the freshest product. Sung-hoon scratched his head and said that most likely nothing would work out even if he told. The man heard him and said that he would give the guy a lifetime discount if he told him. Hearing him, the protagonist immediately whispered something to the seller, after which he turned around and said that he had been extremely honest and was now hoping for a discount. However, while he was leaving, the seller looked after him with displeasure. He looked at his hands, trying to understand how this was possible. The events take us to the Dawn restaurant, where the protagonist was putting food on the table. Nina also entered the restaurant, and approaching the protagonist, she put her hand on his shoulder, because of which she scared the guy like a little girl. The girl laughed and asked the guy why he was so scared. After that, she pointed to the phone, saying that she had warned him in a message that she would stop by to see him, but he apparently had not read it. Looking around the restaurant, Mina admitted that it was cozy here. She embarrassed the guy by saying that it had been 2 years since he quit the hotel, and he couldn't even imagine how surprised she was then. She couldn't help but remember how she jumped up right in the middle of the cafe, and made the guy embarrassed by her behavior. The guy, fiddling with his hands, told her that he was going to open a restaurant. The girl sighed, asking him if that was why he hesitated to answer the interview when he was asked what he was going to spend the prize money on. Slightly saddened, Sung-hoon said that it was just an idea, and he didn't know if everything would work out. Mina smiled at him, saying that she had been watching him the whole time and was sure that everything would work out. Sung-hoon was amazed, staring at the girl. Then, with a smile on his face, he thanked her. Now Mina was yelling at him, saying that everything couldn't go wrong, because she had invested so much money in him. Suddenly, Mina looked out the window and became sad. She said sadly that her brother would most likely be removed from his position as producer. Then she looked at the protagonist, saying that she had already been offered to produce a new program. The protagonist immediately congratulated her. But instead of gratitude, Mina became serious, saying that words were just sounds. Her words made Sung-hoon nervous. The girl sat down at the table, after which, smiling broadly, she said that since she was the first customer, he needed to cook the dish he was most confident in. The protagonist laughed when he heard her demand. His lips stretched into a grin. The girl was surprised and asked if she had missed something. The protagonist became serious and said that he would like to ask Jisung something. Soon night fell in the city. The events take us to a Chinese restaurant, from which a visitor was leaving thanks to the chef. The protagonist was sitting in the restaurant being serious. Soon the chef handed him champon and went back to the kitchen. The protagonist scooped up some soup and brought it to his mouth. He froze in shock after tasting it. He saw Jisung standing at the market picking out seafood. He soon pointed at the shrimp, picking it out. And now Jisung himself was tasting his dish. His lips stretched into a smile after tasting it. The protagonist soon ate the entire soup. Looking at the bowl in amazement, he admitted that it was delicious. The soup was made with fresh ingredients, and everything went well together. These ingredients even showed how much attention the chef paid to purchasing the ingredients. The protagonist smiled nervously, acknowledging the chef's deliciousness. Suddenly, Jisung slapped the table. Frowning, the man asked the guy how long he was going to pretend to be a customer. Did he come to make fun of him? Sung-hoon just stared at the man. Smiling, Jisung asked how it felt to see him like this. Most likely he himself succeeded as a chef of the hotel. However, the guy surprised him by saying that he quit after the show ended. Smiling, the guy said that he was going to open his own restaurant. The man frowned, asking why he came to him then. Standing up, the protagonist asked Jisung if he knew Dong-seok. Becoming serious, the protagonist said his other name. Jisung frowned and said that he knew him. Looking at the guy in front of him, Jisung realized that he was Dong-seok's son. Smiling, the man said that his father only pretended to be responsible, but failed in the end. The protagonist frowned upon hearing his words. Jisung, getting very angry, said that if he had not intervened then, the entire team of chefs at the hotel would have suffered. The events take us 20 years ago, to a young Jisung, who bowed asking the senior chefs to take care of him. Dong-seok looked at the guy and said that from now on he would be responsible for him and train him. Jisung was happy and asked if he could address him as a master. Confused, Dong-seok said to address him as a senior. The newbie immediately bowed asking to take care of him. One of the chefs approached the chef expressing his dissatisfaction with the fact that the chef again gave the newbie to Dong-seok, because of whom many left. The chef smiled and said that although he was eccentric, he was very talented, and training with him would be beneficial for the newbie. Some chefs began to chip in, making a bet on how long the newbie would last. The chef himself also made a bet saying that Jisung would only last a week. Then Jisung was puzzled when he first met Dong-seok. As many had said, Dong-seok was too strict. He did not miss a single mistake checking all his dishes, and when he threw the spoon, Jisung wanted to quit 100 times. He bowed his head in shame every time. However, he continued to study. One day, Dong-seok called out to Jisung asking if he knew what the most important thing in cooking was. The guy then answered without hesitation that the most important thing was taste. But Dong-seok surprised him by saying that it was not the most important thing. Pointing to the steak, the man said that the most important thing was sincerity. After that, he carefully picked up the plate saying that the important thing was how much effort he put into cooking because the customers know best. His words greatly surprised Jisung. Dong-seok slightly bent down saying not to try to deceive anyone, because only the best can be served on a plate. Then he looked at the guy, who smiled in agreement with him. The guy trusted Dong-seok. Every time he saw the elder who loved cooking more than anyone else, he wanted to be like him. However, the unexpected happened. The dishes fell on the floor. Jisung tried to stop Dong-seok, but he hit him on the hand and yelled. Then he took the water hose and lifted it up saying that you can't eat it. The whole kitchen was filled with broken plates. Jisung frowned and asked the elder why he did that. A few days earlier at the hotel, Jisung ran calling the elder. The elder, while preparing a dish, reminded him that he had asked him many times not to run around the kitchen. Approaching Dong-seok, the guy said that they had big problems. The guy, very happy, said that their team was invited to a buffet for the embassy representatives. Dong-seok was very surprised by his words. At that moment, the chef ran in, who tiredly scolded Jisung, reminding him that he wanted to tell everything himself. Then he looked at Dong-seok saying that they had the opportunity to show themselves at an evening organized on a cruise ship for the embassy representatives. Dong-seok froze in shock upon hearing his words. Jisung smiled and said that this was what he dreamed of. Then he congratulated his elder. He coughed and said with embarrassment that he had never dreamed of such a thing. Then Dong-seok and Jae-sung laughed and rejoiced at what had happened. And on the appointed day, they found themselves on a cruise ship. The cooks were busy preparing the ingredients. The chef himself was also trying to check the taste. One of the cooks shouted asking for help. At that time, Dong-seok was working on the sauce, and Jin-sung parted his lips looking at the table. Then he frowned, deciding to focus on the appetizers. Dong-seok had told him a little earlier that among the many dishes that would be served, he would be in charge of the appetizers. His words greatly surprised Jae-sung. Dong-seok, being serious, asked the guy if he knew how important the appetizers were. The guy said that the appetizers would be served first, playing an important role in determining the overall theme. He said all this with a smile on his face, but then he froze in surprise. Dong-seok, being serious, said not to rejoice prematurely because he would demonstrate his skills to him before the cruise. The guy immediately straightened up, deciding to show himself from the best side. And finally, after all the tests, the guy could cook desserts on the liner itself. Jisung smiled, deciding to make the first appetizer of seafood with vegetables. He carefully cut the squid. Then he began to cut it into pieces. Every move Jisung made was perfect. Soon he poured the sauce over the squid pieces. Then he began to carefully stir it. And after a while, he added the vegetables. The guy tensely began to put the dessert on the plate. Soon his first dessert was ready. He immediately called Dong-seok, informing him that it was ready. He took a piece of squid and swallowed it. Jisung and the chef watched him tensely. A second later, the man nodded his head, giving his approval, which greatly pleased Jisung and the chef. Dong-seok immediately began to scold Jisung, telling him to go and help others and not to stand here. After the student left, the man's lips stretched into a smile. Everything was fine, but someone put poison in the dish. It turned out to be an unfamiliar skinny chef. Jisung immediately turned around when he heard Dong-seok's screams. Then he ran after one of the chefs. Jisung was alarmed when he saw this, and then, having arrived, Dong-seok began to throw all the dishes off the table. Jisung tried to stop him. However, he yelled at him. Then he took a hose with water and directed the water at the dishes. At the same time, he kept saying that there was a terrorist here. The chef, seeing the mess, shouted, demanding that the guy be stopped. Jisung, standing in front of the protagonist, said that now he knew everything. Frowning, he said that his father ruined everything that night. Sung-hoon stared at him silently. Jisung himself said gloomily that everything they cooked had to be thrown into the sea. Because of this, they couldn't serve the dishes on time. As a result of this, the reputation of the hotel and the kitchen was destroyed, and his father was fired. And even when he asked the reason, the elder told him that it was all because of the terrorist. The protagonist frowned upon hearing his words. The cook closed his eyes and said that Dong-seok might have been bored. It was at this moment that the protagonist interrupted him, saying that everything his father said was true. This made Jisung tense and made him frown. The guy standing in front of him said that his father really did detain a terrorist that day. That day, Dong-seok ran after the fake cook, who kept running and didn't stop. Soon he opened the door to the outside, and when Dong-seok came out, he had to close his eyes from the bright light. The man froze, staring at him. He began to curse, realizing his situation. Dong-seok scolded the cook and touched his shoulder. Then his eye widened in shock. He saw how this man was scratching his hand, how he was sitting in his room saying that this world can no longer be saved. The guy's eye was red from insomnia. He read information about the embassy representatives, who were going to gather. After reading it, the man exclaimed. Smiling creepily, the man said that after this, Korea will start everything from scratch. He involuntarily looked at his room strewn with garbage. Dong-seok, who saw his memories, called the man crazy. He realized that this man had added potassium cyanide to the food, wanting to kill the embassy representatives and tarnish the country's image. Therefore, he specially made his way to the kitchen. Unexpectedly, the man pulled Dong-seok's hand away. Then he climbed onto the railing and jumped down, leaving Dong-seok alone. However, he did not think for long and immediately turned around, deciding to get rid of the dishes. Suddenly, he froze. Looking at his hands, he could not understand how to explain everything to the others. Therefore, standing on the liner in the middle of the sea, he decided to do this. The protagonist told everything to Jisung, who was standing in front of him. He frowned and asked if the terrorist really put potassium cyanide in the food. Sung-hoon nodded, confirming this. The cook became nervous and asked how he was supposed to believe him. Pointing at the guy, he asked him if he had seen the terrorist do something like that with his own eyes, how he knew that potassium cyanide was used. The protagonist frowned slightly, saying that his father did not tell him about it because he was afraid that no one would believe him. After saying this, the protagonist became sad. Raising his hands, Sung-hoon said that his father learned everything from the terrorist's memories, and he learned about it by looking into his father's memories. Jisung was puzzled, not understanding him. The protagonist suddenly grabbed his hand, and when blue energy enveloped him, he told Jisung that his first customer today was a pregnant woman. The second was an old man in a red hat. Also, the broth ran out early today, so he had to make it again at 3 p.m. But because he answered the phone, it was thicker than usual. Jisung pulled his hand back in shock, looking at the guy. The man became very nervous, realizing that he really saw his memories. The guy raised his hands, saying that neither he nor his father knew how they could do this, so they could not explain it. Jisung was suddenly horrified, realizing what a burden Dong-seok, the eldest, the man who became his teacher, was carrying. Leaning on the table, he said that it was too sad. The protagonist looked at the man and said that until his death, his father never spoke about him because he did not hold a grudge. His words greatly surprised Jisung. Looking at the bowl, Sung-hoon told the cook that he cooked seafood and vegetables in the champon just like his father did. After he put the money on the table and went to the exit, walking along the night streets of the city, Sung-hoon was slightly sad, remembering how his father asked him what he was going to do with his ability. The protagonist, slightly thoughtful, asked his father why he became a chef. The father smiled and said that he liked to see smiles on the faces of those who ate his food. The protagonist smiled, saying that he also felt the same. Dong-seok grinned and realized that his son had the same dream as him. Smiling at his son, he wished him luck. Now walking along the road, the protagonist told his father that he would fulfill his dream. Events take us to the morning. to the restaurant Dawn, where on the very first day there were many visitors. The guys tried it and were surprised and happy with the taste. Some laughed, planning to come here tomorrow. Some were amazed that this restaurant was opened by the most famous chef. Mina at this time was serving one of the customers, asking him to wait a little. Soon the doors of the establishment opened again, and Mina immediately greeted the person who entered. Then she pointed to a free place, asking him to sit down. The man did not refuse and sat down at the table. Photos of the protagonist's relatives were displayed on the kitchen windows. Mina screamed, asking her lover if everything was ready. He wiped his forehead and said that almost everything was ready. Then he apologized with a smile on his face for the delay, and served another perfect dish. That was the end of Sung-hoon's story. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.